Episode 501, A Look into the Future. The two girls were keeping a close eye on Sia as she slept in her bed. Layla was in this situation for the second time, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl. Erin's heart fell a little as she noticed this expression of sorrow on her face. It made Erin realize how much Layla cared for Sia, whom she didn't know even well. Too much time had passed between them, and if one had asked her at school whether they were good friends or not, she would have to say no. She didn't know why, but before she had always been this way, not letting others get close to her, but when she was at Pure. She realized what she was missing, a companion. All she started to think about was her time with Layla. "Do you mind telling me a bit about her?" Erin asked. She didn't want to be like her old self, cold and pushing others away, and rather than be jealous of Layla's new friend, it was best that she got to know the both of them. Smiling back, Layla had explained what happened to Sia and why, who she was and how she was an agent of Pure. "It looks like all three of us have something in common then, all working for Pure," Erin said, trying to crack a joke. At that moment, Sia had woken up from where she was. The two jolted a little, preparing for something unexpected to happen, but there were no screams or noise, just slow movements. Sia went to grab her stomach as she began to remember what had happened seconds before, but there was no wound, and she swiftly proceeded to check her nails, but they were also not sharp. Erin's hair had changed color, and her teeth had become somewhat sharper. Layla had pimples, and when she transformed, she looked even more different. Sia was expecting something from herself, but when she touched her body, she didn't feel any change anywhere. She squeezed her fist, expecting to feel some newfound power, but there was none. "Did it not work?" she said. "No, it definitely worked," Erin replied. "You nearly burst the boy's eardrums, and as for Quinn, he was lying on the floor in front of you." Past getting hit by the arrow, Sia couldn't remember much past that, but if she had changed, what exactly was she? "I know what you're thinking," said Layla. "Edward and Quinn said you were something known as a banshee. There are a few things I learned about them. They can predict or see things in the future, but I don't know about their fighting strength." Sia looked disappointed, and she was. She had given up her ability, primarily for the sake of her memories, but she had expected something spectacular in exchange. The power to perceive a future that may or may not occur did not seem promising. "I know," Layla said in a perky voice with her finger in the air. "Why don't we go see some people? Both you and Erin have become vampires, so I'm sure there's a lot for you to learn, and I know just the right people." Layla was thinking of going to both Amy and Xander. Although she initially didn't like the guy, he had protected her in time of need, and the least she felt like she could do was say thanks. When she thought about Amy, she remembered she was one of the ones that were at the top of her class. If anyone could help them and figure out what a banshee was, it would be her. With the three of them being vampires, they wouldn't stand out too much, although there would be some who would remember their faces from the stage. But Edward had said that they were free to leave the castle. If anything, the vampires would be on their best behavior at the moment. Erin didn't mind herself too much, but she was a little worried. Before the girls had gone off, Quinn pulled Erin to the side to explain to her what she really was. He had also informed her to not let anyone know. The vampires couldn't find out unless she told them anyway. Still, she wanted to practice her new powers and also spend more time with the girls, so it sounded like a great idea. Sia was in for it as well. She wanted to see now that she was a vampire if there was any way for her to get her lost memories back. With this, the three girls decided that they would redress into some new clothes in the 10th's castle and head out. As Sia got out of bed and was about to leave with the girls, a weird ringing could be heard. She automatically placed her hands on her head. "Huh? What did you say?" she asked. The two girls turned around looking confused, for they hadn't said anything at all, but they could see something was going on. Slowly the talking started to become clear, and she could make out that it was several whispers going off one by one. "Back. Go. Earth. What? True dream. No. Fighting. True what?" Sia said as she didn't quite understand what was happening. Her eyes began to fill with white as the voices in her brain became louder and a vision flashed in her mind. A wrecked, crumbling structure. Fields covered with craters, and the city that had stood there is no longer there. She couldn't pinpoint the location, but she knew it was on Earth. It was an image of a completely devastated city. Then the image had suddenly changed again, moving to the schools and the group standing there, including Quinn, with a shocked and frightened look on their face. "Hey, Sia! Sia, are you okay?" Layla asked, grabbing her but not wanting to shake her at the same time. for fear it may do more damage if she did. "Yeah," Sia replied slowly as she came to. I think I just had a vision." Back underneath in the 10th leader's tomb, Quinn was still trying to wrap his head around what was happening. 4 tombs had the blue circle lit up, indicating there were vampires in their eternal sleep. Quinn had gone to check on the 5th tomb because the pattern on it reminded him of the book he had been handed, and as soon as he touched it, a spirit that had effortlessly departed his own body was now floating in front of the tomb, staring at both him and Edward. "Vincent!" With his eyes wide open, Edward said. He felt a knot in his throat. He feared he'd never see his leader again, the one he'd been serving for many years, yet here he was, and while he didn't look precisely the same, he could sense a bond between the two. But he wasn't the only one who recognized him. Quinn did as well, since the spirit bore a striking resemblance to a specific individual. It was the man who would appear in his instructional films. He had learned the flash step and hammer strike from this man. "I've been waiting to speak to you like this for a long time, Quinn," Vincent said. The voice wasn't speaking from the spirit itself, but when words were said, both Edward and Quinn could hear it in their heads. "First, I would like to apologize for everything that happened to you. It would be a lie if I said I didn't think it would happen. Otherwise, I would have never made the book in the first place." The system started to explain, and it did indeed look like he had a sad look on his face. "But the real reason why I am apologizing to you is because I have been lying to you this whole time. Although this is the first time you are seeing me like this, I have been with you always, inside with the system. When I said that it was an AI answering all your questions, it was not. It was me." Quinn's chest felt a little tight for some reason. Was it because he felt betrayed in any way? Of course, he felt an AI system as smart as this was nearly inconceivable, and he suspected it was the leader. But one thing he was certain of was that the AI could not lie to him. But if he can lie about something as important as this, what other lies had he been telling? "I'm sorry about this, but there were some restrictions, and I thought it would be best for you to get to a certain point before you learn the truth." "Then are you going to tell me everything now?" Quinn asked, with slight anger in his voice. "Or are you going to keep avoiding the question like you always do?" "I will tell you everything," Vincent said in a calming voice, and suddenly Quinn's eyes started to darken, and his vision started to fade. He fought it as hard as he could, but he felt powerless, as if something was taking control. The sensation he was experiencing right now, it was the same sensation he felt when he initially received the vampire system. Episode 502, Through the Eyes of Another. Quinn's body was entirely taken over by the weak feeling, and his eyesight had disappeared once more. The last time something like this happened to him was when he initially got the book. His mind was conscious, but he couldn't see anything. It was difficult to describe since it was not like closing one's eyes. There was no color, no contrast. It wasn't like he meditated and went to an empty area. He felt like he was in the middle of nothing. Finally, something began to appear. "Am I waking up again?" Quinn thought. But it was unusual because his mind was already awake, so why weren't his eyes and body responding the same? Finally, Quinn saw himself in a room, but it wasn't one he recognized. The room was dark, with a tint of blue lighting that flashed from the side. "Vincent, it seems like there is an incident going down below," a voice was heard from his side. Quinn's vision then turned without his control, looking at the man on his right, who was dressed nicely in black and white. He couldn't believe it, but the guy he was staring at now reminded him of a younger Edward. A younger Edward, at least 50 years younger. Quinn's body moved without his control once more, and everything he saw wasn't his doing, and his body walked over to the large glass pane at the side, and he could see, or at least had an idea, what he was in. Looking down, there were people, too many people to count, and all of them were dancing while flashing lights were going in and out. It was to a kind of music Quinn had never heard before. It was a place known as a nightclub. Quinn realized what was going on based on what he was seeing, the younger-looking version of Edward, and how he had cried out his name. Quinn existed in the past, but not in the way the Bone Claw had shown him. From high above, he could see everything that was going on. This was different. Quinn right now was Vincent himself, and he was experiencing everything that Vincent did back then. They were in the past. Although he was in Vincent's body, he had no control over his actions or what he would say. It was like a personal VR movie experience, where you watched everything as the main character. "What are you trying to show me, Vincent? Is it something I need to see rather than just tell me?" Quinn said, but there was no answer as everything continued to play out. Just then a man came running into the room, slamming the door open. "Sir, I think the situation might soon get out of hand. It's best if you come down yourself." Looking out of the glass window, Vincent watched what was happening. There seemed to be 2 girls standing by the bar, along with 2 boys, while another larger group of just boys were arguing over something. A group of about 8 in size. It was obvious which of the 2 groups would come out worse if they got into a fight, because one was larger than the other. Even the 2 males who were with the girls didn't appear to be confident. As a single black-haired girl stood in front of their 3 friends, she appeared to be yelling at the bigger group. "People are already leaving, and I believe that if a fight breaks out, even more people will go," the man expressed concern. "Would you like me to deal with this one?" Edward asked. "No, it's okay," Vincent replied. "I can handle it." Outside on the dance floor, the arguing had grown so bad that the people dancing had spread out and formed a circle around the 2 groups arguing. One of the 8 guys in the group was clutching his face, which seemed to be pretty red, while his companion stood in front of him, yelling back at the female. "You think you can just hit whoever you want because you're a girl?" the man shouted. "Are you crazy? Are you just going to completely disregard what you did back there?" the girl shouted back. "My friend already told you she wasn't interested. She tried to leave the seat by the bar and get away before you grabbed her hand. She told you to let go. Let go. Then what did you do? You pulled her towards you and put your lips on her." "I should have done a lot more than slap him," the girl with the black hair shouted, and her friend stood behind her, in tears, being comforted by the boy. As for the other boy with them, he looked uncomfortable, as if he was trying to pull away, pretending he didn't know anyone in the group. "She had been flirting with me the entire night," the man with the red cheeks stated, "and she didn't refuse me offer to buy her drinks all night, but when it comes to kissing or going out with me, she says no. Don't accept the drinks if she wasn't interested." Katie knew what her friend had done wasn't right, but that still didn't give the man the right to do what he had done. And when she saw that her friend was asking for help and trying to push the boy away, of course she would come in and help. Finally, the boy who had been wandering about, hadn't said anything, stepped in. The person who was standing behind Katie. They didn't know much about one another. He'd just been invited on a double date with his friend's girlfriend, so all he wanted to do was stay out of trouble. "Look, is there any way we can solve this and just forget about this? Enjoy the rest of the night?" he asked. Then a smile appeared on the boys' faces. "Of course there is. Leave those 2 girls with us, and we will show them what a good night is all about." The boy walked forward as he said this, and reached out his hand to grab Katie's wrist. As soon as the other saw him walk forward, he had already backed off, for fear of getting into a fight with 8 of them. She pulled her hand away and looked behind her for her friends to help, but the boys and even her supposedly best friend weren't coming forward to stop them. "What a bunch of arse!" Suddenly the hand was slapped away, and someone back had stepped in front of her. "I think it's best if you guys leave this place. You have had your fun." "Who the hell are you? Can't you see it's none of your business? Stop trying to be a white knight and get out of the way," the man said, as he tried to shove Vincent to the side and grab the girl once again. But when he went to shove him out of the way, by banging his shoulder into Vincent, it felt solid and his arm felt sore. It was like he had just barged into a solid wall. Looking at Vincent, he could tell he couldn't have weighed much, so how had he not moved? "Do you not know who I am?" Vincent asked, and his eyes started to glow with red. "The 8 of you will leave this place immediately," he said, and soon after they were following his orders without saying a word. Turning around, Katie was waiting to see who her savior was, but when she saw him, she wasn't expecting to see such a handsome, good-looking man dressed in a high-quality tailored suit. It suited him perfectly, and his looks were one of a model. "Thank you," she replied as she bowed down. "Leave," Vincent said. These words had shocked her. Wasn't this man here to just protect her seconds ago? "You can wait in the lobby for 10 minutes while that other group goes, and then you can leave after them. All of your drinks will be paid for in the evening, so don't worry. I don't want another incident to happen with you and your friends. It's bad for business, so leave," Vincent said in a cold tone. Katie couldn't believe it. Their group hadn't started it. Even though she was the first to attack, her friend did lead the other boy on, so she couldn't say they weren't equally at fault. In any case, whomever this man was, he had made a fair deal for her group, and her mood had already soured for the night. Getting their things, they decided to leave the place as had been asked of them. When the group was busy leaving, Katie's friend quickly ran over to her, grabbing her around the arm. She was sporting a big grin on her face. One would never think she was about to get molested seconds ago. "Did you know who that was?" her friend said with a smile. "It was the nightclub owner, Vincent. It seems like the rumors are true about him. He is a cool, hot stud. Did you see how he saved you from those boys?" "Saved us? I don't think he saved us," Katie replied. "It looked more like he was trying to save his business." While still down on the nightclub floor, Edward appeared by his side and whispered into his ear. "They have been gathered in the back, sir," he said. Leaving the nightclub floor, the two went to go into a separate room. They went through a heavily locked and secured door that was guarded by staff men outside as well. When they entered, the room was incredibly dark, pitch black almost, but this was fine for both Vincent and Edward. Going through the room at the very back, 8 figures could be seen bunched up together. Looking at them, each of them had their hands tied up behind their back, and one of the boys had a red cheek on his mark. "It appears like you boys were a little unlucky today," Vincent said, "because you're heading to a special spot, a place far away from everyone else." While Quinn was viewing everything, he was wondering what it all meant. They were in a human world, not the vampire settlement, and what was Vincent doing running a nightclub? And it appeared that seeing these boys here would provide him with an explanation. Episode 503, Same In and Out. The 8 individuals who had been caught and chained up in the back were the same ones who had sparked the uproar in the club. Quinn was just wondering what Vincent was going to do with them when he saw this. He'd heard several people refer to people in the 10th as insane, and possibly Vincent was one of these crazy people. Quinn wondered what he planned to do with them. Quinn, on the other hand, did not get to find out the answer. The reason for this was that whatever they had planned, it was left to Edward and the others as Quinn followed to live on in Vincent's memory. Quinn found it weird, since he assumed that after he had seen the scene he wanted to view, he would be transferred to the next one. The same thing had happened with the Bone Claw, connecting the dots as to why he was being shown these things. Quinn was instead forced to continue observing Vincent's every move. He noticed him leave the nightclub and return home, clean his residence before going to bed and waiting for the sun to rise. It was, if anything, boring. This didn't happen just once, but Quinn seemed to be trapped in a simulation. Every day he would follow Vincent's life, of going to the nightclub at night, working. Incidents like what happened on the first night would happen every night, but it was rare for him to get involved. Because Vincent wouldn't directly get involved, Quinn didn't see if anything strange would happen with them like he did the first night. Quinn knew as the days passed that this was more than just seeing Vincent's memory. He was living them, and he was suddenly feeling lonely. Every day you do the same thing. There was no shift in routine, and even the minor changes that occurred during the day felt the same. Quinn was wondering if he could live like this and if his life at the castle would have been any different if he did. While Quinn was living his life as Vincent, the lives of others continued, and this was especially true for one person. For a girl with long black hair was seated at her desk, facing a pile of papers. "Ah, what the hell is wrong? Do they have to know every little detail of what happened?" she said, screaming, as if she was going to pull her hair out. Just then, the man who had joined her at the club that day approached her desk and flung several pieces of paper at her. Katie lifted her head to inspect them, and each one had a picture in the top right corner. "These are the people from the club, Gavin?" Katie asked. "Yeah, it's a little strange. Their family doesn't seem to be concerned they're missing. Not one of them. But their workplace was the one that filed the missing report. Apparently one of the guys who works with them was concerned and went to check up on him, but when he went to his apartment there were no signs of him ever returning there," Gavin explained. "So the last place they were seen was at that nightclub?" Katie asked with a dissatisfied look, as she remembered the events that occurred there last time. "All right, let's check it out tonight then." Katie stood up from her seat, and around her waist a certain badge could be seen with the words detective written on them. That night, Quinn was going through Vincent's usual routine now, and he felt so strange he was wondering when it was going to end. It wasn't as if time passed faster while in Vincent's body. Every time felt real to him. It was making him understand why some vampires eventually chose to go into eternal sleep. For how many years had he been doing the same routine? The other thought that had crossed his mind was the fact that leaders were meant to stay at the castle. It was clear Vincent hadn't left the vampire settlement yet, at this point in time, for several vampires, including Edward, were still by his side. Had they given him a mission? If so, what one was it? But it looked as if Quinn would soon find out, for something had changed in the everyday routine. "Vincent, today the quota needs to be met. We have prepared everything as usual," Edward said. That night, the nightclub opened as usual, but this time, rather than staying in his private room watching from above, Vincent had chosen to be on his own at the bar, drinking a strong, clean whiskey. Whenever it was a night like this one, he would do the same. A vampire's taste was strange. They weren't able to taste many things, so they couldn't appreciate what humans had. Oftentimes he would see people gather just to enjoy a meal, but he would never experience the joy of something like that. But Vincent and other vampires could appreciate the taste of good alcohol. "Well, I wonder what the big shot owner is doing here in front of all the normal folk like us," a female voice said. Normally, Vincent wouldn't recall every person he met's voice, but for some reason he remembered this one, and as he turned around, he saw the girl he had saved that night. This time she wore a gorgeous crimson dress that accentuated her curves. At the same time, he had spotted the man that was with her that night going through the crowd, going to strangers one by one. As he closed his eyes, he could focus on their conversation. "Hey, I'm looking for my friend. His name's Greg. He was meant to be here. He looks like this," Gavin asked as he pulled out a photo. It was a strange interaction to have, and he wasn't exactly being careful about who he asked. Of course, although Vincent was sitting in his seat far away, he could see and hear everything. "They are looking into the missing people. Are they both police?" Vincent thought, but that wouldn't matter too much on a day like today. "Is it wrong for me to be here?" Vincent said as he took another drink. Most people would sip a whiskey, but he was drinking it clean without flinching, as if it had no effect or taste at all. When Katie saw the man, she thought, who better to ask than the owner? If their questioning couldn't get them anywhere, then they could always ask to see the club's tapes, see if they saw anything that day. She decided to sit down next to him, but his aura was intimidating. It was something she had never really felt before. Often more times than not, she wouldn't be shy, but he had this look on his face that made it hard for her to be the first to approach. "What do you do?" Vincent asked. "Huh? What do you mean?" she replied. "Don't you think life is quite boring? We follow what others say. The whole of society follows a system. We get assigned jobs and roles, but for what? In the end, what is the point of it all? To rise to the top and get in a position of power. But that only gives us all more responsibility. It doesn't give us freedom, so what exactly is freedom?" Vincent spoke. This was something Katie wasn't expecting. She never thought a man would be rambling on such thoughts in his head. "I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm kind of a go-with-the-flow type of person, you see?" she replied. "I do what I want if it feels right. I had a load of bad stuff happen to me in the past. I'm sure we all have. But someone said something to me that changed me a little. The biggest influence on your life is you. It's not anyone else. It's not your job or the people you follow, but you. If you are bored, then change it. If you don't like your job, then do something else," Katie said with a sweet smile. Vincent turned his head and looked at her. The whole time he was speaking and listening, he was looking towards the crowd of people as if he was trying to find an answer. When he looked at her, that was when she realized how beautiful this man was, but not only that, how lonely his eyes were. "As expected, an idiotic answer from someone who doesn't understand the weight nor has no such responsibility," Vincent said. Katie wanted to snap back. This man was a stranger, and she was only trying to cheer him up, and in return she had been called an idiot. But suddenly the man stood up. "There are some things you can't control in your life," Vincent said, "and this is one of them." A hissing sound was heard at that time, and gas was beginning to enter the room. It was taking over the club. Some individuals began to scream while others collapsed onto the floor. They banged against the doors, but it was useless as the whole place was locked, and their voices weren't heard over the incredibly loud music being played. Soon, even Katie's vision started to blur, but she could see the man who was standing beside her was unaffected by the whole thing, and finally she had passed out, along with every human in the club. Episode 504, I'll Take Her. There was not a single human soul awake in the nightclub, and every one of them was rounded up, exactly like the 8 men from the first night. Not only that, but any remains of the nightclub were being entirely demolished. Quinn couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wanted to yell, stop them, and ask what they were doing, what they had intended to do with everyone in the room. But in this case, all he was a bystander. He soon realized that everything that was happening had previously happened. Watching everything was Vincent and Edward. "So, are you ready to head back again for the rest of the year?" Edward said. "Jim will be happy you're back. You know he asks about you every day." At that moment, he could see the girl he was talking to seconds ago being dragged on the floor away like the rest of them. "Make sure everything is sorted. We can't have anyone finding out," Vincent said as he walked off. Everything had been completed in a couple of hours, thanks to the vampire's quick work. The group, including Edward, eventually returned and found themselves back in the dark room. They were accompanied by numerous big vans, each of which had a cage containing individuals. The blue crystals were powering the movement. All that was left to do was turn on the teleporter, and it was time for them to head back to the vampire settlement. When the last person walked through, a strange device was thrown on the ground. A countdown was shown, and a few seconds later it had exploded, destroying any evidence of the advanced technology that had yet to be introduced into the human world. Following Vincent's movements, Quinn noticed that the place they were in wasn't the same as the settlement they knew today. It looked slightly different, and there was only one moon in the sky, which would suggest the portal they used was still on Earth. The people, including Edward, were busy escorting the group of people somewhere, and Vincent himself was to report to the king of his duties. During the report, Quinn had found out what those people were to be used for and what Vincent's job was. It seemed like Vincent's job every year was to find humans that would be used as a blood source for everyone. There was a date that was always set and a quota he had to hit. How many years he had been doing it for Quinn had no idea. All he knew was the way he was acting. He had become numb to doing such a task, or he never cared for the humans in the first place. Still, Quinn felt like the Vincent he knew now and the AI he would usually talk to. They seemed like two entirely different people. Something had to have changed. As for the current king that was there, it didn't look like the one that Quinn had seen. It was making it hard for him to place when exactly everything had happened. All he knew is it wasn't the first king, and nor was it the current one. When Vincent returned to his castle, someone was waiting there, waiting for him. It was a man with short brown hair, and his lips would stick out a little further than usual. This man's name was Jim. "Sir, did you have a nice trip? I bet you have many stories to tell me this time," Jim said. "I'm a little tired," Vincent replied. "Do you have any news about the 10th settlement?" "Of course, sir, I understand. I have prepared your bed for you already," Jim said. "And as for the people, ever since you gifted them those power crates to help move their belongings, the people have been even happier. I also set up your research lab just the way you like it in case there is anything you want," Jim replied. "Thank you. Please continue to look after the people. After my rest, I will be going to the lab," Vincent replied. Jim was a strange man. He was Vincent's other vampire knight. While Edward would often be with Vincent, Jim was left in charge of the castle to look after the people. However, Jim had a strange fascination with Vincent that Edward never understood quite well. Because Jim, although he didn't look it, was even older than Vincent. In a way, they were related, and Jim was Vincent's great-uncle. But their relationship never seemed to be like so. If one was to take a look, they would think it was the other way around. Jim always was respectful to Vincent and admired him. Vincent never told Edward why their relationship was like this, so the whole thing was a mystery. Vincent did indeed rest when he returned, but only for a short while before returning to his research lab. Quinn recognized the location as the same as the lab Logan was using. It was only now that it was more filled, with objects and substances lying throughout the place. He went right to work and remained silent. Quinn had no idea what was going on, but he could see Vincent was intensely concentrated. He would frequently taste the unusual red liquid he was attempting to generate while working, but each time he would shake his head in disappointment. If he needed a break, he would start to work on other things, like strange weapons. Quinn was most interested in his notes, which he looked over from time to time. Quinn had gotten a chance to read them when this happened, trying to see what he was working on, and after a lot of back and forth and flipping through pages, Quinn finally understood a little of what Vincent was trying to do. He was trying to make a replacement of blood for the vampires, so they no longer needed to rely on humans anymore. Things were starting to make sense. Arthur had explained some of the laws that were agreed upon between the Punishers and the Council when he had left. Of course, he knew that they needed blood to survive, or at least not to turn into crazed, hungry bloodsuckers. So there was no rule saying they couldn't exactly get blood from humans. However, there was a rule about breeding humans, using them as some type of cattle. A life like that, Arthur felt was too cruel. They had no choice but to go to the human world every so often and pick the unfortunate to be used as a blood source. What Quinn was wondering, though, was if Vincent was doing this out of his own choice, or was it something that the king had ordered him to do? Eventually, it looked like Vincent had run out of the source material of the red liquid he was trying to make. When he went to leave the room, he could see Jim standing by the door. "Jim, didn't I tell you to look after the people? What are you doing here?" Vincent asked. "Well, now that Edward is back, sir, he is dealing with those normal duties. This gives me time to help you with your work if you so wish. I'm not a fool, you know. I could greatly help." As he spoke towards the end, Jim sounded as if he was getting more excited. "You know I can't do that. Jim, please," Vincent said, and Jim quickly realized his place and calmed back down. "I assume that you were looking for something. They should be awake by now," Jim said. "Would you like me to go fetch one?" Jim knew Vincent's routine in and out. He had been working on the same thing for years, after all. and their conversation never seemed to differ. So he thought, just like today, he would go get whatever Vincent needed and return, hoping one day he would change his mind when asking to help him with his research. But today was different, as, for the first time, Vincent had replied differently. "Actually, I would like to go get one myself. Only a fool does the same thing again and again and expects the same result," Vincent replied. "Maybe there is something else that I'm missing." With this said, the two of them traveled to their decided location. Finally, they had arrived, and the two of them were now at the 9th castle. Around the back of the castle was a large, square-shaped building. The 9th family was in charge of all the prisoners, and this was their prison. Upon entering the prison, the two of them continued to walk. Strange creatures could be seen as they walked through the halls, and a few vampires here and there, but eventually they had reached their destination. They were looking at the cells full of humans. Most of them inside looked like they were shaking, shivering at what they had seen, and wondered what had become of them. "Hey, you! You tricked us! Get us out of here!" a voice shouted. Usually the humans would have learned their place by now, and had broken down into silence, too afraid of what might happen to them if they acted out. From time to time they may have been screams and noises, but not clear speech. So Vincent was quite surprised to hear this. As he moved over to a different cell, he could see her, the same girl from the nightclub that one time. "If I get out of here, I swear the first person I'm going to kill is you," she shouted. Vincent smiled back at her and said, "I'll take this one." Episode 505, The Escape. As requested, Katie had been taken out of her cell, and both Jim and Vincent, along with her, were on their way back to the castle. It was the first time Katie had left the cell and was wide awake, so turning her head around, she took everything in, seeing the fantastic sight. Everything around them looked to be from the Victorian era. Nonetheless, there were traces of contemporary technology being used in certain areas. They had a cashless society, kids playing with virtual machines, and automated delivery systems. Vehicles that appeared to be moving without the assistance of others. "Where the hell am I?" Katie asked. "Shut up! Don't you talk to him like that!" Jim snapped at the girl, and it looked like he was about to hit her at the back of the head as a reminder, but Vincent had turned around before he could do so, and his eyes, he could read his eyes. They were telling him to stop. "You don't need to know," Vincent said, as they continued walking towards the castle. It was clear to her that this man was the one in charge, and he had been the organizer of the whole thing at the nightclub. Perhaps he was even the reason for the boys who had gone missing earlier as well. The question was, what will happen to her and the rest of them? When she awoke, they were traveling through the prison's corridors, and she had seen things she had only seen in her dreams or on the big screen. "Is this hell?" she thought. If she had died and gone to such a place, she definitely would have believed it. Finally arriving at the castle, they had gone to his research lab immediately, and Jim, as usual, was kept out of it. So the only ones in the room were both Katie and Vincent. She hadn't been tied up or anything, and simply brought along. "Are they not worried I will try to escape?" she thought. Not saying a word, Vincent got straight to work, wrapping a plastic tube around the top of her bicep and inserting a needle to take some of her blood. Katie wanted to move, she wanted to reject, but when their eyes met she was frozen in place. Her body wasn't listening to her, and she felt like she could do nothing. Katie remained seated on a stool in the corner of the room, and Vincent, with his fresh blood, looked happy. He seemed to be making great progress. He kept working and working until the silence was broken by a question. "What are you doing with my blood?" Katie asked. She knew she wouldn't get an answer about where they were or what they had seen, but maybe he would have answered her on this. "I'm trying to create a blood substitute for us. That way we no longer need to rely on your kind. Maybe we can even move planets," Vincent said without moving his head from his work. Move planets? Katie thought the man was mad. The humans hadn't even been able to step foot on Mars yet, but here he was talking about moving to another planet. Although there was something else that he had said that worried her, the words, "your kind." Seeing how engrossed Vincent was in his work, Katie thought she needed to do something to get out of here. The images of those creatures kept popping in her head, and she wasn't sure this wasn't a safe place. Looking to her right, there was a cabinet that was full of large glass flasks and beakers. Slowly, she started to lean over, and out from the cabinet she grabbed a large glass container and kept it behind her, and all she did now was wait. After the first blood sample was taken, Vincent was ready to take another. When he walked over to Katie, he noticed that the cabinet was open. Not to mention he could hear her moving about before. Still, he decided to continue walking forward as if he knew nothing, and when he had gotten close enough, from behind her back, she swung the glass container as hard as she could, hitting Vincent right in the face. A loud smash was heard, but Vincent hadn't even flinched, nor did his head move. The container was no more, as it had shattered with the impact. When looking at him, she could see several cuts that had been made across his handsome face. However, a few seconds later, and in front of her very eyes, those wounds started to heal at a pace that she could see. Not knowing what else to do, she decided to run to the door. It was right there in front of her, with nothing blocking her way. If she could somehow make it, maybe she could escape. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she just wanted to leave. But then, suddenly Vincent appeared directly in front of the door as if he had teleported. "There's a reason why I felt no need to tie you up," Vincent said. In her hopeless situation like this, Katie felt like the only thing she could do was smile. After that incident, Katie was returned to her cell with the rest of them, and in her cell was Gavin as well. Vincent went away back to his room, and most of the vampires would now sleep as the sun started to rise. Of course, the prison cell was mostly covered, so the sun hardly shone inside in the first place. "Are you okay? Did they do anything strange to you?" Gavin asked. Gavin was Katie's partner, and he had also been taken to the vampire settlement. "I'm fine. More than I should be," she thought as she felt like she had gotten off lightly. At any point and time, she knew the man could have killed her but had chosen not to. "What about you? Did anything happen here?" she asked. "They seem to be selecting some people at random. At first, someone came over and they took a bit of blood from everyone." Gavin lifted his arm, showing the small mark. "It was strange. It was like we couldn't do anything to fight back, as if our minds were focused to do what they had said. But then after, a couple of strange-looking vampires came in. I saw them talking to the guards. Then they looked at us all, like we were some type of animal in a zoo, and eventually the vampire raised his hands pointing, and they were picked off somewhere. I thought the same thing had happened to you, but you're the first one to have returned." They waited that night for the other people to return that Gavin was talking. Still, unlike Katie, those two people never returned, and this made it even harder for them to get to sleep that night. Each day they were fed food and water like normal, and someone would come over to take their blood every 2 or so days. Nothing was said, and they weren't informed of anything. As for Vincent, he too would come every day and ask for Katie. It was the same routine. He would take her to his lab, and they would talk for a bit. Without fail, she would try to escape in some elaborate way, but it never worked. Through their conversation, Katie found out that they were vampires. As time went by, Vincent started to be more honest with her. He saw no reason to hide it. She would be here for the rest of her life anyway, until she was no longer of any use to them. Eventually, Katie saw no need to try to escape anymore. It felt useless, but more so than that, she was looking forward to the talk she would have with Vincent. Unlike the others, they were never taken out of the cell unless it was for blood or to be cleaned up and such. But she was able to go outside and experience the settlement. She never saw the sun again, but she now understood why. However, one day, something had changed. 2 well-dressed vampires had appeared, and Gavin recognized them straight away. They were the vampires that had come during the first day, while Katie was away with Vincent. These vampires talked to the guards once more, and there seemed to be a slight exchange of something between their hands. Unsure what it was, but Gavin noticed it was bright red in color and crystal-like. The 2 men went cell by cell, inspecting and looking at all of the humans. "Why do all of their eyes look incredibly dull and weak?" the vampire said. "I can't have one dying on me that quickly like the last one." "Perhaps, but you must also remember that human bodies are several times weaker than vampires. You have to control your strength." Eventually, the 2 vampires had reached the cell that Katie and Gavin were in, and the vampires had spotted her. A human beauty who still had a fire in their eyes, not looking dead like the others. "Oh, she's a nice one indeed. I'll take her," the vampire said. The cell doors were open, and Katie was left with 2 unknown vampires. For the first time, she was being taken away, and it wasn't by Vincent. Episode 506, Blood Hands. Katie was getting a feeling she hadn't had in a long time as she was being walked through the city. Her feelings from when she initially arrived in this odd land were resurfacing. It was terror. The hairs on her entire body were trembling. Being taken away by a complete stranger, and a vampire stranger at that, many questions were rising in her head. What was he planning to do? Why her and not anyone else? Thinking about these things, something else popped into her mind. For the first time, she was asking for someone. Where was Vincent? She couldn't believe it, but right now she felt safe with Vincent, but it wasn't the same for the person in front of her. Finally, they had arrived at the castle, which she had no clue about, but it was one of the 14 castles that stood tall around the place. What she did notice was whoever she was with seemed to have some authority. Everyone had greeted the two vampires that were with them as they entered the castle, exactly as they had Vincent. She used to believe that Vincent was the king, which was why everyone was so eager to follow him, but witnessing this made her understand that the vampire world system was far more complicated than they had previously imagined. "You'll be staying here," the younger man said out of the two. The first of the two had short, spiky black hair and had some type of a fur coat on his back. As for the other, he was an older gentleman. He didn't dress as flashy, but was just as arrogant. They were on the ground floor of the castle. They headed back towards the back. Here she had been brought to a room, but she didn't have a good feeling. While the rest of the castle was filled with lights and workers, this was different. Still, Katie didn't say anything. She had learned from Vincent that other vampires weren't as calm as him, and she had seen it in the cells. Once in a while, someone would say something to them, and the vampires would snap. According to Vincent, it was because they were a division in the way the vampires thought. Whether or not, vampires were superior beings to humans or were there to protect them. The second belief came from the fact that they relied on human blood to live. It would be strange to see yourself above a beast you relied upon, some thought. So why did they have more power than them? Why had the world set it up like so? And eventually a certain set of vampires believed that they were meant to be protectors. The doors were pushed wide open, and the room was dark, too dark for Katie to be able to see inside. But what had hit her immediately was the smell. It was so rancid and sour that she couldn't help but start to gag. "Stop your complaining and get in," the younger vampire said, as he kicked her backside, and she fell to the floor. When she did, Katie felt her hands fall into something wet. The smell was now even worse, since she was in the room. "I'll be back. I need to freshen up a bit," the young vampire said, as he closed the doors. When he did, an automatic light switch was turned on, and she could finally see inside the room. Lifting the palm of her hands towards her face, she could now see what the wet feeling was. It was blood. Looking into the room, she could see two dead bodies inside that had been tossed into the corner, and blood was filled all over the walls. "No! No!" Katie shouted. As a detective, she had seen her fair share of crime scenes, and some people wouldn't believe the things she had seen, but this was different. She was in a situation where she was trapped with the killer, and it could be her turn to die next. It took her a while to get used to everything, and she had even thrown up a bit. However, right now she needed to get her mind straight. Looking at the two bodies, one of them looked to have been dead for a while. As for the other, it seemed more recent. Perhaps as soon as the second person had died, the vampire went to select another person. It was hard for her to think properly, but she knew she would have to put her mind to use. Why did this vampire pick these people? Even serial killers had a reason, an obsession, and if she found out why, she might be able to use that to her advantage. Tearing off a piece of her clothing, she covered her mouth and nose, making the smell a little more bearable for her. Looking at the body, she hoped to find something. Both female, quite young-looking, Katie thought. Marks by the wrist, and as for clothing, there aren't very much on them. After a few more seconds of inspection, she realized she had seen scenes of something like this before, and she just hoped her thoughts weren't true as to why she was here. Meanwhile, Vincent, this time, was heading to the prison himself. He had been doing so for a while now. He knew Jim was quite clingy at first, but it would lessen over time, and it did indeed. Jim instead was now more focused on spreading Vincent's great name to the people, helping them and delivering great items he had created in the name of the 10th. When he had finally arrived, the guards let him through as normal. The vampires knew what type of research he was doing, so he was one of the few vampires that were allowed access to see the humans as he wished. However, when approaching and looking in the usual cell, the woman he would usually pick couldn't be seen. "Guards, there are fewer people in this cell compared to the last time I visited," Vincent said. The two guards were stationed down the hall. They both looked at each other just before walking toward Vincent to have a look. "Ah, yes, one of them seemed to have fallen gravely ill, sir, and they had passed away. It was unfortunate, but there are still plenty, and you may take one, as you usually do, 10th leader," the guard replied, the whole time while speaking with his head on the floor. Usually, this would be interrupted as a sign of respect for the leader, but the guard had done this on purpose because he felt like he was unable to look the 10th leader in the eye. Inside the cell, though, Gavin had heard every word. As soon as Katie was taken, he was worried. He knew those vampires had taken 2 people before, and they had never come back. As for this man, he took Katie every day and always returned her safely. Katie had even spoken quite well of him. He didn't know whether or not he could trust this man, but at the same time, what choice did he have? He was stuck in the cell, and there would be nothing he could do. "They are lying!" Gavin shouted. 2 vampires had come earlier and taken her away. They took Katie. The only thing Gavin could hope for now was the vampire acutely somehow cared about Katie. It was a long shot. The other humans who were in the cell had stepped away from Gavin, expecting the guards to come in and punish him, but nothing had happened. The reason for that was because they hadn't moved from their spot that was in front of Vincent, the 10th leader. They could feel a strange energy off their body. If they did move, it would have meant death. "Did you 2 just lie to me?" Vincent asked. "Tell me, who was it?" But the 2 guards had remained silent. "Tell me now, who was it?" he shouted again, this time in a more fierce voice. Still, the guards did not reply and remained silent, which could only mean one thing. The vampire that had decided to take them was at least another vampire leader like himself. There was a strange feeling inside of Vincent. Why was he angry? If so, why would he be angry over a simple human? It didn't quite make any sense, and to the guards, it didn't either. Sure, they had lied to him, but it was expected that some leaders would come and select humans from time to time. It was always better to consume blood directly from its source. Trying to focus his mind, Vincent decided to cool down. "Bring the man to me, I shall be taking him," Vincent said, pointing at Gavin. At this point, Gavin was heart-stricken. Previously he had thought that just maybe, for even a brief second, that the vampire in front of him had actually cared. Otherwise, why would he have gotten so angry? But it seemed to be nothing after all. The guards took Gavin out of his cell, and Vincent went off with him as usual. When the 2 finally had left the prison, he felt like he could speak freely. "Now tell me, describe to me what those 2 vampires that took Katie looked like," Vincent asked. And then a smile appeared on Gavin's face. The vampire had used her name. The 2 were close, after all. Episode 507, A Vampire Myth. Gavin had described the 2 vampires he had seen in detail, and one feature stood out: the attire worn by the vampire. He would frequently wear the fur around his neck. That was the point that Vincent was aware of. It was the 8th family's leader, the Snacker family. Walking towards the castle, he thought of this as a good sign. The 8th family's ability was telepathy. Because of this, the family was treated well as they were the communicators, but Vincent was more thankful it wasn't one of the more dangerous abilities. If it was, then if a fight was to occur, he would need more than himself for something like this one. If it came to it, he could rely on the times he always brought with him. Inside the room, Katie was seriously considering something right now, whether or not to kill herself. It seemed like the easier way out of something like this. She didn't want to go through that. She didn't want to go through what the other women had gone through. But before she could even decide, the doors had already opened, and the young vampire man from before had walked in. Behind him, the doors closed, and now only him and she were in the room. The man had changed his clothes and was wearing a white bathrobe. In his hand he held a glass filled with red liquid, and he would constantly sniff it and smile. "Why are you doing this?" Katie asked, hoping to buy time, for what she didn't know. But any second extra of her life she could add to it, she wanted to. "You'll be dead soon, so what's the point?" the man replied, and he started to take sips from the glass and walk towards her. Katie took steps back at the same time, looking at the undressed dead woman on the floor. "Maybe I can help you. Maybe if I knew what you wanted, we could work together. Clearly you're not killing them for blood, right? You have enough of that. So please let me help you," she said in a soft voice. Right now she was doing everything in her power to not sound nervous. Her strong will was overcoming her fear, but she didn't know for how long, as her hands were still shaking behind her back. The young man stopped to think for a second. Maybe a change or a willing person was what he needed after all. "Well, let's see if you still think the same way after I tell you my answer," the man said. "You see, we aren't like you. Maybe you know that already, but we refer to ourselves as vampires. Vampires can mate with their kind and produce offspring, just as you humans can. But if a human and a vampire were to mate, they can't produce offspring, or at least that's what we are taught. There is also another myth, let's call it. If a vampire manages to get a human pregnant, then they will give birth to a dhampir. With a dhampir on our family side, then maybe no one will mess with us anymore. Katie had no clue what the man was talking about, but at least for now, it didn't seem like he was going to kill her. But another thought had entered her mind. She was right. The reason why the girls were undressed on the floor was why he was telling her this. He wanted to try and get her pregnant. You're right, maybe keeping to one partner would have more chance of success. As he said this, he lifted his glass and swung it to the side, letting all the blood fall onto her body. But you see, I get too excited to hold back. Now his eyes were glowing red, and Katie was no longer able to move back. Vincent and Gavin had reached the 8th castle, and they had been stopped by the outside doors by the guards. They had no permission to get in, even if Vincent was a leader. The vampires respected each other's places. I'm here to give the new young master a gift, Vincent said, pointing to the boy. The guards could see and smell that it was a human and could witness what was going on, and felt it was a good idea. The 8th leader was relatively new, and a few other leaders had come to deliver gifts. Still, it wasn't a decision for them to make, and they decided to call one of the vampire knights and wait. Finally, the doors were opened, and at that moment, Vincent had made his move, stepping into the castle aggressively, going past the guards and onto castle grounds. This was the first taboo he had committed, entering another castle without their permission. Vincent, what are you doing? This is an offense, the knight said. I'm here to take what's mine, Vincent replied, and his eyes and anger had returned from what it was when he was at the prison. Gavin could even feel it. The feelings he had back then hadn't gone away. He was suppressing them this whole time. Vincent didn't have to look long to find out where the person was, because the stench of blood could be smelled the moment he went through those doors. This would not be unusual, but the odor was quite strong, indicating that something was wrong. Before the vampire knight could react, Vincent threw an object down at his feet, and a glass container had risen, trapping the vampire inside. The vampire knight tried to hit the glass to break it, but of how tight-spaced it was hard for it to get the momentum to use his full strength. It seemed impossible for the vampire to break himself from the inside. Soon after, Vincent was on the move and heading towards the doors. Sir, Vincent the 10th leader is heading in your direction now, the vampire knight said, sending a message to his leader. However, between the time the message was sent and when Vincent had arrived, he was already inside the room, and he was looking down at the two. Katie was on the floor with her clothes partly ripped. Tears filled her eyes, and the vampire was on top of her. She didn't know why he had come. She didn't know this man that well, but what she did know was she was happy that he was here. Vincent, please, help me, she said. Vincent, I'll talk to you later. Whatever matter you have come in for, we can talk about. Just leave, the leader said. Vincent was an older leader, so even though he had entered his castle without permission, he needed to still treat him quite politely. At the same time, he never thought that the reason he was here was to see a single human. He didn't know why, but without saying a single word, Vincent's body started to move on its own. His hand had already been hardened, and before he knew it, his hand was grabbing onto the man's head, and his fingers were now digging into his skull. Vincent, what are you doing? A message to all leaders. This is urgent. The 10th leader is trying to kill me. I repeat, the 10th leader has entered my castle and is trying to kill me. Please help or advise me on what to do. In the middle of his message, the nails had dug in too far into his skull, and his brain had been crushed. Letting go, the body fell to the floor. The first part of the message had been sent to all the leaders. In the panic, he had also sent it out to Vincent himself, so he knew they were all aware of what he had done. This wasn't something he could simply cover up, but worse of all, he didn't even know why he had done it. Getting up from the floor, Katie immediately went over to Vincent and hugged him. The tears flowed, and she couldn't stop thanking him for saving his life. What did I do? Vincent said, lost by his actions. Soon after, Gavin had entered and was standing by the door. Katie, you're alive! I knew he would save you. Come on, let's get out of... Suddenly, Gavin had stopped in the middle of his words, and his mouth was filled with blood. His body was quickly chucked to the side, and behind him stood another vampire knight. It was different from the first one that Vincent had trapped. You killed our leader," he said. There was no time for thinking about what to do next. Soon the whole castle would be here and against him. Vincent was strong as a leader, but he couldn't go up against a whole family on his own, and after that message had been sent out, he was wondering if they would have even wanted to help him. However, Vincent was an inventor, and he never went outside without his gadgets. Pulling something off his belt, he threw it onto the floor, and a portal had opened. "Come with me," Vincent said, as he picked her up in his hands and jumped through the portal. In an instant, the portal had closed and it had exploded. The two of them had escaped somewhere, and the vampires had no clue where, what had happened, and why. Quinn could feel what Vincent was feeling at the time, since he was experiencing the entire thing as Vincent. The answer was... Vincent had fallen in love. Episode 508, Turning Human. For Quinn, it was a wild ride. So far, he had finally found out the reason why Vincent had chosen to leave the vampire settlement, but it wasn't out of choice, but rather he had to. He was forced to leave with no explanation to his people or his knights. He could understand why some would have felt like he had abandoned them. However, there still seemed to be more to the story left. He still didn't understand how he had gotten the book. Although he couldn't remember much about his parents due to how young he was when they left him, he was sure that Vincent or Katie was not them. When both Vincent and Katie went through that teleporter, their whole lives changed that day. At first, Katie was in tears. She didn't know what to do as one of her closest colleagues had died, and at the same time, Vincent was still in the middle of discovering himself. It was a rocky start for both of them for more reasons than one. The teleporter was a random destination teleporter. Vincent had invented it to be used in two ways, against his enemies to give him more time, or for himself in a situation like this one. However, what it meant was that they were in a place that they knew nothing about. He had no ID, no safe house, no money. The support he would usually get from the council was no more, which meant they needed to do everything themselves from scratch. To get on their feet, Vincent worked some odd jobs here and there in the closest town. It wasn't enough for them to live off, but it was something he could easily do with his body. As for food, all of it would be spent on Katie and the rest saved, while the only source of blood Vincent would have to get was from her. However, eventually, he continued to wean off the blood more and more as the days went by. At one point, they had finally saved enough money for Vincent to send Katie back to where she once was, and he was surprised when her response was, "No, I want to stay with you." The two got on well, and Vincent soon realized his true feelings for her. He realized why he had done everything. It was the first time he had ever felt this way about someone. During their time together, vampires would be sent to the human world in search of Vincent. Once in a while they would find him, but they were dealt with, and the two of them were on the move again. The good thing was, due to the deal with the Punishers that had been set up, the vampires weren't allowed to send such a large force, at risk of the humans finding out, and eventually they would send less and less people as time went on. Vincent was not harming, and they were, and in return, they weren't harming Vincent. Moving was difficult for the two of them because they were continuously on the go, and Katie stated that she eventually wanted to settle, but his line of work made it difficult for him to make any decent money. He needed something more stable, and eventually he went into a passion that he had in the vampire world as well, the science field. Using his knowledge and powers, he was able to introduce new ideas and inventions that humans didn't have. Nothing groundbreaking, but enough to give both him and Katie a good living. Although not everything was as sweet as it seemed. They had the house, they were living happily, and their lives were no longer in danger. They even managed to make some friends at their workplace. Vincent was sitting in the dark living room of his house, while Katie was staring outside her window, looking out at the garden when she finally said, "I want a family," Katie muttered, but even though she had said it quietly, Vincent was still able to hear with his great hearing. "A family, huh?" Vincent replied in a saddened voice. "Oh, sorry, I was just mumbling to myself. I'm happy with you, I am. I know you can't make a family," she replied. "What do you mean?" Vincent said. The conversation of what had happened to Katie that day when Vincent had saved her wasn't spoken much. Every time it would be brought up, bad memories would surface for her. So Vincent had left the subject, but now she was ready to finally talk about it. She explained to him what the leader had said that day and what he was trying to do. How vampires couldn't mate with humans, But if one did get pregnant by chance, then they would create something called a dhampir. The vampire hunters, Vincent mumbled, as he thought back to some of the old vampire histories he had learned about. He was always interested in these types of things, so he knew a lot about them. However, more importantly, with this new information, there was a good chance that Vincent could return to the vampire settlement. He could give them a reason for his actions that day. The king could even use the influence skill on both him and Katie to confirm that fact, and he could return to his people. As he thought about this, he started to look around his house. There were many photos of the places him and Katie had been together around the world, all the things they experienced. Then when he thought back to the vampire settlement, he never had any free time. He had to look after the people, and any spare second was used in trying to create the blood substitute. Walking over, the two of them had a photo board. It had all the photos over the years of them being together and had collected. Looking at them carefully, he noticed something, and this made his heart sink deeper into himself than he had ever cared to imagine. In the pictures from the beginning, he could see it in Katie's face. With each passing year, she was aging. Wrinkles were getting deeper, her skin was getting looser, while he looked no different from when they had first met. With him being the way he was now, it was a realization. She would continue to age and die, but he would never change. "I don't want that to happen," Vincent thought. "I will find a way for us to make a family," Vincent said. Vincent couldn't get rid of his vampire powers just like that. The vampires might still have been out for him. Yes, they had stopped attacking, but he wasn't 100% sure. More than anything, he would have hated it for him to have raised a family and then be powerless to protect them. Putting his work to the side, Vincent started to put his research into something else, how to get rid of his vampire powers. He had to be careful about this, and he needed to be sure. Eventually, he had figured it out. But what he realized was that he could only transfer his powers into another type of source, and he did so, keeping it somewhere safe in the form of a book. However, unknown to him that soon a big event would happen that would greatly alter and affect his decision. Vincent was successful in raising a family as two humans together after this. They grew up and continued to get older together as he wished, but there was always this fear in the back of his mind. So using his money, he was able to create something that would allow him to contact the 10th base once again. This was because, during his time at the 10th castle, he had planted listening devices over certain places in the vampire settlement. He had done this to control his castle and family better, but now he was using it to keep an eye on any developments going on with the vampires. And he had heard of a new development. Rumors spread that all of the world's punishers had been wiped off. They have no idea how or why they were murdered. This worried Vincent even more. With the punishers dead, there would no longer be anyone to enforce the rules that had been established. There was a possibility of an attack, maybe not now, but sometime in the future. He was in the middle of it all. He had a family he needed to raise. He couldn't just leave them, and at the same time he felt like he could do nothing. He knew how he wanted to spend the rest of his life, and his time was soon to be over. But he wouldn't leave without giving the human race a fighting chance, a chance for them to live. He thought in his head that the ideal person to be the bridge between vampires and humans would be a human turned vampire. Just like with Arthur, someone who experienced the human world. With this in mind, Vincent went to work as normal, thinking about the best methods to create a legacy. He was suffering at work one day, wondering about how he might help his future ancestors. Being a vampire alone would not suffice. He didn't know how long his powers would be dormant. There may be no one to instruct him or inform him of his ways. "You look troubled there, Vincent. Anything I can help with?" a man from his workplace had said. This man was a work colleague of Vincent's, and he was also the man who had helped him create the system. Episode 509. The End of Vincent's Life. Vincent was at a low point since he couldn't figure out the best way to train a vampire. They had schools in the settlement to teach all the essentials, and then they were mentored by teachers and so on. The problem was, how could a turned vampire compete with all that? Yes, the vampire would be different and stronger than most. This was because he, Vincent, a vampire leader, had put all of his powers into a single source, meaning it would be transferred over to the other person. But if a human was suddenly able to get that much power in an instant, and didn't know about the consequences of such power, then perhaps he too would eventually become someone who was against humanity and not with humanity. At that time, a colleague that was at the science lab had come to help him. Vincent never explained his problems fully, but explained a scenario that would be similar to his current situation, and in the end, the colleague had come up with an idea. "I think the best way would be to make it like a game, an RPG game of sorts," the man said. Vincent had no clue what the man was talking about. He never personally dabbled himself in entertainments such as this one. Other than spending time with his family and wife, he would be working at the lab all the time. The man used this to demonstrate Vincent what he was talking about, but it was difficult for him to understand. "Let me show you in person. I have been developing a few things myself," he said. Taking Vincent to a separate part of the lab, there was a device that wasn't known to humans, but Vincent had seen it in the vampire world before. What the man had shown him was a completely immersive VR game, one where you would put on the headset and your mind would be transported into that world. It was a technology the vampires already had and would use for training themselves. Vincent himself had introduced some technology to humans during his time here, but he made sure to not introduce technology that would change or catch the attention of the vampires altogether. Had the humans managed to come this far without the need for help, Vincent thought? On top of this, there was another question. Was his colleague a human? That could also be the reason why he was able to introduce something like this. However, now that he was no longer a vampire, he was unable to tell, and he had joined after he had become a human. With these things in his head, he had tried the game his college was presenting. Experiencing the game himself and the mechanics, he finally understood that this was the perfect way to limit and help the person grow. After exiting the VR headset, he had a few questions to ask himself. "Did you do all the programming for the game?" Vincent asked. "I've been developing an AI chip, one that can adapt and change to the situation that it is put in. This way, developers will be able to just focus on building the scenery around it. The AI will adapt and give appropriate quests based on the information that it has beforehand. The goal is to make it as easy as possible for people to use. I do think it's the future." There was no rush, so Vincent continued to work with the man closely on his project, learning the things he did. Quickly, Vincent came to realize how this man's mind was even better than his own. It was amazing how he thought. Originally, he had planned to create his system similarly, but the AI behind everything was far too complex for Vincent to understand. Still, he continued to work through the years. But then, tragedy struck in Vincent's life. Something that he didn't think would ever happen, happened. Vincent was around 60 years of age and still working at the lab, and Katie was younger, around 55. Their only child had grown up and left the house, and once again they only had each other. One day, horrible news followed in the form of Katie being involved in a car accident. He couldn't help her, since she was already dead. When he gave up his vampire powers and placed them into the book, for some reason he still kept his ability. If she was to get a disease, he could use it to get rid of it. If she was partly injured or a torn limb as such, he could get them to grow back somehow. But there was one thing his ability couldn't do. It couldn't bring back the dead. It wasn't long after her death that he started to realize there was nothing left in this world. He had a son, but they were never close, and for some reason, he never felt too attached to him like he did with Katie. He had tried to get in contact with the equipment he had at the 10th castle, but it was no longer responding. Most likely this meant that the vampires had chosen to leave Earth for whatever reason. With no idea of where they went, he couldn't even return, so he had made a decision. On the last day of work, he had produced a copy of the AI system, which he and his colleague had worked so hard on customizing. He carried it back to his house on a small stick. The stick with the game's AI system and the book with his vampire powers were now on the table in front of him. He'd gotten old enough, and with his only love gone, he was happy to finally die. After fusing these two things, he would have created a perfect game-like tutorial for the vampire ahead. With a drip of the 10th's family blood, it would activate and turn them. However, there were a few instructions altered here and there in the AI. Then he could finally rest and join Katie up above. In the room, there were some things prepared. Vincent had left a note, and the will had already been passed on to his lawyer about what to do with the belongings and such. The small fortune he had built up from his inventions would all be given to his son and family to be looked after. It was his ability that led the area to be filled with trash and random garbage. He wasn't sure what the trade would be like when the AI and book were combined, but it couldn't be that great. He placed his hand on one object, and then another on his body, and he activated his ability, and he had told it his wish. But what he never expected was for his ability to ask him to give up his human body in return for its task. This was a heavy price to pay, and he was confused by it. When it came to removing his powers, the system believed that changing into a human was a high price to pay, even if that was what he had desired, but only to fuse these two things. However, it was more about the complexity of what he was asking, and the AI system completed by his colleague was more complex than they had thought. Does it even matter, giving my life up this way or another? I had already decided. And with that, Vincent's body started to disintegrate, but his soul was used as the fusing agent between his powers and the AI system, ultimately creating the book. Vincent had no idea what happened after that, because his mind was unconscious, but he was certain the book was passed down until it reached Quinn. Both Katie and Vincent had told their son the truth, and it had relayed it in the note as well. It was a family secret that was to be passed down. The only thing Quinn could guess after hearing his story is his parents had died far too young for him to understand anything, before they could tell him what had happened. After Vincent was placed in the book, Quinn was placed in a black room. He still wasn't conscious, and he was left alone with his thoughts. Now he knew how the book had come, and most likely came, into his hand, but there were still things he didn't understand. It looked as if Vincent didn't have anything to do with the Dalki after all. It all happened after he passed away, Quinn thought. But what about my housing situation? Who was looking after me back then? Was it set up by his parents in case this had happened? Also, the information he had learned about the Dampier. It was as if it was a legendary creature. No wonder he told me not to tell Aaron. On top of all this, there was an even bigger thought stuck in his mind. The man that had helped create the system, the one that showed him the game. He looked oddly familiar, and he couldn't put his finger on where he had seen a familiar face before. Then the light bulb moment hit him. But that's impossible. They couldn't be him, could it? The man he saw helping out Vincent in the game looked similar to a man that was shown in the Bone Claw's memory as well. Episode 510, The Voice is Gone. Quinn finally appeared to be returning to himself. As his eyes opened, he noticed an orange hue on the underground ceiling, which was lit up by the flames throughout the large room. When he stood up, he was shocked to find himself in the same room as before. He immediately started touching his body, inspecting any changes that might have occurred during this ordeal. It felt weird to be back in his own body again, as if it wasn't his. After all, he had just spent nearly an entire lifetime experiencing everything that Vincent had gone through. There was no time skip. He had lived every second of Vincent's life, from the nightclub until the day he had died. He touched his face, checking if there was any facial hair. Quinn, even at 17, didn't have any facial hair. He just didn't have the genetics for it, but he was wondering how much time had passed. When he had felt his face, there still was no such thing. But when looking in front of him, in front of the fifth tomb, the floating spirit-light figure that was known as Vincent was no longer there. "Is everything okay?" Edward asked, seeing Quinn lifting his upper body from the ground. "How much time has passed?" Quinn replied. "Don't worry, it wasn't too long, maybe a few days." "A few days?" Quinn said, shocked, although he couldn't be too surprised. He couldn't imagine what Edward had said if the years he'd spent living Vincent's memory had gone past as well, but his main concern now was about Leo and the others, and their time was even shorter now, before they had to make a decision. Edward helped Quinn get off the ground, and was constantly looking at him. From learning of Vincent's past, Quinn knew Edward really could be relied upon. He too must have learned of what the 10th leader had done, yet still chose to stay with him, believing there was a reason for his actions. What Quinn didn't like was that Edward was now staring at him constantly in a strange manner. "Well, did he say anything?" Edward asked. "I mean Vincent. I saw his spirit, and before I could say anything to him, he went inside your body and disappeared again." Quinn explained to Edward what he had gone through, including the heavy details, things that only Edward or Vincent should have known, and there were even things that Edward didn't know. Quinn felt like he should have learned the truth of what happened to Vincent. He deserved to know after being loyal for all this time why he had left. After hearing everything, Edward didn't seem too surprised, though. Instead, he had a smile on his face. So he was able to rest in peace after all, Edward said. However, something felt strange as Quinn was telling that story. He wanted to ask Vincent if it was okay, but was sure the system or the AI known as Vincent would have chimed in to stop him if he had said too much, but it had said no such thing, which worried Quinn a little. "Vincent, are you there? Vincent? Vincent!" There was no response, not even a single word. He rushed over to the fifth tomb to see if anything had changed. Maybe Vincent would come back out again, but there was no response. Then a ding from the system had come up. "New quest received. Passing the torch. Return to the fifth tomb underneath the 10th castle, once you have become the true 10th leader of the castle. Quest reward." He read the reward, and he had no clue what it meant. It wasn't what he was trying to do. He was trying to get in contact with Vincent. After trying several things, he had come to the realization that Vincent was no longer with him. After showing him everything he had been through, after being with him this long, he was gone. The system was still there and acting as normal, and his powers were the same, but his spirit or voice had disappeared. If Quinn was to have a guess, maybe he could contact him again after completing the quest of passing the torch. It seemed not everything was a complete coincidence after all, and he and Quinn shared the same blood. After learning this fact and losing him like this, it did feel like to Quinn that he had lost a family member. Family? "Edward, what happened to Jim?" Quinn asked. "I remember you saying the other vampire knight was upset with Vincent. Did he go to another family?" When it came to family, Jim was Vincent's uncle, and Vincent was Quinn's however many great-grandfathers, so Jim would also be related to him. But more important than that, it meant something else, and Quinn wanted to ask some questions. When Jim realized what had happened to Vincent, he kept working on the blood substitute for a short time. It took some convincing on his part, but the council eventually agreed. He was, however, a little infatuated with Vincent, and he eventually vanished as well. My opinion is that he returned to Earth in search of Vincent, but from what you told me, he never found him either. Quinn started to pick up on what he had witnessed and learned so far. The key links he was looking for now had to do with Borden's creation. Someone had rigged things up such that the lab connected in the 10th castle was linked to the labs from which they appeared. The teleporter was made by Richard Eno, so Quinn could guess that the lab was also Richard Eno's as well. Looking over to his right, Quinn looked at the first tomb and could see the blue light was on, indicating that someone was inside. But what if that wasn't the case? Right now, Quinn had two guesses as to who Richard Eno could be, either Jim, who had changed his name and had gone back to Earth in search of Vincent, or most likely the first vampire king of the people, the first 10th leader. So why would they create the Dalki, as well as try to protect the human race? This was Quinn's confusion in everything. "Edward, is there any chance we can open up the tomb chambers by any chance?" Quinn asked. "It shouldn't be a problem. We can open up the chambers without waking them up. The only way to wake them up is from the blood of someone in the family. Right now the only known person alive is you," Edward said. "I think it would be best if you keep the fact that you are a direct descendant from the other 10ths a secret." "Why so?" Quinn asked. Now with Vincent gone, he had to rely on Edward for the vampire information he would usually get. "Because Vincent's ability was a strong one. Many people wanted it, and it was why those in the 10th chose to teach it only to one person. However, others still know how to use that ability, and they are sleeping right here. If they know you can wake them up, they may force you to wake up one of the leaders and get their ability," Edward explained. It was something to think about, and by now Quinn was used to keeping secrets, so there shouldn't be a problem keeping one more like this one. Walking over, Edward was surprised when Quinn stopped in front of the first one and pointed at it. Edward didn't ask why, but was more curious than anything. Quinn had told him what happened, but not his crazy theories, because to anyone else it would sound crazy. Spinning the locks in a certain direction, a clicking sound was heard, and steam started to rise as the chamber did with it. When it finally came up, they could see a person visible through the glass container. "I thought there wouldn't be anyone inside for a second," Edward said, looking relieved until he saw Quinn. His eyes were wide open, and he chewed his lower lip, as if he was worried about something. "What's wrong?" Edward asked. "Inside the chamber," Quinn pointed. "That's not the first king." "What do you mean?" Edward asked now, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Edward, of course, wasn't old enough to know what the first king looked like, so when he saw someone inside, he was more than satisfied. "I'm sure of it. I've seen the first king before. He was in a vision." Quinn knew the person inside didn't look like the one the Bone Claw had shown him with Arthur, nor did it look like the scientist with Vincent. This meant that if the first king had never gone into an eternal slumber, then there was a good chance he was the one that had helped out Vincent back then. The question was as well, was he still alive out there? "Let's not panic just yet," Edward said. "There is one person that can confirm whether or not this is the first king or not. Maybe you saw something wrong. Let's invite Arthur down here." It was true. Arthur would be able to tell them. He was probably the only person alive who knew what the king looked like. Quinn then began to consider the others. Not only had the first king tricked Arthur, but also the entire vampire council. Quinn was anxious about his friends who had gone to his suspected lab, since he was an unexpected character. Episode 511. Picking an Ability. While Quinn was immersed in Vincent's past, the rest of the group, including the girls, were busy with their activities. The boys had already begun their journey back to the mountain where they had initially arrived. The girls didn't want to sit around doing anything and wished to find out more about their powers, including about Sia. Phil, Layla's teacher at the school, was highly knowledgeable, and if she remembered correctly, he belonged to the first family, along with Amy and Xander, who she wanted also to thank for helping them that day. Going to the First Leader's castle area might not have been the best choice, but at the same time, when would they? They might leave soon, and according to Edward, there was no better time right after a big commotion. Most of the leaders weren't present at their castles at the moment, and were staying at the king's castle to discuss further matters. As expected, though, when Layla had arrived, along with Sia and Aaron behind her, they had drawn more attention than they thought they would have. It turns out many had remembered their faces. Although due to Aaron's hair color and appearance changing slightly, people didn't recognize her and just saw her as another vampire. What astonished them the most was that those who could smell like humans previously no longer did, especially Sia. When Vorden was exposed near the end of the fight, the potion they used had also worn off, exposing those who were human and those who were not. "Do you know where you're going?" Aaron asked, as it seemed like the three girls were aimlessly walking around the first area, while the onlookers would continually stare and gossip. "Not really," Layla replied. "I just remember Amy saying she lived in the inner castle area for the first family." "Layla, come here," a girl yelled from the side, away from most of the people. Amy had found the three of them by simply wandering about. As they exited the main street, the girls hurried off to the side to join Amy, and she instantly gave them a hood to hide their faces. "Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but people might think something if they see me hanging around with you guys and all," Amy replied. Amy began to walk forward, headed in a certain route. She was relieved to discover Layla was well and was curious about the human by her side. Were they turning her, or were they using the same ruse they used at school? "It was quite lucky you found us, and thank you for giving us the hoods," Layla said. "It wasn't luck," Amy responded. "The news was all over the place the moment you guys came in here. It would be hard not to be aware that you were here." They eventually arrived at a huge mansion while walking together. There were even 2 vampires standing outside of it. It was to be expected, given that the majority of the residences in the inner castle area were rather substantial and normally belonged to families who were close to the leader, but not close enough to live in the castle with the leader. "There is something inside waiting for you," Amy said. With the 3 of them entering, they had been escorted past the other vampires until they had finally reached a room, and in it, a single teenage boy was waiting, which was Xander. "I'm happy to see you're all okay," he said as he turned around and looked at Layla. At that moment, Layla gave a bow to both of them. "Thank you, both of you. We didn't even know each other for that long, yet you still chose to risk your lives to save me." She paused a little bit, and then turned to Xander. "I'm sorry, I thought of you as scum, but I was completely wrong. I promise if there comes a time where there is anything I can do for you, then please let me know." Xander and Amy looked at each other and smiled. "Actually, there is one thing you could do," Xander said. At this point, Layla's heart was thumping. Was he going to ask her out again? Force her to go on a date with him? She did say she would do anything, and he did technically save her life. "Don't look so nervous," Xander said. "I can tell your heart is with someone else. I'm just glad it's not with that blonde fellow. The man you are going for is beyond what I can achieve. I haven't given up, but until I become a man that can be as great as him, I will not ask you again. You see, due to our inheritance, our family is in a bit of a pickle. We are being kicked out of the inner castle area, essentially making us part of the vampire pool. I have yet to learn the first family's ability, so this has become quite a blow to them. And the first leader has a lot of influence. It will be hard for us to get into any of the other families. I was wondering if you were able to put in a good word for us, to allow us to join the 10th family." Something like this Layla was happy to help with.
"If it's a request like that, then of course I can talk to Quinn," Layla replied. "There was another reason why we are here," Layla said as she pointed to her two friends. "We were hoping you could give us some information, or maybe you could help us find Teacher Phil."
Layla briefly described what happened, telling them the truth. Layla felt like she could trust these people, especially since they had risked their lives to save hers. She didn't explain much, but how they had been turned into vampires themselves, and Aaron had become a vampire while Sia was turned into a banshee.
"Oh, so that's what all that commotion was about earlier. Who would have thought this pretty little girl would turn into a screaming death alarm?" Amy said. "I can tell you what I know about them, and I can take you to see Phil tomorrow. If you can, I think it would be best if you stay here for tonight. Let things in the area calm down a bit. Besides, Phil has been called to the king's castle to make reports, so he won't be back till tomorrow anyway."
Sia didn't like the nickname she was being called. She couldn't even remember what had happened earlier, but she was happy that they would be seeing a vampire teacher soon, who would be able to tell her of her abilities. Perhaps then she would also be able to ask him about getting her memories back as well. "For the vampire," Xander chimed in, "the best way for her to learn would be actually to attend the school. They will teach her the basics, things that we can't explain well. Or a personal tutor would be nice, but that's not something regular vampires have the privilege of obtaining."
"I have to ask," Amy interrupted. "Does this mean you guys will be staying here? Now that you're vampires, you will have to, right?"
The girls had already agreed to be turned, but the realization of such a thing hadn't struck them yet. Each of them had goals they wanted to complete that would require them to leave this place one day. As for Erin, she was in a different situation compared to everyone else. They could go back to school, back to Earth with everyone, but for her, there was still True Dream after her blood. She wouldn't be able to return with the others anyway. Maybe for her to stay here and go to school wasn't a bad option anyway. Honestly, she still wanted to learn from Leo, so if he was to stay, she would be staying as well. At least until she learned everything she could from him.
"We don't know," Layla replied honestly. "There are still things that are going on at the 10th castle."
Hearing this, Amy's face looked a little saddened. It was strange, Layla thought, because even in class, she seemed to be quite the popular girl, so why would she even be bothered by Layla leaving? Still, seeing her hurt had her hurt as well.
"But maybe you can help us with another thing while we're here," Layla said. "None of us have abilities yet, so we were wondering if you could tell us what abilities we can learn. Maybe all the abilities of the 13 families. That way we can finally choose which one."
A smile returned to Amy's face, and she walked out of the room.
"Of course I can. Let me show you where you will all be staying for the night, and I'll go through all the vampire abilities I know."
While the girls were busy staying over in the first castle's inner area, the other group of boys had finally reached the mountain, the place where they had first arrived in hopes to learn a bit more about the Dalki and Borden. Episode 512, Little Army. The boys had finally made it to the mountain, where they had initially arrived. Logan and Borden knew the entrance since it was the same one they had used to depart with the others. After all, Timmy did appear to know his way around the forest. "Are we sure we should go through this entrance?" Borden asked. "If you remember, this way the tunnel will only lead us back to the bridge that Quinn broke. It might be hard to get in, and there was also a small problem with that army."
"Army?"
Timmy asked, trying to figure out just what they were referring to.
"He's talking about Wendigos. When we first arrived, we were placed in a lab, and there was an army of them chasing us," Logan replied.
Borden shook his head. There was a reason why he was being careful with his words. He didn't exactly want to frighten frail Timmy, but Logan was blunt as always.
"Oh, I guess I must have missed them."
A small, slightly higher-pitched voice was heard, as a figure seemed to hope onto Borden's shoulder, which was Borden.
"Do you remember the entrance you came out from?" Logan asked.
Borden pointed towards the top of the mountain, and the others now had an idea of how he had missed facing off against all of the Wendigos.
"I just kept jumping, going higher and higher. If there was something in my way, I would just punch my way out,"
Borden replied with a smile. Based on his appearance now, they had forgotten just how strong this little fellow was not too long ago. "Timmy, maybe it's best if you head back now. It's going to be tough there. Maybe Wendigos aren't the only things we will see inside," said Borden.
"No," Timmy replied immediately. "My job is to be your guide, and I will be with you at all times. I know you think I will slow you guys down, or maybe I'm not strong enough. You don't understand how hard it is for a vampire to get involved in stuff like that, which was why I didn't help. Remember, I'm a vampire too. I'm stronger and faster than both of you naturally, and I learned some of the books."
A mist began to form as he stretched his hands and lifted his two arms. He spun around, and the mist followed. It seemed that he had truly learned Edward's mist talent. "Let the boy go in," Leo said. "I think it will be a good experience for you all. You must learn to get as strong as you can. As for where we should enter from, I think I can solve that problem for us." Leo, with his ability, was able to see from a bird's-eye view at times. On top of this, whatever didn't have an aura, he would be able to see a thin outline, like a wire frame. It was hard for people to call him blind when his ability allowed him to see more than others. He had seen several entrances around the mountain top when using his ability. There wasn't just the one, and he had counted at least 5, including one on the way when walking here. The group chose one of the closest entrances to the one they had existed from before. They had no clue where each one would lead anyway, so they felt like there was no point in spending too much time on picking. The one who was in front of the group now was Leo. While walking over, he was thinking of the group of kids. They had told him their theory, how they believed that the vampires might have been involved in creating the Dalki. At least they were able to develop a beast similar to it. Although Leo himself was a vampire, he never considered himself or even Quinn as a part of them. He felt their group was separate. If it was true and the vampires did create the Dalki, then he had already decided that they would be his enemy as well. Right now he was on Quinn's side. Not the army, but with Quinn, and would hope he would be able to steer him in the right direction, like a general of some sort, and he saw these kids in front of him as his troops. As a result, if they ever had to fight or break away from their brief affiliations with the vampires, he needed to strengthen Quinn's little army. So he thought it was best to let Timmy and the other students fight, get experience from this little trip. Not everything could be done on its own. As soon as Leo had this thought, something strange had happened. "A Vampire Knight squad has been formed. 4 of 10. Vampire Knight's buff has been applied. Error, 3 non-vampires discovered. Buff will only have a 50% effect on non-vampires." It was a system message, the first of its kind for Leo, and it seemed to have something to do with him becoming a Vampire Knight. When Leo considered looking after and training these children, they had joined his group. The perk was supposed to give a 10% boost to all stats. However, that only applied to vampires, but it appeared that non-vampires could do the same. The message came as a small surprise, but he was sure it had something to do with Quinn's unique situation. The boys had entered the entrance at this point, which looked to be another cave that dug into the mountain. Only this one, rather than starting from the bottom of the mountain, started from near the middle and was heading downward. They had entered inside, and as expected, there was a downward slope as they walked. The 2 vampires were able to see easily, while Vorden and Logan used a few light crystals attached to the outside of their clothing. Logan had designed these especially, so they weren't too bright, to not affect his comrades. He had made this keeping in mind the other vampires he might travel with, not just for Leo, who was affected by such lights. Many tunnels would lead off and such from the original entrance they had come in from, but thankfully with Leo guiding them, he was able to see a distance faintly down some of them, sensing that most of the tunnels lead to a dead end. That was when the system message had occurred, while Leo was deep in his thoughts. At this point in time, each one of them felt strange energy take over their body. It was a hit, a sudden dose and boost in power to them all. "What's happening? Is it something to do with the mountain?" Timmy asked. "It reminds me of when I took those red tablets we discovered in the lab. I feel like I'm becoming stronger," Vorden replied. "I believe that it has something to do with me," Leo said. "When Quinn made me his Vampire Knight, there were some changes, and it appears that this is one of them," Leo replied. "Vampire Knight? Isn't that the leader's right-hand man?" Syl said. It had been a while since Syl had spoken. Honestly, while in the vampire world, his skills weren't needed. Vorden was unable to copy any vampire abilities, and right now, he had none. Logan's ability was useless to him, and Sia no longer had hers. It had long gone past the 24-hour mark, so the only thing he could rely on when fighting was his skills. Truthfully, he was happy that Leo came along. "No," Syl said. "We have been with Quinn the longest. We should be his right-hand man. Tell Quinn to make us a Vampire Knight." "I understand, but it's just a little. He's not Quinn's right-hand man. We're still his best friend," Vorden said, trying to calm down Syl a little. "You know we can't become a vampire. We can't lose this power." Vorden expected Syl to carry on complaining, but as soon as he heard that, he decided to go back into the black room and mind his business once again. The only time he got up seemed to be when he heard Quinn's name. If I leave the vampire settlement early, maybe I should go pay them a visit, Vorden thought. It was something he didn't want to do, but felt like it was expected. After he had used their name several times, they still hadn't contacted him. He was sure his siblings would be making a fuss over it, so he should at least return to see what they were thinking and how they were doing. With Leo's guidance, the tunnel wall started to become wider, taller, and more prominent. The wall was no longer built with cave and stone, as more metallic surfaces could be seen, and the flooring had smoothed out. Finally, they had reached a large hangar, which had a metallic door. It looked similar to the ones at the lab they were in, but different at the same time. By the side, there was a computer. Logan, of course, went to it to try to see if there was any way he could open it. But just like several other items in this strange mountain, it didn't listen to him at all. "Well, the door is made from glathrium, and I can't use my ability to open it up," he said with a smile, which seemed strange considering he would usually be down about something like this. But the reason for him feeling happy was because he knew they were in the right place. "It's a good thing you didn't open that door," Leo said, "because there is a little army of creatures on the other side." Timmy gulped, hearing this, with his hand slightly shaking. "Are they strong?" Vorden asked. "It should be something we can deal with," Leo replied. "That still doesn't help us from getting in," Timmy said. Leo started to walk past the group, and Logan went back to join the others. "I think we better get ourselves ready," said Vorden, pulling out his two blades from his back. "What do you mean?" Timmy asked. His hand on the hilt of his blade wrapped around his waist. In an instant, Leo prepared himself. Making another slash, he put his sword into its sheath back again. A few seconds later, a red line of aura could be seen emerging diagonally on the hangar-like door. It then dropped to the floor, and the door was slashed open. On the other side was an army of Wendigos. Episode 513, Strong Family Night. After performing his slash, Leo was already walking back to where the others were. This was even before the door had fallen. Loud screeching shouts could be heard coming from the other side, and many of them had begun to pound on the door. This reminded Logan and Vorden of their previous chase, but at least they had Leo. Right, was their thought. Leo, on the other hand, had continued to move until he was now standing behind them. "I won't be helping you with this one," Leo said. "You guys should be able to deal with this. I should preserve my strength in case there's something stronger up ahead." Now the kids looked extremely nervous. Borden hopped down from Vorden's shoulder and slammed his fist into his other hand. "Let's do this!" He was the only one out of the group who was excited about what was to come. With the amount of Wendigos presumably on the other side, Logan had decided to switch to his defensive suit. What he didn't want happening was one of those crazy creatures to be able to get a chunk of his fresh flesh. Finally, part of the door had fallen, and it had fallen towards them. Lady Luck wasn't on their side. If the door had fallen onto the other side, maybe it would have crushed a few of them, which made Logan think maybe Leo had done this on purpose. At first, a single Wendigo could be seen jumping up to and landing on the thick part of the broken hangar door. Soon after, a horde of them was climbing and jumping over the wall, running towards them. There was a good 20 meters or so between the wall and the group of boys. From their side, the only one that had moved forward and was charging in was little Borden. "Wait!" Timmy shouted. "Is he going to be okay?" He looked at the others, waiting for them to move, and was deciding whether he should go out and charge with him. "If you have chosen to fight a large group such as this one, it is best if you stick together, cover each other's backs. Otherwise, you will be surrounded in an instant," Leo said. "Does he think he's giving one of his lessons again back at the school?" Borden complained. In between the two groups, Borden had finally reached the Wendigos. They seemed to have mostly ignored him, as the first one completely overstepped him and had dribble coming from its mouth. Its eyes were attached to only one thing, the group in front of it. "Don't you ignore me!" Borden shouted. He jumped up in the air and hit the Wendigo that was directly beneath him, right in the groin area. The creature went flying up in the air like a rocket, not only hitting the metal ceiling, but the force was so strong that it had been splattered like a bug. "Maybe we don't need to worry about him and start worrying about ourselves," Borden said, as the rest of the creatures continued to go towards them. Standing slightly in the front of them all was Logan. He knew his suit was carefully crafted, and even if it couldn't hold against a vampire knight, it still should be able to hold off against the Wendigos. Using his energy blades in both hands, consuming 2 intermediate crystals, he was able to slice a couple of them before they reached him. Soon after, the rest started to pile on top of him one by one.
His thoughts about earlier didn't last long, as the Wendigo's strength was starting to make huge dents. It would only be a matter of time before they ruined his armor. Timmy, seeing this, started to form a cloud of mist in front of Logan's mech suit. It confused the creatures for a while, as they changed direction, but still didn't stop those that were on top and were piling on. For this, Vorden was there to help. His strength felt was far greater, and he remembered when he had struggled to fight against just one of these creatures. But in that short amount of time, he had learned how to use his blades greatly, and at the same time, had taken the red pills, increasing his stats, making him almost superhuman. Most of them were distracted, still going after Logan's mech suit, so Vorden could deal with a couple of them with ease, but soon their attention turned, and it was time to face them. "Come on, Timmy, be brave! Be brave! Be brave!" Timmy said, charging forward, hoping to block the rest of the horde. He could feel he was stronger, and he could see their movements were slower than his. He had jumped in, standing between the mist and the others. Then a single Wendigo, out in front, came upon him. He looked at its dead eyes and large, sharp teeth. Instinctively, Timmy looked away out of fear, curling up and placing his hands over his head. "I may be able to increase your strength and stats, but courage has to come from oneself," Leo said, as he cut the Wendigo directly in half. When Timmy turned back around after hearing the voice, he was surprised to see the bald vampire in front of him. He had killed the Wendigo, but on closer inspection, he hadn't just killed one. Looking beyond that single slash, a direct row of shredded limbs and split Wendigos could be seen on the floor. Swinging out his blade a few more times, huge long lines of ki mixed in with the blood swipe could be seen. Due to him using his sword, he was able to widen the range of a regular blood swipe, and also the speed. It only took a few moments before the horde of around 50 or so Wendigos were none. "Training time is over, we should get moving," Leo said. Timmy looked in amazement at the new 10th Knight. His eyes were sparkling. "This man, he will be one of the ones to bring the 10th back up to its former glory, I know it." The other two had also finished dealing with the ones on their end, and they too were looking at what Leo had done. While the two of them were struggling with 5, Leo had killed the rest of them. They knew he was strong, but it seemed like his strength had increased greatly after becoming a vampire. For a brief second after looking at what he was capable of, the two boys were starting to wonder if it would be such a bad thing if they turned into vampires. However, that thought quickly escaped their minds. This was not their way or dream. Vorden, he would never be able to explain it to his family if he gave up something like this. More so than that, he was worried about something else. If he turned into a vampire and lost his abilities, would he disappear? As for Logan, he cared too much for electronics. Communicating with them was his passion and love. They were his friends and were there for him when no one else was. He couldn't get rid of this ability, especially as the only son of the Green family. He would, later on, need to pass this ability as an original, just like they did when giving it to him. "Borden! Where's Borden? I can't see him!" Vorden shouted. "Don't worry, he is here," Leo said, as he held him in his hands. Once again, a soft sound of snoring was heard. He had somehow managed to fall asleep in the middle of battle. "I thought something like this would be the case," Logan said as he took Borden out of Leo's hands and placed him in a small container that looked like a toolbox. The little box was then attached to Logan's back as they would carry him. "I don't think he would be able to keep such a small body, yet still have the same strength without any consequences. It seems like he can do so, but only in extremely short bursts. Push himself too hard, and this is the result," Logan explained. The group continued to move forward and climbed on top of the large hangar door, dropping in and down. The room was dark and had a strange smell to it. After some investigating inside, the only thing that could be seen were bones, human bones, and other dead Wendigos. "A storage room of Wendigos?" Logan commented, as they continued to move towards the only set of doors that were smaller than the first, stationed at the back of the large, square room. "I think what you're looking for will be through here," Leo said. "How are you so sure?" Logan asked, as Leo had been acting a little stranger since going past the hangar door. "I don't want to frighten you guys, but I feel it. Strong energy past these doors," Leo explained. "But there's something different about this energy. I'm unsure if it's anything we have to worry about. Yes, I can feel a strong energy, but it's almost as if it's dead," Leo tried to explain. This was one of the reasons why Leo had chosen to stay back and wanted the others to fight first. He was trying to save as much energy as possible, because he felt that there might be a chance that they would be in for the fight of their lives.
and he would need to use everything he had. If he felt it was too strong, he would have told them to all turn away. In truth, he was struggling to sense it properly with the large hangar door in the way. Now they had gotten past, he had a better sense of things. With the way the strange energy was, for now, he thought it was okay for them to proceed. Just for the sake of trying, Logan thought he would put his hand on the machine doors again. It hadn't worked so far, but he still wanted to try to see if he could find out anything. On the right side of the door, there was a hand scanner. Usually Logan was able to bypass such things, unless it was created by Eno. Placing his hand on it, he had expected it to do the same as always, but instead, the two doors opened, and at the same time the computer had said something. "Welcome back, Mr. Green." Episode 514, The Green Family. Everyone in the room was confused after seeing and hearing the door open. Logan's name was well known, and everyone had heard what the door had stated. The Green family had also achieved gains in development throughout the world for their family. Unlike Richard Eno, who invented technologies aimed at rescuing and assisting the human species, the Green family was more known for their day-to-day appliances, and thanks to Logan, the VR game known as Power Fighters. "Logan, what's all this about?" Vorden asked, now being incredibly suspicious of him. Did he know all along, and was he luring the others here to be a part of his plan? Maybe Borden wasn't an accident, and Logan knew what he was doing. "Well, you have to understand that I'm as deeply confused as you guys about this whole situation. I knew nothing about vampires before meeting Quinn," Logan replied. "Yes, but weren't you the one who went to him first? You saw his skills in the game, and then went out to try to meet him, right?" Vorden said. This whole place had him a little on edge since coming here. After finding out so many things, it was normal for him to react like this. "I don't think he is lying," Leo said. "I have my ways of telling if one is lying or not. I think we should hear him out. You two have been through a lot together, yes. That's the least you can do." It was true. The two of them, although originally not friends, were connected through Quinn. Just moments ago, Vorden was risking his life to try to hack the Wendigos off from Logan's suit. They had been through a lot together, and perhaps it wasn't fair of him to just throw out such accusations. Logan needed time to think. He was as curious as ever to just go in those doors and answer himself, but now with Vorden being the way he was, he needed to think before stepping in. "There's only one way I see it," Logan explained. "My family was somehow involved in all of this. You wanted an explanation, and I'm going to give you the most probable one I can come up with in my mind right now, but even I am just thinking out loud. First, the door reacted to me and opened up, knowing me as Mr. Green. That is without a doubt my family name, and since it opened to me, I have no choice but to believe my family was involved. The teleporter that led us to this place was passed down from my family. Originally, I thought it was something my family couldn't crack, an advanced technology that my family tried to research for generations, but what if that wasn't true? What if the teleporter we used always belonged to my family? They just never passed down the code, and it eventually got to me and my parents, who knew none the wiser of what my relatives did. I always thought it was a little strange, when I and Quinn touched, how my ability reacted to it knowing that it was a system. How the system worked, and how Quinn's vampire abilities also worked in the game. It's all too similar to my ability. Quinn's powers, the book, it's like it's several abilities mashed into one." Hearing the explanation did calm Vorden down a bit. He could never really imagine Logan as a mastermind evil genius plotter in the first place. He just didn't have the passion or drive for things like that. But who would know, right? Even he kept secrets from everyone. "Trust me, Vorden, if I wanted to trick or fool you guys, there would have been many chances when I could have revealed us to the vampires. Getting rid of you, I'm on your side." "I know," Vorden replied. "There's just some freaky stuff going on." With the conversation over, Leo led the front of the group through the double doors, and what they had entered was a large room. It was filled with round water containers surrounded by glass. Rows and rows of them lined up, hooked to some strange machinery, but each one of them was empty. Not a single thing was inside. "What do you think this room was used for?" Timmy asked as he nervously walked through the room. "This is it," a muffled voice said. When hearing the voice, they could see that it was coming from Logan's back, through the glass toolbox container. Taking him out, it looked like Borden had recovered. Not enough to fight, but to move about and talk. "This is the place. I remember when I woke up, this was the room I was in," Borden said. "There's so many of these things," said Vorden. "Did they use this to create the Dalki? And if so, Why do only a few of them know what they are?
Logan was not delighted as he walked through, learning that he had access to such a facility, a place where the Dalki may have been built. It made him sick to think that his family could have created mankind's worst enemy. There were several entrances and exits, or all over the place. It was hard for them to tell just how big the area they were in was. For now, they were to stick together and had gone from the room that was filled with liquid containers into another more research-looking type of room. Up front, there was a large screen that was similar to the cinema, while there were several terminals down below. Going onto one of the computers, Logan was able to access it. However, he was only able to access some of the system's information. It seemed like part of the information stored was only to be seen by Richard Eno, while the rest could be seen by members of the Green family. When Logan went through files on the computer, it would display on the big screen for everyone to view and look at. Images appeared with file numbers at the top. Some photos resembled Dalki, although not exactly. "Failed. The created subject is only able to last a week before degenerating," Logan read. Then they moved on to the next one. "The blood can be used, but doesn't have the same effect of blood." They kept going through the files, and each one seemed to have a problem, little notes as to why it wouldn't work, until finally they had reached something, one that looked like the Dalki, and it had a green pass stamped onto the file. The problem was, it didn't say what it had passed. What was the aim of the research in the first place? Logan was reading out and explaining all the information for Leo's sake. They knew he was interested in such a subject like this.
"The vampires do seem to have a hand in creating these creatures," Leo said. "But judging by the fact little Timmy here knows nothing about them, maybe it wasn't the so-called council that made them. A rogue vampire, or it could have been a cover-up for a mistake. The question is, why the need to create the Dalki in the first place?"
The questions that Leo was asking were the same in all their heads.
"This place is quite large. We might have to stay here for a couple of days. Let's try to get all the information we can, and we might be able to figure out what's wrong with Borden. Possibly a way to turn him back," Logan suggested.
There was too much at stake, too much to learn about in a room such as this one to just leave.
"Before we decide to stay here, let me check this place out. We don't want to be sleeping if our enemy is inside, or if there are still a bunch of those creatures from before," Leo said.
"I'll go with you," Timmy volunteered.
"Where I'm going, it's best if I go alone," Leo replied.
Leo could tell that the room they were in was safe, and even the room was filled with containers. There were signs of an aura of power, but there was nothing alive, so staying here for a couple of nights would be fine. Heading back to the container room, Leo could see the tubes that were connected. One of them in particular seemed to have a power residue of aura. Leo could assume this container was the one where Borden had come from, which was why the residue still shined in the tube compared to the others. What concerned him, though, was that this residue was leading him to a different room altogether. It was the room where he sensed the incredible powerful presence, where he couldn't tell if it was dead or alive. Following the tube's tracks, Leo ended up going from room to room, following the aura and selecting the right doors as he went through the large facility. Eventually, he had reached another door that seemed to be sealed. However, these doors were gigantic. They stood several meters tall and several meters wide. But there was a smaller door that seemed to be made for humans, which could suggest the larger doors were to keep something else in. Leo couldn't let this off his mind. He needed to see what was behind these doors. Using his sword once again, he cut down the small door. Entering the room, he could see what the large and powerful presence was. The instincts in Leo's body were telling him to turn and run, for what stood in front of him was a demon-class beast. Episode 515, The Dalki's Goal. It was hard to distinguish what tier or level a beast was at with some monsters. Looking at the crystal would be the most precise method. Most individuals had to guess while looking at a beast, although this could lead to mistakes on the battlefield. For instance, there could be an advanced tier beast that was the size of someone's head. Although a creature that size may look harmless, it may have a feature or other that would make it deadly. For Leo, it was a bit easier since he had his aura-detecting ability. It would allow him to see the strength of such a thing. What Leo didn't realize was that until he was stood in front of such a creature, the several Galthrium-made doors throughout the facility must have had some type of suppressive ability. For until this point, standing in front of the large beast, he had no clue what level of beast he was about to meet. However, the initial reaction and panic that had taken over Leo's heart
were soon disappearing. He didn't know what it was, but when he entered the room, a strange force seemed to overwhelm him. Perhaps it was fear of standing in front of such a thing. The strange feeling was dissipating as Leo's head began to clarify, understanding he was correct on one point: the fact that the beast in front of him had died. It wasn't of this world anymore. Despite this, the power it had left inside was still quite strong. With his wireframe eyesight, Leo could see 4 legs, 2 of which were bigger at the rear. It has a huge snout and 2 pairs of wings. Its back is covered in scales and spikes. This was referred to as a dragon by ancient people, a dragon-type demon-tier beast. According to history, there have only been 2 demon-tier beasts ever defeated. One belongs to the terrorist group known as Pure. Most likely this will be kept with their leader. The other belongs to the supreme commander of the military, Leo thought. But looking at the beast in front of him, neither of the 2 defeated had a dragon-like appearance. So this couldn't be one of the ones defeated and was a separate demon-tier beast. Just to make sure, Leo looked around the beats and several areas, and he even did something he thought he would never do. He needed to make sure such a beast was dead, so he placed his hand on his hilt. Right now, he was standing on top of the beast's head, which lay on the floor, and Leo was against their eyelids. It was the thinnest part of the beast that didn't have much skin protecting it, and it was a weak point if he could get through. Before attacking, he started to have second thoughts. What if the beast was in deep slumber and he woke it up? Would he be able to get the others out in time? But then his confidence rose as he could find no such beast crystal remaining in the beast. In one smooth motion, he drew his sword, attacking the eyelid, and had planned to place it back in his sheath. As soon as the 2 things made contact, though, Leo was thrown back. The force vibrated through his hand as his blade hit the eyelid, and his body was jolted back. There wasn't a single scratch on the eyelid, the thinnest part of the beast. Not only that, but Leo had used his ki and blood powers, infusing them together. He was also stronger than when he was at his prime, thanks to Quinn making him a knight, but it still wasn't enough to put the faintest of scratches on the demon tier. However, the good news was that the beast truly did seem dead and hadn't reached to Leo's attack. Before leaving the room, there was one thought in Leo's head. Such an almighty beast had to have been killed by someone. Returning to the others, Leo planned to tell them of the news he had learned. But it turned out that Logan had already found the information for himself on one of the computers. How did the successful project, whatever it was they were trying to make, come from a demon-tier beast? It was the only thing that was strong enough to sustain the clone's body, to give it enough power to live on and fight the way they did. "Is the demon beast here?" Logan said, shuddering with fear and excitement at the same time. "Can you show us where it is?" Leo remembered that the overwhelming power he felt at first was somewhat suffocating. These children were not prepared. "It's best if you don't. I fear that the sight alone and the pressure might cause your death," Leo replied. The demon beast truly had to be a great thing if, even when dead, it could cause this type of reaction. "So we now know that the vampires did create the Dalki," Vorden said, trying to gather all his thoughts. "They mixed in demon-tier beast blood with human blood to create the Dalki. So they aren't aliens after all. Maybe at some point they chose to leave the vampire settlement. According to Leo's description, it would make sense why the Dalki look like they do." "Can I ask, is there anything we can do about Borden then?" Vorden asked. Logan looked at the data for a while. Something was bugging him about all of this. "I'm not sure," Logan replied. "You see, the crystal I used was an intermediate crystal, so I understand why Borden didn't become a perfect clone, but there was still some of the demon beast energy that was used to infuse him in the first place. I guess that the error is there because either the demon beast is weak or because it's dead. Maybe the Dalki were created while the demon-tier beast was still alive. Unfortunately, I think the only way for me to bring back Borden to what he once was is for him to stay this way, is to create a new solution with fresh demon-tier blood, which seems almost impossible." The party had never seen a living demon-tier beast before. There were far too many hoops to clear just to get to one. The military or huge groups possessed all of the red-level teleporters. Furthermore, even if they knew where one was, enormous armies were deployed to take down the 2 known demon beasts in the past. They were quite rare. Lastly, even if they did meet one, could they even kill one? All of this for Borden seemed too much. "Don't worry, brother," Borden said. "As long as I can journey with you all, I will be happy.
I will still help the best I can. Maybe I can climb through vents and such, helping you get into spots that you can't."
The group decided to stay for the night inside the main research room. There weren't any comfy places as such, but there was a pile of clothing like lab coats, used as temporary bedding and for sleeping on. While the others slept, Logan was still working away. Maybe he couldn't come up with a permanent solution, but if he could create more of a green solution using the dead demon tier beast, then perhaps Borden would be able to do something. Maybe he can fight for longer periods of time without wearing himself out. However, Logan was more concerned with other things, namely the research his family was involved in. He kept seeing things that didn't make sense. After doing more digging, he learned that the vampires had managed to create a successful blood substitute after all. It seemed they used the same cloning process on humans, giving them the blood supply they needed. They no longer needed to rely on the human race. If this happened after, was the Dalki created as an in-between, as a temporary blood source, later to be forgotten? What was annoying Logan more than anything was Dalki's goal in all of this. If they were created, then why not leave, go to another planet? Was revenge so important for them? Were they just a battle-crazed bunch of idiots? No, it didn't make any sense. Then there was information that Logan had found that might have given him a hint about all of this. The formula that said the Dalki was complete. It wasn't complete at all. There were still problems with it. The first was that the Dalki were unable to reproduce. This explained why they had such a limited population. It was one of the reasons people survived for so long and were not wiped out in an instant. The second was their lifespan. It was still not great. In the end, they were just like humans and could live for up to 100 years. The Dalki conflict began 30 years ago, and they have now been at peace for 6 years. They may be on the verge of death since they have no idea when they arrived on this planet. So, why attack the human race? Episode 516, Ability Mark. The girls had decided to accept Xander and Amy's invitation to spend the night. They had to wait until Paul was free to give his detailed report at the castle. When he returned, they would ask him a few questions, usually about Sia. Meanwhile, they may try to learn as much as they could from Amy and Xander. They had learned a few things about the two of them through their conversation. The house they were in now belonged to Xander, who had one of the largest rooms. The group discovered that they were living in the inner castle area due to Xander in the first place. Xander's family was originally in the pooling area, and they had Amy and her family working for them. This was because they were turners from many years ago. However, one of the teachers had seen Xander's talent and wanted him to learn the first's ability, inviting him to live in the inner circle area. Still, he had yet to learn the first ability before all of this had happened. Therefore, it was an easy decision for them to kick him out of the inner circle area. They hadn't kicked him out of the family, but all of his hopes and his family's hope of them one day rising was dashed, which meant the better option for them was to try to gain favor with a different family. Because of this, Xander's family didn't blame him for what he had done. It was due to him that they were even able to live in such luxury for a short while. Hearing this, Layla felt like she had gotten Xander completely wrong. She thought he was born into this position and was just riding the wave, but it sounded more like Xander had gotten wrapped into this lifestyle while he was being treated differently. It had all gotten to his head a little. After their talk, it was time for them to get some sleep, and Xander had given up his large room for the girls to use, while he would sleep in Amy's. There was plenty of space for all of them, and Xander was not welcome to spend a night with the girls. Nonetheless, the girls were not going to sleep. They had far too much to discuss. Amy began by describing each of the 13 families' strengths. Some of them she could only describe their appearance. For example, she had no idea how the first ability worked. Others were simple to explain. "You have to remember, though, that it will be impossible for any of you to learn these 13 abilities," Amy said. "They are reserved for family members only, and because you are in the 10th family, you can only learn the 10th ability, and even that is a strange situation and a half." Listening to all of the family's skills wasn't a waste of time for Sia, as one of them stood out to her. It was the strength of the second family. It was the ability to turn back time on a specific region of the body that they touched. According to how it was stated, it was a more powerful skill than healing. Rather than heal the wound, it would reverse time on the wound itself, bringing it back to what it once was. Sia was wondering if the ability would be able to be used to bring her memories back. If she remembered correctly, the second leader hadn't gotten involved in the fight back then. She was one of the leaders that were against the first leader, so not all hope was utterly lost.
What about the vampires that chose not to have one of the 13 abilities? Where do they get them? Aaron asked.
Honestly, some of the 13 abilities sounded interesting. Still, if she couldn't get any of them, it was just a waste of time to think about it. Now that she was a vampire made by Quinn, she was stuck with the 10th family.
There are several ability books that are sold in the marketplace, although there are better ones that get sold in the auction. However, I doubt you guys would have the stuff to trade here, Amy said. What do you use for money? Layla asked. Mostly beast crystals, since the whole place is powered by them. There aren't many that turn it into beast gear like you guys have, but we use them for our everyday items, Amy explained.
The group didn't have a large supply of beast crystals with them. They never expected they would be in such a situation where they could just head down to the auction house and buy something in this world. The more they thought about it, their situation had done a complete 180 turn on them.
I'll ask Xander. We might not have enough crystal to spare for the auction house, but who knows? Maybe you will spot something from the market, Amy said with a smile.
The girls thanked Amy for how much she was helping them. They needed to be careful about what ability they chose, as they could only pick one. It was the same as when they were on Earth, and whatever money was spent, they promised they would give back at some point. The next day had arrived, and just like Amy said, she and Xander, along with the girls, went down to the settlement center, where there was indeed a market, selling all sorts of times, accessories, jewelry, clothes, and ability books. The group stayed close together, as the girls didn't know what they were doing and didn't want to get separated. They looked at several things, not just ability books, and Xander even tried to buy Layla a nice necklace. It was clear he still had feelings for her, but Layla was unable to accept the gift. If she did, she would have just felt bad about it. She didn't want to lead him on when in her heart she still had another, and perhaps another one was starting to enter it as well. Eventually, after lots and lots of looking, the only one who had selected an ability at the end of the day so far was Layla. She had chosen to stick to her telekinesis ability. This time, though, she had bought the level 2, 3, and 4 books. Now that her body had changed, maybe she was no longer limited to her old cap. Maybe she could improve her ability more. The main reason for her choosing this ability was due to her third form of evolution. There were 3 fireballs that she could use. One was healing, one was a buff, as well as a debuff, and the other was an attack. She felt like with her arrow, shooting these fireballs towards her allies and targets would be easier if she had the telekinesis ability. She also knew how to use it and didn't need to learn how to fight with something completely new. She thought long and hard, and eventually this was the decision she had made. As for Erin, she didn't realize it herself until she appeared at the market. She was constantly looking at the abilities, hoping to see something to do with her old ice ability. Unfortunately, according to Amy, this was not one of the abilities that were compatible with both humans and vampires, which meant she would need to choose a new one. Hearing this news, she really couldn't think as she looked at all of the abilities.
Well, don't worry too much. Once you're settled, you can save up some crystals, Amy said. Then head to the auction house. I'm sure there will be plenty of useful abilities for you there.
As for Sia, she was never really looking at the abilities in the first place. Every chance she would get, she had tried to find out information on which castle was the second castle and to see if there was any way she could get in. She wanted to ask the leader if she could get her abilities back, but what could she bargain for? The leader had no reason to help her at all, and this was her main problem. After a full day of shopping, the girls returned to Xander's house once more for the second night of sleep. Amy had received news that Paul should be returning tomorrow, and they could finally ask him about Sia's abilities. Elsewhere, many things were happening at the same time. It was the third day since Quinn had entered the underground chambers. The boys were busy at the mountain, and the girls were staying at Xander's house. At this point and time, each one of them woke up, hoping that they could get some progress done that day. Quinn, too, had opted to prepare to leave the castle and travel to meet with Arthur. He thought he could not only gain confirmation regarding the original commander, but also take him up on his offer of training. However, all their hopes were dashed, as everyone in the entire settlement had received a message from the 8th vampire leader. This included Quinn, the boys in the mountain, and the girls. "This is an emergency. All vampires who are out from the settlement are to return immediately. I repeat, all vampires who are out of the settlement are to return immediately. Leaders are to head to the council room now. The vampire settlement has been discovered. We are being invaded. Episode 517, The Invasion. The message came directly from the 8th boss, and it was an emergency message issued to every vampire in the world. It would also include people who were not part of the colony. Apart from the leader, not everyone's telepathic ability would be as strong as this. Because of the 8th leader, the vampires were able to tell others on the go and issue directives. There were mobile phones and communications devices in today's society, but with the arrival of this technology came the creation of jammers, which prevented such gadgets from operating. It also prevented information from being intercepted. When the message went out, it had gone to all vampires, which meant inside the mountain, Timmy and Leo were the only ones who had heard it. "Is it important?" Leo asked, looking at Timmy. Timmy gave a brief nod. Sweat could be seen on his face.
"I've never heard them call everyone back like this, and an invasion. I don't think that has ever happened since the vampire settlement was established," Timmy replied. "We have to go back now. We can't spend any more time here."
Leo seemed to agree, and honestly, he didn't like the fact that the message said that all the leaders were to be involved. This meant Quinn would be called as well. Quinn was still a naive teen in Leo's eyes, someone who had yet to experience the dangers and politics adults would often play. He wanted to be by his side at this point and time, but at least Edward would be there next to him. "Come on, you two, we have to move out," Leo said. Logan had gathered as much information as he could. Some of it he couldn't quite decode or figure out in time. Instead, he decided to upload it onto his nanosticks to save for later. They couldn't help Borden now, but maybe in the future. His only worry for now was if someone else discovered the lab and was to destroy it for some unknown reason. "Timmy, Logan, Leo, let's keep this lab our little secret for now. Don't tell anyone," Logan said. "What about Quinn?" Borden asked. "I will let him know, but not now. I honestly don't know what's happening here. I feel like we can't trust any of the vampires or humans. Right now I'm even doubting what my parents have told me," Logan said. "You know what Quinn is like. He probably is too trusting of those around him at times. Let's not fill his head with these thoughts." With that, the boys were off and heading back through the forest on their way to the 10th castle. At the same time, the girls were in a similar situation. They had just gotten up and were ready to possibly go out to meet Phil when all of them had received the message.
"What is this about? Have the Dalki come to attack?" Layla asked, a little concerned.
She was used to hearing such messages only when the Dalki invaded.
"The Dalki?" Amy said, confused before shaking her head. "No, if they're saying someone discovered us, it can only mean one thing. They're talking about the humans, and not just a few strays like when you guys arrived," Amy explained.
"It would be best if you head back to your castle for now," said Xander. "Be prepared and your leader will inform you what to do next. We will start the transferring process, but things might be put on hold while the settlement is in a bit of a panic. Once we're done, we will come looking for you." The girls wasted no time heading back to the 10th castle, and when they arrived, they could see the boys standing outside the castle. However, there seemed to be an additional person with them.
"Fex!"
Layla called out. "Hey, beautiful girls, how is the All-Star team doing?" Fex said, walking over. It had been a while since he was himself, but slowly it looked like he was changing back. When walking over to the girls, Fex's and Aaron's eyes met. "It's been a long time, and you look even prettier than last time," Fex said as he went to grab her hand, also leaning forward to give a perky kiss. But before she would let him, she drew her blade and went for a cut. Fex dodged the blow by spinning to the side and using his regular string to grab onto the blade, but then the blade had gone right through his string. "What the—" Before he could figure out what had happened, he had been kicked in the stomach. "I'm sorry," Fex groaned, kneeling. Hey, we're all on the same side here," Borden said.
"Oh, don't worry. I just wanted to remind this boy where his place was," Aaron replied.
The reason why her blade had cut through the string was that she had used ki. It was now a habit. Whenever she would attack, it would never be without it. Layla couldn't explain it, but this scene didn't sadden her. Instead, it reminded her of the good old times of the past, when all of them were together. Now, only one person was missing. It was Quinn, and it seemed like he had already gone to the castle.
"Please, Quinn, be okay," Layla thought.
After hearing the message, Edward told Quinn that the two of them must go to the castle immediately. It was a summons that they couldn't just ignore. Yes, they had a lot of problems here, but it was best to say nothing about it. He was a recent leader who didn't have a say in the vampire council at the moment. When the two of them left, Edward would usually lead the way to the castle, as it wasn't as straightforward as going from one place to the next, and when a summons was called, there were more direct routes. The going out from your inner castle area to the main settlement area,
and back into the castle area was the long way of doing things. But somehow it looked as if Quinn knew the way he was going, as if he had already walked this way many times before. Looking at Quinn's back, it shined with more confidence than the last time. "No, it can't be," Edward thought. "Vincent!" Edward called out. Quinn automatically turned around to the name. He looked at Edward for a short while before replying. "I'm not Vincent, I'm Quinn," he replied. But the brief pause in time when replying, Quinn had even found it weird, for he had automatically turned thinking his name was Vincent. Was it because I lived his life for how many years? It was even longer than my own life. Perhaps that experience had done more to his mind than he thought. When he entered the room, the other leaders had arrived and were already sitting in their seats, and the king was there as well. It looked like they also had already found a replacement for the sixth leader, Vadine, as well. They had done a lot in a short amount of time, and it seemed like they were quite well organized. However, something felt strange to Quinn. The last time he was here, he was nervous and intimidated, but it wasn't the same this time. He naturally took his seat, and Edward stood by his side. This time, the way Quinn had sat was with the confidence of all the other leaders. This even allowed Edward to step forward and stood proudly by his right side. "Vincent, you may be gone, but it seems like you have passed on some of your abilities to this boy." The only one that wasn't present in the room was Arthur. The shadow from underneath Quinn's feet started to widen and started to shift about like before, and a few seconds later Arthur appeared. "Did you have to use my shadow like that?" Quinn asked. Arthur was about to say something when looking at Quinn, but chose not to, stopping himself. "It's quicker this way," Arthur replied as he walked over to his seat. The meeting began as soon as the king stood up. Rather than chit-chat, there was no talking amongst the leaders. They all knew this was a serious matter. "I won't jump around the subject," the king said. "In all these years, something like this has never happened on this scale, but our scouts have informed us we have been discovered. The humans have discovered this place, and it isn't just one or two, but it appears to be the military." The first leader, Bryce, immediately looked in Quinn's direction. Quinn had brought humans with him, and he wasn't from here. He could only suspect it had something to do with him. "Before I open the table to suggestions and such on how to deal with this, I will give you all the information we know," the king explained. "They're all quite strong ability users. There is a small unit of around 200 of them. It seems to be a scouting force, and finally, if our intel is right, the person leading them is one of the 8 head generals, who goes by the name of Paul Snealeert, head general of the 2nd military base." Quinn couldn't help but have a small reaction when he heard these remarks, for Paul was in command of the 2nd base, to which Quinn belonged to.
Episode 518, Through the Portal. The human group that found the teleporter took care not to do anything too extreme. After all, they had no idea where it would go. They didn't come upon a teleporter in the middle of nowhere every day. Furthermore, it lacked any of the normal hues they were accustomed to. The teleporter just seemed to be a mishmash of all sorts of colors, like a rainbow that had been mixed heavily, giving it a psychedelic feeling. A group stayed with the teleporter while the others went to report back to Paul, the head general. Paul had been given the task by the Supreme Commander to search every bit of this planet. At the old shelter, they had found nothing, and while searching through the wasteland, the only thing they could find was dead beasts. Some beasts were hostile to each other, but the investigation showed that the way some of these beasts were killed showed signs of intelligence. Then finally, Paul had gotten the report of a teleporter being discovered. At first he thought that it might have belonged to one of the Big Four. They would have been able to get such resources for them to travel to a planet like this one, and would have been strong enough to survive the death bats they had come across. However, when he first learned about the color, it baffled him. If it was going to Earth, it should have been white. All the other planets identified should have been green, orange, or red, but this one was neither. "Have you still not heard any word from the Supreme Commander yet?" Paul asked as he had made a temporary base at the shelter, clearing an area in front of the large dome training center. "No, sir. The base hasn't been replying, and we haven't been getting any updates back from them," the soldier informed him. It had been a week or so since they had discovered the teleporter, and Paul needed to make a decision. He didn't know why, but their communication devices didn't seem to be working. Paul was unable to get in contact back with the Earth. He'd even sent a man to physically go there in person, but he had never returned. This test was done twice, and the same thing had happened. After that, no one wanted to volunteer to try to go back to Earth to see what was going on, so Paul felt like he had very few options left. He could personally try to go back to Earth and see what was happening to his men. Or they could push forward. Before deciding anything, Paul had chosen one of the sergeants he had brought with him from the military base to go back, at the same time sending a small group. He had high hopes for these guys to return as well, back with some good news, but they never did. With the days passing by, they had very few options left, and soon their food pills and such were running low. Never did they think an expedition would have lasted this long, nor did they think they would be stuck in limbo on an unknown planet. They had never heard of such a thing happening before. Seeing that the morale of everyone was low, Paul had finally made a decision. "All right, everyone, listen up," Paul shouted. "We will complete the mission given to us by the Supreme Commander and investigate. He has told us to scout out what is on the other side of the portal. We shall make a report of what we see and then head back." Paul had lied to his people about receiving communication from the Supreme Commander, but he knew it was the morale they needed. The portal was brought out, and only a few of them could fit through it at the same time. Some of Paul's men disagreed with his decision. If they were to stay here, they could ration out their food pills, and perhaps find some food here or there. After all, they were trained to do such things in certain situations. But Paul was trying to take leadership. He was trying to prove to everyone he could make headstrong decisions, and at the same time do the duty the Supreme Commander had given him. The teleporter was brought out, still activated and shining brightly. It looked similar to their portable teleporters, only this one was square-shaped. Usually portable teleporters only had one destination. The army still had theirs as well. If worse came to worse and the new planet was far more dangerous than they expected, then they would have to roll the dice and try to head back to Earth, where the other soldiers had gone missing. Paul had stationed himself in the middle of the two rows that were going through the teleporter at the same time. It was to give him the best opportunity for survival, not at the front to protect everyone, and not at the back either. When walking through the portals, they were all transported one by one, and finally they had reached an unknown forest-type area. It was a little strange, though, as the area where they had landed looked as if it had been cleared of trees, and there were signs of some of the strange-colored grass lying flat. "It looks like we hit the jackpot," Paul thought. In his mind, he was wondering if they had discovered a group of humans who had run off away from Earth, which wasn't registered with the government system. They might have been a group of originals that carried the shadow ability and had chosen to hide. It wasn't unheard of for a group to do this. After all, the originals were protective of their powers. Around 200 of their soldiers had made it, and everyone was checking in with their squads to see if everything was okay, not leaving the area they were in just yet. So far it seemed like everything was fine. "Sir, look above," one of his men said. Turning his head upward to the sky, he could see two moons in view, but their light was shining on something else. It was several blackbirds that seemed to be circling their location. "They have been there for a while. We assume that they are the beast of this planet," the soldier informed him. "We can ignore them for now," Paul said. "They don't look like too much trouble if they come down and attack us. We can deal with them quite easily. Although, try your best not to get their attention. We don't want to reveal ourselves. Has anything else been found?" At that moment, one of the soldiers had come down from an earth pillar that had been made. He was scouting from a high position, trying to see if there were any signs of anything around them. "Sir, I think you will want to know about this. It looks like a giant shelter has been established," the soldier reported. "A giant shelter? What do you mean by that?" Paul asked. "Well, you won't believe it, but there are castles, and a lot of them. Around 14 or so I can see from here, and it looks like a whole town is there." Before Paul could even ask for more details, one of the squad started to act up. This was the scouting group. Inside the scouting group, one of the soldiers had a hearing ability, allowing him to hear a great distance away, and his actions had shaken his squad. "Report!" Paul shouted. "I don't know what is happening, sir, but suddenly through the forest there are sounds of footsteps and growls running towards us. There are too many for me to get an accurate count." Paul looked up at the birds again, and now they seemed to still be circling them. The birds weren't ordinary birds after all. They were hovering above them so the enemy could know their location. "Everyone ready up. Prepare for battle," Paul commanded. "Prepare the portable teleporters for a quick escape if need be. Squad 1, which direction is the enemy coming from?" The man gulped before he could answer. "Sir, the footsteps, the growls, they're coming from all over the forest." However, the army was not disorganized, and Paul did not panic. With this much information, he directed the squads to form a circle, followed by an arrow formation, pointing north in one direction behind the circle. The arrow would be their attack force, while the circle was their shield, and right in the center of the circle, the teleporters had already been set up. but for Paul, it was a last resort. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling if they were to try to head back to Earth, like the men from earlier, then a fate worse than what they were currently in was waiting for them. Finally, the sound of the growls and footsteps could even be heard by all of them now, and they waited patiently until one of the creatures had come out of the forest. It was tall, pale in color, and had white in its eyes, its teeth sharp like a shark. Something none of them had ever seen before, and soon there were many upon them. "Go!" Paul commanded. A wall of spears came shooting out from the first row of soldiers, hitting the creatures in the stomach and stopping them in their path. For a second, Paul had a smile on his face, but it had only lasted a second, because the creatures were still moving with brute strength. They slammed against the earth spikes and rushed ahead. The hole in their gut was already healing. Their first foe coming to this planet was an army of Wendigos. Episode 519, A New Family's Task. The king had finished giving his report on the situation and had finally sat down. From Quinn's memories, he now knew that the room was open for questions, and one would have to raise their hand, and the king would then point at them to allow them to speak. When the king was there, the leaders were a lot more rational than the people. The first person to raise their hand was the first leader, Bryce. "Forgive me for saying this so soon," Bryce said, "but don't we all know who brought these humans in? After all, there is one of us here who has already brought humans with him, did he not? Perhaps they had followed him in, or maybe they came looking for said humans that he had brought with them." A few of the other leaders seemed to agree with this statement. The time was short between events. Not once had they ever been invaded by humans, and now they had 2 incidents like this. Maybe it was Quinn's plan all along. He knew he wouldn't be strong enough to save them, so he reported the place to the military. However, upon hearing what Bryce had said, Clark, who was in the room as Jim's vampire knight, thought of something. Quinn had gotten the teleporter from his base. It was a portable teleporter, so there was only one location that could be used as transport, and the portable teleporters didn't require a code to be inputted in. Quinn was young and didn't know how the vampire teleporters worked. It could have been that he hadn't taken one of the timer grenades. These were set to be used with the portable teleporters, allowing for them to be destroyed once one stepped through them. He thought long and hard, but in the end, this was only a theory. For the humans to even find such a teleporter, they would have had to have arrived on the training planet, and the humans hadn't stepped foot on that planet in years, so why would they choose to suddenly return now? While this was only a theory and a shot in the dark, Clark would remain silent about the matter. "Bryce, I did not call this meeting for accusations. We may look into that at a later time. Right now I am asking for solutions," the king replied.
"How many actions have been taken so far?"
Cindy, the second leader, asked. "We knew of the humans' actions before even this," one of the royal knights said. "Our intel from the Earth tells us that they have already made a movement, and were researching the training planet. I'm afraid we were too distracted by current events at the time," the knight said, looking at Quinn. "However, even though we had acted a little slow, we were able to jam their teleporters. It seems like they are still using the old type, so we sent them to the locker." This was something that hadn't come up when Quinn was stuck in Vincent's memory. He had spent some time in the vampire world as Vincent, but not long enough for a mention of something like this. At the same time, it wasn't as if Vincent and Quinn's memories had joined together, so Quinn had no clue what this locker place was. "We have also sent the Wendigos through the tunnels to their location. They have now arrived on our planet," the other royal knight by the king's side replied. "It should delay them for now, but from what we can see through the familiars, it seems like the soldiers are quite skilled and organized. When they realize their weakness, it takes them a long time to deal with them."
"I think we need to ask a few more questions," Jill said, standing up. "First, we need to know, do you want them dead or captured alive?" she asked.
The king hesitated for a while before giving his answer. Whenever he needed to make a decision, he needed to do so in a way that would please both sides. "It would be best if we could keep them alive, but I don't want any vampires to die in the process of trying to do so. It seems like this will be a hard battle, so my only request would be to try and bring the leader back alive."
"That settles it then, for only 200 or so men. There is no need for all of us to go. I think only one family needs to fight alongside the Wendigo to deal with this," Jill replied.
"If that's the case, then I have a suggestion to make," Prima said. "I think this would be a good chance for the new 6th leader to prove himself. Show he is capable of the position we have given him. Allow him to lead the 6th Army and take care of them." Many of the vampires seemed to agree with this suggestion. For them, there didn't seem to be much panic. It looked as if they were more annoyed or bothered by this nuisance than anything. "Wait," Bryce interrupted, as he could see that it looked like the king was about to agree with the solution. "Are we forgetting that there is another new leader among us? I think the 10th leader is also a good candidate to go and deal with humans. It will also prove to us all here that he is indeed not working with them." "What are you thinking?" Edward shouted in anger. "You know the 10th family is still unaware of who their leader is. It would be almost impossible for Quinn to gather up an army right now. No, even before that, there aren't many that are loyal enough to the 10th to go into such a battle." "Is that my fault? This is a leader's responsibility, is it not?" Bryce said. Gritting his teeth in anger, it looked as if Edward was about to climb over the table and attempt to punch the smug smile off Bryce's face, and he might have done so if it weren't for the fact that Quinn stood up, making it his turn to speak. "I'll do it," Quinn said. "I'll go and take care of the humans for you." The council room was a bit stunned by what they heard. Not only did many of them expect Quinn to come up with some type of excuse, but what amazed them even more was that he didn't stutter. He didn't hesitate when saying these words. Some of them doubted Quinn's ability to have the qualities of a leader. Being strong wasn't enough. Right now it seemed like he was a leader to them. "Looks like I was right about you, boy," Arthur said from across the room. "Don't worry, we don't need a big army. I'll come with you. Remember how I said I would train you, right? What better way than on the battlefield?" The king at first wasn't going to accept it. After all, the 10th vampire was also a part of his big family. He didn't want them to die either, but hearing that Arthur was going to join Quinn made him feel a lot more confident. "Very well. Quinn, the 10th leader, will be given the task of defending the settlement against the intruders. The 6th family will be on standby in case any troubles occur, while the rest of us will try and gather more information and plan from there," the king ordered. "Go, gather your people and head out." Quinn's friends were all waiting outside of the castle, nervously wondering what was going on. They hadn't entered because they wanted to catch him as soon as he came back. Left in the dark, they didn't know what was about to happen. Finally, as they walked down the walkway towards the castle, they noticed Quinn. They were pleased to see him at first, but then noticed the solemn expression on his face. Something must have occurred. During this whole walk, Quinn was unsure of whom to ask to come with him. He couldn't ask the 10th's people. He wasn't like that. He hardly knew them. He was sure Edward could round up some people, but that didn't feel right with him. However, while walking towards the castle and seeing his friends, he thought of something else as well, another problem. They were about to go off and fight with humans. He could ask them, but nearly every one of Quinn's companions had been a human, or was currently one at the moment. He stood there in front of them all for a while, and then the words came out of his mouth. "Guys, I need your help," Quinn said. Out in the forest, the army was busy dealing with the Wendigos. They had finally figured out that to kill one, their heads had to be crushed. Once they had learned this, they were falling one by one, but their strength still proved difficult, and some of their men had died. Due to Paul's orders, though, he would shift people around at the right time, reinforcing the weak areas and improving on the people he had. Little by little, it seemed like the Wendigos had lessened. "Sir, north side!" his men shouted. Looking to his north, he could see a new group of people coming out of the forest. All of them were wearing strange masks that could cover their faces, and standing in the middle of them was one wearing an Oni mask with 2 large tusks. Episode 520, Black Rock. Out of the forest and into the open area, Paul could see multiple figures appear. Each one of them was wearing a strange mask that covered their face. For a brief second he paused, as he was hesitant about what to do. Are they human? Paul thought. They certainly looked human compared to the things they were fighting just seconds ago, and still were in the middle of dealing with. The way they walked and were observing the situation certainly fitted the way humans would act. The problem was that they had exited out of the forest so calmly. They hadn't chosen to do a surprise attack of sorts, and were just standing there. This was why Paul was being so cautious. "Give up this fight and we will help you," the one in the center said. The voice was deep as it was altered by a voice changer of sorts. He wasn't the tallest of the group, but it looked like the others standing behind him were waiting for his command of what to do next. Paul started to assess the situation before giving a reply. He had the elites of his army in an arrow formation, around 50 in number, pointing towards the group of about 13 in front of them. The rest of his army was still busy fighting the Wendigos. He could see the group carrying weapons on them. He had to assume that these people that had come out were far stronger than the Wendigos, but he couldn't imagine losing against them in a fight. His elites had yet to be touched. At first, Paul would have tried to talk to them calmly. It had come as an option in his mind, but in the end he decided not to. The main reason for this was that he could see more of the strange creatures coming from the forest. He thought that they might have been the beasts of this planet, but now it was clear to him they were being controlled by this group of people, because no one had gone to attack them and were just interested in his group. If they wanted to converse, these creatures had already killed some of his soldiers, then they should have come to discuss it in the first place. "I'm a gambling man," Paul shouted. "I will take the chance that my men will be able to defeat you 12. "Hey, there's 13 of us, can't you count?" a small voice shouted, and in the distance, a small little man could be seen jumping up and down on one of their shoulders. "Everyone prepare for battle," Paul commanded, and the arrow formation did just that. Why can't it ever be solved the easy way? Quinn thought. Negotiations have failed. New quest, subdue the attacking human force. Dead or alive. Quest reward. Well, at least it looks like I will get something out of it, Quinn thought. The reason why the Wendigos weren't attacking them when they had first arrived was due to them being vampires. Wendigo's main goal was to hunt for human flesh, and they had a fresh batch in front of them. Yes, they were quite wild when attacking, and would attack anything, but if there was food in front of them, they would always go for that first. Knowing this information from Edward beforehand, both Vorden and Logan, now being the only humans left in the group, had sprayed themselves with the potion, making them smell just like everyone else. The strange-looking blackbirds hovered in the sky above. A large number of them belonged to previous leaders. Each of them was utilizing their familiar and presenting their vision while watching and waiting for the result. Some hoped Quinn would fail, while others simply wanted to see the 10th strength. What a stupid move! Why would they just walk out in the open like that? If it was me dealing with them, I would have finished this by now, the new 6th leader said, complaining. Some of the leaders, mainly those that were against saving Fex, had gathered together to watch the spectacle. Prima had suggested it because he was the one who had recommended the new 6th leader. He wanted him to show off his new strength. He didn't expect the 1st leader to make such a suggestion. While some of them had chosen to team up and work together, the 1st leader was a bit of a loose cannon. Bryce had his agendas and worked on his own, but they couldn't deny the fact that he was strong. Show us what you got. Most of the military was composed of Earth users, other than a few specialist types that would be stationed here and there. This was because above level 4 ability-wise, they didn't allow anyone outside of the military to increase their Earth level. This was good for Quinn, as he had plenty of experience going against Earth users before. The military had split off into 2 sides and combined their powers. They managed to lift 2 large rocks and hurled them towards them. 2 men stood in front of Quinn, and they were 2 of his strongest in the 10th family, Leo on his right side and Edward on his left side. Let us, your knights, deal with this one, Edward said. It is our duty to protect you. The giant rocks had cast a shadow over the group, and it looked like they were about to be crushed. Hey, shouldn't we move? Timmy asked nervously. You should trust their strength, Aaron replied. Placing his hand towards his side, Edward allowed for a red aura to be cast over both of his fists, and soon it had hardened, creating a layer over his clothing. Jumping up, he met with the large rock and was starting to slow it down mid-air. The force of it pushed him back for a while until he finally touched the ground with his 2 feet. His biceps were bulging, and his fingers had dug into the rock. Finally, though, it had come to a halt. The military was in shock. They had just seen an old man stop a giant rock with his bare hands, and was now holding it above his head, as if he was carrying an entire planet. As for the other giant rock, Leo waited for the right moment before drawing his sword. He swung his sword out and placed it back in his sheath. To the others, they had only seen a single swing, but he had swung multiple times as the rock broke into pieces. However, the momentum of the pieces was still there, and they continued to go past Leo. Ah, we're going to get hit! Sia shouted as she was about to run and duck, trying to find cover away from the pieces Leo had cut. Don't move, Aaron said, grabbing her. The rest of the group could see that Arthur had remained still, and so had Quinn, so they decided to follow. Each of the rocks went past their faces, their legs, in between the gaps in their heads, but not a single one had touched them. "Who are these people?" a soldier said, as his body started shaking slightly. These acts from 2 men alone had brought the morale of the soldiers down, and this was their goal. Edward and Leo knew how important it was to have a strong morale. They knew showing their strength would give them the upper hand. In their heads, they thought, if this is what 2 of them can do, what about the rest? However, the others were not at the same level as both Edward and Leo. They just needed the soldiers to think that. Edward, holding the large rock in his hands, used all his strength and hurled it back at the army. "Move!" Paul said as he walked through the arrow formation and met with the boulder. He placed both his hands out and started to concentrate. Suddenly, the large boulder started to get smaller. It looked as if it was crumbling within itself, getting smaller and smaller, condensing. The color of the rock started to change as well, from dirt into a hard black material, finally when it had finally reached Paul's hand. It was fully black and was able to fit in his palm. "You're not the only ones that can do some fancy tricks," Paul shouted, hurling the black ball out towards the center of the group. If he was to guess, the one that had spoken before was their leader, and although the leader wasn't always the strongest, he was still the leader. Defeating him would cause the other side's morale to lessen as well. The black rock was condensed so much and pushed at such a force it would have been able to go through anything, even the hard skin of the Dalki. Seeing that the person had decided not to move, he guessed right, that the arrogance of this person would be the death of him. Before the black rock could reach Quinn's face, though, his shadow had risen from the ground, stopping the small black rock, completely midair. "What?" Paul said in horror. It had been a long time since he had seen anyone stop his attack like that, and so carefree as well. Then he noticed what it was. "The shadow! Looks like I'm in the right place after all." Smiling. As for Quinn, he was equally shocked. Blocking that single attack with his shadow had cost him greatly. "Minus 50 MC points. 50 of 100 MC. He had fought a general before and fared well. It had given him confidence, but this was a reminder he was going up against a head general this time. "Everyone, we can't afford to hold back. Release your soul weapons," Paul said. Episode 521, Humans' Growth. Some soul weapons took longer to activate than others. The group did not want the opposite side to gain an edge. That indicated the battle had officially begun, with the group surging forward. Surprisingly, Vorden was the one leading the charge, and had gone in first out of everyone. While he charged toward one side of the formation, he didn't care to draw his weapons out. The Earth users, seeing this, started to hurl multiple rocks towards him. "Borden, knock the boulders away for me," Vorden asked. "Aye, aye, Captain," Borden said. The first large boulder was hurled, and Vorden didn't stray from his path, as he had his goal in sight. The next second they saw the rock being smashed to pieces, and parts of it being hurled back towards them, hitting some of the soldiers. Due to the rock blocking their way, they hadn't seen that it was little Borden who had done the work. While Vorden would minimize movement, he allowed Borden to be his protector. Finally, he had reached the first troop, but instead of pushing, kicking, or hitting him as the soldier thought would happen, all he felt was a simple touch on the top of his head. "You don't know how long it's been. I have to thank you guys for coming over here," Vorden said with a smile, before pushing down on the head. "Sink!" The ground below the soldier softened, and the soldier fell into it as if in water. Soon after, the ground hardened again, and only his head could be seen. Vorden once again could finally copy powers. Backing him up on his side, Edward, Timmy, Peter, and Logan had gone in, causing unexpected destruction and mayhem in their path. The goal was to attack fast before they could bring out their soul weapon. As for the other half of the group, Leo now had his sword drawn. He didn't have it in his sheath like he usually would. "Quinn, protect the girls. Let me deal with Paul," Leo asked. But rather than asking, it was more of Leo telling him what he was going to do, because Leo had already charged in, ignoring most of the soldiers' attacks, heading straight for the head general. "This is perfect," Arthur said. "Let's begin your training, shall we? Here you have 3 beautiful girls. Your job is using your shadow, to make sure not a single one of their pretty faces gets hurt." It sounded simple, but it really wasn't. In fact, when Quinn thought about it, it seemed impossible. Multiple enemies were attacking all of them. Quinn would have to spread his shadow thin, and while fighting, try to move the shadow about protecting the girls where he could. However, he knew getting stronger wasn't going to be easy. The shadow under Quinn split. Part of it went to the 2 girls, who would remain at the back. There was less of it this way, but it was the only thing he could do, because Aaron was fighting by his side as a close-quarter combat fighter. Layla was busy firing arrows away. In truth, she wanted to evolve, but she couldn't at the moment, since everything was too hectic for her. But she was glad she had learned the telekinesis ability beforehand. She had yet to improve it to level 4, but thanks to having it, she was able to cause distractions and help where needed on the battlefield. "Look out," Sia said, seeing a rock being hurled at them, but before she had even moved, the black shadow raised from the ground defending her. Quinn was doing a good job at splitting his focus into 2 areas, but he was sweating, and it was affecting his ability to fight a little, as they could see he was getting hit often. But his strong body and healing abilities made up for that, and he was even making use of the blood wall more to protect himself. Sia wasn't completely useless on the battlefield. When soldiers got close, she had several different gadgets she would throw out that would disable or trap certain enemies for a while. She had been gifted these from Edward before leaving the castle. The gadgets, which had been created by the 10th, Vincent would even make the most normal vampire useful. It wasn't smooth sailing for everyone, as they were starting to struggle. The initial start of the fight had passed, and most of the soldiers were able to pull out their soul weapons, making the fight more even and in their favor than before. "We haven't even gone through our 2nd year of school yet," Vorden shouted, as he swung his blade with one hand, then used the ground to shift his body, moving away from another strike. "I wish I had my soul weapon right now." Off towards the center of the battlefield, Leo had reached the head of General Paul, and the two looked at each other for a while. "You came over to me quite quickly," Paul said. "Do you have some type of grudge against me?" Floating behind him were 10 pieces of the black rock from before. They seemed extremely dangerous, considering that none of the other soldiers wanted to get close to Paul in his fight, for fear that they would get accidentally hit in the process. Leo said nothing, and stayed a few meters away from him with his sword ready. The first rock was hurled like a bullet, and a swing was made at the same time. The speed had matched, and the rock had hit the ground. Then the next, and the next. The black rocks continued to be hurled, while Leo would hit them all away. The ones that were hit to the ground soon raised and started to come at Leo from all different directions. "I can't cut it," Leo thought. "My ability is allowing me to see where all the rocks will come from. If it wasn't for that, I would have been hit by now. But if I don't break them soon, I will tire out." Leo this time was using everything he had in his attacks. The black rock was a lot harder than he thought. He was putting his ki as well and lacing the edge of his sword with his blood energy, making it as sharp as possible. "I have to cut it," Leo thought, swinging harder. Right now he was in his prime, yet on this planet he had found the demon-tier beast he couldn't cut, and now the head general's special rock, which was most likely his sole weapon. The speed that everything was happening at was beyond human, and Paul was starting to wonder if the person in front of him had some type of speed ability he was moving that fast. From above, the spectators continued to watch the fight go on, and it was nothing like they had expected. They had thought of 2 possible results, that the 10th family would be so weak they would be wiped out in an instant, or that the humans would be so weak that the same would happen to them. But that wasn't true at all. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they could see that Leo, the new vampire knight, along with the others, were powerful. With so few men, they were able to hold off the army. And as for the humans, they were a lot stronger than they had expected. "These humans, they keep growing and growing. If we allow them to continue, then soon they will overthrow us. What is the king thinking? The time for us to act is now," one of the leaders said in anger. A lot of vampires hadn't had any human interaction in years, and in their minds, they were still the weak little ants. Some of them didn't even see them as a threat or trouble until this fight had shown what they were capable of. The fight continued all over the battlefield, and the only one that hadn't joined in so far was Arthur. From time to time, he would come over to Quinn's side and whisper him a new task, perhaps tell him something different to do with his shadow. Strangely as well, every time Arthur would do this, his MC points that were used for the shadow would rise. It was as if Arthur could tell when Quinn would soon run out of MC to use the shadow, and somehow Arthur was able to restore his MC so he could use his shadow again. It felt like Quinn was playing the game where he could use his shadow skills as much as he wanted, only this time it was a real battlefield. Back at the center, Leo's fear was coming true. He was still unable to break the black rock,
and even him being a vampire, he was tiring himself up, and eventually it happened. He had been hit, and not just anywhere. One of the black rocks had hit him directly in the jaw, flinging his head to the side. The attack was hard, and Leo had to regroup himself, moving slightly out of his position. When he turned his head back to look at Paul, his mask had been shattered and had crumbled, falling to the floor. "Leo?" Paul said. Episode 522, The Scream. Paul had to take a second look at the person in front of him because it wasn't the Leo he knew at the military base. It was the Leo he had seen a long time ago. He looked like the spitting image of the blind hero who had fought in the war around 30 years ago, but that seemed impossible. How could he have gotten younger? At that moment, Paul had stopped his attacks, trying to figure out whether or not he was fighting against a friend or foe. "Leo, it's you, right? I don't know what happened, but maybe we can talk this out," Paul said. However, Leo wasn't listening to his words. Instead, he picked up his sword once again and gripped the hilt even tighter than before. More than anything, right now he wanted to cut the special black rock. "Continue," Leo shouted. Now Paul was hesitant. Just where were they? And what was going on? Was it an ability? Someone playing tricks on him? It had to be. He couldn't think of anything else. It would also explain why he was seeing a younger version of Leo he had fought with in the past, rather than the old one that he had hired to work for his military base. Plucking up the courage to fight against one of his men, Paul picked up the black rocks and started his barrage once more. The fight continued over all areas of the field, with neither side letting up. It wasn't clear who the winner would be. The soldiers were well equipped with beast gear armor, protecting their vitals, and the Earth's ability was good at defending and blocking against attacks. Whatever happened, Quinn was worried that his side would tire quickly, since they had less people, and there was something else, a choice he had made earlier that was making it tougher for everyone to fight. "Quinn, are you planning to stick to what you said before?" Arthur thought, continuing to watch him fight. "You were far more naive than I thought." But Arthur wasn't upset, for a smile came on his face. "You really are just like me, but you need to learn the truth." Over to his right, Quinn could see that Erin was beginning to tire out. She was sweating heavily and had been keeping up with his own pace. She had lasted longer than he thought. It looked like she was quick to adapt to her new body, but she had only just turned. She would not be at Quinn's level. A brief lapse in concentration for both of them, and the soldier's beast axe came chopping down. It was crashing down on Erin's head. She tried to block the strike by lifting her hands and moving her sword, but her hands felt like lead. No matter how hard she tried, she had reached her limit, and it looked like she would be hit. Then suddenly, a few sharp shooting pains were felt in her back, and her hands started to move on their own, as if they were as light as a feather. It raised and blocked the attack, and then her body moved on its own as well, spinning and kicking the soldier away. "I know I didn't get your permission, but I hope you can forgive me this time," Fex said, giving a wink. Just like on the roof, Fex had attached his strings to Erin, controlling her like a puppet. "Thank you," she mumbled. It was quiet, but Fex could hear those words, making his inside feel a little warm. "Let's do this!" He was now more energized than before. Towards the back, some of the soldiers had broken their formation, and now they were heading for the annoyances in the back. The two girls, Sia and Layla. Often when they were fighting, just at the right time an arrow would come into their view, blocking them from the perfect attack. They wanted this to stop, and now. Sia could see them coming towards them, but she no longer had any gadgets. She had used them all earlier. Right now she wished she had been turned into something else, something that would have been able to help in the fight. While Layla was too focused on trying to transform. If she was able to change into her second form, it would give her a chance. For her second evolution was better physically, and good for close fighting. But the panic had settled in, and she couldn't even absorb all of the emotions that were swirling around her. Seeing there was nothing else to do, she tried to run, but her legs had been trapped, surrounded by some type of earth. A rock was hurled towards her hand, hitting it, causing her to drop her bow, and now she was a sitting duck. The soldier didn't hesitate. This was a battlefield. Creating a spear out of the ground, he thrust it forward, aiming for her head. A picture came in to see his head through no control of her own. One of Layla's heads is impaled and she dies. When she saw this, she let out a huge scream, one that was as loud
as the castle. It had stunned the man closest to the two of them, slowing down his attack. "No!" Quinn shouted. Hearing the scream, he had turned his head, and he could see the spear going towards Layla. Because his shadow couldn't move quickly enough to block the attack, he did the only thing he could. Throwing a kick and channeling his ki, he unleashed a blood crescent kick. It didn't take long to reach the soldier, and the man had been sliced completely in half. His spear disintegrated, and his two halves fell to the floor. A few seconds later, Arthur appeared by the girl's side, hitting each of the other soldiers next to them, knocking them all out with a small hit. The loud cry had stunned most people and brought the battle to a halt. When Arthur looked at Quinn, his expression was not happy. He had just saved a friend. Instead, it was a sad one. "This is another lesson for you, Quinn," Arthur said. "You have to remember, at the end of the day, this is a battlefield. In a fight, the enemy is doing everything they can to kill you. If you didn't kill him, he would have killed your friends. Even in the past, when humans thought against humans, it was the same. This is the most important lesson I wanted to give you." Arthur knew Quinn had a soft heart, but he didn't know how to change it. No normal person would have sacrificed so much to save one person. This was why he knew what Quinn was like when he tried to save Fex. He was struggling to think of a way to help change him, but then the next time they saw him, Arthur saw that he had slightly changed. It had only been a few days, but with his character and confidence, it looked like he had become what he needed to become. But everything changed again before the fight. Quinn had asked him and his friends not to murder any of the humans, but rather to subjugate them all. It was the cause of many of them struggling in the fight and tiring much faster. Due to the scream, the battlefield had gotten quiet, and Paul had heard what Arthur had said. He started to look around and noticed it was true. Apart from those soldiers that had been killed by the strange creatures, all the ones that had fought with these 13 had been damaged badly but not killed. On top of that, the man who hadn't fought until now had dealt with his elite soldiers so easily. It made Paul realize that if he was going to continue to push this fight further, then it might prove to be a greater loss. He was fighting a losing battle. The black rocks fell to the ground, and Leo looked at Paul. "Everyone halt!" Paul shouted. "We surrender!" "Quest complete. Rewards received." Multiple notifications had gone off in Quinn's head for completing the quest, and it also included all of those that he defeated. Right now, though, he wanted to know if all of his friends were okay, and if they needed to round up their captors. The soldiers immediately listened to Paul's words. Dropping their weapons to the ground and canceling their abilities, it looked like both sides were thankful the fighting had stopped, even though it had happened so suddenly. Next, it was Fex's turn. Using the special rope, he was able to tie up the captives, and as for the remaining Wendigos, well, Arthur had dealt with them in his way, trapping them in some type of strange shadow for them never to be seen again. "Okay, let's head back to the king's castle," Quinn said with a smile. At the same time, the king had heard of the news, how they had successfully managed to capture the humans, including the leader, with no casualties on their side, apart from the Wendigos. Quinn had done a better job than he had thought. If he could, he would have thrown a celebration for their success, but unfortunately moments before, he had received dreaded news from one of his royal knights, news that needed to be discussed immediately by everyone. Episode 523. Quest Rewards. "Did you hear the news?" an excited vampire said. "That the humans have found us?" another replied. "I thought everyone already knew about that." "Yes, not that. That's old news by now, but about the group that went to beat them. I hear it was the 10th family." "The 10th family, are you sure? Who would go out there other than Knight Edward?" "Maybe the rumors of a new 10th leader being selected were true. I heard they used this as a test for him, to see how strong he was. He had only taken a small group and dealt with the humans easily." "Big deal," another joined in. "I mean, fair enough if it was a high-level threat, but you're talking about humans here. Even we could have dealt with that." "Are you sure?" another replied. "It was clearly big enough of a threat that they decided to send in a leader in the first place. I can't help but think things are starting to change here. Something like this has happened in so long, and no one after another." The entire settlement was humming as information was transferred from one person to another in the pool living area, and word had traveled quickly that the threat had been dealt with by the 10th family, the new 10th family. Those in the 10th grade felt a sense of satisfaction in their family's accomplishments for the first time, but they decided to hide it. Even with this, if they came out and claimed they were part of the 10th, others would laugh at them. Change couldn't happen overnight, but some of them could hope. The group walked back, and the soldiers had been captured, and it looked like not a single one of them was putting up a fight. They were very loyal to Paul, the head general, indeed. After Fex finished tying them up all temporarily with his string, they waited for vehicles to arrive that had been ordered by Edward. Finally, quite a large-looking van had appeared, and inside it were cuffs, made from the strong black material. The string was switched for the cuffs, and the humans were marched into the strange-looking vans one by one. In total, there were around 120 humans alive. After that, the portable teleporters were put in a separate vehicle. "Are we going to die?" a female soldier asked Paul. "I don't know," Paul replied. "All I know is that they have decided to keep us alive for now." When everyone had entered, Edward stopped Paul from walking forward. He was the only one that wasn't to step into the vehicle. While walking back to the settlement, the vans moved at a slow pace, following them, and Paul stood in the middle of them all, with Leo right by his side. This slow walk gave everyone time to think, and at the same time, Quinn could finally check the outcome of the fight, including the rewards he had been given for completing the quest, as there were quite a few things to take in. Level 29. Before Quinn was level 26, he had gained 3 levels during that whole fight. Every time he would defeat an enemy, he had gained EXP, more than he had done so before, proving the difficulty of the enemies he was dealing with were, and finally when finishing the quest, it had leveled him up one more time. What Quinn also did notice while he was fighting was that each time he would defeat an opponent, a new message would come up, saying bonus EXP received. This was due to his title, Edward's Little Helper, giving him 10% more EXP. He still didn't like the title name, but it sure was effective, for the amount of EXP needed later on would be grand. 0 of 25,600. He was still a long way from reaching that level 40 goal and becoming a vampire lord. Since evolving into a vampire noble, Quinn only got 1 extra stat point for each level up, and there was something else he noticed as well. His HP had remained the same, staying at 100. He was unsure if this was just a cap, but if that was the case, then the stronger enemies he would face in the future, he would need to focus on getting better beast gear to protect himself. With his 3 extra stat points, he decided to place them into agility, like he had originally planned. He found one of the main differences between him and the current vampire leaders was their speed. There also wasn't much need for him to place his points into the charm skill as much anymore. He could control most humans at school that he needed to, and those high in power were far too strong to be charmed anyway. He wouldn't disregard it completely, but it was no longer his main focus, after realizing how much he still needed to improve in the fighting department. There were a few times during the fight Quinn was able to take in a few drops of blood here and there, and that had also increased his stats, and now they were currently like so. Strength 48 plus 11, Agility 48 plus 5, Stamina 42 plus 1, Charm 45 plus 1, Defense 33. The next set of notifications were to do with his shadow ability. As a reward, he was given the chance to unlock any skill he wanted, just like after defeating the King-tier beast. On top of this, due to Arthur's training during the fight, his skills had improved, and now he had enough points to unlock all of the shadow skills in the system. Quinn wasted no time in unlocking them, and a fresh notification screen appeared. Level 6 shadow ability fully unlocked. MC points have increased to 120. Level 7 shadow ability tab has been unlocked. 2 new skills are available in the skill shop. After unlocking the 10 shadow skills available at level 6, Quinn had gained 20 more MC points. Things were now starting to make a lot more sense to him. A level 1 shadow ability user would only have 20 MC points to play with, and would most likely only have 1 skill or so. Every time one would go to the next level, they would earn an additional 20 MC points. Because Quinn had jumped and learned the level 6 book, it had jumped his MC points to 100, but he had yet to learn all of the shadow skills that came with it. Once again, Quinn had 0 skill points. However, there were 2 new shadow skills he could now unlock, and for that, he hadn't had the chance to play with yet. Quinn wasn't worried, though, for he had Arthur with him, someone who knew how to use the shadow better than anyone. Finally, the last few things for completing the quest. You have received 500 reputation points, total 600 reputation points. Quinn still didn't know whether to be happy about this or not, for he found the reputation points quite useless. He wanted to ask the system a question, and as he did, there was no reply. It would take a while until Quinn would be used to the silent system he originally had once again. For now, though, gaining more reputation couldn't be a bad thing. The vampire settlement could finally be seen as they neared the edge of the forest. Paul had been silent for the majority of his journey, and this was the first time he had opened his mouth. "It looks like the Dalkey structures," Paul said. For a second he thought these were humans that had gone over to the Dalkey side, but then he remembered Leo, who stood next to him. Leo hated the Dalkey more than anyone he had ever met before. There was no way Leo would be working with them. All of this just left him confused, and when they had arrived at the settlement, and he could see the eyes of all the people looking at him, he just didn't understand what was going on. "Humans! Is that the 10th family that captured them? They smell so sweet. I can smell them through the van." Hearing the words and taunts, Paul initially thought of them being human seemed completely off. Just where was he? "Leo, I need to ask. I gave up my people willingly to you. I will be honest, part of that was because I saw you," Paul explained. "Just tell me, I and my people will be safe, will they not? You won't let those innocent soldiers die for no reason." Leo wanted to give a reply, but the truth was he didn't know the answer. He knew Quinn didn't want this outcome either, and he wasn't to blame. They were all just in a bad situation. Hearing this, Quinn started to think about their fate. Due to Paul's position on Earth, they wouldn't be able to wipe their memories and send them back. They wouldn't have the same option as Logan and Borden. In this strange place, even Quinn couldn't make any promises to them. It was clear from what Arthur had taught him before that he needed to choose the people he cared about most, and that was himself and his friends. The king's castle was up ahead, where the fate of the humans would be decided. Episode 524, Not My Home. Stationed at the front of the king's castle were 50 or so vampires dressed in a uniform that Quinn had not seen before. Most of the vampire guards that would be stationed at their leader's castle wore the same uniform, apart from having the family seal on their clothing. There were a few exceptions, like the 9th family who were in charge of the prison. These men in front of him were dressed in finer detailed light armor, with blue trim. Thanks to Quinn's life as Vincent, he knew who they were. They were part of the royal army. These vampires weren't included in the 1,500 quotas each family was allowed, but even the king was only allowed a total of 50 or so in his army. They didn't answer to anyone apart from the king and the royal knights. The scary thing about them was each one was meant to have the strength of a vampire knight. It was a reminder to Quinn there were many faces that he hadn't even touched upon in the vampire settlement. He was also sure after seeing the Wendigos being used in the way they were on the battlefield, that they most likely had other dark creatures lurking underground, ready to be used at any time. Dwight, one of the royal knights, greeted them. His hair was flat on top of his head, and his facial expression never changed while he spoke. "I will confirm to the king that the 10th leader, Quinn Talon, has delivered the intruders as asked," Dwight said. "I think it will be best if you all return to your castle and such, to rest for the time being until you are called once again." The large vans were taken away, and Dwight grabbed Paul personally by the arm. Seeing him get taken away, he looked towards Leo, as if he was expecting him to say something, telling them to stop, but no words were spoken, and they all went towards the castle. "I can't imagine how he must be feeling right now," said Layla, "in a place where he doesn't understand what's going on, where they are, or who these people are. That's probably why he kept looking at Leo." Layla was right. He must have been going crazy with his thoughts, Quinn thought. Even though Paul was the leader of the military base, was all the wrongdoings his fault? Did he deserve something like this? He wasn't even in charge of the school, where his life was hell, and in the military school most of that was Duke's doing. "Wait!" Quinn shouted out, just before Dwight had reached the doors of the castle. "What will happen to him?" Dwight looked at Quinn for a little while before answering. "This kid, I can't tell if he will be good for us in the future or just bring more trouble," Dwight thought. "A decision has yet to be made," Dwight replied. "Don't worry, you will be called soon. Everyone will." They entered the castle doors, which had shut behind them. 4 days, Logan muttered. "What was that?" Vex asked after hearing him. "I was only calculating how much time we had till school was supposed to reopen," Logan responded. "I still haven't decided what I'm going to do." "Maybe we should wait until we see what's going to happen with these guys," Quinn replied.
From the sound of that royal knight, our situation and position might have changed a little." With their task and job done and nothing else to do, the girls had asked Quinn if it was okay to head back to Amy. They still wanted to find out more about Sia, after all, and honestly, they wanted to take their mind off everything that had just happened. They felt like if they just stayed at the 10th castle, they would just go mad thinking about things and wanted to keep their mind busy. The girls had split off from the group again, but just before leaving, Quinn had some words to say. "Layla, just be careful," Quinn said. The reason he said this was because he still had images of Layla being hit by the spear. She was moments away from death. As for Layla, when she turned around there was a big smile on her face. The words spoken were few, but she could tell they were important, because he had said those words only to her and not the other two girls. When they arrived at the castle, the boys decided to split off as well. Logan wanted to break down the research he had found from the mountain, and now with Peter back, he was his perfect assistant once more. Vorden, of course, was also interested in this, and he could tell that Quinn had something else on his mind. He hadn't asked any of the others to do anything, and continued to look at Arthur the whole way, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't while they were out in the open. "Call us if you need us again, and Quinn, we're still all alive, so don't stress too much," Vorden said, going into the castle and up to the research room. Hey, brother," Fex said. "That was great, huh? We really kicked ass out there. I was a bit worried about joining the 10th family, but I never knew you had grown so much. And the teacher, how the hell did you manage to turn him? He was a beast before, and now he's like some kind of super beast." The blabbering continued from Fex, and suddenly he felt someone pulling him along by the side of the arm. "Sorry, I forgot to take this chatterbox with us," Vorden said, having returned, pulling Fex away. "I guess it's my time to leave as well," Arthur said. "My offer still stands if you wish for me to train you more, Quinn." "Actually, Arthur," Quinn replied, "I wanted you to come with me inside the 10th castle. I need to show you something you might want to see." Edward gave Quinn a look. Honestly, he didn't want Quinn to dive deep into these affairs. He just wanted Quinn to be a good leader and live his life at the settlement protecting the others. But Quinn felt differently. He had lived Vincent's life, and he was involved in this, and that meant Quinn was involved in this now as well. This time, when they headed down to the 10th leader's tombs, both Leo and Edward were by his side. Quinn felt better this way. He didn't think Arthur would do anything to harm him, but he just didn't know what was going to happen. "Why have you brought me here?" Arthur asked. All of them stood towards the back, where the 4 tombs were lit up in the blue glow. "If I was to ask you what the First People's King looked like, you would know, would you not?" Quinn asked. "I would never forget his face. I have remembered it each day from the day that he turned me," Arthur replied. "Once an enemy and now my friend." The glances between Edward and Quinn continued, and if Edward knew what Quinn knew, he probably would have done everything in his power to stop what was about to happen. Quinn didn't say any more. Instead, he walked forward and would let the rest play out. Any explanation would just cause a back and forth. Turning the large circle dials on the tomb, steam started to pour out, and the chamber was lifted. Then, through the glass, a man could be seen with his arms crossed. Arthur looked at the man, and within a second his eyes had opened wide. He looked at the floor, counting again, making sure Quinn hadn't opened the wrong one. "Open them all!" Arthur shouted. Not replying or saying anything, Quinn went ahead and opened them all. In each of them, a leader was present. Arthur didn't know most of the other leaders, but he knew who took the 10th place after the first king, and in that chamber it was the correct person. But the reason for opening them all was to make sure there wasn't some type of mistake. "Where is he? Where is Eno?" Arthur asked. "That's why I invited you down here," Quinn said. "I have no idea what's going on, but the prior 10th leader, when he handed on the position to me, he showed me his memories, and in his recollections, I saw someone who looked like the first king, although that should have been impossible if the first king had gone into eternal slumber. No one here knows what the first leader looks like, and after hearing your story, and with how old you are, I thought I would check with you." Arthur couldn't believe it. He had seen the first king himself go into a slumber. Everyone was there when he had done so. There was no trick otherwise, the rest would have noticed, which meant only one thing, that someone had woken him up and placed another person inside the chamber. The question was, why? The initial shock started to settle down in Arthur's mind, but after this, he realized that what Quinn had told him was a little strange as well. "Quinn, tell me, how did you know what the first king looked like? Even if the past leader showed you his memories, He too should have known no such thing, Arthur asked. This was something that even Edward had managed to miss. How did Quinn know? This was the reason why he felt like it would be safer to have Leo and Edward by his side. He knew he would have to tell. There's something I need to tell you, and it's your choice whether you believe me or not. It was something the Bone Claw showed me. Episode 525, 14th Seat Gone. It had been a good 2 minutes, and no words had left Arthur's mouth. He just kept staring at the chamber in front of him. A few minutes ago, Quinn had explained to Arthur everything that happened, everything the Bone Claw had shown him, how it was the one that had attacked Arthur's men on the behalf of its master at the time, the master being the first king, Ino. At this point, any words would have been better than no words. Quinn was wondering just what was about to happen at any second. Would he lash out? Would he call Quinn a liar? There were so many possibilities. He didn't want to make Arthur an enemy. He had helped him out so much. If anything, he deserved to know the truth about whatever was going on. I have to find him, Arthur finally spoke. I need to hear it from his mouth, and after that, I'll ask myself what he's planning to do. Arthur wasn't angry. He wouldn't allow an incident that happened so long ago to control him. It was hard to get angry about something that happened many years ago. More than anything, he was disappointed. He understood why Ino had decided to do what he did at the time, and in the end, none of his men had died that day. The problem was he had been tricked by a so-called friend. If he had gone so far for his goal, then Ino would do anything, which meant there was a reason why he was still awake. Someone as craft and smart as Ino wouldn't have been woken up by accident. You believe me, then? Quinn asked cautiously. Of course, Arthur replied. What do you have to gain in all of this from lying? It would make no sense to try to turn something like this on me, and I can't see how you would know what the first leader looked like otherwise. Quinn, I would ask you to leave this Ino business to me, but I feel like you have your reasons for wanting to find him. If I find him before you, then I promise I will bring him to you, so you get your answers, Arthur said, and he started to walk out of the tomb heading for the stairs. Where are you going? Quinn asked. It's time for me to leave this place. It never was my home. It never felt that way for the years I was here, and I still don't feel welcome now. Saying that, he remembered there was one place where he did feel welcome at the moment, and that was the shelter he had arrived at and made together with Ruby. I will go looking for Ino and find out what happened to my people. I have spent too much time here, and I will take my leave. If the king asks about me in the meeting, tell him I have already left. Quinn was about to shout to him, tell him to stop. He still had a lot of things he wanted to learn from Arthur. Didn't he want to know the outcome? He could at least stay until Quinn figured out what to do. But then Arthur had already sunken in his shadow and disappeared. It was clear that he had made the decision to leave this place, and he meant it when he said he was leaving now. It felt a little strange for Quinn. Arthur was always his backup during a tough situation in negotiation. It was because of him many of the vampires chose not to touch him. With him gone, that would all change. Realizing this, Quinn knew one thing now. He didn't want to stay here. He wanted to go back to Earth. This wasn't his place to be. The problem was, for the first time, he would be in negotiations without Vincent or Arthur. While thinking of this, he felt a soft touch on his left shoulder, and then another on his right. Turning his head, he could see two fellow knights placing their hands there. Don't worry, Quinn, Edward said. We have your back, Leo said as well. Even in a place like this, he still had people who cared for him, and he had met some great people in the vampire settlement. If only there was a way for all of us to go back together. Heading back to the castle, the only thing that had changed was he now knew his suspicions were more than likely true. The first king was out there alive and most probably on Earth. Right now, more than anything, he wished he could talk to Vincent about it. Tell him why he thought the first king had helped him create the system used in the book. He carried moving forward until he eventually sat on the large throne that faced the glass pane looking out at the city. It was the best thing about the castle, the view. Before the meeting, we could use this time to announce to everyone that you are the king here, Edward suggested. It is a perfect time while morale is high. I hear the people outside have heard of our strength and good deeds. Quest received. Inform the people of their leader. Reward, reputation points plus 100. For the first time, this was a quest that Quinn wasn't too bothered about. In his mind, seeing Arthur leave so freely like that, he wanted to as well. I think I will want to wait for the results of this meeting. Tell me, what options do you think they will give to the humans? Quinn asked. I know you want to save them, but it will be a tough one, Edward replied. Unlike your friends, they are just one or two people, and are students at that.
but this time it was a head general, one of the big fish. It will be impossible to wipe their memories and send them back to Earth. It will just lead to further investigation. The best thing to do is just to never send them back. The humans will simply think they have gone missing on the Red Planet. They can carry on doing investigations there and will find nothing. Then the vampires will just wait them out. In a few hundred years, humans will completely forget about this event. It's a short time for us, anyway. This has happened a few times in the past. It was as Quinn had thought, but there had to be a way. Otherwise, killing them on the battlefield would have been better than letting them be used as a food source. And what about turning them? That was another option that was given. Will it at least stop them from killing them or using the humans as food? Quinn, a mass turning like that, I don't think you get it. Not all vampires have the capacity to transform their victims into vampires. It's an exhausting procedure. Most vampires are born into this world rather than transformed as a result of it, Edward explained. Quinn understood now why his slots to turn more people always increased as he leveled up and evolved. Even if he was to use the remainder of his slots, he couldn't save them all. For the rest of the day, Quinn had decided to rest, and while doing so, he would try to rack his brain to find if there was anything he could do. The girls hadn't returned, but he knew they were safe. He hadn't told them, but Edward had sent one of his own trusted men to look over them. As for the boys, they were still busy trying to find out any new information they could from the Dalki, and Vorden and Logan had made their decision. To both of them, their abilities just meant too much. So Logan had made a video diary of sorts, explaining everything they had discovered during their time here. He had thought of trying to trick the vampires, but he couldn't think of a way that would favor Quinn if they had been found out. The next day had arrived, and as expected, there was a visitor at the 10th castle. It was finally time for the meeting to start. Quinn had chosen to take Edward with him, as they were only allowed one vampire night into the council room, while leaving Leo behind to take care of the others if anything drastic were to happen. When they were in the room, all of the seats were filled apart from the 14th seat, the Punisher seat where Arthur would sit. He really did go. The other leaders looked in confusion and waited, and it looked like even the king was waiting as well, so Quinn decided to speak up. Arthur has said that he has decided to take his leave. Something had come up and he won't be coming back, Quinn said. Thank you for informing me, the king replied. I guess we may start the meeting. Please bring him in. The doors behind the king swung open wide, and walking into the room, Paul was seen. There is a reason why I have allowed this human to enter this room today, and it's because there is something serious going on. Something serious is happening on Earth. Episode 526, Quinn's Suggestion. The other leaders seemed to be surprised by the news just as much as Quinn was. It was clear that they thought this was just going to be a meeting about what to do with the invaders, but there seemed to be something else going on as well. First, we must congratulate the 10th leader, Quinn. He not only stopped the intruders, but was also able to do so without bringing harm to any of his men, the king said. Paul lifted his head to see who they were pointing at, as he too was interested in who was the leader of those that captured him and, more importantly, who was worthy enough to get Leo to follow them. Even he had struggled when trying to invite Leo over to their side, so he could only imagine it to be a great person. When their two eyes met, Quinn knew that Paul wouldn't recognize him, even if he recognized Paul. Their positions were just too far apart. Paul was hardly ever at the school. He had the whole military base to run, and most of the school matters were left to Duke and Nathan. He looked so young, Paul thought. It was true, even if Quinn now looked like a young adult thanks to the evolutions he had gone through. Compared to everyone present at the table, he was by far the youngest. His reward for this will be discussed at a later time, as we must move on to other matters, the king explained. As you all know, we have had a number of our people stationed on Earth at all times, updating us on the current situation of the Earth. This was how we came to learn who this man by our side is, and where they were. We initially thought if we left them to their own devices, they would return, claiming they found nothing, but it turns out they had found us. But it was a coincidence they still know nothing about us. Humans are still unaware of our existence. We have confirmed this by taking each one and integrating them. The look on many of their faces was of relief. This means that there might be no need for us to relocate, he said, pausing for a while. If the humans don't return, then they will just assume something happened on our training planet. We have enough rings made from the death bats for the future vampires until this all plays over, so this is not a problem. As Edward had said before, this was the most likely path they would choose to take. To not return the humans and just pretend that they had gone missing in action. As long as they didn't know where the vampires were, then it wouldn't be a problem for them. What do I do? Quinn thought. The king took a slight pause and placed his hand on his chest, as if he was trying to hold something in, but he couldn't, and a fit of coughs had started. His knights by his side tried to help him up, but with a stare from him, they stopped and allowed him to continue coughing until it eventually stopped. And now I will pass on the more pressing matter to my knight Dwight to explain, the king said, sitting back in his seat. Dwight placed his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest with the same dead facial expression he would have on as always. As the king said before, we have many people on Earth updating us on the situation there, but the correct term to be used is had, Dwight explained. That's right. We are unsure if the matters are related, but between the time the head general had arrived on the training planet and arrived here, we are no longer able to contact any of our people. We have no news of what is happening or what has happened. The only thing we can rely on is this man here, but it seems like he is unaware even in his position of what has happened. Which means there is a chance we might have been discovered after all, or something even bigger is going on there that he is not aware of. Some of the vampires didn't see this as much of a problem. They didn't care for the Earth anymore. They had their supply of blood. If the humans died, why would they care? While others thought differently. Earth was their original home, and one day they wished to return there. On top of that, they were just interested in what was happening. If something happened to them, they could possibly be next as well. If they had been found out, then they would have to move again, and why should they keep running away further and further from their original home? What we would like to do is send in a new team of vampires, but the king fears what happened to them may happen to you as well. So he wishes to send in a stronger, more capable force that can blend in. However, due to us losing our contacts there, it seems it might be impossible to blend in with society seamlessly. We are open to suggestions at this point, and are quite stumped. The room was open to discussion, allowing for all the leaders in the room to talk freely with each other and the knights to see if they could think of anything. It seemed that most of them didn't like the idea of going to Earth. It didn't seem appealing, and sending a strong part of their force there would just weaken their power here. As expected, not a single leader had spoken to Quinn, but he didn't care. Instead, Quinn was looking at Paul, trying to find an answer, and he had come up with one. All right, discussion time is over. If anyone has any suggestion on what is the best thing we could do in this situation, then please come forward, Dwight said. Some suggestions were made, but they were mostly the same as what they had been doing already. The king didn't exactly look pleased, as he felt like it would give the same results. Then Bryce had suggested that they should allow him to take a large force there and just deal with the humans as well as whatever was happening. Make the humans aware of their presence. The king surprisingly didn't completely disregard this idea, and instead said he would like to first know what had happened before making his move, for he wanted the least amount of casualties on his side. Then finally it seemed like the whole table was out of suggestions again. Seeing this, Quinn had raised his hand. I have a suggestion, if I may speak, Quinn asked. Dwight looked at him and paused again, but he had no reason to stop him and nodded. Let me choose a group to go over with me. Some of them in the room thought he would suggest this, as they still were unsure if Quinn was truly a vampire on their side or not. I think once you hear my explanation, it will be the best choice we have. I was and still am a student at the military academy belonging to Paul here. Most of the people I brought with me are in the same boat. We will be able to freely gather information from the inside, and once we graduate next year, we will join the military. You will always have someone on your side right there, and I would also like to make another suggestion, that we take Paul with us as well. With the position he is in, he will have more information than we ever had on what the humans are planning. He will also be able to alter files, allowing us to come and go to the military base as we please. Bryce, of course, was the first to be against this idea. And how do we know the head general will do all this for us? Why would he? As soon as we send him back, he could just tell the humans what we are and where we are. However, Quinn expected this, and yesterday night he had thought of the possible situations. He just didn't think such a perfect opportunity like this one would come up. Then let me turn him. Then he will have no choice but to obey, and will be one of us, Quinn said. You mean one of you?
Another leader interrupted, but Quinn carried on. You're afraid, right? I know you saw his power, but turning him will cause him to lose his power. He won't be the same as what he once was, but we don't need him to be. We just need his position of power in the base. You would like that, wouldn't you? Bryce said. But you see, there's a problem in your little plan here. He can still betray you. He indeed has to obey your command, and at the same time he can't hurt you. But will you be with him all the time? You can't stop him from running his mouth when you're not around. What will stop him from speaking? The people, Quinn replied. His men that we brought in. They will stay here, but we have to keep them alive. You saw how he acted on the battlefield. The only reason why he gave up the fight in the first place was because he didn't want them to get hurt. We can use this against him, Quinn said. For a moment, Bryce had stepped back a bit. He couldn't deny the person's character, but that was all they were relying on. That this human cared for his people, it wasn't enough. However, what options did they have? Quinn had made a good argument. They had no current allies on Earth, so what better way than to make one, and one in high power of that? If this worked, then the vampires would be in a better position than they would ever have been in. This included if they ever wanted to take over them in the future. So, slowly, Quinn was convincing them all. Okay, Bryce said. My last point, then. We have leverage against the human for not betraying us, but what about you? How can we be so sure that you won't go over to the human side? It was a fair question for Quinn. What could he offer or say to them to convince them that he wouldn't betray them? Episode 527, Striking a Deal. Quinn had considered this possibility before making his suggestion. What he wanted to do right now was try to come up with something that would satisfy them while also helping him in his situation. He had gotten this far on his own. Now he didn't have Arthur or Vincent to help him with suggestions. It was all down to him, and he was at the last hurdle. If one of his vampire knights remains at the castle, that should be enough, should it not? Edward perked up. This was what was done before when such an important task was given to a family. That was right. In Vincent's memory, he used to be given the task of gathering blood from the humans. It was his job as a leader. Back then, they allowed for a leader to interact with the humans, along with a vampire knight. Please, Prima chimed in. You barely know the kid. Even your precious 10th leader that cared for you had abandoned you all. And for what, who knows? If you were left here, nothing would change. If we wanted it to be more fair, then it would need to be someone from the group he came with, someone close to him. I think this is good, Muka added. We all saw how much he went through just to save Fex. Someone unrelated to his own family. If he were to have someone as close as that to him, I don't think he would ever abandon them. Hearing this from Muka, they were all reminded why Quinn had even come here in the first place. To save the life of a single vampire. One that wasn't in a high position of power, but simply a friend. They couldn't deny that this was a good bargaining tool. Bryce, who was listening to everything, could see the opinion on everyone's faces changing. He knew it was going their way. Okay, Quinn said. Then on top of Edward being left here, I chose to leave my other knight Leo. I wish to look after the 10th people and not completely abandon them. You all saw Leo's strength on the battlefield. He is one of the best men, and in doing so, I believe this will be far. What Quinn had said was true, but the main reason for picking Leo was because the others didn't know something that he had. A special skill that was related to the system only. A skill called Call. This skill would allow him to call Leo at any point, and time, to his position if he was ever in trouble. He didn't want to use it, but it would be a good safety net. I think the suggestion that has been made is a good one, Dwight said. I believe that it is important to monitor what is happening on Earth for our future as well. For those who wish to go forward with the 10th suggestion, please raise your hand. Hearing this, Quinn was filled with excitement. He had done it. He had managed to convince them to go through with it after all, but then this all changed when he saw the number of hands that had been raised. It was 4 in total. It looks like there are some that are unconvinced, Edward mumbled. We don't have any viable options on the table at the moment, and no other leaders seem to be willing to go, Dwight said, shaking his head. I have to ask, is there anything that will convince the other leaders to allow this suggestion to go forward? I have one, Jill said, raising her hand. She was one of the vampire leaders who had heavily injured Layla, and Quinn remembered he had hurt her with his bloodshot. If she was the one that had a suggestion, he didn't like the way this was going. I would be inclined to agree If he is to leave one of the girls in his group behind, which one is up to him to choose?" she said with a smile. If Quinn could, he would have liked to take them all, but in the end it was not possible. "Very well, I shall leave behind Erin. She is a newly turned." Jill was happy with this. She didn't care which one, but she wanted to pay back all three of the girls for the trouble they had caused her back then. As for Quinn's reasoning, it was because Erin couldn't return to the military base in the first place. True Dream was still after her, and they had made the video announcing that Pure had captured her. Her hair color and appearance were slightly altered now, but she still looked like Erin. On top of this, according to the system description, if she was to return and be surrounded by humans, her appearance would change back to what it once was. He knew Leo and Erin were a good match. They had stayed together for a while before, and he was sure Erin would most likely be fine with this and understand his decision. The problem was, even though Jill had changed her mind, still, only 5 people had agreed there was still more that needed to be convinced to make it a majority. The room was silent for a bit, and Quinn had run out of ideas for trying to convince them. Then a sudden, unexpected voice had chimed in, coming from Jin, who was one of the vampires that had already given Quinn his vote. "I think this will sway some people over," Jin said. "How about from the group we send one of our vampires to go with them? To make it even fairer, I would suggest sending someone from the other side who hasn't cast their vote. We could even send someone from the first family. It's up to you who you chose. You could send one of your knights if you wished." Finally, it looked like the vampires could agree on it, seeing that as many of them were now nodding their heads. Seeing that the vote would soon change, Bryce raised his hand first, changing his vote. "Then I will agree to this as long as it's one from the first family being sent over." Another leader also raised his hand after hearing this, finally giving the majority vote to Quinn. The strange feeling Quinn had in his stomach was finally starting to settle down. He no longer felt like he was going to spill his guts at any second. "I did it. But I can't be satisfied with this," he thought. "It seems we have all come to a decision," the king said. "The human known as Paul shall be blooded by the 10th leader. Then a small group of the 10th's people shall be sent to Earth along with one of the vampires from the first family. The finer details will be sorted soon, but I wish for this to be done as soon as possible. So I wish for Quinn to gather his people. Before that, I promised you a reward for achieving your task so well. Is there anything you wish to be rewarded with?" Clenching his fist, Quinn had to do it, the one thing he wanted to request this whole time. "If you can grant me anything, then I wish for the 2 remaining humans that I brought with me to not have their memories wiped," Quinn requested. "They are very close to me, so close that they chose out of their own free will to come to this place to save another. They weren't forced by command of blood, but by a different type of bond." "I hear what you are saying," the Quinn replied, "but humans are not allowed to know of this place. Even if I want to grant you this, I can't. Is there anything else you want to ask for?" He had failed. Quinn felt like he had let his friends down. After they did everything they could to help him, their memories were going to be wiped, and they were going to forget everything they had gone through. No, he had to try again. "If you can't grant me this request now, then I ask at least you delay it. They will be important in helping me complete my task. When I brought them here, it was because of their powers I could get so far. You can confirm with your men that we were sneaked into your system unknown. You saw how they dealt with the other vampires on the battlefield. Even with them not being vampires, they were still able to go toe-to-toe with your best. So all I want is for you to keep their memories until the mission is over." There was a pause and silence in the room. The king was waiting to see if someone heavily objected to this matter, but it seemed like none of the vampires cared about this. "Okay, very well," the king replied, "but they are your responsibility. Please remember that whatever they do will affect you greatly now as well, and remember the people who you have chosen to leave behind. There are still a few things to go over. Head back to your castle now and choose those who you wish to take with you. One of my royal knights will come by later to give you the rest of the details. The meeting is dismissed." Finally, a heavy weight was lifted off Quinn's shoulders. He had done it. They were able to go back to Earth, go back home. However, it wasn't permanent, and for how long he did not know, but it was the first step. Episode 528, Leaving Crew. Returning to the castle, Edward followed Quinn. It was only the 2 of them for the time being. When the royal knight arrived later,
they would bring Paul along with them and stay for the duration of the operation. When Edward stared at Quinn, his back appeared to be a little bigger for some reason. He was able to deal with all that was thrown at him and had earned a good outcome for himself in the end. But Edward was saddened by what had happened. While he was glad for Quinn, he hoped Quinn would stay so he could assist the people. If he left now, the residents of the 10th would be in the same situation as before, being treated as if they were at the bottom of the barrel. Edward had seen them endure hardships and trouble for so long, he wanted to change that, and after fighting with them against the humans, he felt like it was the first step in a new direction. Now they had moved several steps back. Leo was the first person to welcome him when he walked through the door. He had sensed his presence approaching the castle and was curious as to what had happened, so he went downstairs to the reception area. "Is everyone back?" Quinn asked. "Yes, the girls have returned and the boys are still upstairs resting," Leo replied. This was good, as it meant he could deliver the news to everyone at once, but while Leo was here, Quinn thought it would be best to tell him first. After explaining everything, Leo didn't look to be troubled too much by the decision. "I can wait, Quinn," Leo replied. "As I said before, you have given me more time in this world. I do not wish to leave this world before I have accomplished everything. I thought that I was at my peak strength before, with no way to improve." Leo started to think about how he was unable to hurt Paul, nor was he able to hurt the dragon. "But now I think I can. I think I can get stronger here." Quinn smiled, even though Leo would do as he asked. He didn't want to force something upon him, but he also had something else planned. "Edward, do you think it's a good idea if we announce to the people the new vampire knight?" Quinn asked. "I was thinking, if we claim that the invasion was stopped mainly due to Leo, it would increase their morale. Besides, it's kinda true. Leo was the one that went up against Paul. It may not be as good as a leader being here, but it will show them things are changing and improving." Hearing this had made Edward happier than ever. Quinn hadn't completely forgotten about the people after all. He not only thought about his friends, but everything he was leaving behind as well. "I think we can work something out. I will try to plan an announcement today," Edward said. Now that he had sorted out what was to happen with his friends and the others, Quinn had time to think about everything else. He couldn't get the image of those people that had attacked him that day. After visiting all their houses and seeing how desperate they were to get out of the family, he wanted to help them. Even more so after living in Vincent's memories. Technically, Quinn had already experienced the pain of leaving these people once, and he didn't want to do so again without doing anything. Everyone was gathered in the dining hall for the last time, and Quinn had informed them all of what had happened. How he had struck a deal with the vampires, and soon they would all be returning to Earth. "I knew you could do it," Vorden said. "I'm happy we don't have to get rid of our memories." "That wasn't what you said earlier," Logan replied. "You even had me make a video containing all your experiences so far. That's what we have been doing this whole time." All Vorden could do was laugh nervously. "It's fine to have a backup plan, right?" Vorden said. On the girls' side, though, although they were happy about returning, Layla seemed to be hit the hardest by this. She had just reunited with Aaron. The two of them were holding hands, and tears were already rolling from her face. "Aaron, we won't see each other again?" Layla asked. "It won't be forever," Aaron replied. "Besides, I want to stay here for a bit. There are still things I can learn from Leo, and I haven't selected an ability yet. Time will pass by quicker than you think, and I will be there to help you once again." The two embraced each other with a large hug, and Sia, who was seated behind Layla, could see Aaron mouthing some words. "Look after her," Aaron mouthed. Sia thought it was sweet until she saw the next set of words mouthed. "If she gets hurt, you're dead." Even though the words were only mouthed, they had sent a shiver down her spine. Sia was never really close to Aaron, and had only got to know her a little bit during their time here. She was jealous of Aaron. Her relationship with Layla looked closer than hers, and she was able to stay here. If she was chosen to stay here, she would have been happy as well. She had learned about her abilities from Paul, but she never got the chance to speak to the vampire leader to restore her abilities. But it was Quinn's decision and order, and she understood why Aaron had to be the one left behind. The ones that would be going to Earth with Quinn were as follows: Sia and Layla from the girl side. As for the boys, it would be Vorden, Logan, Fex, Peter, and Borden. Now that they had Paul, he was able to input Fex into the system as a new student again. Peter had the transformation skill, and could appear as anyone he wanted to be, so he could do the same. With Borden, Logan insisted it would be best if they brought him with him. He said he would be able to hide him most of the time in his toolbox anyway, due to how small he was, so it would all be okay. Now that they all knew what was happening and where they were going, the girls wanted to say one last goodbye to Amy and the others, and the boys were in the research lab trying to take all that they needed with them. However, just as the girls were about to leave, Fex had called out to one of them. He had asked Aaron to stay. "Aaron," Fex said, "I saw your strength on the battlefield. I want to make a request. Can we fight each other? I might not see you for a long time." Usually Fex was playful and joking, never serious, especially when he talked to Aaron, but she could tell this time he was serious. "You two go ahead," Aaron said. "I think I'm going to stay with the idiot." Aaron didn't know Amy and Xander well. She hadn't experienced going to school with them. She had only tagged along to protect Layla if any creeps were trying to get their hands on her. But after meeting them, she knew they were good people, and the two of them would be okay. Besides, she too wanted to test out her new strength. How did she compare to a vampire like Fex? The two of them went off and tried to find a room they could fight in. They eventually ended up in the reception area, the biggest empty space in the castle, right next to the entrance. Quinn was interested in seeing the fight too, so he decided to go along with them, but he was confused by what had caused the sudden interest in Fex. "I see what he's trying to do," Edward said. "He plans to break through. He wants to evolve during this fight. We could always perform the ritual, but breaking through naturally is always better, especially for someone like him. As long as his opponent is strong enough, he will be able to finally become a vampire noble." That was right. Quinn had forgotten. But Fex was only a vampire still. He had yet to evolve, but was one of the strongest vampires due to him being a direct descendant. The two got into position, and the fight was ready to go ahead. Technically, Erin had better stats, but she hadn't been a vampire for long, so she wouldn't be able to use blood abilities, but she did have the power of Ki on her side. While Fex was quite skillful in using his blood abilities and also had his string ability, the two of them got in a fighting position, and Edward stood in the middle, trying to make the match as official as possible. 3, 2, knock knock. Before the fight had started, there were 2 loud knocks on the door, pausing the duel for a second. He went to open it to see who it was, and there, Dwight the Royal Knight could be seen, and in his hand was Paul. "I have brought the human with me to be blooded," Dwight said. Episode 529, A Future Power. The girls had arrived at Xander's house once again, but this time it looked completely different. They had a self-driving carriage out front that had all their things packed, and their family looked to be upset as they entered another one behind it. "Layla, see ya!" Amy shouted out. "You managed to just catch us in time. We were just heading to the 10th family." All the preparations were complete, and their house had been completely emptied from the inner first castle area. "Where will you be going?" Layla asked, looking at all the items they had. "Well, our registration and switch into the 10th family is complete," she replied. "So we will be heading to the pooling area first to see our new place. Then after that, we were going to head to the 10th castle." The 10th castle was just where the two girls had come from. It seems like they had just wasted their time coming down here. "The 10th castle? Why are you heading back there?" Sia asked. "Well, joining the 10th family, we have to start from the bottom again, which is why we're in the pooling area, but Knight Edward had made an announcement telling everyone to come to the 10th castle tonight." Heading back in the carriage with Amy and Xander, the girls updated them on what was to happen, telling them it was most likely to be their last day here. "Well, Xander will be upset," Amy said. "Half the reason we were moving to the 10th family in the first place was so he could have more chances to speak to you." Xander looked out the carriage window and had his hand covering his face, avoiding the others from seeing his facial expression. But Amy knew him best. He was embarrassed and didn't even want to look at the two girls. "I wonder what the announcements are going to be," Sia thought. The Royal Knight Dwight, along with Paul, had gone to the top floor of the castle to the throne room, along with Quinn and Leo, to go ahead with the blooding process. The Knight Dwight was there for 2 reasons: to give the whole team a rundown of their job tasks and what they needed to do each step along the way. The second reason was to stay there until he saw the whole blooding process play out. There would be no tricks involved with this. Because of this, back down in the reception room, Edward had remained with both Fex and Aaron, still overseeing the battle. The fight had started, and it had gotten intense for both of them far quicker than they both had thought. The two of them were covered in sweat and were huffing and panting. "You have gotten so much stronger since the last time I met you on that roof," Fex shouted. He was thinking, could someone improve this much just because they had just turned? But it wasn't just that. Her swordsmanship had improved as well, although it wasn't as good as it might be. He understood better than anybody how to bring out the best in her when he was in charge of her. Charging in again, blood swipes were thrown out from Fex's hands. Erin hit both of these away with her sword, smashing them on impact. She had yet to learn how to do her blood swipe, but still using ki and her extra strength, she was strong enough to get rid of these. When close enough, Erin swung her blade down at Fex's head. "Is she trying to kill me?" Fex thought, but he had brought out his red string in time, deflecting the attack and moving to the side. He was tiring out faster than usual because his red string was the only thing strong enough to block her attacks. His regular string was able to be cut easily by the ki-infused sword, and with Erin being faster than him, it was the only thing he could rely on. "I have to try something else, otherwise I'll lose this fight if it continues," Fex thought. Erin hadn't slowed down for a second and wouldn't let him relax, hitting him here and there. Fex evaded the strikes in each manner he could, rolling, dodging, and using the blood wall. Erin sensed anything weird after he performed this multiple times. Before this, the whole fight he had been blocking her attacks, using the red string, but now he had stopped. Is it because he's run out of energy? But the fight in his eyes said something different. She needed to be careful. Then Fex had done something strange. Using his nails, he cut the palms of his hands and splattered blood all over the area Erin was standing in. "I've got you now," he said. The blood had revealed several pieces of regular string that were placed all over Erin. Every time Fex would dodge an attack carefully, he would set up a point by placing a needle on the ground, attaching a string, and surrounding Erin in it completely. His regular string was weaker but almost invisible to see. However, the red coating of his blood wasn't just to show her where the string was. He had placed his blood on the strings to infuse them with his power later. Placing his hand out, he was slowly able to control the blood and coat all the strings in red. "Blood control," Edward said, shocked. "But he is only a vampire, although it's not the best. How is he able to do this already? It seems that the 13th family has lost a great future power." "Rise," Fex said. With the blood-coated strings, he moved and swirled them, wrapping them around each part of Erin's body. He just needed to restrict her movements. He still feared her power, that perhaps if she could get a full swing in, she would even be able to break the red string as well. Eventually, Erin was restricted to the point where she could do nothing but twitch. "Fex is the winner," Edward declared, trying to end the battle there. Erin was upset, but not completely. When they had fought on the roof, a long time ago, even with her ice powers, she couldn't do anything. But here she had made Fex show a number of skills he had never shown before, pushing him to his limit. Without a doubt, she was stronger now without her powers than when she did have her powers, so she could only think her time without her powers had improved her, shown her how much she relied on them before. Now as she was to obtain a new ability, she felt she was ready. "Can you take these strings off?" Erin asked, but then she noticed that the strings started to disintegrate and fall to the floor by themselves. She looked at Fex, who stood opposite her. He was still standing, staring at her, but he hadn't moved, and before she knew it, his body was falling over and had collapsed to the ground. His body suddenly started to shake and vibrate, as if he was having a fit. "What's wrong with him?" Erin said, running over. "Don't worry, I have prepared for this," Edward said. "It's nothing to worry about, he's simply evolving." A blood pack was given to Fex to regain his strength. Seeing the blood, Erin thought that maybe she was now a vampire, she would be drawn to it, but there was no such reaction. During her time here, she would have time to find out more about herself and what she was. The shaking had ceased, but Fex was now filled with a searing energy. His physique was changing dramatically, and he had been at his best for so long. He was evolving into a whole different person. "Is there anything else we need to do?" Erin asked. "All we can do is wait." In the throne room, Leo and Quinn stood on one side, while the other two stood opposite them. It was awkward, to say the least. "Can I speak to them?" Paul asked. Dwight didn't reply and instead looked at Quinn for an answer, who eventually nodded back. "Do what you want, just don't take too long," Dwight said as he left them and went over to sit in one of the empty seats off to the side of the room, carefully keeping an eye on them all. "What did you want to say?" Quinn asked. Paul looked at Leo. He then looked at Quinn again. I just wanted to say thank you for making your suggestion, Paul said. I don't know why, but it seems you were fighting for my people, and because of that, they will be kept alive. I also didn't know you were a student at my academy. Have the two of you always been vampires working for them as spies? Quinn clenched his hand, filled with emotion. Yeah, he wanted to help these people, but right now he had one of the base's head generals there, and he wanted to tell him everything on his mind, and now he could. Do you even know what goes on at the military base? Quinn asked. No, not just the base, but how the world is right now? With the sudden surge in anger, Paul was shocked. What could have happened to someone to make them like this? Episode 530, My Answer. Quinn wanted to let it all out, and he had finally had the chance to do so with no consequences to hold him back. He always wanted to talk to the people at the top and ask what they were thinking. Why didn't they try to help people like him, and now he could. No, I wasn't always a vampire, to answer your question, Quinn replied with a clenched fist. Quinn, calm yourself, Leo said, seeing this. I know you have a lot you want to say, so just tell him, let it out. Taking in a deep breath, Quinn calmed down a little and started again. My parents died in the war against the Dalki, Quinn said. I was left on my own with no money. I wasn't even able to afford an ability book that classified me as a level 1. Do you know how life is for those low levels? We get treated like trash every day, picked on and beaten. Even those that are only slightly above us push their anger and frustrations on those below them. We know that happens, Paul replied. That's why we offer the Earth ability for those that need it. It's why we take them in and protect them. Protect them? Quinn laughed sarcastically. You use the Earth ability as a tool to dangle in front of them, to use them. What happens to those that don't wish to continue doing your bidding? You refuse to let them grow. You toss them aside and let them stay back where they were. Did you know what General Duke was doing? How he was controlling things behind the scenes, getting others to do his bidding? I didn't, but Quinn wouldn't let Paul reply. Why, if you had the strength, the power, why didn't you stop it? Why did you have to impose who was strong and who was weak on each other? And do you know about True Dream? Quinn asked. Hearing True Dream's name, the look on Paul's face suddenly changed. Of course he knew about True Dream. Their relationship was a special one, done on purpose to keep on his good side. Your face says it all, Quinn said in disgust. There is a girl in this castle that had to come here, had to run away with Leo, had to go through hell, all because that sick bastard took her abilities away. Then they wanted to get rid of her, put her in the school dungeon. For what? Because she didn't have any parents. Because you knew no one would complain if these people had their abilities taken away. Peter nearly died. I had no choice but to turn him, Quinn shouted, raising his voice even more. Leo now stood in between the two and asked Quinn to step back. He was afraid if he got too riled up, he would perhaps even kill Paul. And if that did happen, then their whole plan would have disappeared. I think you should answer the boy, Leo said. He has been through more than you can imagine. During my short time there, I too had noticed some strange things. Sometimes when you are at the top, we don't see the effect our decisions make on the people below. We just see the outcome or think about the outcome. But here we have someone who was at the bottom, finally able to speak to you about these things. I hope you can give him some answers. Paul took a moment to think, and what Leo had said was true. All the decisions made by the other generals and the Supreme Commander were based on achieving their goals. They just thought about what was best for them at the time. Was it so bad? He really didn't know. But this person had saved his life, and his people's lives, so he could at least answer him honestly. You might not like the answer I'm going to give. It might not be the answer you're looking for, but it is an answer, Paul replied. When the war with the Dalki started, we felt helpless. And when the originals came and saved us, we looked up to them as some type of gods. Maybe it went to some people's heads and they did what they did for that reason, but I don't think so. At the time, the human instinct went into survival mode. The humans did everything they could to survive. So we decided to cut off what we saw as a heavyweight. We needed the quickest way to fight against the Dalki. It caused chaos, and True Dream was our answer to that chaos at the time. Yes, I did know about True Dream's doings, but every time I told myself we were sacrificing the few to save the many. The new society is the way it is now. If we were to take True Dream out of it, do you know what would happen? The Dalki would no longer be our biggest threat. Instead, it would be each other. Even here, with all your power, I can tell that there was distress at that table. People on one side and people on the other. That's just how things have always been. Especially now, where power is everything. The strongest ones are the ones that are deciding the people's path. It's the same, Quinn thought. The vampire council, the humans, they were all the same. So everything was bad because the leader at the top was bad, was it? Then what was the answer? How would he be able to solve this problem? You know, when I became a vampire, I used to think it was a curse, but more and more I'm starting to think of it as a blessing. Fine, to your stupid reply, I'll give a stupid answer then. I'll just get stronger, stronger than the humans, stronger than any vampire, so no one can go against me. What I say is right, and what I say is wrong, is that correct? Is that the way the world works? As long as the person making the decisions is good of heart, it will be fine for everyone. It wasn't the point Paul was trying to make, but he could tell Quinn was already beyond listening. He had been broken down by the life he had experienced. Maybe once he reached the top, or was put in that position, he would realize how hard it was, or maybe Quinn could go to prove him wrong. Dwight, who was sitting by the side, had heard everything. He found it all interesting. Quinn wasn't really as close with the humans as he thought. It was interesting to hear how he felt, because he had been a hard one to read until now. Protecting Feck's a vampire, then protecting the humans. He couldn't decide whose side he was on. Okay, time's up, Dwight said, getting out of his seat. We can't waste any more time. First, let me explain a few things to you. We haven't decided the exact time frame of when to call you back. It could be 1 year, it could be 10 years. It could even be as short as a month. But when we do, you are to return immediately. Once a month, a vampire will be sent to your location to update us on what you are doing. If you deem there is anything urgent to report, or the person who will be with you thinks it's necessary, then they will use a portable teleporter to head back to us immediately. If you are found out by the humans, you are free to deal with that as you wish. You are a leader after all, but you are also to report it to us, especially if it might be anything that could lead back to us or this place. If Paul is seen speaking to the humans about anything to do with vampires at all, without the permission of the 10th leader or us, we shall kill every last human here immediately. It won't be a quick death either. We will drain their blood every day, letting them starve until they finally collapse. Tomorrow morning is when you leave, and it will be when you meet your new ally from the first family. Remember, he will be keeping an eye on everything you are doing. So let's hurry up and get this over and done with. They moved Paul in front of Quinn, and Leo stood by his side, while Dwight grabbed him by the shoulders from behind. Then Quinn, cutting his hand, allowed blood to drip into his mouth. The system was activated. Blood ritual has been activated. The process was painful, just like it was for the people before. Paul was quite well built and a skilled fighter, but he was nothing compared to a fighter like Leo. Most of his power came from his ability, so the process seemed to hurt him a lot more. On top of this, Paul knew nothing about ki. Quinn was starting to wonder what Paul would turn into. He would no longer have his earth ability, which would mean he would lose his soul weapon as well, or at least something would happen to it, due to his soul weapon being based on his ability. Come to think of it, Quinn didn't know what would happen. Still, Quinn didn't need a strong ally. He just wanted someone to use his position of power in the military, but it could never hurt. After all, Quinn was his turner. If he ordered him to fight, then he would have to. The blood ritual has been completed. Episode 531. 4 more to go. The ritual was a success, and even though he didn't care too much about Paul, Quinn was still interested to find out what he could become. There were the regular vampires like himself and Leo, and then Class A vampires like Aaron, Class B, which would be Peter, and Class C with Layla and Sia. According to Edward, some classes would be more trouble than they were worth, so it was best if they were prepared to deal with such threats as soon as possible. But with Dwight, Leo, and himself, he could never imagine Paul turning into something the three of them together couldn't beat. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the ritual. A vampire has been created. 6 of 10 cursed family members. It was a good result. There was a little bit of fear that Paul would have turned into something complicated, something new that he would have to deal with back on Earth, but with a vampire there were no surprises. It seemed like he had skipped the beginner step, unlike Quinn had done. At first, Quinn was a halfling, but Paul had become a vampire instantly. Looks like the results have been good, Dwight said. It would be best that you inform him of the changes that will occur inside his body and how to deal with them. Now you are working for us. If there is anything you need, blood flasks or magic rings, just ask Edward and we will send something to deliver them to you. He started walking out towards the door, not waiting for the others to say goodbye. He opened the door and said his last words. "Remember, tomorrow your new ally will be here and you will be off." And like that, he was off. Paul had a few times opened and closed his hand as if he were a newborn baby. He appeared to be trying to do something, and he was. He was testing to discover whether his ability had truly vanished. He'd never heard of anything like this occurring before. He tried to lift the ground, move objects, anything, but nothing had worked. "Leo, I was wondering," Quinn said, looking at Paul, "when you turn into a vampire, have you been able to use your soul weapon?" "Yes, I've been able to," Leo replied. "But if you're asking because you're wondering if Paul can, then I do not know the answer. I was lucky and was able to learn my ability again. Earth is not one of the abilities the vampires have, correct? If I was to guess, then the soul weapon should still be manifested inside of him. Perhaps when he learns a new ability, his soul weapon will alter to aid his ability, but your guess is as good as mine." Previously, when Quinn popped the question to Vincent, he had told him that vampires did not have soul weapons, but this was different. Would someone keep a soul weapon if they already had one? Quinn was interested in this because he wanted to know if he would still be able to learn his soul weapon when he returned to the academy. After all, it was one of the main focuses of their learning when they became second-year students. After that, Leo started to explain some things to Paul. The two of them were able to converse normally, while Quinn's blood would often boil every time he looked at him, so it was for the best that Leo was doing the explaining. Leo told him all the basics about vampires and what he was to avoid, such things as a weakness to sunlight, along with his hunger for blood as well, and perhaps how from time to time he would have to reject certain foods. The most important thing was to blend in with society. It was lesson 101 for vampires. Quinn had done it for Leo, and now he was doing it for Paul. Back at the reception area, there was another certain individual who had managed to finish his evolution successfully as well. He sat down, and Edward was standing behind him, making sure nothing had gone wrong during the evolution process. Standing up, they could see Fex was an inch taller. His hair had grown in size, and was now down the back of his neck. Even more, he looked fiercer. "Is that the same idiot as before?" Erin thought, although she too was shocked at her changes when she had seen them. Seeing someone change in front of their eyes like that was a different feeling altogether. It felt magical almost. "Thank you," Fex said. "It's because of you I was able to evolve. I knew if I wanted to grow stronger, I needed someone who would have been able to push me to my limits. I was at the peak of my strength and needed that little push. Now I can finally start getting stronger again." He started walking towards Erin while staring at her. Erin looked around, wondering if he was looking elsewhere, but his intense gaze remained fixed on her. "You are as strong as you are beautiful." Fex's hand reached out as if he was about to brush her hair, and instinctively she pulled back. Her next reaction was to lift her leg, kicking whatever was in front of her. It just so happened to hit Fex right in his groin. The pain went straight to his upper stomach, and he fell to the floor. In ways, he felt like this attack was worse than the evolution he had just gone through. "I'll beat your arse next time," Erin said, as she walked off with a frown on her face. "Wait," Fex called out, as he got up from the floor, and before Erin had turned around, she felt sharp pains in the back of her body. She had felt these things before, and during the fight against Fex, just now, she tried her best to avoid every possible chance to allow him to control her, but she never thought he would do so now. "The fight is over. What are you doing?" Erin complained, frustrated that she was unable to control her body. "Did the evolution make him this much stronger? I can't resist at all? I thought it would have all changed when I became a vampire." "It's been a long time, and we might not see each other for a while, so I wish to leave you with a gift." Moving his fingers, Fex had done what he had done on the roof that day, controlling her body like a puppet. He moved it freely, creating a dancing style of swordsmanship. If it was the old Erin, she would have resisted and fought against the control, but now she accepted help and change. Ever since that day, she had been chasing after this, and she wanted to experience it again. Letting Fex have full control over her, she tried to memorize all the actions that were happening in her body, and in doing so she noticed a difference. The movements were a lot smoother than before, and the strength in each twirl, spin, and hit was stronger. It seemed like Fex had improved in all aspects as well, and even the swordsmanship that had been shown was better. "My family isn't as weak as others believe," Fex began to explain, while still controlling her. "My father protected me and my sister on the platform that day. He fought the first leader but was unable to use all of his power. He had forgotten to bring his puppet. For the 13th family, this is our main strength. It proved that he wasn't ready for what was to happen. He had simply acted on an impulse that day. He didn't plan to save us, but I was still happy. Fex didn't know why he was babbling on about this. He just wanted to tell her about his ability a little bit, but he seemed to drag on about his father. It was because he had no one to talk to about it with. Finally, Fex detached the strings and Aaron was left free. When she turned around, he was no longer there, and Fex had disappeared off somewhere else. "Idiot, you didn't even let me thank you," she said. Edward was now overjoyed after witnessing the magnificent display of swordsmanship. Every time he saw the people Quinn had brought with him, he couldn't imagine the power of the new 10th family. He could imagine vampires learning from this beauty in his imagination. And while few could teach his high skill, it would be good preparation for the kids to compete with him. While in the middle of his thoughts, a loud knock was heard at the door. Opening it up, Timmy had entered the room. "Sir Edward, all the preparations are complete. The people have started to gather," Timmy said. "Excellent." Going up to the throne room, Edward entered and could see Quinn sitting down looking outside. Quinn could see that the vampires down below were starting to gather just outside the castle area. Not quite directly in front of the castle, but a little bit ahead. There was an open area and a lot of space due to the inner castle housing area having fewer houses. It looked like all of the 10th family vampires had been asked to come to such an event. "Quinn, it is time," Edward said. "Leo, are you ready?" It was time for Leo to reveal himself to the 10th people. Edward couldn't help but feel a little nervous about how they would react. Episode 532, The New 10th Night. The 10th people had heard that an announcement would be made today, so they had gathered in the area in front of the castle. It was stationed very far away, and everyone knew not to get too close to the front doors. Outside, a tiny platform had been built and elevated a few feet above the ground. This was done to make it feel more personal. A speech could be delivered from the castle, but it was too far away and would seem disconnected from the people. Edward believed that this was their opportunity to bring the family closer together. "Do you know why we were all called here today? It's been a long time since anything like this has happened." "I'm not sure. Maybe it has something to do with the castle lighting up." "You think what they said about the 10th family having a new leader is true? I've been seeing people I've never seen before come and go, and I think I even saw a royal knight come here." The crowd was speculating what exact reason they had been called here for. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. Even those who were only in the 10th family temporarily were interested in what was about to happen. Finally, the castle doors opened, and 3 individuals walked out to the front. Everyone recognized one of them, Knight Edward, because he had been looking after them the entire time. The other was a bald swordsman who wore very minimal clothing, but had a demon-faced chest piece visible beneath his shirt, and ultimately, another individual was present, but he wore a hood and had his face partially hidden by a dark cloth. The hooded man was Quinn. He wanted to be here, by Leo's side when this happened, since he had put this responsibility on him. But many people had seen him save Fex that day, and just didn't want others to make speculations if they saw him coming out of the castle with the other 2 vampire knights. On the platform, Leo took the middle position, and the other 2 stood by his side. The crowd waited, and Edward started his announcement. "I have called you all today because there has been a big change in the 10th family," Edward said. "As you may have heard, the 10th family was tasked with taking out the human intruders. Not just any human intruders, but some of the strongest to invade this settlement." The word humans didn't really sound frightening to vampires, so Edward had to add a little spice to things in his descriptions. "A very small team, including myself, took on the 200 or so intruders on our own, and we didn't allow for a single casualty." "Whoa, that's pretty impressive," someone mumbled. "I had heard things, but I thought they were exaggerated." In the crowd, both Amy and Xander stood there as well. They had made it, but knew more than the others thanks to Layla and Sia, and they knew what was coming next. "All of this was thanks to this man by my side," Edward said, pointing at Leo. "He coordinated the attack on the humans and took down the leader." Edward had stopped speaking there and paused. He was waiting for some type of applause, but there was no such thing. As he thought, it might be a bit harder to convince these people overnight. "He is the new 10th Vampire Knight and will be taking charge of the head position while our leader is still vacant. I will continue to do the day-to-day duties, but this man will hold the same position as me. No, a position slightly above myself," Edward said, nodding his head. The crowd now was full of conversation, but they weren't smiles and such. Instead, it seemed more like negativity.
He's a vampire knight? Without a leader who decided such a thing. Not only that, who is that vampire? I've never seen him in my life. How are we meant to suddenly see him as one of our knights? What about us? Shouldn't there be some sort of trial to see if one of the nobles is worthy? Why did this unknown get a chance to skip ahead of everyone? With the increasing amount of complaints, the crowd was getting restless, and Edward could see this. I assure you this man is even stronger than myself, Edward explained. Things will mostly remain the same, but the 10th now has a newfound power. If there is trouble brewing, then he will be the force to put his foot down against the other vampire families. You will no longer have to hide in fear if the others are committing wrongdoings. Edward was speaking so passionately that many felt like they could believe him. They weren't sure if it was some ploy, just to give them an energy boost or what, but after hearing Edward, some were starting to be convinced. However, this wasn't all of them. No, if he is so strong, then let me challenge him, a person said, stepping out from the crowd. It was a fairly young vampire. Using his inspection skill, Quinn could tell he was a vampire noble. How dare you, Edward shouted. This man has already been made a vampire knight. How could you disrespect him like that? Edward wanted to continue, but he couldn't reveal that the new 10th leader had chosen him. It would just raise more questions. When thinking of what to do next, he saw that Leo had hopped off the platform and went ahead to where the man was. Now that they were close, the noble vampire could see the strange white in his eyes. They weren't colored or red like a vampire would be. He's blind! He's blind! The man started laughing uncontrollably. I knew it! It's all a sham, a big fake. I knew they would never let the 10th family have anything decent. The reason they have never selected a new leader is because they want one of the families to be like this. They want one of the families to stay bottom of the barrel. That way all of the families can pick on them. Can't you see? If everyone has one family they can hate on together, then they don't go around hating each other. I remember when there was a time the 4th family and others would be picked on just as much, but not anymore. Not the day since Vincent left us, the vampire yelled. A mysterious presence was then sensed behind Leo on the platform, and mist began to emerge on top of someone's head. You are not allowed to speak the leader's name, Edward whispered quietly. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Quinn whispered into his ears, Let Leo deal with this. This is his first step into proving it is his position.
I will take your deal, Leo said. If there is anyone unhappy, then feel free to fight with me. If I lose, you are free to have the knight position. This wasn't something Leo could do so easily, but the other vampires didn't know that. They thought everything was all fake anyway, so the first one to call his bluff was the vampire noble who was in front of him. I'm sorry, but I'm sick and tired of this entire situation, the vampire knight shouted, running forward. 2 blood swipes were thrown out, and Leo simply leaned his body left and right, avoiding the strikes. When the vampire got close enough, he aimed for a blow, but Leo had vanished from his sight and was beneath him. Leo raised his hand without drawing his blade, and before everybody knew it, the vampire's arms had been severed and were rolling about on the floor. No one from the crowd had seen him draw his weapon, and it was because he hadn't done it. The only thing he had used was his hands, laced in his own key. Go get some medical help and reattach those arms, Edward said. The vampire no longer spoke or disagreed with the decision. Edward thought that maybe this would have been enough, but it seemed like it wasn't, as a few more vampires had come out from the crowd in hopes to challenge Leo. That was a setup, they said. We know what you are like, Edward. You're a sly person. You probably knew this was ogling to happen, so you planted him in the crowd. We couldn't even see what happened. We're nobles, not some kid vampire. How could we not see such a thing? The answer is simple. You tried to trick us. If you believe so, Leo said, come ahead. I will cut off the arms of every single person that comes and challenges me until you no longer believe I'm lying. Taking the scabbard with his sword along his waist, he threw it over to the platform, and Quinn had caught it. Leo wanted to prove there were no tricks. But the vampire nobles were more than stubborn and continued to challenge Leo. He cut off arm after arm. In the same style, slowly more and more people were starting to be convinced. These weren't just any vampires. These were the ones who had been training in hopes to get the knight position one day. They just couldn't believe that there was someone so strong. They couldn't believe that the 10th's luck was changing. It was strange to see. Some would think the show of arms being chopped off would frighten a crowd, but instead each time Leo chopped off another set of arms, the smiles on their faces grew bigger. I think Leo is going to do a good job here, Edward said. Episode 533, Home Sweet Home, Part 1. The introduction of the new vampire knight to the 10th family was a success. It looked like somehow, through some crazy methods, they had managed to gain favor with the vampires. News had already spread of what Leo had done, and not just within the 10th family. As vampires returned to the pooling area, they started to interact with other families, telling them the crazy story and announcement that had just played out. Some of them just couldn't believe what they were hearing. Even for vampires, it was a pretty crazy story to hear someone just chop off people's arms like that, especially within their own family. "Aren't you a little worried?" a vampire asked. "Worried? This is the best thing to happen to the 10th family in years." The other families didn't understand what the 10th family was going through right now, but they were more than happy. Although still with no leader, the situation would mostly be the same. It was still better to try to get into one of the other families for a chance to learn their ability, giving themselves a better situation and a bright future. They just thought maybe staying wasn't such a bad idea after all, or as hopeless. With the day coming to an end, it was time for everybody to rest up, but it was hard for some to fall asleep. This summer holiday had been eventful for all of them, to say the least. Some of them had gone through complete changes, like no longer being human. Others, like Logan, had discovered that their families had secrets kept to themselves, and were involved in this whole mess more than they thought. And Vorden, he had gained a small brother out of the entire thing in the form of Borden. They were all excited to finally leave the place. It felt strange, and not one of them could call this place home. However, there were some people that they would miss. Edward and Quinn were currently in discussions about something inside the throne room, as Quinn had made a proposal and written down a list for him. The list contained many different beast crystals that went from the basic tier all the way up to the advanced tier level, but there was nothing above that. "What's this?" Edward asked. "It's a list of crystals that I want you to gather if you can. I've been thinking about how to help these people, how to make the 10th like the past again. I'm not like Vincent. I don't have his ability, so I'm unable to create weapons as he could," Quinn explained. "But there is a load of weapons he left behind." Bringing up the system screen shop, Quinn was looking through them all. There were hundreds of different weapons and armor, most of them he didn't need or would ever use. It made him think. Were they really all made for him in the first place? According to Vincent, it was linked to the storage room in this castle that was locked behind a wall. As long as Quinn got the crystals required for the item, then it would transport the weapon from the storage room. "If I get these crystals, I can get the weapons that Vincent left behind. I was thinking we could use them for the family. Those that do well and show talent working hard, we give them an item. We can't incentivize them, so I think this would be for the best." "That's a great idea," Edward said, jumping out of his seat. It did feel like they would be going back to the golden days of the 10th family. "Just wait here. I think some of those beast crystals I can gather for you now." Quinn was about to tell him not to bother, and to do so when he got back, but Edward had already gone off somewhere with the trail of mist following him. It was the middle of the night, and Quinn thought he would be able to get some rest for tomorrow, but it looked like he would be up all night. I probably wouldn't have been able to get any sleep anyway," Quinn thought. A smile appeared on his face. Edward had returned with a crate full of crystals, and had crossed off some things from the list. Upon touching them all, Quinn started to create the items using the crystals one by one, and they did seem to magically appear in his hands. They were all sorts of things, although according to Edward, not all of them would be useful for vampires. He even said some of the items were worse than what they had already currently have. This made some sense, since Vincent was an old vampire, and it was common for them to create some things better than he had at the time. Still, Quinn would keep them in his inventory for now. Those items that Edward didn't take, he had another plan for them. There was a specific individual who he had teamed up with back on Earth. Finally, when everything was done, Quinn could get some good rest because he was drained. Using the system like so didn't use any energy, but the repetitive task of using his system, like so, just took a toll on his mind. The sleep he thought he would never get, he did. As soon as his body had hit the bed, he was out. The next day he was woken up by Edward, who seemed to have a box with him. Quinn was still in his clothes, as he was too tired to even get changed last night. Naturally, he looked out the window, and it was dark outside. He thought for a second it was still night, but then remembered that it never changed on this planet. After rubbing his eyes and getting off the bed, Quinn went over to Edward. "What's that?" Quinn asked. "It's the items that you ordered. They were delivered by a familiar this morning," Edward replied. When the box was opened, various different objects were seen. He requested a couple of rings inside so he could keep some for himself and give others as well as spares. He had no idea when they would need them or what he would do if he misplaced them. There were also a couple of flasks. The flasks were already filled with artificial blood, but there weren't many of them. In the end, the only people that needed them were the vampires. It was a shame there wasn't anything that could store fresh flesh for Peter when he needed it. "This is great," Quinn said. He put the rings in his dimensional void, but due to the blood being inside the flasks, he had to just keep that somewhere safe for him for now. "And, it seems like the new guest is waiting in the throne room," Edward said. As soon as he woke up, it seemed like Quinn wouldn't even have a second to breathe before needing to do something else. "Let's get this over and done with and head back then," Quinn replied. "Ask everyone to meet up in the throne room when they're ready. Tell them to pack their things and whatever they need, as if they aren't coming back to this place." After making sure his hair was okay and his clothes weren't wrinkled, Quinn was ready to meet this person. "Knowing this person is from the first family, I just hope they won't be a pain in my arse," Quinn thought. He sighed as he pushed the doors open to enter the throne room. He walked across the red carpet from the doors and could see Dwight sitting down in his chair and a square device on the table next to him. It looked identical to the one Logan had. It was a teleporter. When looking ahead, though, Quinn finally met his eyes on his new guest, and it was quite a surprise indeed. "Hi, nice to meet you. The name's Kaz," she said as she bowed down and gave her hand for a shake. Quinn didn't even respond as he was stunned for a second. The first leader was a wrinkly old bald man. He thought that maybe they would have sent some old uncle to look over him. Instead, they had sent over a sweet-looking, angel. Even now, with her hand held out, she had her head slightly tilted and a cute smile on her face, which showed 2 dimples on her cheeks. Her hair was black in color like most vampires, but she had them tied up in 2 little buns that looked like little bear ears. On top of that, she looked to be the same age like everyone else. "It's a trick, right? It has to be a trick to let my guard down," Quinn thought. "Did I do something wrong?" Kaz asked as she had her hand held out for a while, but Quinn still hadn't shaken it. Shaking his head, Quinn snapped out of it and shook her hand as well. "Nice to meet you," Quinn replied. "I guess we will be working with each other from now on." "I look forward to it," she replied with her innocent smile once more. People started to enter the room at that point in time, and Dwight was setting up the teleporter towards the end of the red carpet. It was time for them to head to their home sweet home. Episode 534, Home Sweet Home Part 2. Entering through the doors, every time someone entered, Kaz straightaway ran to where they were and introduced herself to everyone with a handshake. Her actions and the aura around her, everything just seemed so harmless. However, Quinn couldn't get it out of his head that the first leader that seemed so against him at the time would never just give anybody such an important role, so he decided to do it. "Inspect, Kaz Kane, Vampire Knight." But after using his inspection skill on her, he was on his guard once again. Someone who was a vampire knight couldn't be harmless at all. They really went so far as to put a vampire knight to watch us, Quinn thought. Without Leo and Edward going on this trip, it was quite possible that Kaz would be one of the strongest people with them. If Quinn wasn't there to keep her in check, then he was worried about his friends. If they did something she deemed wrong, she was strong enough to deal with them herself. Just another worry on his mind. Everyone was in the room, including Paul and Leo. Even though Leo wasn't coming, he was here to see everyone off. The only ones they were waiting for were the girls. "What's taking them so long?" Fex said, annoyed, tapping his foot. He was more excited than ever to be leaving this place again. The doors then opened again, and 3 girls had entered, as usual speeding across the room. Kaz was the first one to greet them all. She shook the hand of each person there before leaving. As Kaz turned and left, Sia paused for a second. "Have I met that girl somewhere before?" Sia said. "Well, I haven't seen her before," Layla replied. Walking up to the teleporter where everyone was waiting, Sia looked around the room at everyone. It was the first time she had seen Paul so close as well, and then it had hit her. Now she remembered where she had seen that girl before. It was in her vision she had not too long ago. From Teacher Phil, she had learned that her visions were part of a possible future. The only thing was, when or how far into the future they didn't know. At the time, she had disregarded the whole thing. The reason was there were people in the vision she had never met before. She simply thought that it was something so far ahead in the future that she wouldn't have to worry about it for now. What if this was what she had seen? The worry had entered her mind. and the black smog could be seen above her by Layla. She could tell something had worried her after seeing the Kaz girl.
"What is it?" Layla whispered. "Is it another vision?"
Sia looked around, unsure whether she should tell them. She was terrified that something dreadful would happen if they go through the teleporter.
"No," Sia replied. "I think we should stay."
"What do you mean?" Layla asked, taking Sia to the side. She could see the worried look on her face.
"I can't explain it, but I saw something. If we go through that teleporter, I feel like something bad is going to happen to us," Sia explained. "Did you see this in your vision, or is it just a hunch?" Layla asked.
She paused while thinking. It was just a hunch based on the previous visions she had seen. She had already told the other girls about it, but all of them were seen alive in the vision, so they didn't think there was much to worry about on their end. Placing both of her hands on Sia's shoulders, she tried to calm her down.
"Remember, the future you see isn't permanent. It's just one of the options you can see. We can change it. That's what Phil said, right? But you mustn't keep these things to yourself either. Whenever you see something, tell us. Who knows? Maybe one day it will save our lives."
Layla's words had managed to calm down Sia considerably, and the two of them decided not to make a scene, especially when everyone was already happy and excited about going back. They just didn't want to damper the mood. Everyone lined up in front of the teleporter, and Dwight gave a quick brief to everyone. It was a repeat of what he had told Quinn, but he made sure that everyone knew the consequences and weight of this mission as well. They were now working for the Vampire Council, and he wanted to remind all of them that.
"Where will the teleporter take us?" Logan asked.
"You will appear directly at the island of Military Base 2, Dwight replied. Island? The others thought. Paul, hearing this now, knew the vampires had more intel on them than he had first thought. They knew that the military bases were located on separate islands, and somehow it seemed like they had teleporters that would link them to each one. "No, we don't have teleporters linking them to each one," Dwight said out loud, as if he could read Paul's mind. "We have teleporters linking to 7 of the military bases. We were never able to locate the location of Military Base 1. I hope when you find out this information you can pass it on to us. The teleporter will drop you off in the middle of the forest, located near the center of the military base. I believe that it is next to your beloved school. I wish you all good luck, and I hope you don't experience the same fate as the vampires that were there before you." The last words that were spoken made their excitement die down a little. They weren't going on a field trip. Instead, they were to do an important task, and if they were found out, there would be severe consequences. They all needed to remember that. Finally, Aaron, Leo, and Edward waved goodbye. The others started to walk through the teleporter one by one, with their hands on each other's backs. Sia, who was stationed near the back of the group, had her eyes closed all the time, with her lips slightly moving, as if she was saying a prayer. "Don't let me down, Quinn," Dwight said. "I look forward to your return." They had all gone through teleporters so often that the experience didn't feel new to them. Still, it was a discomforting thing to feel your body being warped, as if it was being squashed and pulled apart. Nonetheless, the feeling would only last a few seconds, and finally, when they heard their feet land on the ground, they knew they had made it back to Earth. The first thing that was felt by each of them was the warmth of the sun hitting their body, a feeling they had greatly missed. "Give me that vitamin D," Vorden said with a smile. Just like Dwight had said, they were all in some type of forest. Looking around, they were trying to gather their bearings of where they were, and that's when some of them noticed something. "Hey, look at this! Was there a fight in the woods?" Vorden asked. The group looked, and they too could see it. Many of the trees were burnt, uprooted from the ground, or had been outright destroyed. "It must have happened recently," Paul commented. "Usually the team is quick on fixing things like this. It seems they have been quite sloppy in my absence." Paul, too, had been away for some time. He had spent most of his time with the Supreme Commander on the Bat Planet. Then, even more time after discovering the teleporter. He had been away just as long as the kids. "This is the sun," Kaz said. "My eyes! My skin! I'm melting!" When she spoke, she made dramatic gestures and used a sarcastic tone. They knew she wasn't affected by the ring, because she had it as well. She was only trying to make everyone laugh, but it didn't go over well. Even with the rings, it was the first time they had such an odd sensation. "Remember the rings that you guys have will only let you stay in the sun for so long," Quinn said as a reminder. It turned out that the ring Quinn had given to Leo was quite rare, and before he left, Leo had returned it to Quinn. After learning how important it was, There was no way he'd give it to others and instead keep it for himself.
"Let's head this way,"
Kaz said, pointing at a pathway she could see in the distance. She had immediately started walking, but then noticed she couldn't hear the sound of anyone else's footsteps. When she turned around, she could see that they were all staring at Quinn, expecting him to do something.
"Quinn, you have to show that you're the leader," Fex whispered. "If you let her walk over you and start deciding things, then she's going to think she's in charge."
"Oh, right?" Quinn said. He thought that when he returned to school he would be a student once again, taking orders from the teachers and listening to what they said. But his situation had drastically changed from before. He wasn't just a student. He now even had the leader of the whole military base under him.
"Let's all go this way," Quinn said, pointing in the same direction as Kaz. "Let's see if we can spot where we are."
The rest then started to do as Quinn instructed, and started to make their way out of the forest. Kaz wasn't stupid. She knew what the others were doing. As a group, they had all exited the forest one by one, and finally, they could see it. They had exited a part of the forest that allowed them to see the school on their left and the city. However, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground at what they had seen, and tears started to drop from some of their faces. Sia was right. Her vision had come true.
"What happened here?" Quinn said.
They were all staring at a completely destroyed school, and the city had suffered the same fate. It had the look of a war breaking out. Episode 535. Everyone is gone. Not a word was spoken by anyone there for a while, as they all looked at the chaos in front of them. The land in certain parts had been completely destroyed. The strong structure along with the school gates was no longer there, and it was the same for the city that was on the other side.
"What's going on?"
Kaz finally spoke, confused.
"Is this not what you expected?"
Of course, Kaz knew nothing of what the human world was meant to look like. She was just there to make sure the others were doing as they were told, and at the same time to let her leader know if there was anything worth reporting.
"Is this worth reporting?"
she thought, but she had no clue.
"It looks like a large battle took place here," Logan said.
"I think even I figured that one out," Peter commented.
"But look, I can't hear anything. I can't even see anyone. The whole place, it's like it's been abandoned."
"Like a zombie movie," Vorden said. Fex couldn't help but chuckle at this moment, but he quickly placed his hand over his mouth when the others turned around to look at him. This was a sensitive matter to them more than him. This was their home. But he couldn't help himself. After all, Peter was the closest to a zombie than anyone here, so it just felt strange that Vorden would be the one to say that after Peter's comment.
"Do you think it was an attack from the Dalki? Or maybe some beast got out from the portal?" Layla asked.
"I don't think it's from the Dalki," Paul said, looking up in the sky. When he first saw the destruction, it was his first thought as well. "If it was the Dalki, we would be seeing their grand ship above us." Paul remembered from the last war, a ship that was large enough to be seen from nearly anywhere on Earth. At the time, it had set fear in all of their hearts, and it was a day they could never forget. However, he couldn't deny that it could have been a few Dalki, but the place being abandoned like this didn't make any sense. The damage looked like it had been done a while ago. And there was no longer anyone here. They would have been repairing the place by now if it was like so.
"Is there any way we can get in contact with the head base?" Quinn asked, looking at Paul. "Or anyone or the other generals?"
"The vampires took all our equipment from us, but it was useless at the time anyway. We block local connections from the rest of the world on the island anyway. There are only certain devices that can be used to contact others. Everything that can be used is either in the school or in the city, but it all looks destroyed from here."
"My research!"
Logan shouted. He started to think of all the gadgets he had still left in his room. Everything he had built over the years he had brought with him. Were they destroyed too?
"All right, let's calm down," Quinn said.
The more time they were spending standing around doing nothing, the more people were starting to worry.
"Let's try to find something that will help us get in contact with some people that may know what the hell is going on here. Peter, if you could run to the city, see if there's anyone, a single person who's alive. Bring them back to us. Tell them Paul is here."
The reason for picking Peter was because he had unlimited stamina. He would be able to run endlessly around the city trying to find someone. He also had great speed on top of this due to his stats. The others looked quite shaken, and the only ones that would have been able to do a task like this, he would have rather kept close to himself. The group minus Peter all started to head to the school, and along their path they had spotted their first person. Quinn immediately ran to them using his super speed, but the person was dead. More precisely, he was burnt to a complete crisp. His hair was frazzled.
The person on the floor wore the standard military uniform and was one of the military personnel. As they continued to walk towards the school, they noticed several more bodies, and Quinn decided to individually inspect each one. Every single one of them was utterly fried. There were specks of blood on the floor here and there, but Quinn could tell it was worthless thanks to his inspection skills. After dipping his finger in the blood, it did nothing for his stats. Whatever happened to these people, they had been hurt beyond belief. "Have you noticed?" Sia said. "So far all the dead bodies we have found. It's only the guards. I can't see any of the students." "You're right," Layla said. "That shouldn't be too unusual," Logan replied. "Remember, it was the summer. Most of the students had already returned to be with their families. There weren't a lot of students here to begin with." Hearing Logan say this, many of them started to think of their own families, wondering if they were all okay in this. Even Layla was thinking about Pure. She couldn't help but worry a little. Reaching the school, most of the buildings had crumbled away. There were some parts left up they tried to explore, but it looked like everything was destroyed. Just in case, though, they all split up to see if there was anything they could find. Vorden had even taken Borden out of his little side pocket box so he could search as well. Logan had designed a small toolbox that could be attached to the side of Borden's leg for easy carrying. At first, Vorden was worried about how he would sleep since the box would be upright all the time, but it turns out that Borden liked to sleep with his legs tucked in while holding them with his hands, fitting him in fine. This image reminded him of the position Syl would often sit in and sleep in, which was making Vorden wonder if Borden was based on him, the original, or a mixture of all three of them. Anyway, Borden was extremely helpful in moving large piles of rubble that could have possibly buried something underneath for them to see. Logan was trying to locate where his room would have been, and he had indeed found it, but just like with the guards, everything was destroyed and fried. The components inside were destroyed. It would have been easier to build new devices rather than trying to repair the old ones. "Damn it," Logan said as he kicked a piece of rubble. He wasn't too upset. Being the person he was, all the information he found was always backed up somewhere. The problem was that somewhere was where his parents lived. After finding out that they might have lied to him, Logan wasn't prepared to talk to them about such things just yet. He was hoping to get a small little break from school life before then. Returning to the center, they all were now sitting on the field wondering what they could do. None of them had found anything. It looked like whoever had come by had even taken all the teleporters. "Is there any way off this island?" Borden asked. "The island was made so it would be incredibly hard for people to try and leave the place," Paul replied. "The most common way of travel was teleporters. If we didn't have that, we would call for an airship to pick us up, but with no way to call one." The group now felt like they had only one hope, and they could see it coming towards them in the distance. Peter had finally rejoined the others. They all were listening keenly to what he had to say, but he had only found out the same as them. Several soldiers lying dead. Still not a single student had been found, but any type of technology or such had either been taken away or destroyed. The other pattern again was the scorch mark on the bodies. "With no teleporters, we are stuck here forever then," Sia said, as now she was starting to worry. "Well, there is one option," Vex replied as he looked towards Kaz. With her, she had brought a family large backpack that she had been easily carrying on her back. The others didn't care to ask what was inside. It was her belongings, but Vex knew. As she opened her back, they could see that it was a portable teleporter. "No, we can't," Quinn instantly said. "We can't go back to the vampire world after just getting here. We have nothing to report to them." "But what choice do we have?" Borden asked. "They said they have other teleporters to the other bases. Maybe they will let us use them." What Vorden said made sense, but Quinn just had this slight fear in the back of his mind, that if he was to go back, there was a chance they wouldn't let him out again. On top of that, he wanted to know what the hell happened here before hopping around to any other places. "I suppose there is one place we haven't checked," Paul said. "Also, if it hasn't been touched, then it might be our ticket out of here." They all turned to Paul, hoping and wondering what his answer would be. "The dungeon underneath the academy," Paul answered. The dungeon, a place where once Peter was kept, an area where they placed the troublemakers of the military in. Episode 536, Ticket Out of Here. Everyone who has been to a military post had heard about the dungeon, because it was used not just on students, but also on military people. Each location had one, but no one knew what was going on down there. They never explained it to the students or anybody else. However,
There were very few people who would come out of the dungeon, and when they did, they would do so as a changed person. Logan had done a lot of research on the dungeon when Peter was down there, and it turned out that most of the rumors were most likely just that, rumors. The reason for people's crazy change was because they had their abilities taken away. Essentially, the dungeons around the military bases were a prison, and they would spend their days waiting there until True Dream came and took their abilities away, making them a normal person with no way to abuse their abilities again. The group followed Paul to a particular spot in the school. It was where the administration building would be, and often where the other teachers would hold their meetings. The good news so far was that Paul hadn't seen any of his generals or sergeants killed. Did they make it out safely in time? He thought. It's right here. Paul pointed underneath the rubble. The others, including himself, got to work, doing the heavy lifting. As Paul was doing so, he found the rubble was far lighter than he had imagined in his head. Of course, he hadn't even had time to get used to his new body. Even if Leo had briefed him on everything, there was only so much you could learn from words, so right now he was on a learn-as-you-go basis. When the rubble was finally cleared, there appeared to be what appeared to be a large trap door. This is definitely the place, Peter said. Only the trap door wasn't what it used to be. It, too, had been completely destroyed. The doors were bent and some rubble from the building was seen inside. Past the trap door, there was a descending staircase. The lights are on, Layla noticed. Is someone inside? Maybe they can answer the questions we have, Quinn said, walking forward and taking the charge this time, while the rest followed him. Paul, Quinn said, as he noticed he was still standing at the top. He was still thinking about the whole situation, and honestly, if there were people inside, he didn't want to meet them down there. If their abilities had yet to be taken away, they would have had a huge grudge against him and the others, for more reasons than one. You're coming with me. You know this place better than anyone, Quinn said, dragging him to the front. Walking down the staircase, it was the same. They could see bodies lying across the floor, but for the first time. They had also spotted a student in a uniform. The students all looked at him, wondering if they could figure out who he was, but not one of them recognized the body. It was hard to tell with the burn-like marks everywhere. Maybe he was down here from near the start of the year, or was a second-year student, Logan said. Once the staircase had ended, they were finally there, in the so-called dungeon. However, dungeon was a strange word to use, because the site they were looking at was pretty impressive and modern-looking. They had entered what could only be described as an underground base. The same materials that were used to build parts of the base outside were also used inside. The room was large and felt a bit like a square-shaped shopping mall. When they looked up, they could see several floors above them. Each floor was lined with rooms going across both sides, and at the end of each place, some doors looked as if they led to different places. It looks like they have enough doors here to keep the whole school under here, Feck said. Why make so many? The group started walking with Paul leading the way, and he was explaining the idea behind it. It was designed that way. When Pure came about, we started to realize that different people had different ideals. The military was afraid that these ideals were able to convince a whole group to go rogue, so they made us build a room for each student that was present at the school. There is also a separate one underneath the city as well, for each of the military personnel. You're saying it's bad for people to have different ideals? Quinn asked. It's your way or you get locked up. When war is upon us, it's important that everyone has the same goal. We have to fight the enemy, not each other, Paul replied sternly. It was as if he was trying to convince himself that what he had done so far was right. They continued to walk, and inside the room there were now several bodies. It was a mixture of both guards and students. The doors to the rooms were open, and some had been broken open. Still, they hadn't found a single person alive yet. However, there was a key difference between the people inside the dungeon and those outside. These bodies inside had different wounds. Yes, they were scorched, but they also had puncture wounds. Some had missing limbs. It was as if they had gotten into two separate fights with two different ability users. Vorden was looking at it all carefully, inspecting the bodies longer than anyone else, and he had his finger on his chin as if he was thinking hard about something. Tell me, what do you think happened here? Paul asked out of curiosity. When looking at the bodies, Vorden, who was well experienced in different abilities, came up with his theory. It was only a thought, and there was no way of confirming it without asking someone, but he thought there was no harm in informing the others. If we look at the bodies outside, they were all scorched. The ones here are the same but slightly different. It's like they were in a battle beforehand. It was clear that this was done with an ability, and there had to be more than one person to pull off something like this, which meant they all had the same ability. It looked as if a group of people had come to take out the soldiers on the outside, while there was some fighting going on inside the dungeon. Then when the intruders from outside came inside, they used their abilities on every soldier to make sure they were dead. There aren't many people that have the strength to take on the military, even if it's just one base like this. If I was to take a guess, it would either be the fire ability from the Big Four or the lightning ability from the Big Four. It could be another faction with a power similar to theirs, but I can't imagine anyone else pulling off something like this. When Vorden said those last words, he had slightly bitten his bottom lip. He had lied slightly. There was one more family that would be able to pull this off as well. It was his own family. "It looks like me and I are thinking along the same lines," Paul said. He could tell Vorden was a very observant person, the most out of all of them.
"But why would the Big Four suddenly attack?" Layla asked. "I mean, I understand if the big families got together, but if what Vorden says is true, this was the work of one family. Why now of all times?"
"That's what we're trying to find out," Quinn said. The group continued to walk, and now they were out of the main area. There were no longer any cells for the prisoners, and instead just rooms with different objects inside them. Some had restraining chairs and tables with chains on them. Others appeared to be rooms packed with various types of games. Layla was furious after witnessing all of this. It brought back memories of her time at Pure. They did the same thing. "What is all this?" Fex asked. "Before I say any more, I feel like whatever I say, I will turn out to be the bad guy," Paul replied. "I'm no saint, I know that, and I have already explained many times my reasoning for doing so. I just want to remind you all that I'm on your side now. I wish to save my people and figure out what is happening here. Everything that has happened has already happened and was approved by several people, not just me." These words were mostly directed at Quinn. Now that Paul was a vampire, seeing all this stuff, he could hear Quinn's heartbeat getting louder as he was getting more frustrated. "This is a testing room," Paul said. "Often there are new technologies or new medical procedures. For the criminals that commit the biggest crimes, they are to be used here." It was a good thing Paul had said what he had said before, because if he hadn't, Quinn would have had another outburst, but it was pointless just to waste his breath. It was the fact that things wasn't fair. Crimes wouldn't be treated fairly. He was sure those with stronger abilities were free to get away with more things than others, while those low levels might just be put in these types of places anyway, saying that there was no better use for them. They couldn't fight, so they might as well be used to help against the war. It rubbed Quinn the wrong way, because if he had never gotten his ability, he would have been one of these people as well as Peter. "The reason we are down here, though, is because the experimentation wasn't just on people, but on new technologies and such being developed," Paul said. That's when they noticed, so far, this part of the facility had remained untouched. They were going through several doors, and each time a passcode was required to be entered. By the sound and the way Paul's finger was moving, it was a different one each time as well. With each room they entered was filled side by side with different things, and then, finally, they had entered the room they were looking for. "Whoa," Fex said. "Now that's cool." "That is our ticket out of here," Paul said. They had entered some type of hangar, and in front of them was a large spaceship. Episode 537, Starting the Ship. For the students and the young ones, the spaceship looked incredible. They had never seen anything like it before. It was strange, although humans were able to travel through space. It wasn't the same way the Dalki could. When they came with their ships, it was a sign of how advanced their technology was. From the war, humans actually managed to obtain the technology of teleporters before having manageable ships for traveling in space freely. The ships that they did make would be used to do surveillance on some of the beast planets that they already owned, ready and preparing for another attack. This was why they had gone most of their lives never seeing such a thing before, and it was the same for the vampires as well. The spaceship was large and quite aerodynamic, as this one focused on speed. The front part of it, the commander's cabin, had a glass front, allowing you to see out of it, and then got wider towards the back. A bit like a paper airplane, It wasn't like a plane where there were two separate wings. The back end of the ship was slightly larger and thicker, as it had 3 huge thrusters that would be its main driving force, while also containing mini thrusters in other areas for control. "It's a new model, that it's still in the testing phase, but it's a fighter ship," Paul explained. "As long as it has remained untouched, there should be a few things on board: weapons, mecha suits, exploration vehicles. It also has some portable teleporters. Although all of their destinations lead back to this place, they're pretty much useless." The others couldn't wait and were already running towards it. Paul went off to the side towards another terminal, after inputting a code and placing his hand on the scanner. Everyone felt a little vibration below. "What's happening?" Layla said as she tried to get her balance. Slowly, everyone, including the spaceship, was starting to lift from the ground. They slowly went up, and above, 2 panels started to slide, and the bright sun was shining through. When it finally reached the top, they noticed that they were in the center field that was in between all of the buildings. "Shall we?" Paul said, pointing at the ship. Quinn had to admit that he was excited too, and all of them started running towards the ship. Paul had handed over what was considered the keys to the ship. It was a small remote-like device. There were many buttons on it, and it seemed a little complicated to use. However, he found that what had helped him learn how to use the strange remote was his system. Using the inspect skill, it told him what every button on the strange remote did. Then, when pressing one, the ship opened, and a ramp started to descend to the ground, allowing everyone to climb on board. There was no tour as such. Everyone was just running about, going where they pleased, looking at everything inside the place. It looked big on the outside, and looked even bigger when they got in. Upon entering the ship, you would be in the main area. It was mostly a big empty space with not much inside, but in this room, there were several automatic doors on the left and right. It would go off into certain areas, such as a large canteen, a sleeping area for everyone, a training room, a research room, and even more. Everyone was getting more and more excited as they went from room to room. It was like the whole school faculty had been compressed into one place. Seeing everyone's faces like that warmed Paul's heart a little. He had felt bad, but this whole time he had only been thinking about pleasing the Supreme Commander and winning this long war. He had never had the time to rest. In one of the rooms they found many uniforms, and it was a design they were not too familiar with. They were all still in the clothes they had borrowed from the 10th castle and didn't fit in with the current times, so each one of them decided to change. The clothing was made with the latest technology in breathable air, made out of high-quality materials and would regulate the human body temperature. It was mostly blue and gray in design, and had little lights of blue liquid going throughout that would regulate the suit. "It's made of a special type of beast and is powered by its crystals," Paul said. "In a way, it's beast gear armor, or more precisely, beast gear clothing. It's another prototype for the new soldiers. It will offer you some protection as well. The problem was, the beast it's made from is quite rare to find, so the project was discontinued. All that we have here on board is what was made of it," Paul explained. Looking at everything, there seemed to be about 100 or so suits. After everyone had finished exploring the first area, they all met up in the large main room again and changed, wearing the new clothing. It was time to go over the bridge. The bridge linked the main room to the command center at the front of the spaceship. They all got inside a large round dome, see-through room. It looked as if it could fit about 500 people inside at a time. Then all that was needed to do was press on the control inside the room if you wanted to go forward and back. Suddenly it started to move forward, and they were moving along the center of the ship. Looking through the glass, they could see below them the storage room. That was where all the other items were, the vehicles, the mechs, and other things. It seemed too good and strange that students who had yet to finish their military training were suddenly working on such an advanced and expensive project. Quinn couldn't imagine the amount of money and supplies that would have gone into creating something like this, all in preparation for the future war. Finally, the bridge stopped and opened. They had exited into the main command room. It was designed in a sphere-like shape. There was a small platform that went outward if one was to walk forward, and it would allow them to completely see out of the glass window. Then, from either side, a descending spiral staircase went to multiple terminals, which had screens and all sorts of buttons. It all looked too complicated for them to do anything with it. After looking around, they eventually all went back up to the platform area, where there was a digital table centered in the middle. It was a table that could cast projections that would show 3D holograms of maps and things. However, none of them had a clue how to use any of it. It was tempting to touch buttons while they walked around the place, but it was better if they didn't. "There is one problem," Paul said as everyone stood around the table. "I don't know how to fly this, and usually it takes quite a substantial crew to make it work."
"And you decide to tell us now?" Peter said, frustrated. "Quinn, this guy is taking us for a ride. Why get our hopes up like that?"
Peter didn't really like Paul to begin with. He was one of the people that had been in the so-called dungeon. Still, Paul didn't have bad intentions. Part of the reason he wanted to come down here was to see if there were still people alive, and who knows, maybe they could figure something out and get it to work. "I think we will be okay," Logan said. Both of his hands were pressed down on the digital map. He closed his eyes and he could feel it. He could tell the whole ship was speaking to him, as if it was alive. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. So many of the machines in the vampire place had rejected him, but for the first time in a while, this one was accepting of him. They didn't need a crew to control such a thing. He could do it all by himself. Lights and the sounds of multiple things clicking could be heard, and the start of the engine warming up had turned on. Since the spaceship hadn't been used in a long time, it would take a while for it to warm up, and Logan had to make sure he had every part of it communicating with him. It would take a while, and it was hard the first time, but eventually he would be able to get the hang of it and leave them to their own devices. He would only have to come back from time to time if he wanted to change the instructions. He would have to give each component. "Next thing is, where do we go from here?" Vorden asked. "We have to assume that maybe the other military bases got hit like this one. Are there no communication devices on board?"
"There is," Logan replied. "Should we try to make contact?"
"Wait!" Quinn shouted. "Not just yet.
I think we should try to find someone, just anyone, to see what's going on first. It would be hard to explain to people how we survived an attack, and if the military has taken over, maybe we are just reminding them that we're alive. I would suggest we try to find the closest human settlement, maybe a city of some kind. If we run into any trouble, I can give them my clearance codes," Paul said. Logan was on it, accessing the spaceship database. He had access to a world map and where they were. "I've got it," Logan said. "But you're not going to like this, Quinn. The closest city to us is Dreamland." It was the city owned by Jack Truedream. Episode 538, Survivors. "No, we can't go there," Peter shouted in protest, "unless we're going there to kick his ass and pull his balls out."
Everyone was silenced in the room by Peter's words. He had come off a little strong after hearing Jack's name, but Quinn had to admit it, he felt the same way when he thought about it. A man as cruel as Jack was part of the Big Four. His faction was so big that he owned a human city to himself. It had the highest number of members compared to any of the other factions. On top of that, it had a close relationship with the military. In a way, he was more untouchable than the other members of the Big Four. "I know how you guys feel about him, but we aren't going there to team up with him," Paul said. "We just need to find out what happened. If war has broken out somehow, it will be one of the safest places for us. Remember, you are all still technically part of the military. I and Jack have a close relationship. If he sees us coming in, I can tell him why I'm here to see him. You guys can just stay on the ship." Quinn thought about it for a while, wondering if it would really be okay. They did just need information after all, and they could stay there until they figured out what was going on. With Paul, he could even get them to use the teleporters. "No!" An unexpected voice had protested, and it was from Kaz. "I was told that man couldn't be let out of our sights. He can't go in on his own. I will go with him." Now things just seemed to be getting worse. Quinn couldn't have the two of them going in to meet Jack. Quinn still had no idea how wild she might be. Maybe a wrong word and a fight would break out. But he understood that there was a chance that Paul would tell Jack everything, and in turn he would report it to the Supreme Commander. Then he started to think if he was to go along with the three of them while the others waited on the ship. However, dark thoughts began to fill Quinn's mind. If he could sneak up and be right next to Jack, maybe there was a chance to get rid of him. Jack's main weakness was the fact that he wasn't very strong. Quinn had grown so much compared to the last time they had met. If there was a chance, he could pay them back for what they had done. After thinking about it for a while, Quinn had an answer. "I don't think it's a good idea. Are there any other establishments owned by another faction, or maybe a neutral ground?" Quinn asked. Logan closed his eyes and started to have a look again, and the next closest one appeared. "Yeah, there is a city past that,
but we would still have to pass Dreamland on the way, Logan replied. I think that will be for the best, Quinn replied. Everyone sat at a terminal and pretended to look busy. They didn't need to do anything, as Logan was the one controlling it all. Still, it made them feel important, and they imagined themselves as a crucial part of the team to manage the ship. Even Kaz was getting into a part of the role-playing as she air-typed away and would refer to Logan as the captain. Captain, are we ready for launch? Kaz asked. Yes, all preparations have been made, Logan replied. Captain, all power thrusters are fully heated and ready to go, Vex commented, even though he had no clue if that was true or not. Paul started to shake his head. These kids were so strong, so brave, but they were just kids at the end of the day. The spaceship started to rumble, and slowly they could feel themselves lifting off the ground. When it was finally a reasonable distance off from the floor, the thrusters' powers from behind turned on, and they were ready to go. The acceleration started off slow as they went through the air, but gradually sped up, not to cause shock to everyone on the ship. Eventually, though, they were traveling as fast as an airplane. Can it go faster than this? Quinn asked. It can, but I wouldn't recommend it, Logan replied. We would have to all be buckled up, and we weren't really trained for these types of things yet. It could make us all seriously ill. The destination wasn't too far anyway. For a spaceship at least, they had to travel a few miles over the sea. All they could do was wait. The ship was a lot easier to maneuver than a plane, and it was able to make sudden movements, moving up and down, left to right, quickly for its size. You have arrived at your destination, Dreamland City, a voice said. It was a soft female voice and the sound of the ship. Logan looked towards Quinn, wondering what he wanted to do. Let's just have a look, Quinn said. I still don't think it's a good idea, but let's have a drive-by. Maybe even they were affected if a fight broke out. We can see what the city looks like. The ship started to descend out of the sky, but not entirely, still staying a reasonable distance in the air. Still, they were no longer in the clouds and can see clearly out of the glass screen and down by the sides. Huh, I don't see anything, Sia said, poking her head right up against the glass. Yeah, isn't it a city? Doesn't True Dream live in some kind of fancy tower? Said Layla. We should be able to see it by now. He does, Paul slowly said, being just as confused as the others. Are you sure we are in the right place? Vorden asked. Positive, Logan replied. The map says it should be right here. Should I go lower? Maybe we can spot something? Go ahead and do that, Quinn ordered. The ship started to descend and move downwards. Finally, they could see something in the distance. They weren't prepared for this. They weren't prepared to be shocked twice in one day. Just like with the military base, everything was destroyed, but it looked several times worse. All of the structures looked like they had been hit by some type of nuclear bomb. The whole city was no longer there. Only rubble and destroyed buildings could be seen that had been completely pushed to the side from the center. And just like before, they couldn't see any signs of life there either. What has happened? Is the whole Earth like this? Layla asked. She couldn't even keep her mouth closed because she was still in shock. This really does look like a scene out of a zombie movie, Feck said. Beep beep. Quinn, there are some signs of life that have been picked up on the scanner. A small group of around 10 or so men. Should we land near them? Logan asked. It was a quick decision, but the nice thing to hear was that they had finally met some people who were alive. However, Quinn still needed to be cautious. It could quite possibly be the enemy as well. Let's land in the city, but away from them for now. Maybe a few of us can go check out who they are, Quinn said, and Logan started to do as he said. Paul was watching everything, and he noticed that everyone seemed to do what Quinn said without asking. They trusted his judgment. At the same time, his decision-making wasn't so bad, although sometimes he perhaps was too cautious. Still, he had a good head on him and wasn't as naive as he looked. The ship had landed, and it was time to decide who would go off the ship to check out the people below, and who would stay to look after and protect the ship. What Quinn didn't expect, though, was for everyone to want to leave the ship. It was a good place, but they were just as curious as the others to find out what was going on in this place. The ramp was let down, and everyone stood at the entrance waiting to be picked up. Come on, you know we're bros, Feck said. Quinn, I will do whatever you ask of me, but I have known you longer than him, Peter replied. The two girls just tried to look cute, as they gave him puppy dog eyes, and Kaz had suddenly joined in behind them. Vorden had already moved over to Quinn's side. It was a bold move, but he did this to ensure he was picked. Quinn struggled to make a decision, but it seemed like he didn't have to struggle for much longer. They could all hear the sound of tires screeching loudly. A few moments later, two large jeep vehicles with men inside had climbed out.
"Lieutenant Boogan from the 3rd Ranch," a man shouted. "State your reason for being here." They turned around to see who had arrived, and it appeared they were all wearing military uniforms. When they saw the large ship, the soldiers had assumed that someone from headquarters had arrived for some unknown reason. When Paul turned around, they all recognized him instantly and gave a salute out of respect. "Head General Paul, you're alive?" Boogan said in shock. Paul looked at Quinn first, as if to ask permission whether he could speak or not. The other soldiers didn't notice this, but Boogan did, and made a note of it. "Yes, it would seem so. You see, I've been away for a while and have come to this. Do you care to come inside and have a chat?" They were finally going to find out what happened during their summer away. Episode 539. What Family? Most of the soldiers had decided to head back to the temporary base that they had set up on the field. 3 of the men, including Lieutenant Boogan, had decided to come on board the ship. When entering, even though they wished to keep their composure, it was hard for them too. Their eyes continued to dart around the room, at the spectacle that the ship was. They knew that there couldn't be many in existence being made of this caliber. Most likely the military only had a few. This was why when they first saw it, they believed it was coming from headquarters. It was a big surprise when they saw Head General Paul on board. One of the rooms on the ship was a meeting room, and it was made for situations just like this, and they were on their way heading there now. To not make things look suspicious, the others, including Quinn, were acting like Paul was their leader. They followed him behind as a group while Paul talked to the lieutenant. They were quite a distance away, so much so that the lieutenant thought he would be free to speak without the others hearing him. Unknown to him, most of the kids had super hearing abilities and could hear every word that was spoken. "Is it okay for them to come along with us for this meeting?" Boogan asked. There were a few things Boogan found strange when entering the ship, the first being how empty it was. Seeing the thing, they thought a whole fleet would be on board. He never expected there to be so few people. The second problem was that the said people. They were a bunch of kids, to put it politely. Most of them looked extremely young. It didn't make sense why a head general was even with them in the first place. However, only a head general would be able to have access to a ship such as this one. "They are with me. It's fine. They will not be a problem. The situation is an odd one, but for now they are under my direct command. I'm sure we both have a few things to talk about," Paul replied. Turning his head, Boogan still wasn't sure, and as soon as his eyes met Quinn's, he turned away. When entering the meeting room, some chairs were scattered around the edges of the room, not too far from the table in the center. Then there were also a few chairs around the table. In a meeting like this, it wasn't normal for one to have their whole crew sitting at the table. One would usually bring only a couple of men with them, and Paul knew this, so he made some quick decisions. He asked Quinn, Vorden, and Logan to come with him and sit at the main table for the meeting, while the others sat on the chairs around the edge. They could still hear what was going on in the meeting, but couldn't interject or be a part of it. "Oh, will they be joining us?" Boogan said, surprised. He wasn't, but wanted to know if there was something special behind picking these. "You'd be surprised at how talented these kids are," Paul replied. "I believe they will be some of the people to lead us in the future." To them it may have sounded like a stray comment, but deep down, Paul felt that way a little. He did think these 3 were different from the other students he had met before. After sitting down, it was time for the meeting to commence. Paul was one of the highest rank, so he would be taking charge and asking most of the questions. The 3 boys at the table knew they wouldn't be able to interject much. "First question, since we're here, what happened to Dreamland? I find it hard to believe that a city that was protected by True Dream would just disappear overnight," Paul asked. The lieutenant paused for a bit before he answered, and then spoke slowly. "That's actually why we are here. The truth is, we don't know what happened." A confused look appeared on all of their faces, and this only confirmed Boogan's thoughts. "Sir, if I may ask, how long were you gone for?" "I was assigned a special task by the Supreme Commander. We were on a red portal planet doing some investigations for a little over a month. Unfortunately, my team ran into some difficulties. They are currently missing. At the time, we were mentoring a group of students from the 2nd military base. These here are the only ones that have returned with me. When we arrived at the 2nd base, everything was destroyed. The soldiers were dead and there was nothing left of the school. After getting on board the ship, we proceeded to head to the nearest city, and that's when we located you." A deep frown was seen on Boogan's face, as if he was struggling with what to say. "A month? Was it really that long ago when things were normal?" Boogan spoke to himself. I suppose you really don't know what has happened then."
From the tone of his voice it sounded serious, and the others were listening intently.
"It might come as a shock to you, but in that short time many things have changed. I bet most people wish we were still the way we were 2 months ago. It actually all started right here, and that's why we were sent over for an investigation. Everything had been proceeding as normal, and one day, out of nowhere, Dreamland City was no more. It had completely disappeared. We did an initial investigation, and what you see now is what we saw back down. The whole city was destroyed."
Paul's hands were starting to sweat a little. So many questions were going through his head.
"One of the big four? Who did this, and what of True Dream? Is he still alive?"
Putting his head down in disappointment, Boogan couldn't even look at his superior when reporting this.
"We have no idea who did this. As for True Dream, he is currently missing. We assume he's dead, just like everyone else from this city. Not a single person who was a resident of Dreamland has been found alive."
Fex and Kaz didn't really know what was going on, but judging by the looks on their faces, it was pretty serious. At least Fex understood one thing: a whole city had been taken out, and they had no idea who had done it. That alone was a scary thought. What was even scarier was that he didn't realize was that the city was owned by one of the strongest forces in the human world. Tightening his fist, Paul now realized why he was saying the world had changed. There were many simulations that they had run. Many plans are put in place. With the way the military ran things, they were heavily reliant on True Dream's power. It was the only thing keeping so many of the others in check and obeying their extreme methods. What would happen if True Dream was to disappear? "The world is in a civil war," Paul said quietly. All the soldiers could do was nod silently. Quinn couldn't believe it. One of his most hated people had gone just like that. He didn't know how to react. He didn't know what to do nor what was happening. Getting rid of one person really affected the world that much? Nevertheless, there was something he noticed while he sat down at the table. He could hear a certain individual's heartbeat, thumbing faster and louder than the others. It was from someone he didn't expect. It was Vorden. Does he know something? Why is he panicking? Vorden did know something. There weren't many powers that would go after True Dream like so. He couldn't think of any other family that could wipe out an entire city without anyone noticing. He was 100% sure the Blades were involved. But there was still something that didn't make sense. "The school!" Vorden blurted it out. "Who attacked the military base?" Usually a student asking such a question to a higher superior would be an offense. But Bergen could see that the students were affected by the news. He let it pass. Who wouldn't be if they had suddenly come back and heard of this? "The military was the first to find out about the disappearance of True Dream. Of course, we did everything in our power to keep this a secret from the other families and our soldiers. However, could you imagine trying to keep something this big secret? It was impossible, and it only took a matter of time. The Supreme Commander predicted that soon someone would make a move. He didn't know who or when, so he started to make his moves, moving important figures and equipment from the base to the main headquarters and the first base. Everything needed not to be done at once. It would alert the other families of what was to happen. As predicted, one of the powerhouses made the first move. It was one of the big four, or big three, I should say. They had attacked every base one by one, freeing those that were kept in the dungeon. "What family?" Vorden asked, with a little panic in his voice. "It was the Greylash family," Boogan replied. The name brought back memories for Quinn. The Greylash family was one of the big four, and at the time of the military base event, he had caught the attention of others for how young he was. The youngest leader in the history of the Greylashes. Now the scorch marks on the victims made sense. They had come from the power of lighting. Episode 540, Powerhouses. Out of the four big families, the Greylashes weren't the ones to be known as the aggressive type. They didn't raise any public concerns with the way others were doing things, nor did they seem to wholly agree with anyone in particular. Unlike some of the other families, such as the Sunshields, who would get into scuffles with everyone. This was why it came as a surprise to most that the Greylash family were the ones to act, or at least the ones to act first. "Do we know the reason for doing so?" Paul asked. It seemed strange that they were going after each base one by one, only to free those from the dungeons. It was like they were looking for someone. "Maybe not someone," Boogan replied back. "Everyone has their theories, but the Supreme Commander, Oscar, thinks differently from most. When the old Greylash family elder died, he was replaced by the young upstart. Ever since, they have been less than cooperative with us.
When asking for reports, additional information, or permission to enter certain shelters, everything would be slow as if they just didn't care. Oscar believes that Owen is a very smart leader, but his philosophy and ideals were different from those of the past leader, with whom he had a good relationship. When hearing that True Dream was gone, one family would act sooner rather than later. He knew that a civil war would break out. Every top faction out there is equal in power. People would start switching sides, and what better way to get people to come over to you than by freeing prisoners? You can use the prisoners themselves, you can use their grudges against the military, and they can owe you favors in the future. Logan then raised his hand as if he was at school once again. For his height, he even looked like he should still be in middle school. But because they were at the table, they had to take every question seriously, even if Boogan didn't want to entertain the students there. "You talk about this civil war," said Logan. "How many power factions are there? I assume there is a frontrunner in all of this, someone who is ahead, and possibly some hidden factions that have chosen to come out." Boogan thought it was a good question to ask and one that needed answering. These kids did understand after all. "If you were to ask many, even without True Dream and his men, the military was still the number one power," Boogan replied. "It was also still the one that people trusted most, but that started to change. After the attacks, people started to switch over to the other factions rapidly, and the military's strength weakened. We no longer have a hold on these people. It's a lawless era where you choose where you want to be. The way we see it, a person has a few choices: to join the military run by Oscar, the Supreme Commander, join one of the three families, the Greylash family, the Sunchild family, or the Bree family. And then there is also one more powerful faction than that. Rather than hide in the shadows, has decided to come out altogether, pure. They have gained the most out of everything that happened, making themselves public, willing to take in anyone. Some of the medium-sized factions had teamed up. This had made them become one of the major powerhouses for a short time, and they had tried to take Pure down. Pure completely annihilated them, which only helped them even further." Hearing this started to make Layla feel a little nervous herself. "What about the Dalki?" Quinn asked. "Have they reacted to this?" It was well known to everyone that the Dalki was keeping an eye on them. Perhaps they even had some humans who were working for them. Humans who didn't believe they had a chance of winning the war after seeing their power. "No, they wouldn't," Paul was the one who answered. "Why would they? If humans are fighting and killing themselves, then they will just come either when we are at our weakest or when we are trying to recover. If they come now, it will only give the humans something to unite over again and fight together." It was a fair assumption to make, but they didn't know what Quinn and the others knew, that the Dalki were created by the vampires. Who knows what the real reason was for the Dalki attacking the humans? Boogan continued his explanation of how the world currently was. "Every faction now is under one of these powerhouses. No side is helping one another, but at the same time, no one is fully attacking the other side either. In this stalemate, there is a bit of a race going on. First, the favor to win the people over. The sub-factions underneath the big houses, the military and so on, are doing a mass recruitment, trying to recruit what we call the Wanderers. These people have yet to choose a side, but they are being taken in quickly. Unfortunately, if I were to be honest with you, the military has been suffering the worst in this regard. Many of them don't believe in us anymore. The only thing that is keeping them is the fact that they have the Earth ability. The only way to protect themselves and get stronger is to stay with us." Hearing this, Quinn wasn't really upset about the military. In a way, he felt like they deserved what they were getting for everything that was happening to them. "And the other ways?" Paul asked. "It's the beast planets," Boogan replied. "The hunt for new equipment. No longer are portals being as strictly regulated, and factions are hopping over from planet to planet, trying to discover the highest tier beast. When Pure was attacked, everyone saw the power of a demon tier weapon, so each faction is trying to get one, but so far none have been found. They're rarer than we thought, and no one had dared to tread their feet on the planet Dalkis. Still, some planets have yet to be explored, ones that people don't have teleporters to. The military has the most spaceships in this regard for travel, so we have the advantage there." Crazy was the thought that came to many of their heads. So many different things had happened in such a short amount of time. The world just seems completely different from what it was before. However, it looked as if Boogan was ready to speak again, as it was not the end of it all. "There is one more thing that the powerhouses are fighting for. First, the search for True Dream. Many just don't believe he is dead. Who would get rid of an ability like that instead of using it for themselves? This is why we were sent here for investigation. to see if there was anything we could find linking it back to True Dream. Unfortunately, there have been no results so far. Vorden couldn't agree more. His family wouldn't just outright kill True Dream. That wasn't enough, and his ability was a good one to have. More so than likely, he had become one of them. While thinking about this, he could hear the sound of metal clanking against the floor. The last point, I have put these two together because they are similar. Each of the powerhouses is searching for Richard Eno. Quinn had jolted back a little, a sudden movement from his seat, hearing the name. Part of the reason why he wanted to come back to Earth was to find Richard Eno himself. He had questions he wanted to ask. It was his most likely suspect, wondering if he was the first king. Not only was he looking for him, now Bugin was telling him that everyone was looking for him. He had introduced many different technologies into our world. Some feel his ability might be related to this. However, as soon as all this had started, no one was able to find him either. At least, that's what our intel says. The meeting was finally over, and it looked like it was already dark outside. Paul offered the three men to stay over and sleep on the spaceship for the night. After all, they had plenty of beds. They accepted. They felt like they had to due to Paul's position. After communicating and radioing in to let the others know their plans, they decided to stay for the night. Once they were asleep, the others secretly met in the meeting room to have another discussion. Watching the three men, Peter was placed in charge, as he wouldn't fall asleep like the others, and as long as Quinn ordered it, he would follow it through. This time everyone was sitting at the table, and it took a while for any of them to be the first to speak. They were still trying to wrap their heads around everything that they had been told. "Let me help you guys out a bit here," Paul said, starting off the conversation. "There isn't much you can do. The way it is out there, according to them, we only have one choice. To join one of the powerhouses, we have to look at the task, or mission at hand, to gather information, correct? We can't do that by becoming a wanderer, but now the situation has changed. The military doesn't hold the keys to everything anymore, and at any point in time, there could be a big clash between them all. The question is, which one are we going to join?" Episode 541, The Split. After Paul had spoken his words, reality hit them in the face. They had to decide this, and as a group no less, but how would that be possible? It would be fine if the people in the room were all they had, but many of them had families to take care of. And once again the room fell silent. Paul was now seeing the cracks in this team's foundations. They couldn't have known each other for long. The school system didn't allow it, yet they had to trust each other so much. This proved that Quinn at the moment was still not fit to be a leader. If so, then Paul would have made a second suggestion to them all, but now was not the time for it. The fact that Quinn hadn't suggested this himself proved it as well. "I guess I will start again," Paul said. "I think we should rule out going to the military as an option. The people who are in power there will keep their positions till the end. You would have to start from the bottom, and there wouldn't be much we could do to influence or change anything. At first I thought maybe I could use my position of power, but the way things are, I don't think that's possible anymore. They would most likely ask me to lead a team and send me on these expeditions where they hunt for beasts. They would find out in an instant that I no longer have my ability. It would be a tough one to explain, and even if I could, in times like this I would be demoted from my position. Joining the military won't be advantageous for any of us." It was one option down, but for some reason, Quinn didn't feel like it had gotten any easier, and the tension in the room felt heavy. "Should I just pick one at random? We could always change after finding out whatever we could, but what if that faction gets weaker? What if I made the wrong choice?" The weight felt heavy on his shoulders. He didn't expect to come back to all this so soon. "Quinn, maybe we should do our own thing," Vorden said. Lifting his head, Quinn couldn't understand what Vorden was suggesting. "I mean this in more ways than one. You have to return to the vampire world eventually. Your position isn't with any of these places." Tensing his fist and taking in a deep breath, Vorden had prepared himself. "I think I'm going to need to do my own thing anyway. With all this happening, I need to return to my family, see what's happened to them." Quinn wanted to say something. This whole time, Vorden had been by his side no matter what. Even when they had gone to Vampire World, and Quinn didn't want to take him, he had refused to take no for an answer. Yet now, for the first time, he was saying he wanted to leave. "We can come with you," Quinn said. "No, you can't, Quinn," Vorden replied. "Not this time. There are others you need to think about as well." During his time as a vampire, Quinn managed to learn how to listen to a heartbeat quite well.
In a way, he could tell how someone was feeling based on this. Right now, he knew Vorden wasn't going to change his mind. "Actually, Quinn, it's the same for me as well," Logan perked up. "I was thinking about going back to my family in the first place. I hadn't seen them during the summer, and there are things I wanted to ask. My family lives on one of the planets owned by the Bree family. While I'm there, I can give you as much information from that powerhouse as possible." He couldn't ask Logan to stay after hearing something like that. It would only be selfish of him. His head naturally turned towards the girls, as it looked like they wanted to say something as well. "We want to join the Pure faction," Layla said, thinking it was the perfect time to let him know. "After hearing what they said, I and Sia had already talked about it. It will be safe for us, but not for you guys." A saddened look was on Quinn's face. Was everyone going to leave him? He hadn't realized it until now, but it was really hurting him. Before, he had no family. He was an orphan for the longest time with no friends. "Look, Quinn, we're not leaving you," Layla said. "Just like how we left Leo and Aaron back in the vampire world. We are all going to return." There was much discussion after everyone had voiced their concerns and wishes. Some of the others were worried about Layla and Sia, but she assured them they would be okay. In the end, it looked like the split would happen no matter what. Surprisingly, Quinn thought that maybe Kaz would have said something about this. In fact, he was hoping she would. With Logan and Vorden split, there were two humans she could no longer keep an eye on. However, she said she was told only to follow one person, that person being Paul. Wherever Paul went, she would go as well. With the decision made, they needed to decide a few things. First, what to do with the large ship. It was far too large for them to take it to any of the planets or such without causing a scene. Again, Paul had come up with a good suggestion. There was no need to. The ship was mainly powered by beast crystals, and for now, they had plenty on board. They would need to gather more at a later point somehow, but they didn't need to worry about that right now. His suggestion was for one of them to stay on board the ship at all times. Logan could create an autopilot device, as well as a system that would make the control of the whole ship much simpler. They could keep it drifting out in space in a no-zone, a place that no one owned or would bother to look for. On the large ship, there were smaller spaceships inside the storage unit, which they could use to travel with instead. Then they would purchase teleporters, and whatever they had, they could bring back to the main ship. They would essentially treat this large ship as their home or base, drifting out in space, moving to and from. As for the person who they had chosen to stay on board, they had two choices. It would either be Fex or Peter. They could choose from them whenever they needed to. However, when Fex was suggested, he complained non-stop about the idea. He said if he knew he was going to spend his life on a ship, he would have just stayed back on the vampire planet. In the end, Peter was selected as the person for this role. He didn't voice any concerns because he wasn't there to voice them. Before all of this was to happen, though, they needed to find some way to return the others to the places they needed to be. According to the information that was given by Bugin, the Earth teleporter stations were seen as neutral zones. Everyone decided to leave them as they were, allowing for wanderers, travelers, and faction members to go where they wished. So a plan was finally made. First, they would find a place to leave the large ship on Earth to start with, while Peter would look after it. Then they would head to the closest Earth station using one of the smaller spaceships inside. There, each person would depart ways. If they needed to contact each other, they could do it. Logan had hooked up the spaceship's communication device to work with the masks. No matter where they were, they could get in contact with the large ship at any time. Then, as they headed out into space, it was up to the rest of them to decide where to go from there, which faction to possibly join. There was no time frame given, but it was clear that for Layla and Sia, at least, they wouldn't be able to just come back whenever they wished. While Logan and Vorden would perhaps be able to move more freely, going back to the ship and their families, and meeting with the others from time to time. The first to leave the room after the talk was over was Quinn. "I'm going to get some rest," he said. "I'll see you all tomorrow." His eyes looked dead, and everyone felt a little strange. They hadn't seen him like this before. "We have no choice. Everyone is fighting against each other," Logan said. "This is best for everyone, and Quinn as well." No one replied, and one by one, people started to leave the room, until there was only Vorden, Paul, and Kaz, who had remained to keep an eye on Paul. "There was something you looked like you wanted to say earlier," Vorden asked, "as if there was another option?" Paul was right. This boy was very perceptive indeed.
It was making him wonder how much this boy had gone through in his life to be this way. Someone like this wasn't trusting of others at all. Of course, people always have a choice. My final suggestion was going to be to not join any faction, Paul replied. Start your own. Invite those you care about to join. Use this ship as the headquarters. With enough of us and enough power, we could compete with the others as well. We may be smaller, but that just means we can make decisions quicker and act faster. But for that, you need a leader fit to take the role. Quinn is not fit to take that role. Everyone had gone to sleep, and that night Quinn struggled to sleep more than ever. In the middle of the night, towards the morning, a certain scent started to hit his nose. It was a scent he knew, and his eyes immediately popped open. He threw the bedsheets away and bolted towards the smell. No, 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 Quinn said in a panic. He was in one of the other rooms when he eventually arrived. It was fully coated with splattered blood, a clean cut on the neck of each of the men. The 3 men, including Lieutenant Boogan, had been killed, and Quinn had a good idea of who it was. Kaz! Episode 542, Dead Soldiers. Quinn stood in the doorway staring at the bodies. At the sight of the blood, saliva began to form in his mouth before he realized it. Something like this hadn't happened in a long time. Control yourself. Before leaving, Leo had given Quinn a tip, something that had worked for him, a way to control the urge and the hunger better. The key was to use his key. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and started to focus. Truth be told, Quinn wanted to learn a bit more from Leo about the use of ki. The problem was that things were moving too fast for him to get any time, but Leo told him not to worry. Even without his help, he was on the right path. Everything that Quinn was struggling with, everyone who used ki before was the same. Eventually, the technique started to work, and his mind and body were no longer thinking about the blood in front of him. Kaz, it has to be her. Who else would kill them? However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sounds of some groans that appeared to be coming from the side. When he turned around, he could see Paul standing, only he wasn't his regular self. Urgh. He stood there slightly hunched over. His 2 teeth had become longer, and his eyes were a fierce red. Paul has consumed blood, but has yet to smell in person like this, and he doesn't have ki control. The next second, Paul, out of control, started to rush forward towards Quinn. Paul was fast, but he was nothing compared to what Quinn could do. The only thing Quinn was worried about was trying to hold himself back while knocking him out. Seemingly out of nowhere, Paul suddenly fell to the ground. His body hit the cold metal surface, and he began to be dragged back across the metal floor. Don't worry, Quinn, I got this one, Feck said. He gave Paul a small amount of blood from his container that would satisfy his lust and control his hunger. Fex, too, had smelt the blood, so he came out to investigate. He saw what was happening and took care of the situation quickly, tying Paul up with string. The loud sound had woken up many, and eventually everyone had spilled out into the hallway to see what the whole commotion was about. Everyone was staying in separate rooms, but they had chosen to stay in the rooms next to each other, down the same hallway. What happened? Layla asked, rubbing her eyes. When Sia had seen the bodies, she opened her mouth as if she was about to scream, but Vorden was quick to act, placing his hand above her mouth. Nice, Logan said, knowing he had saved them all from a huge wake-up call. Looking around, Quinn noticed that 2 people were missing. Where's Kaz and Peter? They had checked the room Kaz was supposedly staying in, and she was nowhere to be seen. When they went into Peter's, he could be seen inside, but the scene was not what they had expected. Quinn could see the eyes of the others and rushed to the door, only to see Peter back up against the wall, waiting for his limbs to heal. They had been crushed in several different places and quite badly as well. I'm sorry, Quinn, Peter said. It was Kaz. She took the remote from me. After deciding what to do yesterday, the remote, along with another controller, was given to Peter to get a hang of everything. After all, he would be left with the ship for a long time, so they might as well get a head start on things like that. Why would she kill them, and where is she now? Layla asked. The sound of the ramp being lowered was then heard. They knew someone else had activated the ship, since everyone was standing there. Fex, clear this up, Quinn said. They're dead now, so we might as well make use of their bodies. Store the blood, and feed some parts to Peter to help him recover. And Quinn was off to the back of the spaceship. Everyone stood there for a while, not saying anything. Did Quinn really just say that? Layla finally said. Yeah, Forden replied.
Is it just me, or ever since the incident with the whole vampires, he has kind of become desensitized to all of this?
Layla asked. Yeah, but he's right, Fex replied. At the end of the day, this is what we need to do. At least they will be used this way. The others started to walk away from the scene, as they couldn't stand it for much longer, leaving only Fex and Paul alone to work on this gruesome task. Oh boy, Fex said, looking at the three bodies. When Quinn had arrived, he could see Kaz walking up the ramp, and it was already starting to close behind her. Why was she outside? Then he saw the blood on her clothes and splattered on her face. She casually walked up to Quinn with a sweet smile. He knew what she had done. She had gone outside to deal with the rest of the soldiers who had come with them.
Did you deal with the bodies inside?
Kaz said with a smile, as if she was expecting some type of praise. What is wrong with you? Quinn shouted. Why did you kill them? The smile on her face went down, and she seemed a little confused.
What do you mean? I did it for us. For the mission. You already decided that we weren't going back to the military, so it's better if they didn't know we were alive. If they're all dead, no one will come looking for us or wonder where we are.
Couldn't we have just removed their memories? Quinn replied. You didn't have to kill them.
No,
Kaz said, stomping her foot.
That lieutenant, it wouldn't have worked on him. I know it. We can't just leave one. They all need to die. It's for the mission.
And attacking Peter? Quinn said, looking at the ground. He had his hand in a fist, ready to get into a fight. Was that for the mission as well? This was something he couldn't forgive. He didn't care what position Kaz held. She couldn't just go around hurting those close to him like that. Peter was just being loyal to him in the first place by refusing to give up the controller.
I didn't kill him when I could have. All I asked was for him to hand me the remote. I thought I would surprise you by doing these dirty tasks for you, so you didn't have to get your hands bloody.
Were those tears? Quinn thought he could see. Seeing them had pulled his anger in a little. He was still annoyed, but everything she said seemed genuine.
I did a good job, didn't I? She asked.
Quinn was starting to realize that maybe there was a lot more wrong with her than he initially thought. What the hell did the first family do to her? Just run these things by me next time, Quinn said. Quickly picking herself up, Kaz walked past Quinn as normal and started to whistle as she headed to her room. What? Was that all an act? But it felt so real. Seeing Kaz now and the one before, which one was the real one?
Oh, I'll be in my room sending an updated report about the situation on Earth, so don't go looking for me, she said.
When Kaz arrived in her room, she closed her eyes and started to think of a certain individual. Eventually, someone connected with her and she replied. Oh, Kaz, I see, making your first report. It was the 8th vampire leader, Jill. Before leaving, she had set up a connection with Kaz using her ability. This way, no matter where they were, they could communicate telepathically. However, because Kaz didn't have this ability, she couldn't just send messages to her mind. A connection had to be made. To Jill, it was similar to someone trying to call her on a phone, where she could either accept or reject the call. Kaz explained what she had learned about the state of the human world to Jill, and it was her job to report it to all the others. But she wasn't completely loyal to this system, because Bryce had told her something else as well. If it was deemed really important, she was to come back and directly tell them before going to Jill. She felt like there was nothing worthy to report to him, though.
And what of our people that were there before? Have you learned what happened to them? Jill asked. No information yet, although they might have died when this Greylash family attacked the bases. That doesn't account for all of our spies. Strangely, not a single one of them is responding. I will update you again once we have more information.
The report was complete. Upon returning, everyone was now in the kitchen. They were meant to have breakfast, but it looked like after what they had seen, they weren't really hungry.
Where did you put the blood?
Quinn whispered to Fex. There's a freezer that's cold enough to store the blood, and I took some packs from the medical bay. It was good to know, as Quinn planned to take a dip into each of their blood types to improve his stats when he could. What about Kaz? Fex asked. All I can say is we need to keep an eye on her, probably more than we do with Paul. Episode 543. Final Goodbye, Vorden. In one of the sleeping rooms, Paul was sitting down on his bed, with his head down towards the floor. Sitting opposite him was Fex. Since when the hell did I become a counselor? Fex thought. It took a while for Paul to calm down, but after that, there seemed to be another phase, shock. There were more reasons than one for this, and with Quinn off doing his own thing somewhere, the only person that could talk to him about going through such an experience was Fex. There was Peter as well, but he wasn't the best choice when talking to people. Paul's hands were still shaking. He had never felt this feeling before. Leo had mentioned a few things to prepare him, but the real thing was different. He felt out of control. His body and mind were doing their own thing, yet he was still present and aware of what he was doing. "Don't worry," Fex said. "It doesn't just happen to humans who have turned into vampires. It happens to all of us. The more you are exposed to it, the easier it is to control. Just be careful not to become addicted. If you want, I can help you through the process. Whenever you are hungry or such, I'll control the amount of blood to give you. Otherwise, first-timers will just keep going until they're full. Anyway, you have strong vampires by your side. If you go out of control, I and Quinn can stop you." Paul wasn't worried too much about getting addicted. He had done many things in the past that required a huge amount of dedication and self-control. It was why he felt so strange, being so out of control. It was a first for him. Upon hearing the name Quinn, Paul lifted his head and gave a little huff. "Quinn? I don't think he can help," Paul said, now getting up from his seat and walking around the room. He eventually stopped, and seemingly out of nowhere, punched the wall. A loud clang was heard, but the walls were solid, and only a small indentation mark could be seen. "Isn't he supposed to be the leader of this group? Why can't he control that girl? Why did those men have to die?" Paul asked. "The situation is a little complicated," Fex replied. "She's not from our group, so she doesn't really listen." "That's just an excuse," Paul snapped. "If he's the one in charge, then he needs to make sure she doesn't fall out of line. I know he didn't order this, he's not like that, but it's also his responsibility to make sure things like this don't happen. I don't understand why all of you are so trusting of him, when all I can see is him being inadequate." Fex paused for a while before replying, and then finally gave his answer. "But he managed to save you and your men, right? Maybe Quinn doesn't make the best of decisions sometimes or is too slow to act, but when it truly matters, he does shine through. He saved my life, you know. You saw all those scary-looking old dudes in the council room, right? He went up against every single one of them just to save me. Being a good leader is not all about good decision-making. The people around him can help with that. Rather, it's about picking the right people and gaining their trust. Just like Quinn would do anything for us, I'm sure we would do anything for him as well. For me, that's a good leader." After consuming a few droplets of blood, Quinn had gained 1 point in strength stat, bringing his strength up to 49 without holding any weapons. It was getting harder to gain stats through different people's blood. However, it was still the quickest way for him to get stronger, as leveling now required a huge amount of experience. The only problem was when he would hit his cap on stats. The reason Quinn wasn't around was because he had gone out to the field to search for the ruined city. He had found remnants of where the army had set up a temporary base, but it had completely been destroyed, and Quinn couldn't find the bodies anywhere. Whatever Kaz did, she did a good job of hiding it. Quinn was only able to find it through the few specks of blood that were dried up on the ground that his system had picked up for him. When he finally returned, it looked like everyone was now ready to set off, and so that's what they did. The first goal was to hide the large spaceship. They went to a mountainous area that was supposedly not too far from the closest Earth station. It was a great spot as they were surrounded by large mountains that people wouldn't climb up, and it was far from any signs of life. The only way one would see it was if they were flying in a ship of their own. This was only meant to be a temporary stop for them anyway before moving out into space. Then Peter was left there on his own, and the group said their goodbyes before heading off. The one who had spent the largest amount of time saying goodbye was Logan. He had been busy giving him pop quizzes on what each of the buttons did on the autopilot system, as well as on the ship's controller. Same as before, Peter was brilliant at memorizing the information. "Peter, we will be back to create more things together. Stay alive," Logan said, before they headed off to the storage room. Heading to the storage room, there were indeed several spaceships that were smaller in size. Beforehand, Logan had been busy modifying one of them. The ships in the storage room were the standard ones the military would use, so he made a few changes to make it appear more like a commercial one, while concealing the few weapons it had on board at the same time. This was a lot more basic in design compared to the others. It has a small bubble-like glass shield at the front, and a more basic semicircle-like shape. It didn't have any other facilities either, apart from seating and a basic toilet. Still, it was a ship made to carry around 15 people or so, so with 7 of them, 8 including Borden, it was quite spacious. They were off and had finally reached the Earth station. From here, one could teleport to the other Earth stations centered around the Earth. Their main use was going from the outside planets and going back to Earth. Few planets had large stations like this, especially the more dangerous ones. Still, they weren't here for Quinn's group, but for the others to go to their families' homes. When they arrived, they could see that a few people were coming in and out with their small spaceships as well. It seemed like not all was lost, and there was still some system in place, or at least peace, during the time of civil war. Having a ship was a bit of a privilege and quite costly to run, though, so they could imagine that those they were seeing in the ships were either experienced travelers or held high positions in their factions. After arriving and parking their ship, they entered the station, and it was time for them to say goodbye to each other. "Remember, everyone, if you wish to contact the main ship, we can use the mask to do that," Logan said to explain to them all one last time. "Quinn, when we are ready to come back, we'll message you beforehand," Layla said. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Quinn asked Layla one last time. "Quinn, my mother, she's still part of Pure," Layla said. "Actually, I didn't tell you this, but she's one of the leaders at Pure. So you don't have to worry about me getting hurt. She won't let that happen." However, Layla wasn't sure about this at all. She just didn't want Quinn to worry about her. A leader of Pure? Quinn wanted to ask so many questions, but she just shook her head. "It's complicated, but I know she doesn't agree with their doings. She doesn't want this. I want to bring her back." "I can help." "No, we have already gone through this. Get rid of the trouble you have first." "Fine, but Layla, if you need help, you have to promise me. Promise me that you will ask for it. Don't wait and just ask." She thought about it for a while. She didn't want Quinn to be a part of this. What involvement did he have? And he had a number of problems to deal with, but for some reason, hearing these words warmed her, and she couldn't help but say, "I will." "Vorden, Logan, I know you two are going to safer places, so you probably won't need it, but the same goes for both of you as well. You all came with me to save Fex. I owe you this favor at least." The two boys nodded towards Quinn before proceeding to shake hands, pulling each other in with a hug. "Oh, Vorden, tell the other guy I said goodbye as well." When the others heard this, they thought Quinn was referring to Borden, who Vorden was taking with him on this trip, but Vorden knew he was actually referring to Syl. "He would really like that," Vorden replied. When their station was announced, they would continue to display their tickets and enter the teleporters. The girls were the first to go, followed by Logan, and then Vorden, who stayed for a moment to look at Quinn. "This might be the last time I see you, Quinn," he thought, before stepping into the teleporter to head back to the Blade family. Episode 544, Blood Evolver, again. With the others gone, there were only the 4 of them left. Fex, Quinn, Paul, and Kaz. They weren't exactly the best set of people to be grouped, as 2 of them had only recently joined. Paul seemed to have some agenda against Quinn, while Quinn could say the same thing back. And as for Kaz, well, she was on no one's good side at the moment. She had killed innocent soldiers, and at the same time belonged to the First Family. Still, it didn't stop them from having a nice awkward sit-down together in a restaurant nearby. At the Earth Station, there were plenty of shops around the place, as they would have a good amount of traffic going in and out. It was the perfect place for business. Not only were there restaurants and clothes shops, but even things such as beast armor and ability shops amongst other things. It was a large, dome-shaped shopping mall with several floors. From the time the meal arrived until they finished eating, the 4 of them had not said a single word. Fex couldn't handle it any longer. He had to strike up a conversation, anything. "So is there anything on the list of things to do next?" Fex asked. "There are a few basic things that we will need," Paul replied. "The ship has plenty of food to last us, but to power it, eventually we will need crystals. If we are using it frequently and including the little ships here, I would say we have enough for a month. We could go hunting ourselves as travelers, but we would need the funds to purchase a teleporter." Paul had his money card and everything taken away from him. On top of that, it was linked to the military, so he wouldn't be using it too much anyway. The credit system seemed to be still in use, but it was a problem. The only one with credits on him was Quinn, and he wasn't exactly a rich tycoon. He would be considered well off for a student, but not enough to purchase teleporters and crystals for the ship. It would be impossible. Even Logan had a limit to how much he could spend set by his parents. They were completely on their own on this one. "The sooner we join a faction, the better," Paul said. "It will allow us to earn a stable income, protection as long as we stay in that faction's areas, and a way to hunt beasts freely. Then if we wish, we can start doing our own thing, purchasing teleporters for our use." "So in the end, we still have to choose one," Quinn mumbled. "If Logan's family is with the Bree, then that leaves us with two options. The Sunshield family or the Greylash family." When Quinn first met the young master, he didn't have a bad feeling about him. However, he was the one who ignited this whole war to begin with. Perhaps he would be a tricky one to deal with. "Once we decide on a faction to join, we can use the big ship to fly out somewhere," Paul said. "And then we can use the smaller ship to fly to one of the smaller planets. We won't need to purchase a teleporter for now." Paul didn't say it, but in his head, knowing what power they had and what he had seen from their fight, if Quinn was in charge of all those people, joining one of the sides could greatly sway the power scale as well. Maybe it wouldn't be as instant as them finding a demon-tier weapon or finding Richard Eno, but slowly they would have an influence. "Hey, is everything okay, bro?" Fex asked as he could see Quinn rubbing his hand against his head. "Yeah, I just need a little time to think," Quinn said, as he stood up and looked like he was about to leave the restaurant. "I'm going for a walk for a little bit. We can meet back up here in an hour or so. We might as well do a little window shopping while we're here, make a list of things we could use in the future." Before leaving, Quinn gave a quick glance to Fex, suggesting that he was in charge and it was his job to look after these two. He looked at the two of them and they just stared at him back blankly. He too never thought his time on Earth would be spent like this. Walking around the place made it easier for Quinn to think. He walked past many shops, trying to take his mind off the situation. For just a second, he wanted to forget about all the responsibilities he had. Even with all the troubles he had at school, it seemed simpler back then. The place looked peaceful, and it was hard to believe what the lieutenant had told them, but there was no reason for him to lie. However, it didn't take long for Quinn to realize that the tension between everyone was high. "That's crap, old man," a man shouted in one of the shops. "You're charging me more just because we're part of Pure, aren't you?" It was a wake-up call. Never had Quinn ever heard anyone so openly claim they were part of Pure. That's when he noticed that nearly everyone had the crest of their faction on display, and people were walking in groups. Still, no fights broke out. It looked as if there was some respect among the things agreed upon, such as no fighting to occur at the Earth stations. It didn't stop there. While walking, Quinn had been stopped multiple times by people. They seemed to be recruiters. They would talk about the benefits of joining certain factions, claiming to be under one of the big three or Pure. Even the military was doing recruitment here. They weren't just stopping him. It was anyone's without a crest displayed on their clothing. The Wanderers, as they were referred to. Eventually it was getting too much for Quinn, and he was getting frustrated. He would walk 10 meters before another person would approach him. He wanted to relax, not be bothered. That's when he spotted the perfect thing to take his mind off things. He had come across a VR capsule shop. These shops not only sold the gaming pods, but would also allow you to rent them for use to play for a little while. "It's been a while, huh?" Quinn thought. He was a little surprised that games would still be up and running in times like this, but in the end, everyone had to de-stress in one way or another, and games were a good outlet for that frustration. Here, Quinn wouldn't have access to the private servers that he had at the military base, so he would be unable to use his shadow ability in the game. After paying a fee and entering the pod, he realized there was another difference. This pod was connected to all the running servers. It wasn't just the ones at the military base. His user ID, Blood Evolver, was well known in the military, but outside of that, it was an unknown name. Still, the system recognized him and logged him in with his normal ID the same as before. "Ding! You have 99+ notifications." This was common whenever Quinn would log into the game, and he had been away for a while, so he had half expected this. Most of the notifications seemed to be from those wanting to add him. One couldn't see messages apart from friend requests unless they were friends. After clearing the notifications, nearly in an instant, more started to come in. What the? He was popular, but never this popular. Just clearing these notifications would be a waste of time, so he decided he would start the game. But then, he saw something else. One of his friends had sent him many texts.
When he looked at who sent it, he saw it had come from Nate. There was a string of messages, all dated at different times from when he left. Bloody Volver, the world really has gone to crap, huh? Our base was attacked just like the others, but we were pulled out in time. I'm just sending you this message to see if you got out all okay. I didn't know you didn't reply to my last message, but knowing how strong you are, I think you would have survived. With everything going on, I and Sam are thinking of leaving the military. Update. I don't know if you're ignoring me on purpose or busy doing your own thing, but remember, you promised me the two of us would have our fight. So I'm keeping you updated on where I am. I and Sam decided to leave the military after all. Still undecided on where to go, was wondering if you had decided. Maybe we could meet up and both join the same one? Since you haven't replied, we decided to go ahead and join a faction called the Crows. They're part of the Greylash family. We needed to. All the hassling was getting too much. They're still recruiting. Well, I guess everyone is. We're on planet Cadenti. I just thought I would let you know if you ever wanted to meet up. I know you're alive, Bloody Volver, and I look forward to seeing you. Reading all the messages, a smile appeared on Quinn's face. Looks like I've made up my mind on where to go. Episode 545, Traveler Ranks. While Quinn was in the VR game, he thought he might as well take his mind off things by playing a couple of matches. Before that, he was wondering if he should send Nate a message telling him he was okay and that he was coming to see him. When he checked, he saw that his status was currently offline. Should I? Quinn thought. Quinn, Sam, and Nate got to know each other better during the all-inter-military base tournament. At the time, they had no clue who Quinn was, and it was also when he revealed his shadow ability to everyone. Quinn only disclosed to him after they had returned that he was also the so-called Bloody Volver. Nate wished they could meet again and fight at full strength as a result. Quinn was unable to use his shadow skills in the game, while Nate was similarly unable to use his soul weapon. In the end, Quinn decided it was best if he didn't send the message. First, he thought if Nate knew, he would be bugging him nonstop. He also thought it would be a nice surprise. Secondly, Quinn saw a few notification screens pop up before he could begin searching for games. Messages that had not appeared before. If Nate had left to join another faction, Quinn was worried it would influence his decision. He had made a choice, and now he wanted to stick with it. Quinn had a few notification screens pop up before he could start, messages that hadn't appeared before today. Please insert your traveler ID number for matchmaking, the system message said. Quinn didn't have a traveler ID. One could usually register for one at a faction base, or in a big shelter, but there wasn't one at the Earth station. Because of this, he chose to skip. Then a few options came up. Please select your rank. Rank F, Rank E, Rank D, Rank C, Rank B, Rank A, Rank AA, Rank AAA. Most of the ranks were grayed out, and Quinn could only select the top 3 options, from Rank D to F. This was a bit of a bummer for him. He was hoping it would be the same as the military base. One would be matched up with those of a similar level. However, it looked like the public servers worked differently. Without a traveler ID to confirm his rank, it would only let him select the 3 lowest ranks. Quinn did understand why the system was designed this way, though. It was because, for travelers, ability levels mattered less and less. Travelers were categorized in the same ranks as above, and this was determined by the number of accomplishments they achieved for their faction. There were more things to factor in with travelers when it came to determining one's strength, their fighting ability, their beast gear, and their soul weapon. It would be silly to put someone like their leader of Pure in rank F just because he was technically a level 1 ability user despite having no ability. Yet he had a powerful demon tier beast weapon. In a way, the ability leveling system at the military schools was quite flawed, and it only caused discrimination, not taking anything else into account other than their ability. According to Paul, though, that was all that mattered to them. They just wanted strong ability users on their side. Not expecting much, Quinn decided he would select the highest rank possible, rank D, and started looking for a match. Some of the users that were in the military and following Quinn's profile noticed he was online, and a few started to watch his matches. It was only the odd person here and there, as his popularity during these times had died down a lot. Hey, Bloody Volver is really alive. Should we try to recruit him? Everyone has already tried, but he hasn't accepted anyone's friend request as far as I know. Finally getting into a game, Quinn decided that he would play this match without using any of his beast gear, hoping it would make it harder and a little more challenging for him. He also didn't want to use his blood abilities either. He already had a lot of attention from the military servers, and he didn't want the same thing to happen here. When his opponent was matched, he could see that he was going up against an unranked player. Most of the unranked had come straight out of school and had yet to join a faction, or some rich kids who decided to not become a traveler, but enjoyed playing the game from time to time. This will be an easy match, the opponent thought. Little did he know, Quinn thought the same thing. The system hadn't come up with anything, making him suspicious that he probably wouldn't even get any EXP for this fight. Still, it wasn't his goal in the first place. The match had started, and the opponent charged in. He slid and sliced across the floor as if he was ice skating. Then, pulling two short swords from the sides of his legs, he was ready to fight. "Fear my grease ability, and I'm going to oil you up, little boy," the greasy man said. Did he just announce his ability in the open? Quinn stood still, barehanded, without his gauntlets. Looking at the man approaching him, he appeared to be moving quickly. He must have used his ability while also activating his beast gear equipment. Still, there was one thought in Quinn's mind: slow. The man was incredibly slow. Quinn wasn't much faster than him, but recently Quinn had been going up against opponents that were far quicker than himself. When the man finally reached Quinn, there was a large grin on his face, and the next second, a fist was planted in it. "Winner, Bloody Volver!" The 3 or so people watching were amazed once again. What's going on? Is it some type of glitch? The reason why they were so surprised was because Quinn hadn't made a really big punch or motion. It didn't look impressive, yet somehow the game system determined Quinn's strength was so strong that the single punch was able to deplete the man's HP. After the one game left in the capsule, Quinn had decided to quit. He had chosen the highest rank possible, and as expected, he had no EXP in fighting against an opponent. While on his way back to the others, it did make him wonder, though, now that his strength is at what it is, what rank would be suited for Quinn? Returning to the others, Quinn informed them of his decision, saying that he has decided to join a subdivision faction that was released to the Greylash. It would be nearly impossible without having a name for yourself to join the Greylashes, and they would have been thrown into the deep end if they tried. This was Quinn's reasoning. He explained that he had found out all the information from one of the recruiters. He didn't need to explain further, as while the others were walking around, they too were approached multiple times. The others had no complaints, and Paul for once thought it was a good decision. He thought of the Sunshield and Greylash families. The ones that would make more moves or plays would be them. After all, they had the foresight to act before any of the others. There was no reason for Quinn to talk about Nate and Sam, as all the people he was with didn't really know them. Using their small ship, they flew back over to the larger ship and met back up with Peter, who had reported there were no problems at all. Then, for the first time, it was completely up to him to fly the ship, using the system created by Logan. Of course, everyone was a little nervous, but the ship had started fine, and it went up high in the sky all right. Leaving Earth's atmosphere was a little bumpy for all of them, but strapping in, and with their unique bodies, it was easier to deal with than regular humans. Once they were in space, Peter used the system on the ship to locate a no-space zone. Each planet's territory was 20 million kilometers in sphere direction. This was how far their sensors and machinery would reach, claiming that the area was owned by that planet. It was similar to how countries would have a sea border in the past. So using the navigation system, they just needed to find an area where they were going and then fly out a bit further from the planet into a no-space zone. The navigation system on board the ship would show the planets that they knew of and were charted down. It would also show the regular flight path that would be used between other ships. According to Paul, as long as they stay away from these things, they should be okay. Back on Earth, though, those exact sensors had also picked up Quinn and their large ship leaving. "Sir, an incredibly large ship has just left the Earth's atmosphere. It looks like one of our own. But no personnel have been authorized to leave, and I don't understand the code that it's showing. Should we go after it?" the worker asked. Oscar, the Supreme Commander, looked at a few photos of the ship. He recognized it as one of their military base prototypes. It could store at least 2,000 men on board. He remembered that the Greylash family were the ones that had attacked the base. "Leave it for now. We don't have enough resources and can't afford to go after it immediately. But send a small scout team to follow their location," Oscar ordered. Episode 546, Into Space. Paul initially anticipated that things would be difficult to deal with after he left for space. Normally, multiple military ships would cover the transport routes,
but it appears that a lot has changed in a short amount of time. There was now no longer any monitoring of such paths, and instead everything was a bit of a free-for-all, with ships leaving, coming and going. One could see that there were plenty that would avoid some planets as well. Just to be safe, though, as soon as they could, Paul had advised they derailed from these transport paths between planets and take a longer route. Yes, it would use up more energy, which they didn't have an unlimited supply of, but still, he was thinking more than anything about the attention the ship would bring. Most of the ships they had seen were marked clearly with the faction symbol. In a way, it showed that they were protected. Their ship had no such mark. When one sees such a large ship, one would think of two things. That looks like trouble. Let's stay away, or what would it be like if we had one of those? The second thought was the one that worried Paul. If one of the forces saw such a large ship, they might try to add it to their power. They would send a fleet to capture the ship. Right now, they didn't have the manpower to defend themselves. The ship was filled with things that they could use, but they could barely control the ship in the first place, and that was only thanks to Logan creating a special device. Firstly, when they had gotten into the proximity of the area where the planet was located, they flew off into a no-zone area. Now the ship was sent to stay put and consume as little energy as possible. Before leaving the ship, there were still a few things that everyone needed to discuss, and that was a reminder of what they could and couldn't do. When joining the faction, they would want to know about their abilities. Thankfully, things like extra strength, endurance, and speed could be passed off as having high-quality beast gear, but they still wouldn't be able to use their blood powers. The string ability is okay. I can show it off in battle and claim I'm an original, Fex said. As long as I don't teach anyone it will be fine. Kaz? Quinn asked. I will simply say I have regeneration ability. I won't show off my strength and speed until I buy some beast gear for myself, Kaz replied. Quinn had to repeat this to her several times, but when he explained that it was so she wouldn't be discovered as a vampire, she understood and listened well. She didn't have any beast gear like many vampires, but as long as they had something, even if it was simple, it would be acceptable for her to demonstrate her abilities. People could only guess the level of beast gear from looking at it. They couldn't confirm it unless it was taken off and inspected, so they would use this fact to their advantage, to cover up for their natural speed and strength. However, the beast gear didn't improve one's natural healing ability, so they would have to be careful about that. Regeneration was a good choice in this regard. Well, I guess I can use the shadow ability since it was already revealed at the intermilitary base tournament, Quinn said. That might not be the best idea, Paul replied. I mean, you don't have to hide it forever. I had heard of your feats during the tournament when I was not present. You had caused quite a stir, and many wished to get the power for themselves. I think if you were to show it to a mid-sized faction like this one, then they would report it to the Greylash family and all eyes would be on you. For now, it's best we just stay at ground level, and once we're ready, you will no longer need to hide. How about super speed, Quinn? Fett suggested. You are faster than any of us, and with your beast gear and active boots, no one would think you were lying. Sounds good, Quinn replied, but he was a little annoyed that he would have to hide his shadow ability. Still, in most cases, he would be able to fight away from the eyes of others, and he could always use his shadow void to create a dome and use his powers inside there. Finally, it was Paul's turn. He didn't have an ability anymore, and he wasn't exactly great at anything either. He was just a superhuman. It would be hard to pass him off as having an ability. Only say one thing, Paul replied, that I used to be a member of Pure. It would explain why I have no current ability, and when I do get one, it won't seem like a shock to them all. In times like this, I'm assuming people are switching factions all the time, so it shouldn't be too much of a big deal, especially since we are only going into a medium one rather than the big ones. Paul now looked slightly different from what he did before. He still couldn't control his vampire abilities all that well, but it actually worked in his favor. His facial hair and the hair on top of his head continued to grow, and Paul let it do so. Seeing this, Quinn wondered why, apart from when he evolved, he didn't change much. He always assumed it was because he was a vampire, but it didn't seem to be the case. Eventually, Paul looked like a completely different person. There wouldn't be many outside of high-ranking officials that would recognize Paul in the first place. Quinn only knew this because he was the head of the second base. He didn't even know what the other head generals looked like. The only people who were known as military figures were heroes of the last war, like Leo and the Supreme Commander Oscar. The change in look was just an extra. It was best to be cautious after all. After they had decided what abilities each of them would have, Quinn brought out a few things from his inventory and gave them to the others. An intermediate beast-tier whip was handed to Kaz. She swung it a few times, and with her strength, the whip made a terrifying bang. Quinn was wondering if it was a good idea to make his enemy stronger, but it was to help out in the long run. Fex had his ability, so Quinn gifted him what little beast armor he had, a simple chest piece. Finally, for Paul. Paul had beast armor when he arrived in the vampire world, but it was all taken from him. They wanted to inspect it all before giving it back, and they never did get it back. He didn't use any weapons because he had a strong elemental ability. So for now, Quinn handed him the two claw-like objects. They were placed above one's hands, and 3 spikes would come out just above the knuckle area. It was an intermediate tier weapon. Quinn was unable to create the advanced tier weapons from his shop, as Edward didn't have the crystals, and the few that he did weren't particularly for him to use, so he left them as rewards for the 10th people. "You should be decent in hand-to-hand combat. With your vampire body, it should do you well," Quinn said. Paul looked at them and thought it was a good choice, but didn't say anything out loud to Quinn. Finally, it was time for them to leave, and they headed out to the entrance hangar, where their modified commercial ship was waiting for them. Paul had also brought with him a large bag of blue crystals. "What exactly are they?" Quinn inquired. He'd seen them a few times on other worlds, and when he used his inspection skill, he discovered they were basic tier beast crystal. "They're crystals that are made from the planet rather than the beasts," Paul replied. "There is another reason why the humans were after the beast planets and were competing against the Dalki. There aren't enough beasts on the planets to power things like ships, teleporters, and other things. These crystals from the planets have the same effect. A planet essentially becomes a mining facility. It's been a good way for a faction to earn income, in the past anyway. Some of the big families who had major control over a planet would allow for a military shelter to be placed there. Then they would sell the crystals back to the military. I'm guessing most factions are now keeping these crystals for themselves." Hearing this, Quinn wondered if they could get their own planet one day. Maybe they no longer needed to worry so much about the trade, but this was just a pipe dream. How could a now 17-year-old student think about these things? He really was 17 now. He had no idea that there was a birthday or such to celebrate, but one day, looking at the calendar, he realized it had passed. Finally, it was time for them to say goodbye to Peter, who would remain behind for now at least. "Peter, if there's any trouble, I want you to take one of the smaller spaceships and leave immediately," Quinn said in a stern voice, making sure he knew it was an order rather than a request. "Your life is a lot more important to me than this ship. I don't plan to leave you here forever. When we have enough funds to get a teleporter, then I was thinking we could take it in turns. Maybe Fex looks after the ship and you come with us instead." From the look on Fex's face, he didn't like that idea at all. "Or Paul," Fex added. But to do that, they needed to get rid of Kaz first, or at least know her true intentions. Quinn didn't even want to think about just leaving Paul and Kaz alone on the ship. The goodbyes were done. They entered the small ship and were off towards the planet. They were a little far away, so it would be quite a long journey before they got there, but things seemed to be progressing smoothly. 2 small ships a distance away had seen the large ship reach its destination. They could assume so because it had stopped moving. What confused the people inside was that it was in the middle of nowhere. There were next to no planets. Why would they stay here? Nevertheless, they decided to head back and report it to the Supreme Commander. Episode 547, Crow's Shelter. It was a casual ride in the spaceship to the planet that they were heading for. The smaller spaceship was a lot easier to pilot. One would only have to put in the location they needed to go to, and the autopilot system would head there automatically. There was a manual option and a few things one would need to do, but it had 1/20th of the number of buttons as the large ship did. If they didn't understand anything, Quinn's inspection skills would give him a rundown and explain what each button did. Even the controls to turn on the aircon looked complicated. They didn't want to accidentally open the door when all they wanted was to be a little warmer inside. "Have you driven a ship before?" Paul asked. "No, Logan just showed me a few things," Quinn replied. He knew that Paul was watching him, but he wasn't too bothered by this. It didn't matter what Paul thought or learned about him. Their relationship was that they were using each other. At the end of the day, Quinn knew Paul would have to listen to him because now they shared the same blood. Up ahead, they could see the planet they were to land on. It wasn't very large, and the surface looked to be mainly red. However, there were signs of machinery and water on the planet, patches of green, a habitable environment. It looked a little smaller than Earth, but had far more landmass. Beep beep. A request for communication from SF-8201 has been made. Do you accept? The ship's voice read out a message to them, and suddenly they could see that 4 small ships had surrounded them. Each one is black, making it harder to see. On them, though, at the back were two symbols. The first one is a picture of a crow, and the second one, the Gray Lash family symbol. 3 lightning bolts all headed down to one point. Paul and Quinn nodded at each other, and Quinn had agreed that Paul would do the talking. When it came to factions, talking with adults and such, Paul knew a lot more about this world than them. Except, a man's voice could be heard saying, "You have entered the Crows area. This planet belongs to the Gray Lash family. State your purpose, or we will shoot you down." "We had been approached by one of your recruiters at the Earth Station," Paul answered. "At present, there are 4 of us on the ship. We are armed with beast gear and are wanderers looking to join a faction." There was a pause before they heard a reply back, and Quinn was a little nervous. He could imagine something wrong happening, and they choosing to fire the ship while they were in space anyway. How would they survive? Could vampires even survive in space? He doubted that very much. There were some things, no matter how strong one's body was, you just couldn't survive. "Very well, we shall escort you to the Crow shelter." The 4 ships continued to follow them, now that they had reached the area of the planet. The ship needed to be switched to manual. It was a bumpy ride, to say the least. Paul took control, as he had some basic training in such things, but he wasn't usually the one to fly things. Eventually, they arrived at the shelter and parked in a space where there were around 100 or so ships. "Please do not leave the ship just yet," a voice shouted from the outside. A few moments later, the heavy sound of metal clanking against the floor was heard. They had brought with them a couple of mechs, and the people from outside of the other ships had come out as well. "You may proceed to leave now," the man shouted again. Everything felt so strict, but it was understandable. It could have been just as easy as another faction coming in for an attack. When the doors opened, they saw what looked like young kids and a scruffy old man leaving the ship. Seeing this, their guard was let down a little. The 4 of them were told to wait, while the others went inside to search the ship to see if they could find anything unusual. Other than the blue crystals, there was nothing else, so they chose to leave it and come back out. "It's all clear, boss," a female said, and the group went back over to his side. They were all dressed in beast gear, which looked to be in between the intermediate level and the advanced level. The man who was in charge looked to have a few pieces of king-tier equipment as well. His hair was black and was pointed up like a brush. It made him at least 4 inches taller. "Sorry about that. It's not every day that someone comes by a ship to this planet. The name's Blip," the man said as he went forward to greet himself. Quinn had stepped forward to shake the man's hand, but then noticed that the man wasn't going towards him, but going towards Paul instead. It was a bit embarrassing, as Quinn had held his hand out for a bit before putting it away. "Wow," Feck said. "Did you really just—" "I would die of embarrassment." Quinn's face went red, but then they both laughed it off in the end. It was only natural that they thought the only adult in the group was the leader. "It's great to have you here. We're always looking for recruits. Come, follow me, and we can talk while we head towards the main base," Blip said. While walking, they were taken through the shelter. It looked the same as the others that they had gone through before. There were many buildings and market stalls of people buying and selling things. However, there was a main difference. This shelter seemed to be filled with a lot more travelers than other shelters. While Paul and Blip were talking, Quinn had picked up a few things. This planet was an orange portal planet. Not everything on it had been discovered yet. The main goal of this planet was to hunt for beasts in search of weapons, to improve their strength as well as the Gray Lash family's strength. Blip had asked them about their background, which was expected, and Paul stuck to the script. The people behind him were students, and he used to be part of Pure. The man's reaction didn't change after hearing this, so it seems like Paul was right. There must have been a lot of deserters from the other actions, swapping sides. It seemed like odd groups would come here all the time, including to the other shelters. Wanderers who had grouped thinking they could make it, only to find out later that the protection of a large faction was needed. It was the same for the Crows. Before this, they were their faction, but with the Civil War, they had no choice but to team up and work for the Gray Lashes. Otherwise, the others would come and attack the shelters in hopes of claiming it for themselves. "Since you are all students, I assume that none of you have a traveler tag or are ranked. Same for you since you were with Pure," Blip asked. The group nodded. The traveler tag was a traveler's ID. It was a small piece of metal with a chip inside. This was the standard system created by humans to determine one's rank. Every time a task was completed, the faction needed to input it into the system and award them points. The difficulty of the task would be registered into a computer system based on a few things, eventually allowing the users to rank up. The computer system was complex, and nearly every shelter had one in place. Every crystal was unique, like a fingerprint. When placed into the system, it would register the crystal, so the same crystal couldn't be registered again. The person inputting the crystal would then need the others to place their tags into the system as well. Based on the tier of crystal, points would then be assigned to each of the tags. The more tags, the fewer the points were spread out. Of course, there were ways to cheat such a system. If a team went out to hunt an advanced tier beast, a single tag could be placed when assigning the points. This allowed them to rank up quicker, but people rarely did this. A higher rank meant you would be assigned more dangerous tasks by the faction. If you weren't the rank you said you were, then you would soon be found out, or worse, you would be dead. So there rarely was any cheating that went on with traveler ranks. This whole system that is used by everybody was created by the Green family. The family that Logan belonged to also explained why the traveler ID and tag system were implemented into the game as well. "Since you guys don't have a tag and have never been travelers before, we need to do an assessment," Blip explained. Any faction with access to a tag system could complete an assessment, and there was some leeway because even students fresh out of school varied in strength. After seeing your skills, the faction would assign you one of 3 ranks, with F, E, and D being the highest. To get any higher, they would have to complete the other steps, gaining points. "Let's see how good you people are," Blip said. Episode 548. Who? After completing their second year of military training, students were free to pursue their interests. Nate and Sam were both in their senior year when summer arrived, so they had to make a difficult decision about what to do next. They could stay in the military, living quite a cushioned life. However, it would be one of discipline and routine, having to follow orders for the sake of the world's future. They could become normal civilians. This route was often chosen by those who didn't achieve good grades or didn't have strong abilities. There were still a few academic jobs that would require skills that didn't need the use of abilities, and these were paid quite well. However, due to technology taking most of these tasks away, the jobs that were left were highly competitive. Only the very best in their fields would be able to get them. This left most with low-paying jobs, which would make them struggle day to day. If someone was strong and had a good fighting ability, then the easiest way to make a good living was to become a traveler. One could either do this solo, which carried a higher risk of death and trouble, but a higher reward, or with a faction, where one could hunt in groups. Still, it was a dangerous job that many died doing just to put food on the table. Being a traveler was by no means easy, and there were even some who would go back to the military after realizing how difficult it was. Before the Civil War started, both Nate and Sam were going through this ordeal, and they had decided to become travelers. They were best friends, but their skills were wide apart, and so were their family backgrounds. Sam came from a wealthy background. His parents managed to grab one of the few available academic jobs. They both weren't strong ability users, so when Sam was born, they had put their hopes on him. They had bought him an elemental ability, a wind one, which was quite expensive, and they put their hopes on him to achieve great results. However, that hope soon came crashing down as Sam had hit his limit. His body couldn't learn anything past a level 4 ability book. He just wasn't able to create any more MC cells. Due to him being pushed so much in a certain direction, his academic results weren't the best either. Still, it wasn't over, and Sam was determined to prove them wrong. He could still get stronger as a traveler. For Nate, it was a bit different. His family was strong users, but not too strong. They made up for this with their practice of many martial arts, and Nate grew up learning these martial arts. He was a genius in his field, managing to learn his ability and his family skills well. He had done far better than anyone could have ever dreamed of, and was strong. When he left school, he had many offers from top factions. However, Nate was a person who wished to do things on his own. He didn't want the help of his family, and he didn't want the backing of a big faction. He wanted to make his name for himself and leave a legacy. In his search, he had found a medium-sized faction that seemed perfect. They would be able to give him some support where he could grow and get a name, while also not being overshadowed by the many other talents in a faction. Of course, he had chosen to invite his best friend, Sam, along as well. Then the big event happened. The world had split into different powerhouses, and people needed to make a choice. Sam wished to go with Nate, but he couldn't forget about his family. When he asked whether it was okay for him to leave, they looked uninterested and unconcerned about what he did. He was aware of the cause of this, his younger sibling, a brother who was not limited by his MC cells and was making remarkable achievements. His brother had learned the Earth ability from the military. His parents had already spent all their money on him, so they had no choice. but the military saw talent in him and let him progress, giving him better skills and ability books. Because of his brother, his family had already chosen to stay with the military. But what future did Sam have if he was to stay there? He would just always be overshadowed by his brother, never progressing or doing anything. So in the end, he chose to leave with Nate, and the two of them ended up at the Crows faction under the Greylash family. It seemed like the perfect decision for them both. In the initial assessment, Nate had gotten the highest rank possible, rank D, while Sam was given an E rank. The two of them completed tasks by hunting beasts, and their talents were beginning to shine. It wasn't long before they both got noticed and were requested to hunt the higher-tier beasts. The two of them climbed through the ranks quickly. However, once again Sam started to fall behind. He remained stuck at rank C, while Nate was able to achieve a traveler rank of B. In the Crow's base, there were only a few rank Bs, with their leader being the only rank A in the base. For a faction of their size, it was quite good. Only the ones directly under the big families would have AA and AAA ranks. With a higher rank, it meant they were given more responsibilities around the base and shelter. It also meant they got a bigger say in the decisions that were being made. One of these responsibilities for Nate was watching the recruits and assessing them. This would be done along with the base leader, Blip, and another rank B. Sam would often come along with Nate. He wasn't part of the grading process, but was free to watch. Nate had been summoned to one of the trial rooms, and he had brought Sam along with him. The two of them entered what looked like a large warehouse, which was filled with storage containers stacked in strange ways. There were also cameras placed all over the room. On one side of the room, there was a table for them to sit at, and a projector that would show them everything that was going to happen in the training room. There were already many of the members training away. Some were practicing their climbing skills, others were testing new weapons, and a couple was sparring away. "What was the call for? Do we have some recruits?" Nate asked as he could see Blip sprucing him with a smile on his face. It was good news at the moment for any faction if they were to receive new members. The competition was tough these days. "Yeah, although I'm not sure what to make of them," Blip said as he handed over the tablet. Every recruit was required to fill in a pre-evolution form on the tablet. It would give them an idea of what to expect. Also, not everything could be determined by a few tests, and hopefully this information would help them. The first thing noted was the abilities. Nothing really stood out to him, apart from one of them who had an original string ability. But what could you even do with string? He couldn't imagine it would be that great. Also, he was surprised one had no ability, but then reading that they were from Pure, Nate decided to let that go. "What's so wrong?" Nate asked. "Just keep going," Blip replied. Scrolling his eyes through, the next set of information was their equipment and age. Seeing this, Nate knew most of them had to have been first-year students. However, one of them had managed to get a pair of advanced-tier gauntlets. If he had really killed an advanced-tier beast, that was quite an accomplishment. However, it was highly unlikely, and the most likely scenario was that he had rich parents who had bought the crystals for him. The last question on the pre-assessment was about beasts. It asks, "What was the highest-tier beast you have ever defeated?" The oldest gentleman had put down intermediate. The next two students had put down advanced tiers. This seemed amazing for people of their age. If it was true, they had struck a gold mine. Then the last one, who had put a king-tier beast. While at the Crows, Nate had faced a king-tier beast once before, and he was not alone. He knew how hard one was to beat. "Well, it's too good to be true, right? How could a bunch of students defeat an advanced tier and a king-tier beast? It seems like the adult with them was the only one that had told the truth." For a second, excitement filled Nate's heart as he wanted to see which student would be able to defeat a king-tier beast. He had to have at least been on the same level as himself in terms of skill. But after hearing Blip's words, he knew what he said was true. The next B-rank traveler came in, who was a female. She wore a black short jacket that came down to her belly button and had her hair cut just below her ears. Her name was Linda, and she was one of the founders of Crow, along with Blip. She always had this fierce look in her eyes and had chosen to sit right next to Nate. As she sat down, the scent of roses entered his nose. "You smell great today," Nate said. Sam was shaking his head as he stood behind him. Nate was never good with girls, and he seemed to fall for any beauty he laid his eyes on. "Let's just get on with this. I can't wait to see these liars fall flat on their feet." Linda was quite a straightforward and fierce person. She had also read the report beforehand and came to the same conclusion as everyone else. The room was then asked to be cleared and for the contenders to step in. Through the doors on the other side, the four of them came in fully equipped with their beast gear on, still wearing the special military suit that was on board the spaceship. In front of them all, leading the way, was Quinn. "Do I know that guy from somewhere?" Nate thought. He recognized the face, but something about the person in front of him looked different. He had seen his younger brother before or something. "Nate, that's the Bloody Volver," Sam blurted out. "Who?" both Blip and Linda asked, looking at Quinn. Episode 549, Special Person. Nate started to rub his eyes as he wondered if he was seeing clearly, but the same man was walking towards him. Now that Sam had mentioned it, on a closer inspection, it did look like the same person he had seen at the intermilitary base tournament. The student is known as Quinn Talon. Nate had seen a photo of him on the pre-evolution forms handed out by Blip, but the appearance change had thrown him off, and he had never thought about it until Sam had mentioned it. People often change their appearance slightly, especially when they are in their teens. It was when you would go through your biggest changes. But this was something else. The last time he saw him, he looked like a handsome young teenager, although not as handsome as Nate, of course. Now it looked like he was looking at a young athlete. Changes happened, but this was a bit too much for only 2 months. "He must have responded to all my messages I sent. He really did decide to come here," Nate thought with a smile. This fact, along with him looking like Quinn, confirmed his thoughts. "So, you know this guy, Nate?" Blip asked. "Bloody Volver is a strange name to have. Is he a strong one?" Nate was quiet for a few seconds before he started to laugh out loud, hysterically. "Strong? He's... But before he could say what he wanted to, Sam had placed his hand on top of his shoulder and leaned in near his ear. "Maybe we should keep this to ourselves for now," Sam whispered. "Remember, Bloody Volver was only well known among the students at the military base. He never played on the public servers. On top of that, he became popular because of his red aura skills. But remember, at the tournament, Quinn showed his shadow skills under the name of Cursed Child. The others don't know his secret, and we're probably the only people that have put both of these things together. We don't know why he has two abilities, or maybe one of them is just his soul weapon, making it look so different, but I am sure he's keeping it a secret for a reason." With those words said, Sam pulled back and went back to his position. "You were saying?" Linda asked. Nate's face went red, as he felt like he looked like a fool, suddenly getting excited, and now he had to tone it down. Yes, this student. I'm not sure. I think I've seen him before. I think maybe we should watch how they perform," Nate said as he sat down quietly in his seat. Sam hoped it was enough to fool the two of them. Nate wasn't the best of liars. His actions were strange, the two of them thought. They hadn't known Nate for long, but there was one thing both Blip and Linda did know about him. It was the fact that he was loud and not a shy person. They liked this honest side of him, and that was why they were fine with bringing him into the Crows faction and giving him high-ranking responsibilities so quickly. They needed a person like that. And for the first time they had seen him act awkward. It had to be because of one of the people who had walked in just now. The question was, which one? "I wonder which power you will show," Nate started to think. If he showed the shadow or the red aura, he would quickly rise through and be sought after by everyone. But I won't let you overshadow me, Quinn. I will rise equally quickly to the top. Nate decided to look at the tablet one last time to see which ability he had put down. Maybe he had missed something, but when looking at it again, he was surprised once again. The ability that had been placed was neither the red aura nor the shadow. It simply said super speed. Super? Speed? What? It was clear Nate was completely confused at this point. He was starting to second-guess himself, whether this was the Bloody Volver. Scrolling down further, he then realized that Quinn was the one that had placed down that he had killed the King-tier beast. His doubts from earlier were gone. He didn't know why he was hiding his abilities, but he was. Now he was more interested in how he would trick everyone into thinking he had super speed ability. The four of them lined up as directed by Blip in front of the 3 seats. They stood there with their hands behind their backs, as they usually would if they were at school. All apart from Kaz, that is, who had given a wave to each one of them as they made eye contact. "Cute," Linda said quietly. Both Blip and Nate had heard that, and it seemed out of character for someone like her. They turned to look at her face, which was still straight and cold like it usually was. Maybe we were just imagining things, they both thought. When Kaz and Nate locked eyes, she also gave him a wave, which he proceeded to wave back and give a smile. "Does she like me?" Nate thought, forgetting just seconds ago she had done the same thing to the other two.
Quinn had seen both Nate and Sam, and when he had, it was a relief to him. It was nice to know there would be some people here he knew. He was feeling a little strange since he split off from everyone. It started to remind him of the times when everyone gathered at the base, joking and talking. Sam had given a little nod to Quinn, acknowledging that the two of them knew each other, and Quinn had given a nod back. This was noticed by Linda, who was sitting down. Blip got out of his seat and was the one who would explain the rules of the assessment. He pressed a button on the controller in his hand, and suddenly inside the room, several large blue light rings had lit up all over the place, apart from one which was golden, not too far from where they were. "The assessment will be a few tests where we will try to gauge you on several different things," Blip explained. "The first assessment is an obstacle course. There will be times when we are in forest areas, mountain areas, and all other sorts of different terrains out in the field. The number one thing that matters to a traveler is their life. There will be times where you will meet a beast that you cannot defeat or split off from your group and be alone. Here you will have to run for your life. Do everything you can to get away. This test is meant to emulate that. As you can see, there are several rings. As soon as you go through the first golden ring, a timer will start. The gold ring will disappear, and one of the other blue rings will turn gold. It should follow a path for you to see." They looked at the rings and could see that they were all over the place. One of them was in the middle of a gap, suggesting you would have to jump from one container to the other to get through it. Others were in high places, making use of their upper body strength and climbing ability. Finally, there were a lot of rings. It would also be a test of stamina for them all. "The faster the time, the better the score. Now, who shall go first?" Blip looked at all of them and then looked down at the tablet, seeing their information. "I suppose the one with the super speed ability should go first, as you seem to have an advantage over the others. Usually I would get one of us to complete the course for you to show you the path. That way everyone is on an even playing field. But I don't think you have to worry about that. You should be able to complete it quickly." The observers moved off to the side and were behind the protector where Sam was standing. Here they would be able to see the time and everything Quinn was doing. While seated, Linda took a glance at Nate's face. One look would usually tell her everything. She could see he had a big grin that he couldn't hide. This was the person that had made him act so strangely before. She knew it had to be. "Did I hear Bloody Volver before? I think that was right. Maybe I should go look up this person after this assessment, see if I can find any information about them," Linda thought. Quinn was in the starting position, standing right next to the golden ring. He would be lying if he didn't say he was nervous. After all, he would have to compete and perform at a level where others would think he actually had a super speed ability. But for some reason, he found the whole thing exciting, and he even wanted to test himself. "Windwalk activated. Go!" Blip shouted. Running through the first gold ring, the assessment had begun. Episode 550, No Soul Weapon. The first step was taken through the golden ring, and the timer began instantly. The ring he had gone through vanished, and the blue ring in front of him had turned gold, just as Blip had stated. Quinn worked quickly through each one. He was running faster than what was possible for a human being. Still, it wasn't at a speed where they couldn't follow him with their eyes, and this was only the start, where most of the rings were placed on the ground floor. Nate, seeing this, turned his head back to look at Sam, looking at him for some type of answer. Whenever Nate didn't understand what was going on, he was sure he could rely on his friend, but right now his face was also dumbfounded. Thinking about it, Sam thought there must have been some trick. He tried to look at the beast gear on his feet. They didn't look too fancy. They looked to be at the intermediate level, at most possibly the advanced level. Still, that wouldn't explain the speed he was showing. Right now, he was as fast as a level 4 speed ability user. Unless his boots were even higher than the king tier level, it couldn't be explained. Racking his brain, he tried to think of something and had thought of one solution. Another possibility is that Quinn possessed an ability that allowed him to use others. He had heard of a couple of people being able to use this before. This was the best guess he could make. Continuing with the trial, the ring locations started to get harder, as they were beginning to appear on top of the containers. "I can't slow down. I've got to do it as fast as I can," Quinn thought. His mind was only focused on one thing. So much so that he was performing even more incredible feats without even realizing it. When climbing the storage containers, he would frequently lift his whole body weight with a single hand. It wasn't just a simple ascent. He seemed to be able to propel himself on top of each unit with his hand. "What great upper body strength," Linda said with her mouth a little open.
Maybe the gauntlets have an active ability, especially if they're at the advanced tier, Blip commented. It's great because speed users tend to suffer in power, and most beast gear that provides the user's strength is a little heavy, slowing them down. He seems to have found a great balance.
There, next one, and the next one.
Looking around, Quinn would go from ring to ring, and finally, the last blue ring had turned gold, circling around the entire warehouse back to their starting point. Very impressive, Blip said as he gave a few claps while standing from his seat. Looks like I did a good job. It was a fast time, but it was expected from a speed user, which was why Linda wondered why the two boys by her side looked shocked at the results. Something was up. Every instinct in her body was telling her so. She knew that Blip would be too happy that they had just had some promising recruits come in, too excited to notice everything that was happening around him, a good trait and lousy quality of the leader. The test continued with the next person being Fex. To make sure he appeared more normal, Fex limited himself to running as fast as a fit human could. However, he didn't waste time using his string ability to help him. Instead of climbing up the storage units, he would pull himself up with the string. Some of the obstacles required him to take a strange path, climbing on top of one object after another. But using his ability wisely, Fex was able to avoid that and create shortcuts of his own. In the end, he finished with an excellent fast time as well because of this. Not as quick as Quinn, but an unexpected result from the other. From everything Blip had seen, he had written down notes for Fex, something he didn't do for Quinn. After Fex, they decided that it was Paul's turn. It would be fair to say not much was expected of Paul at all, especially since they knew he had no ability. Paul held himself back a little and took his time training his body. He was still finding it difficult to control himself. He had no trouble completing the obstacle course and didn't tire. In the end, he finished at a reasonable time. What impressed Blip the most was, for such an ordinary person, he seemed to have a lot of stamina. Even after finishing, he didn't seem to tire. Finally, it was Kaz's turn. Out of everyone there, Quinn was a little worried about Kaz. He was sure she had great speed, like himself, being a vampire knight. Although he knew she wouldn't use her blood powers, he wasn't so sure about anything else. When the test started, Quinn's heart settled as soon as he saw that Kaz was taking it easy. Doing everything, she looked to be faring as well as Paul had done. She had finished, and Quinn was happy that nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Seeing everyone compete, Paul was looking back at his hands. He could tell that Kaz had held back significantly, more so than him during the assessment. Am I the weakest in this group? It was a strange feeling for him. He was at the top of the ladder at one point, but now in front of all these kids he was considered the weakest. He was wondering if it would always be this way, or just for now while he had turned. At the desk, Linda was the only one paying more attention to the screen while Kaz's assessment was happening. The other two boys seemed to be enticed by something else as they watched Kaz complete everything. She watched the video of Paul's run. She saw how he climbed certain places and struggled, while pausing in other areas to look for the golden rings. Looking at Kaz's video, she had done the same thing. Their runs, they look so similar, Linda thought. She double-checked it, and her eyes widened as she saw it. It wasn't almost the same. It was exactly the same. The time that Paul had gotten and the time that Kaz had gotten were within mini-seconds of each other. Usually she would think it was a coincidence, but so many things seemed strange about this group that she couldn't think of it as so. You all did great. I can tell you will fit in really well with the crows, Blip said. Now it's time to move on to the next part of the assessment. This one is fairly easy. When we are on the field, we must know each other's power and how they work. So when everyone joins, we require them to show us their soul weapon. The four of them looked at each other blankly for a second. Wait, don't tell me, Nate had a dreaded thought. They were all first-year students. Every traveler has currently completed 2 years of military training. The second year was when one would learn how to use their soul weapon. Being first-year students, Quinn and the others must have never learned it, he thought. Wait, none of you have soul weapons? Blip shouted in disbelief. This would significantly weaken their chances on the battlefield, whichever team they went into. Currently, in the Crows, they hadn't recruited any first-year students from the military. It was the first time they had come across something like this. Every member of the Crows had a soul weapon, and they would be placed at a disadvantage while here, never mind if they were to travel to another planet to compete in hunting a beast. Do any of you know how to use a soul weapon? Blip asked. Paul raised his hand when asked this. I know the concept, but I couldn't use one yet.
Blip then started to look to the others for answers. Hopefully one of them might have naturally unlocked it. His high hopes for them seemed to be dashed and thrown against the wall at the last second.
"If you don't know how to use one, then you don't know," Blip said, shrugging his shoulders. "I guess we can always have someone at the base try to teach you, but we don't have the resources the military does, and it's been a while since any of us have had to learn it." "I know," Blip said, clicking his fingers. "Nate and Sam have just finished their second years. Maybe they can help you. Once this assessment is over, I'll get them to start your soul weapon practice."
With that over, it was time to move on to the next part of the assessment.
"Now this is the final part of the assessment. We do this with every single new member that comes into the base, a little sparring match. One of us will take it in turns to personally go up against you one by one. We will get to see your skills being used firsthand. Now, who wants to go up against me first?" Blip asked with a smile.
Episode 551, Lovesick. Blip looked at the four of them intently. He would be the first to fight and was trying to decide out of all of them which one had the most potential. The only thing he could go by was the first assessment, since none of them had soul weapons. After deliberating over it for a while, he had finally made a decision.
"You with the gel-backed hair, I pick you," Blip said with a smile.
The person he had selected was Fex. In his head, there were only two people to choose from, Quinn or Fex. Of the two, he had chosen Fex because of his unique ability. The speed ability had been seen before, and many people knew how to stop it with ease. A simple Earth user was usually good enough to deal with them. They either made the ground beneath them soft or created a large Earth dome, compressing it to smaller sizes.
"Let's get this started, shall we?"
Blip said as he threw his large overcoat to the side. Underneath, he had revealed a set of beast armor they had never seen before. This whole time, Blip had been wearing quite a large overcoat over himself. One could tell he was wearing beast armor underneath it, but not the finer details. Now that the overcoat had been taken off, they could see the armor clearly. Most of it was black, with a few purple shades here and there, but what stood out was the fine level of craftsmanship built into the beast gear. Spiral patterns and small feathers were engraved on every piece of armor. Then there were what appeared to be fierce eyes underneath his pecs, on his chest piece. Quinn couldn't imagine how long it must have taken to create such armor. Even more so, Quinn was interested in looking at what level the beast gear was at. Inspect. Emperor tier chest piece. King tier shoulder pads. Emperor tier boots. King tier dagger ×2. He had to blink twice to make sure he had seen the right thing. It was the first time Quinn had ever come across a weapon and armor at such a high level. He had seen a couple of the school generals have a few king tier pieces, but not at the emperor level. So far, humans have discovered 8 different types of beast crystals, and with them, 8 different gear and equipment levels can be made. The 8 tiers were as follows: Basic tier, Intermediate tier, Advanced, King, Emperor, Legendary, Demigod, Demon tier. Of course, the higher the tier, the stronger the beast that needs to be killed to obtain it. At the same time, they were even rarer. Quinn began to think about how much trouble he had gone to simply to kill the king tier beast, and how he had failed to obtain the crystal from it. He only had the advanced tier gauntlets on him right now, since Leo had given him the crystals to construct them. The fight between them had begun, and Quinn was curious to see what ability Blip possessed. Because the inspection skill did not reveal itself to him, he assumed it would be an intriguing one. Quinn would no longer have to deal with so many Earth users now that they had left the military base. However, he underestimated Blip's power. Maybe through talking and leadership, he was quite a casual person, but when it came to fighting, it seemed like he had turned into a completely different person. He had gotten into a fighting stance, and there was no longer a smile on his face. In turn, Fex was cautious by nature before moving in. He tried going in. He planned to pretend to attack Blip, and while doing so, he would attempt to tie him up with the strings. A couple of punches were thrown, and Blip dodged them as expected, the string gently grazing his arms. Fex would only tighten it after he had him entirely wrapped in his web, but suddenly Blip appeared to cut the invisible rope with his daggers. To everyone else it looked like he was just cutting thin air, but somehow Blip was able to see it. Fex now knew this was a man for whom tricks wouldn't work on him. The fight continued, with Fex trying to develop creative ways to use the string, but with his string being broken so easily, he felt like he was running out of options. If he had his blood string, then maybe he could do something. "That's enough. I've seen what you can do," Blip said. There was no feedback, and the whole thing had been recorded so they could look back at it later. When Blip went to sit down, Kaz was to go next, and Nate immediately volunteered himself. "What are you doing?" Sam whispered. "Don't you want to go against the Bloody Volver? Against Quinn?" "You're right, I do, but remember there are 4 of them and 3 of us. This means one of us will have to go twice. She has the regeneration ability, so she shouldn't be too strong, and I should have enough energy to go against Quinn," he said back. While he was walking to where Kaz was standing, there was a hop in his step as he was happy with what was about to take place. The match had started, and Nate allowed Kaz to make the most of the attacks. She mostly used her long legs to kick at his head. Each time they would be blocked by Nate. He felt like he could go on all day. And the smile had not once gone away from his face. While he was using his harding skills, and at the strength she was kicking at, it didn't hurt him one bit. Slowly, though, the kick's patterns would change, and so would the position of her feet. However, she was going up against the wrong person. Nate could see this, and each time he would respond by changing his position, which would be optimal for blocking the attacks again. The others had seen this a few times and felt like Kaz had decent martial arts ability. She knew many different kicking techniques that would have done some damage, but enough was enough. Linda coughed a little. It was a signal for Nate to go on the offensive. "Are you okay?" Quinn asked Linda. The reason being she had already coughed a few times throughout the fight, and the others were getting a bit concerned. It was because, for some reason, it looked like Nate was refusing to attack, but by the dumb, loved-up look he had on his face, they could guess why. This time Linda coughed once, louder than all the ones before, and it finally snapped Nate out of his daze. After blocking the next kick, he shifted his feet forward so smoothly that he was able to get on the inside within seconds. Then he stretches his fingers and places his hand in a karate chop position. He went to strike down on her shoulder. Somewhere it would hurt but not cause a fatal wound. However, as he saw his hand go down, energy started to leave his body, and he began to feel weak. "I can't hurt her," he thought as a strange scent entered his nose. He quickly got out of there. If he couldn't hit her, then he needed to get out of her striking range. "The assessment is over," Nate said, walking back to the others. When Nate finally sat down, he couldn't get the cold stare of Linda's eyes off of him. "You were meant to hurt her to see how far she could go, and so we could see how strong her ability is," Linda asked. "I tried," Nate replied. "I seriously tried attacking her, but when I did, something felt strange. It was as if my energy was being absorbed from my body. It wouldn't let me hurt her." Linda gave a huff before looking away and mumbling the words, "Lovesick boy." She knew that was what he was saying, but couldn't be possible unless she had lied about her ability. The next contestant was Paul, but Blip didn't know who to pair with him. Blip wasn't that interested in him. The only one of them that was free that hadn't gone yet was Linda, so his eyes naturally went over towards her, but they were lowered, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. In a way, he felt like if he put her in there with Paul, he would be punishing Paul for something he hadn't done. "Send the kid in again," Linda said. "What? But I just went," Nate replied. "So you didn't really do anything and you don't appear to be hurt." Blip looked into Nate's eyes as if he was asking him for a favor by going ahead and fighting. In the end, he felt like he had no choice but to agree. Besides, now that he and Quinn were part of the same base, they would have plenty of opportunities to fight each other. If he fought him now, it would just be like before anyway, where he couldn't use the full extent of his abilities. So it was better to have a match away from the eyes of others. While Nate would fight against Paul, it meant that Quinn would have to go against Linda for the final assessment. Quinn had a good idea that Nate wanted to fight him, and he was betting on that. It would make it easier for him to throw and lose the fight. It seemed like this assessment was going to be a little harder than he initially thought. "I'm going to make you show me what you got, Quinn Talon." Episode 552, Control You. While Nate and Paul were getting ready to fight, Quinn had time to think about what to do. For now, he had decided to hide his shadow abilities, but he didn't intend to do this for long. After all, the goal was to find out information. He would soon need to go through the ranks, giving him a higher position in the faction and possibly being invited to the Greylash family directly. So it would be beneficial if he achieved the highest grade possible. But he didn't want to rush things. He had learned that when going to the vampire world unprepared, it could lead to dangerous things. He and his friends had almost died many times. He was going into the unknown there, and he would be doing the same here. He had learned how important it was to learn things beforehand.
Back then he was on a time frame. Right now he wasn't. If anything, the longer he took, the more time he would have to stay on Earth and do his research. The fight between Nate and Paul had started, and Paul wore the clawed gloves that Quinn had gifted to him. Paul wasn't completely useless when it came to hand-to-hand combat. He had to learn it in the military after all, but it had been so long since he had used it. He always had his ability before. What he was worried about was trying to hold back when attacking. Just like before, Nate seemed to be waiting there, inviting Paul to take the first move. How the positions have changed, Paul thought, looking at the student who had supposedly just graduated. Now he was the one being tested. Pushing his past and pride to the side, Paul went forward, pulling back his power as he threw his fist. The claws were about to reach Nate's head first, but he had raised his forearm to his side, blocking the attack, and a clanging sound was heard as the metal claw clashed against Nate's hardened body. "Come on, what was that?" Nate said, pushing the hand away. "Your punches are even weaker than that girl's kicks. Are you even trying?" Perhaps Paul had held back a bit too much when attacking. So he went again, striking harder this time, but it still wasn't at 100%. "I know you have no ability, but you have to have more strength than this," Nate taunted again. The others watching didn't know if Nate was just trying to encourage him or if the attacks were really weak. However, what he didn't realize was the taunts were actually working. Usually things like this wouldn't annoy Paul, but he realized as time went on, he was frustrated with his position. Once at the top as one of the most vital ability users, and now he had nothing. He was weak, and even this nobody student was calling him weak. All these thoughts went through his head as he was striking harder and harder. The sound of metal hitting against metal was getting louder, but still they were being blocked by Nate, and he hadn't moved from his original position. I'm not weak, Paul thought. He let out a strike with all his power this time, and when Nate went to block it, his whole body was shifted slightly to the side for the first time. When Nate used his harding ability, it made his skin harder and made him significantly weigh more. He really was holding back. Without any break, another hit was coming from the other side. Watching from the sides, Quinn could see and feel a slight pressure coming off Cass's body, and he wasn't so sure, but it looked like she was smiling, watching Paul act like this. "Paul, stop," Quinn whispered, hoping his sensitive ears would pick it up. The strike hit again, moving Nate's body a few inches to the other side, and then another fist came. "Paul, stop," Quinn said louder this time. Paul's body experienced a peculiar sensation. It seemed to have been taken over. Paul collapsed to his knees as his fist came to a halt in midair. "What the hell is this?" Paul thought. "Is this what they meant when they said I have to listen to his orders? Am I being controlled by him?" "It was a good thing you said stop," Sam hurriedly said. It looked like the others were wondering why Quinn had chosen to get involved. Sam didn't know either, but luckily he thought he could use Paul's situation to his advantage. "It looks like if he went further, he would have tired himself out." Hearing this, Paul started to huff and pant, as if he was gasping for air, even though he wasn't tired. His mind had become a little clearer now. "Nice work," Nate said. "You did not manage to injure or scratch me. Your punches, on the other hand, began to pack a punch." After hearing what Sam had said, Nate's evaluation was over. Quinn and Linda decided to disregard him getting involved in the assessment. However, they did make a note of their relationship. Either Quinn deeply cared for his friends and could spot Paul getting tired, or the position of power wasn't with Paul after all. Blip had assumed at first it was Paul, just because he looked the oldest, but after these assessments, it was clear he was the weakest out of all of them, so perhaps one in the group was the actual leader. Finally, it was time for the last assessment, which was Quinn's. For this, he had taken his gauntlets off, saying that they would only slow him down. He was an apparent speed user in this fight. Linda had gotten up quickly and had gone to the warehouse's open area and stood opposite Quinn. "New quest received. Defeat the opponent in front of you to receive an instant level up." The quest had come up, the same one that did when he was about to fight Nate and Leo. This only came up a few times with certain individuals, which meant she was strong. Taking off her overcoat just as Blip did, she also revealed her beast armor underneath. It looked almost identical to Blip's, only hers was white with a gold engraving of feathers all around. "They have the same armor? Are they a power couple or something?" Fex commented. "No, it's not that," Sam replied. "Both Blip and Linda were the founders of the Crows, their brother and sister." "Inspect. Emperor tier chest piece, King tier shoulder pads, Emperor tier boots, King tier dagger ×2.
Just like the equipment Blip was wearing, Linda's was of equal quality. "Don't hold back," Linda said, "because I'm not going to." In an instant, she was by Quinn's side, and ducking down with an overhead punch, she had hit Quinn right in the face, throwing him across the room and into one of the metal storage units. As his body hit the unit, he coughed out blood. 80 of 100. "So fast," Fex said. "Does she have a speed ability as well?" "No, she's not even using her ability," Sam replied. "But then how?" "It's her boots. If I were to take a guess, I would say they are at the Emperor tier," Paul commented. "I guess you guys don't know much about beast gear, do you? There's a reason why the military split the ability level into 8 different levels. Even though some have more MC cells, that would take them beyond that. Originally, the system was actually based on the 8 tiers of beast equipment. Let's use what we see in front of you as an example. If the boots enhancement type was speed, then a basic tier would give an ordinary person, as long as they could activate the beast gear, the same speed as the level 1 speed user. Immediate tier speed boots enhancement would give someone the speed of a level 2 user, and it would continue as you went up. This follows true for the most part until you get to the very top of beast equipment. So right now, if her boots are based on enhancing one's speed at Emperor tier, she would have the same speed as a level 5 speed user. This is why beast equipment is so necessary. Remember though, these rules don't apply to demigod and demon tier equipment. They far surpass what we can even gauge as ordinary. Also, some equipment isn't designed to just enhance one area. Maybe the boots are partly power enhancers and don't fully focus on speed. So there are many variables. Listing in, Blip was about to explain to the students, but it seemed like he didn't have to. Paul had explained everything perfectly. His knowledge was excellent and accurate. It was expected for someone from Pure, who only relied on beast equipment. At the same time, Fex was wondering if the vampires even knew about this. They only used beast crystals to power their items and such. There weren't many that used them for beast gear. They saw it as a sign of being weak and having to rely on equipment. According to the past, the only one that dabbled in beast gear a little was the old 10th leader. Perhaps this arrogance would one day be their downfall. "Weak," Linda said, starting to walk away. "The assessment is over." "My arse, the assessment's over," Quinn said, standing up and wiping the blood from his mouth.
Episode 553, Traveler's Grade. Yeah, Linda was fast, but Quinn had seen faster, with his boots and stats along with the activated skill. He too should be able to achieve a speed similar to hers. In spite of not being able to use his abilities, this was quite a fun challenge for him. Linda matched him going in as well, and the two met in the middle quickly. "So what if you have speed? That's just your ability. For me, with just this equipment, I have more power than you," she shouted. Linda threw another fist, however. Being prepared this time, Quinn had avoided it. He dodged the attack, and his eyes locked with hers. He threw a punch of his own, but she too had moved out of the way. This continued, and Quinn didn't break eye contact. While fighting, he was thinking he could have used the phantom punch right now. He could have tried using Daze, Blood Swipe, and then he even had his shadow ability. It looked like there was no winner, as the punches would continue to avoid each other to the outside. Still, for Quinn, he was satisfied, knowing there were several things he could do. He had grown stronger. He pretended to stumble, gritted his teeth, and braced himself for the next punch once he felt he had shown enough. He could tell she was putting her all into her hits now, whereas the first time she must have held back a little, worried that she might kill him. But now all she wanted to do was hit Quinn, as she had gotten carried away. The blow had hit, and once again he was thrown across the room to the same place as before, hitting the container. This time his body had made a large dent in it, and he fell onto the cold floor. "Minus 30 HP, 50 of 100 HP. Quinn was still conscious, but he pretended to lie still on the floor. "Quinn!" Fex said, running forward and picking him up off the ground. When he turned him over, Quinn gave Fex a wink, showing that he was all right, and to play along. Shaking his head, Blip was a little worried he might have been gravely injured. After a few moments, though, he could see that Quinn was waking up and Fex was carrying him over his shoulder. Quinn gave a quick thumbs up to Blip, showing he was okay. "You guys are some good kids," Blip said. After everything, the assessment was over, and the four of them were told to wait patiently while they discussed things. It looked like they would be getting their grade there and then. "How do you think we did?" Fex asked while they were waiting. "I'm not really sure," Quinn replied. "I don't know how they judge these traveler things, but I think we can trust these guys. They seem like good people. It would be best if we all started at rank D.
We could then go on the higher grade hunts and gather funds quicker. Finally, it looked like the decision had been made. The three stood up, and Blip was in the center with his tablet in hand. For the first time he looked a little nervous, making them a little nervous even though it didn't really matter what grade they got.
"First, for Paul, we've decided to give you the grade of a rank F traveler," Blip said.
For some reason, Paul didn't think he would care about such a thing when he had heard those words. His fists clenched instinctively, and he felt an odd sensation in his stomach. Rank F, the lowest rank for a traveler. That wasn't something fit for a head general, but that was right. He was no longer a head general.
"Please don't be disheartened about this. You showed great skill, and honestly, with the obstacle course, you performed at a speed and time quicker than average. But with only an intermediate tier weapon as beast gear, no soul weapon, and no ability. These are things that even rank F travelers have, even if they aren't so strong. So it was impossible to give you a higher rank based on just your fighting and physical skills alone."
After hearing the reasoning, it made sense to him, but now Quinn realized that there was a high possibility that they would all get a low grade based on those requirements.
"Next, Kaz. At first we thought that Nate was being overgenerous with your score. He thought you deserved to be in rank D, but honestly, we too just couldn't see it. However, he does get a say in all of this, and you do have a healing ability. Reluctantly, we had finally come to a compromise and awarded you a rank E."
Both Blip and Linda didn't want to award this at all, especially since she had only shown skill on the same level as Paul, perhaps a little better. But their discussion had already gone on for too long, and Nate refused to budge. Love is a strange and powerful emotion.
"Quinn," Blip said, "your speed ability helped you immensely in the obstacle score, and we saw you use it well in the fighting assessment as well. We look forward to seeing what you can do in the future here. However, the speed ability is a common one, and can be easily countered by other ability users. It also doesn't have much effect on beasts. It would have been nice to see what your soul weapon would have been. Perhaps then you would have gotten a higher grade, but because of this, we too have awarded you with rank E."
It wasn't the worst result, and it wasn't the best result either. The artificial grade didn't matter much to Quinn. After fighting Linda, a rank B traveler, even though she didn't use her ability, Quinn could guess that if he was to go all out, he would probably be around the B to A level, if his system was correct in gauging how strong she was.
"Finally, Fex, you were very creative in using your string ability. We never thought someone with such a strange-sounding ability would be able to use it so well. Your fighting abilities were extraordinary as well, and your strings were strong. There won't be many who will be able to see your string. At the same time, I could tell my king-tier dagger struggled to cut it. I thought it would be easier, which means it's quite a strong ability. For all of these reasons, even though you have no soul weapons, we would like to award you with rank D."
"Yes!" Fex jumped up, shouting. "In your face, losers! Who's the best? Who's the man? Me!" For a second, Fex had lost it. He didn't know what had come over him. When he saw others' faces and Quinn's strange look, he realized it wasn't anything to celebrate. They had all held back during the assessment.
"Sorry," Fex said as he went to sit back down. "Remember, this grade isn't the end. Just because you didn't get a good initial assessment doesn't mean you can't rank up. The first 3 ranks are the easiest to rise through, so if we have made a misjudgment, you can prove it to us very quickly," Blip explained. "You can use Sam as an example. He was given a rank F in his initial assessment and is now a rank C in only 2 months. He proved that we really did make a mistake."
This was good to hear. If Quinn and the others started to rank up quickly, they wouldn't be too suspicious of them.
"I look forward to seeing all of you. I'll get Nate to show you around the shelter and base, and he can show you all where you will be staying."
Nate walked forward and led the 4 out of the warehouse.
"I think those kids will grow quickly," Blip said as he went to leave, and then noticed that Linda wasn't coming with him. "What's wrong?"
"I'm just going to stay here and train for a bit," Linda replied.
"Don't work too hard, sis,"
Blip said as he left to perform the rest of his shelter duties. He would have to now input the grades given into the system and hand out the traveler's tag later on. When Blip had finally left the warehouse, Linda didn't go to train as she said. Instead, she went back to the desk and started to watch her fight with Quinn. She watched it a few times and then also watched what Kaz had done. These people are strange, even Paul in the end. But why the need to hide their strength? Linda thought. If they were just honest, we would welcome them even more with open arms. They would even have a better chance of going to the Big Three. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her, and she had stopped watching the videos, deciding to go online instead. On the screen, she had written the words, Bloody Volver. The first search result appeared. Is there a hacker named Bloody Volver in Power Fighters? It was a forum post, and she noticed there were many other topics on them about the Bloody Volver.
It seemed to be quite the hot topic a while back, so she decided to click on the forum post, and the first thing she saw was a video. Episode 554, Who is Bloody Volver? Linda was busy watching the videos, and after watching the first one, she honestly didn't see what the big deal was. She had heard of the game Power Fighters and had played it herself a few times, but ever since the creation of the faction, she hadn't had time to get involved in things like that. To try and get a better understanding of what the video was talking about, she started to read the comments in the forum. This ability isn't anywhere in the game? How is he able to use it then? He must be a hacker. However, as she went down the rabbit hole of looking for this Bloody Volver, she could see he had gained quite the following, getting win streak after win using this strange ability. According to one of the posts from the developers, they confirmed that he wasn't hacking. As a result, people assumed he possessed an original ability that could be used in the game for whatever reason. Next, she decided to change her search results. She changed it from most relevant and popular to most recent. Surprisingly, there seemed to be a video that wasn't from so long ago. There was quite a big gap between videos, but this one was posted about a week or so ago. Bloody Volver is back on public servers. Unlike the others, it had yet to get as much attention as it seemed to be posted by an unknown. Watching the video, she could see the rank of both players as well as basic information and their username. The Bloody Volver was unranked, while the person he was going up against was a rank D. The fight was in motion, and they were using their gaming avatars, so they didn't look like their usual selves. The fight had started, and this time the Bloody Volver didn't use any of his abilities. Instead, he threw out a punch. A single punch was all it took for him to win the game. Her hands started shaking while watching the video. There was such raw power, and if someone could take out a rank D so easily, their real level would have to be at least rank B. On top of that, they had this amazing red aura ability. I don't understand. Is one of those four the Bloody Volver? If that's the case, why would there be a need to hide the ability? Linda thought. Unless they're hiding their real strength because they're spies. But what business would they have with our faction? It's not even that important. After thinking about why someone would need to hide their abilities, she started to think about who it would be. She was certain that it was one of the four that had come in. At first, based on the interactions between Sam and one of them, she definitely thought it was Quinn. However, after fighting him, she was now certain he had to have some speed ability. The boots and beast equipment being used weren't that high level. Thinking about it closely, she had come up with the most likely candidate. Yes, it has to be him. He has to be the Bloody Volver, she thought. It has to be Paul. For some reason, they're keeping his ability a secret. They claimed he was part of Pure, saying he had no ability, and that's why Quinn told him to stop. During the fight, his punches were stronger and stronger. Maybe the aura is some type of enhancing ability, and it was starting to show. The only thing that didn't add up was why Paul was playing on the military servers, but if he used to be part of the military rather than with Pure, it would make sense. Still, she didn't know why they chose to do this, and there were more people she was suspicious of. The faction needed power more than anything, so as long as it didn't become a big problem, they could do what they wished, but she would be keeping a close eye on all of them. Nate had decided to start the tour outside of the main base of operations. He explained that the base was only used for meetings, training, and the job request board was placed inside. It was also good if one wished to find some people to help them with job quests. Other than meeting in the morning at the base for a daily update, there weren't any requirements, and members would be able to do as they wished. As long as they were on an active task, they would have to update the base on what they were doing. This allowed the faction to see certain information. If they saw someone accepted a quest to hunt an intermediate beast, but was staying in the base for a week, they would go and have a chat to see what was going on. Nate advised them to look at the quest carefully. Most of them had a tax on the lower-level beasts. They would have to give up 20% of their beast crystals. There was also a minimum number of 5 members to each quest. The higher quests would usually ask for more people, and they would have a rank requirement when looking for members to join. The rewards for this were different as well. If it was to hunt a high-level beast and it was one that they had never obtained a crystal from before, the crystal was to be given to the faction, and in turn they were to give it to the Greylash family. It wouldn't be a complete loss, though. The Greylash family would send back the same level of crystal, only one they already had in return as a reward, or something of equal value. While walking around the shelter, they could see that there were civilians like the other ones. However, Nate had said that all of the people here belonged to the faction in one way or another. There were around 500 members in the Crows faction, and here their family would be staying as well. On top of being a faction, They had to basically run the shelter, even more so than before. Kids who used to go to school outside of the shelter and in different areas couldn't be taught anymore. And then some had just turned 16. The compulsory 2-year draft no longer existed, and someone needed to teach the next generation. Finally, they had reached the marketplace, which was filled with food and beast equipment, as well as ability books. "The first thing I suggest you guys do is get better equipment," Nate said. "Don't go risking your lives fighting something at too high of a level. Start with the low-ranked quests. Save up credits and buy more armor and good weapons. Most of what you guys have is considered low tier around here. The other members have at least advanced tier equipment. But for that, it will be a struggle to buy at the market. You will have to hunt for the crystals yourselves." Nate looked at all of them for a while and then looked at Quinn. "I know," Nate said with a smile. "Why don't you three go have a look around? As for Paul, I suggest he get an ability as soon as possible. I know you might not have a lot of funds, so here." From his back pocket, Nate gave Paul his golden money card. He had earned quite a lot of money during his short time here. "Think of it as a loan. Buy whatever ability book you think will suit you. If you guys don't mind, I would love it if us two and Quinn could play catch-up." It came as a surprise to the others that Quinn actually knew Nate and Sam. Then Paul realized why they were at this base in the first place. Perhaps he had gotten in contact with them and wanted to be with his friends. Such a kid, Paul thought. His mood was still a little soured from the grade he had gotten. He knew this made him out to be more like a kid, but more and more things were starting to frustrate him lately. Once again, Quinn had looked to Fex to babysit the two of them. There was still no chance he was leaving Kaz and Paul alone together. "Come on," Fex complained. "Look," Quinn whispered. "You know they can't be left together. Besides, Paul doesn't know which abilities a vampire can use, so you can help in that department, right? Kaz won't do anything in front of all these people. She cares about the mission more than any of us." "I'm not worried about that," Fex replied. "It's just that these two idiots are so boring." He let out a sigh and eventually gave up. He should let Quinn do what he wanted. Fex was grateful to him. He saved his life after all. "Come on, you two, let's go," Fex said, leading them towards the market. After the others had gone, Nate and Sam looked for a quiet place where maybe they could grab some food and drink to talk about. "You're not hungry?" Nate asked, "even after all that fighting?" "It's okay, I have a bit of a special diet," Quinn replied. After ordering and waiting for the food to come, Sam and Nate wanted to get straight to the point. "I think I understand why you're here," Nate said. "But tell us, man, why are you hiding your abilities?" Episode 555, Against the Big Three. The question was an unexpected one for Quinn. Not that he thought they would never ask it, but it was just every time in the past as the Blood Evolver or Quinn himself, the first question Nate would usually ask was, "When can we fight?" Honestly, he would have preferred that to be the actual question over the one asked right now. It would have been a lot easier for him to answer. Honestly, Quinn was also looking forward to a little fight after being pounded by Linda. Both Sam and Nate could see that Quinn was hesitating. It shouldn't have been something so hard, yet it was. Nate knew they weren't too close, but he felt like they had a connection for a lot longer than they actually did. He had met Quinn in the game a long time ago, before seeing him in real life, and had been following him ever since. "You don't have to explain yourself if you don't want to," Nate said, "but it will make it easier for us. In a way, we're putting our backs on the line. Sooner or later, they are going to know that we already know you. If they find out we were covering you for whatever reason, then we could get in trouble. If we understand why you're doing this, maybe we can help you out. You don't have to tell us why you have two abilities, but I was wondering why you at least chose to hide them. You could have just shown one of them, right? No one else knows you're the Blood Evolver, so I understand if you showed the red aura skills, then someone from the inter-tournament recognized you as the cursed child. It would confuse things, but then just show the shadow." Out of the two abilities, the one Quinn couldn't really show was the blood one. This was because it belonged to the vampires, and he wasn't the only one who could perform this. If others found out, then most likely Kaz would report him for trying to use this against him. As for the shadow ability, was it something he really needed to hide? Yes, if the military knew he was alive, they would try to recruit him because of what they had seen at the inter-tournament. But if he showed his ability, he would rise. The Greylash family would find out about it and protect him for joining them. He didn't have to worry, and he would achieve his goal. Thinking of this scenario, Quinn didn't want that. He didn't want to be protected by another faction, listening to someone else and not moving about as he wished. He had figured out his answer through these two. "I didn't want to show my ability because I didn't come here to stand out and join a faction," Quinn replied. "You see, I'm here on my own.
The others went to other places to be with their families. Each one of them is under a different faction. It annoyed me that we couldn't stay together. Just after I—" Quinn stopped himself there, as he was about to mention saving Fex from the vampire world. Just as they had gotten back together again, they all needed to split up. "I saw your messages and I came here because I wanted to see you guys, to be with people I knew at least. For now, I just want to stay put until I figure things out. I don't want to be thrown into another situation I can't control." It was crazy how before, when he didn't have power, he couldn't do as he wished. Now that he did have powers, some people would try to use his power for their benefit. Nate scratched his head and was pulling his hair like this was a tough one for him. Sam was looking at him, wondering if he understood Quinn's feelings. Sam didn't understand them either. He couldn't because he knew Quinn was holding back something from them. "The way I see it," Nate said, "if you don't want to be part of any faction, but you want to be with your friends, right? But of course, they have to go off somewhere to feel protected." Quinn's eyes opened. This was precisely the way he felt. "Then there is a simple answer for all of this," Nate replied with a smile on his face. "Make your faction. As long as you're strong enough and people are willing to follow you, that's all you need." "Don't be crazy," Sam shouted. "Do you know how much it costs to just run one of these places? First, you would need a base, somewhere big enough to house not only your people but their families as well. Keep in mind that most planets already have several factions on them. Good luck finding that. You would need the resources, the credits, and the beast crystals, and you would have to recruit people to get strong enough to eventually be as big as one of the big three. Why do you think all the medium-sized factions joined up with the big three in the first place?" "I didn't say it was easy," Nate replied. "I just gave him the answer." Thinking about it, Quinn realized wasn't this what Arthur had done? Arthur chose to go away from the others, from everything. He took his people away, the ones he cared about, and decided to protect them. However, there was a big difference between him and Arthur right now. Arthur had the strength to protect those around him. He could deal with the vampires and the humans. Quinn was strong, but he wasn't that strong. Clenching his fist, he thought, "Yet." The one thing he had during his time on Earth was time to get stronger. And the things that Sam was talking about, didn't Quinn have all of them? Quinn had the ship. It was able to house around 2,000 people. The hardest part would be recruiting those to join, but they could always start small for starters. He could start by inviting Logan, Vorden, and the two girls over. They could bring their family as well. Right now, everyone was in a faction. If a new force started to take away people and was beginning to come into power, one of the big three would attempt to take it down. So if he was going to go through with this, he needed to do it discreetly. Nate and Sam continued to bicker over the crazy idea. Every time Sam would bring up a counter-argument, Nate would oversimplify it. The reason why Sam was getting so riled up was because Nate was making sense. His answers made sense, but he was thinking about the risks. From the corner of his eye, he could see a smile on Quinn's face. "You're going to do it, aren't you?" Nate asked. The plan had stayed the same as before. First, he would lay low while he found out the everyday doings of the factions. Complete quest, rank up, and build the funds to purchase some necessary items for the ship. While doing this, he could complete a quest to get stronger. Defeating the beast gave him tons of new EXP for a level up. Then it didn't matter if he showed his shadow powers or not. If the Greylash family were interested in him, he could decide there and then. He could choose to join them or choose to leave at a later time, or he could decline their invitation. If they hated him for either one, they would try to force him or do otherwise. Then he would take the fight to them. "Great," Nate said as he stood up from the table. "I knew you were different when I met you, Quinn. You're just like me. You don't want to rely on the powers of others. You want to make your own path. While I want to have a great legacy and a great name for myself, you just want to protect those you care about. Now there is one thing you need to do if you want to compete with the big boys. You're going to have to get hella strong. Come on, let's go," Nate said, already walking off, more excited than he had ever been before. Nate had grand ambitions, but he would never try to do something like start his own faction. With all the troubles and possible risks, that's something crazy people do, and Nate wasn't crazy. But whenever he met up with Quinn, he wanted to do crazy things. For now, he would go along and maybe even join this crazy ride. "Wait, where are you going? What about the others?" Quinn asked as he could see Nate was walking in the base's direction, and not to the market. "Sam can go get them," Nate replied. "Invite them along. You and your friends are all going to want to learn this, because me and you, we're going to learn how to use a soul weapon." Soul weapon? Learning a soul weapon would significantly boost one's strength. Quinn had seen it when he fought against Duke, and he had seen it when he fought against Paul and his men.
It was one of the weapons and strengths humans had over vampires. That's right, it was something that humans had that vampires didn't. Although Quinn would have loved to have a soul weapon, he wasn't even sure if he could have one or not. If he could, it would just give him another tool that he could use to strengthen his power. "Let's go," Quinn said. Episode 556, Getting Along. Fex was keeping both Paul and Kaz company. No one was talking to each other, as was the case the previous time. Kaz appeared sweet enough, but Fex had the impression that he could never read her. It also scared him that if Kaz did ever get into a scrap, he and Paul wouldn't be enough to save her. As for Paul, he had just been a grumpy old man ever since he was turned into a vampire. Is it really that bad? Did becoming a vampire ruin his life? Fex thought. Perhaps you shouldn't go invading other people's homes then. If vampires suddenly appeared on Earth and some of us died, we wouldn't be sulking about it. What's wrong? Paul asked, as he could see that Fex had stopped and was looking at him. Oh, nothing, Fex replied. I was just looking at the price of everything in this market. Is it normal to be priced like this? We don't use credits in the vampire place, but we do have them. The vampires had their own way of getting credits, perhaps by making trades on Earth that Fex didn't know about. He used to have a card that was supplied to him by his father. Its primary use of it was to purchase things online in the marketplace. However, since he left his family, his privileges were taken away. His sister Silver was kind enough to leave him a gift. In his back pocket, 2 advanced tier crystals were given to him. They were the Deathbat crystals, so they couldn't be used to make anything, but most humans wouldn't know that. Today, Fex hoped to do a little exchange. After seeing how much the armor was being used and how much it had improved human performance, he was hoping that he might find something for himself. More than anything, he was looking for armor, since his weapons only worked with his bare hands. Anything else, and it would be difficult for him to control the strings. Kaz seemed uninterested in weapons and armor. Instead, she was looking at the shiny jewelry. However, she had no money, and Fex was in control of the money card. He saw her lifting what looked like a pair of red ruby earrings. Is it okay if I try them on? Kaz asked. Sure, go ahead, the man behind the counter said. She looked at the earrings in the mirror for a few seconds and smiled. These are perfect. Those cost around 1,000 credits since the red ruby is crafted using parts of a rare beast. But because you're so pretty, I'll sell it for 900 credits to you, the man said. Are you sure? Kaz asked. Don't you mean you'll give them to me for free? From where Fex was standing, he couldn't see Kaz's eyes, but he could see the shopkeeper's glowing slightly red. Of course you can have it for free, the shopkeeper said. Now wearing the earrings, she walked away, and Fex was quick to move on as well. After they had left, the man felt that his head was slightly hurting. What did I just do? Did I just give those away for free? When they were eventually far enough away from the shopkeeper, Fex had turned around and was looking at Kaz, who still seemed to be smiling about the pretty red earrings. Kaz, you can't do that. You used your influence skills on him, didn't you? Fex asked. Of course I did. I don't see a problem with it. He won't even know what happened to him. It won't affect the mission, Kaz replied. But it's wrong, don't you understand? But it seemed like what Fex was saying wasn't getting through to her. Seeing this, Paul decided to step in. You think what you did was harmless, correct? Paul asked. No one got hurt, so it's all okay? Kaz nodded. That's where you're wrong. How do you think that man got that jewel? Most likely he had paid some travelers for those parts. Then he spent hours of his life and time crafting it into a fine piece of work. He comes here to this marketplace hoping to sell them, make a bit of a profit. If he is successful, then that means he can eat that night with the money. Perhaps he has a family he needs to look after. Now that you've taken that jewel, perhaps his family won't be able to eat today. Tears started to fall from Kaz's cheeks. Really? Should I return it then? Kaz said. If you want to apologize, then do something grander than that. Leave it for now and think about it, Paul said. It was the first time Fex had seen the two interact. When he looked at them, it was as though he was seeing a father and his young daughter converse. Fex was shocked by this. Perhaps they wouldn't be that horrible if they were left alone after all. As they continued to wander around the market, Paul began to ponder. He began to consider his own family. He made certain that his daughter Haley joined him back at the military base. He had told her it was by chance, but in reality, he had begged the Supreme Commander for a favor so that she could be close to him. Now he didn't know how she was. It seemed like the generals had managed to escape the second city from the news, so she should be with the military. Still, it was a worry on his mind, but he had to make smart choices. Wrong move.
and he felt like all the men counting on him in the vampire world would die. The weight of their lives was on his shoulders. With all these things on his mind and the changes in his body, he was right to feel a little stressed. Being under Quinn and with him setting up the deal, there wasn't even much he could do about it. He wasn't in control. All he could do was be an advisor and rely on a 17-year-old to make the right decisions. Finally, they had come to a stop. Fex had spotted something to take his fancy in one of the shops. It was a well-designed piece of advanced-level beast gear. He had been looking around for a while. Not many shops had advanced-level beast gear, but he knew there would be some. Shops that had better gear had nothing else to do with it other than sell it. The piece of armor was a chest piece, and honestly, Fex had no idea if it was good or not, nor what questions to ask. "Do you want this?" Paul asked. Yeah, I just didn't know if it was good or not." Paul took it off the table and began running his fingers along with it. It had a really flashy design. The core of the armor had a dark blue tint that extended up to the collar and down the sides. It appeared to have been created by a reptile-like beast. Flashy armor wasn't the best if one was being discreet. However, it seemed to be well crafted. If his main goal was defense with a good amount of movement, then this would be it. "Does it have an active skill?" Paul asked the shopkeeper. "Chess pieces don't usually come with an active skill. However, that one is more resilient to elemental attacks. It has great resistance to fire, lightning, poison, and others," the shopkeeper replied. Other than a basic defense, it was a rare trait to have for a chest piece. Whoever crafted it was well skilled. "Is it good then?" Fex asked. "It's a little worn from the previous user, but it's crafted so well it hasn't affected it much. Its durability has only been lowered slightly. It's a good buy, but the price," Paul replied. Looking down, the chest piece itself seemed to cost 30,000 credits. If the chest piece was brand new, then perhaps that would have been fine, but it was second-hand. While skimming the marketplace, Paul had noticed all the prices of beast equipment and other things seemed to have shot up. It was most likely the effect of trade. No longer could factions and the military exchange with each other, so they could only rely on resources from their own factions or those under their family. "I don't have the money, but would you accept it in exchange?" Fex inquired, taking out the advanced crystals. The merchant recognized them as advanced crystals since they were crystal clear. He contemplated it for a while. In truth, he had struggled to sell the chest piece at the price it was at, but he knew its worth. Due to the price, any interested travelers would instead just go and gather the advanced crystals themselves to create a completely new one. "Fine, deal," the man said. Fex felt a little guilty inside after what Paul had said. He knew those crystals couldn't be used to create much, but he desperately wanted the chest piece, and at least the shopkeeper didn't feel cheated, right? "I promise when I get more stuff, I will come back and return the favor," Fex thought. He was so excited that he decided to put on the equipment there and then, and now, wearing the flashy red and blue chest piece, he stood out. "Thanks, Paul. Come on, let's go get you that ability," Fex said. After Paul had helped him, Fex was in a great mood to try and help Paul. He racked his brain and tried to remember all of the abilities that were compatible with vampires. Finally, they had managed to find a stall that had the most choice, and there were 3 abilities he could choose from. "Which one do you think?" Fex asked. Paul was struggling with which one to pick. Then, at that moment, "Hey, there you are. It took me a while." Sam was seen running over in their direction. "Nate said he wanted to see you guys at the base. He wants to show you something. Are you guys done here?" "Not yet. We haven't chosen which ability to pick for Paul," Fex replied. Taking the money card out of Fex's hand, Sam went to the shopkeeper. "We'll take all 3. He handed all 3 of them to Paul. "It's easier to spend money when it's not yours," Sam said with a smile. Fex thought, this person is kind of scary. "Let's go and you can pick up your ability back at the base." Episode 557, Learning a Soul Weapon. The group followed Sam until he eventually led them back to the crow's base. While walking, they noticed that many of the people recognized Sam, saying hello to him as he walked past and such. It seemed like the travelers in the faction were greatly appreciative of everything they had done around here. Fex thought the atmosphere was quite lovely. In a way, when people were in trouble or in times of need, it brought them closer together. This faction and shelter seemed more like a family than his actual vampire family. Finally, they had arrived. The base itself was just a plain large square building on the outside, but on the inside it was split into several different rooms. There was a meeting room full of seats and a projector. It was more like an assembly hall where all the members of the Crows could gather. A guest room was also available. One could purchase food and drink here,
and it was also a spot where people would gather and form groups to go on missions. The traveler system was hidden behind another door at the back of the room. This was where members could update their tags to be assigned points. Finally, there were the training rooms, 3 in total. One of these was where they had done their assessment. This time, it looked as if Sam had taken them to a different training room. It was through a set of doors that weren't too far from the ones they had come through. When entering, they could see several people inside, some fighting and training away, some just having casual discussions. This room was completely empty and void of any furnishings. All that was inside were the lights above. It was just a large, open, square space. Standing inside the room were Nate and Quinn, and next to them were Linda and Blip. "You're here," Blip said. "I won't be staying here for long. I just came to give you these." He had given each one of them a gold tag out of his hand. On it there was a digital letter showing what grade they were in. "You're not required to have it on show," Blip said. "Only the higher ranks do that to show off. I will need you to come by later to the main room. Then we can register your fingerprint with the tag. That way, if you lose it, we can give you a new one." "But please don't lose it. Please," Blip said. It sounded like a few people had lost their tags many times, becoming a bit of a pain. "Hey, are those the new recruits? Let's see if there are any skillful ones. The girl looks cute, don't you think?" Quinn could hear the conversation of the other members of the room as they entered. It turns out that within the faction themselves, there were many groups or hunting parties. Whenever there were new people, they would try to recruit those they thought were skillful, so quite a few people were keeping an eye on them. After handing over the tags, both Blip and Linda were off. As she walked past, she could see that Paul had an ability book in his hand. She smiled, seeing this. "I already know who you are, but you're still going to play the act and try to fool everyone. So useless, Paul," she thought. "I think you might have imagined it, but did Linda just smile at you?" Sam said. "She doesn't smile at anyone." "No, I saw it too," Fex replied. The group was informed about what they were planning to do and why they had called them there today. Nate was going to explain soul weapons and teach them how to use their own. Paul, already knowing the starter details, asked if he could skip the introduction part. He knew most of the details already. Quinn said it would be okay, and instead Paul would focus on learning one of the abilities books he had bought. Spread out on the floor were level 3 ability books. In the past, Paul's ability was an Earth one that was considered above level 8. However, when learning a new ability, it would be impossible for most to just understand the higher level book's concepts. Learning a new ability, level 3 was the level he could learn quickly. Then later he could purchase the higher level books for his ability. The first book that he looked at was about telekinesis ability. The reason for this one was because he felt like it was similar to his control over the Earth. Technically, if he learns telekinesis well enough, he would be able to lift parts of the Earth and hurl them towards his opponent. However, if he was just going to use it like so, he felt like it was just a weaker version of his current ability. Next was poison. Poison was an ability that was relatively weak for combat purposes when at a low level. The reason being it was limited to one's touch or weapons they would use. It wasn't like the elemental abilities where one could control mass amounts and move them about with their hands. But at the higher levels, it was like that. Although it would take some time, it was a good and discreet ability to have. Finally, the last ability was substance mimicry. Based on what one would touch, they could change parts of their body into that substance. At low levels, there would be some things the body couldn't change into. There just weren't enough MC cells in the body. On top of this, one could only change part of their body. But at higher levels, this ability comes in handy. However, it was only limited to changing your body. Even if one was to touch water and could control and make their whole body into water, they were unable to produce more or control the water around them, making them weaker than water users. It was a more versatile ability because one could change, but weaker if they were to go toe-to-toe with someone similar. In the end, Paul had finally made his choice. He would learn the poison ability. As an ability user, he would be weak for now, but he could rely on his strong vampire body. He also imagined himself covering the claw gloves that Quinn had given him in a poison to affect his enemies more. Opening the book, Paul started to read through as it would take him a while to learn. Not too far from where Paul was standing, Nate had begun to talk to the other 3 about soul weapons. "You guys should already know that the soul weapon is formed inside you from a young age, altered based on your emotions and the experiences you go through in life. Then, when you get your first ability, it takes shape and forms itself. Remember, there are 2 types of soul weapons. First, the enhancement type. This can give your ability a special trait, something unique that the others can't use." An example of this was Paul's ability. His soul weapon was able to alter the Earth's material, creating something far harder and stronger to use. There was also the lightning user at the interbase tournament. He had strengthened himself, enhancing his whole body as a whole. It was as if he had become the lightning itself. Then there is the item type of soul weapon. This can be in the form of anything. I have seen someone's item come out in the shape of a coin. These are a little more difficult to grasp. Their uses aren't as apparent at first. However, your ability has been infused into it. We don't know why some people achieve the enhancement type while others get the same type. Did I remember everything? Nate said, looking at Sam. You haven't told them how to actually use or form their soul weapon, Sam replied. Oh, that's right. Okay, let's start, Nate said. The soul weapon is like a second will inside of you, a second mind. It grows next to your heart. What you need to do is picture it and see what it is. Call out to it and order it, but not from your head, from your chest. The way to visualize this is to try to communicate with your second will. You have to turn off your mind and try to control it from your chest. Once you have this concept down, then you move on to the next step, controlling the MC cells in your body. When you control your MC cells, you do so with the emotions in your body, which are linked to your mind. Once you have opened the communication in your chest area, or the soul as we refer to it, you need to control your MC cells using your soul rather than your mind. Unfortunately, an explanation is all I can do for you. The military has some items that can be used to help us visualize communication easier, but we don't have those here. According to the military, the mind and soul are fully developed once one passes the age of 16, which is why they can't teach you such a thing until then. There is a chance you will force out an uncompleted soul weapon, and it will stay in that form forever. It was finally time for Quinn to attempt to see if he had a soul weapon or not. He was a bit worried, after all the explaining, especially the last part. Quinn had turned into a vampire at 16, and he had gotten the shadow ability later. Would this have possibly affected his development of a soul weapon? He looked to the left and then right. He could see both Fez and Kaz with their eyes closed. This was good news for Fex, Quinn thought. He could possibly pass off his red string as an enhancement type of soul weapon, and he could use it in fights. As for Kaz, he really didn't know what she could do. But he didn't need to worry about anyone else. It was time for him to take a look. Closing his eyes, he did as Nate said. The feeling he needed to produce was different from when he activated his MC cells, and different from when he was practicing his ki. He needed to turn off his mind and feel something in his chest. Turn off the mind, no thoughts. Eventually, he didn't know how much time had passed. He was no longer thinking with his head, and a light came into his vision, a feeling from his chest. Something was there. Episode 558, No Soul. Quinn could feel something developing inside his body. It felt warm and began to develop on its own. It felt different than when he had meditated for ki training. Then he'd have to concentrate hard on regulating the ki surrounding his body. It wasn't the same as controlling the blood either. This was as if his body was reacting on its own without having to think. Come on, do I have one? Quinn thought. But as soon as he started to think this and rushed through the process, the feeling in his chest disappeared. It was gone. No, come back, Quinn thought. But the more he started to think and worry about it, the harder it would be. The feeling never came back again after the first time. Eventually, Quinn decided to give up. He just couldn't get the same sense he did the first time. All right, Quinn, you finally opened your eyes, Sam said. Looking around the room, Quinn could see that Fex and Kaz were no longer sitting down, and instead were just chatting away. He couldn't even hear them. Was I that out of it? How long has it been? Quinn asked. Nate said, about 3 hours. If you didn't notice the passage of time, it suggests you're doing something well. They, on the other hand, quit after approximately 5 minutes. For a brief moment I worried that I wasn't a good teacher, but it appears that I've surpassed myself once more, Nate began to boast. None of that sophisticated technology is required to see. But only 1 out of the 3 of them succeeded in, well, something, I guess, Sam said. Don't worry too much. All you need to do is remember that feeling, Nate explained. Just don't chase it. If you chase it and start thinking about it too much, then it will go away. Also, the soul weapon takes time to develop. The more you start to look into it, the more it will take shape and the easier it will be to use, until you no longer have to think about it. Well, you shouldn't be thinking about it in the first place, but you understand what I mean. It was now quite late. Even the people who were training in the room before were no longer there. While Quinn was in his zone, the others went to register their tags with the traveler system, something Quinn had done before the others arrived anyway. According to Nate, there wasn't much he could do other than explain the concept. There was the machinery that would allow one to separate their minds, making it easier, but no faction possessed such a thing. Before the Civil War, it was something everyone had used during their 2 years of service. In the end, it was up to him to figure it out on his own with the information provided. Due to how late it was, both of them decided to call it a night and headed off home, and Quinn and the 4 others did as well. The housing area in the shelter was split based on one's ranking. The higher-ranked people would live in similar areas. As they contributed more to the shelter in responsibilities and beast crystals, the lower-ranked D, E, and F were placed in a square-looking 3-story apartment block-like building. However, it was all free and provided by the shelter to their travelers, so no one could complain. The only request was that they go out for a hunt once a week. It didn't matter how basic that was, even if it was only the basic tier level. On the way back, the 4 of them walked together. Paul still had his head in the ability book. Quinn remembered that when Peter had been given the level 4 transformation skill, he was able to implant the ability into him, just like when he had picked up the level 6 shadow book. However, there was a downside to this. Quinn just knew how to use the shadow. He hadn't learned it, and it was the same for Peter. They hadn't learned the correct techniques to cultivate their ability. This meant that if Quinn wanted to try and teach someone the shadow ability or pass it on, he could not. Maybe it's better if he learns it the correct way, Quinn thought. Quinn was still over the moon that he had felt something in his chest. He was happy at the possibility that he had a soul weapon. His hopes weren't completely lost. It led him to ask the others. "So did you 2 feel anything?" Quinn asked. "Not a single thing," Fex said, and Kaz shook her head at the same time. "Well, it's obvious by the name, soul weapon. Vampires are said to have no soul for centuries. We're too evil for something like that. Maybe your situation is a bit unique. You said Leo had one, right? So Paul should be able to have one as well." "Were there not humans that you had turned before?" Quinn asked. "Turning used to be a thing people did a long time ago, but it hardly happens now," Fex replied. "Back then, I don't think humans really knew what a soul weapon was either." This made Quinn think. If what Nate said was true, one would fully develop their soul weapon and mine for it at the age of 16. Then any human who was turned after this age should be able to produce one, and this includes Arthur. The thought scared Quinn a bit. Arthur was already ridiculously strong. Did he already have a soul weapon? The big sword in his hand was his blood weapon. Maybe soul weapons weren't around during Arthur's time either. Still, he couldn't imagine how unstoppable Arthur would be. "Paul, when you learn your ability, try to see if you can make a soul weapon. It will be good to know," Quinn said. He didn't know why, but whenever he talked to Paul, it felt a little awkward, like something was off. "Of course," Paul replied. "The poison ability is a bit complicated, so it might take me a while to learn, but I think it will be worth it." "I can help." "Don't worry," Paul replied instantly, not even thinking about it. He said nothing further. "Will it make them suspicious if we don't have a soul weapon?" Fex asked. "I was thinking about that," Quinn replied. "I'm sure you can use your blood strings, since it still looks to be part of your string ability. You can claim it's an enhancement type of soul weapon." Fex was pleased with this idea. He wasn't as limited as before if he was to fight a beast and go out on the field. As long as he got more beast gear, he also wouldn't have to pretend to be limited in his physical abilities. The only thing he had to hide was his blood abilities. "What about Kaz?" When Fex asked, they both looked at her, wondering if she had any suggestions, but it looked like she wasn't even paying attention to the whole conversation. They claimed Kaz had a regeneration ability, so the best choice would probably be an item soul weapon. Nate said these were sometimes difficult to figure out, and they could play it off as she didn't know how to use it. That was if the question ever came up. As they were nearing their housing areas, Quinn noticed that Fex looked a little flashier than usual. He was so concerned with the soul weapon that it had completely gone past him. "Hey, your armor's nice. Did you buy that today?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, at the marketplace. What do you think of it?" Quinn was no master forger. However, his inspection skills told him everything he needed to know about the piece. "Inspect. Advanced tier. Gilchomp Beast Jest Piece. Defense 30. All stats +3. 10% resistance to all elemental attacks. Durability 80 of 100. Looking at it initially, Quinn thought it was a lot better than his chest piece. Of course, he was at the intermediate level, but the one he was looking at gave double the amount of defense he did, and also gave a +3 to all stats compared to his +1. On top of that, it had resistance to elemental attacks, something that would go well in times like this when they were up against the Big Four and the military. It seemed like the higher the beast gear was, the more the effects would rapidly increase. It was no wonder that if a regular human had demon-level beast gear, they were considered an entirely different person. Still, credit had to be given where credit was due, which was to the forger. When asked who made it, the system gave the name Alex Way. Seeing this name brought back a flood of memories for Quinn. The forger who had created his gauntlets allowed him to reconstruct part of his vampire gear. Before Quinn left, they made a deal, one that would earn him possibly a great fortune in the future. If Quinn was going to go through with his plan to create his faction, he would need to find this person. However, just because Alex's equipment was on the planet didn't mean he would be here. The planet would do trade with other shelters and factions that belonged to the Grey Lash family, but he had found a link that would possibly help them find him. "Let's meet at the main hall tomorrow," Quinn said. "Bring all your beast gear and whatever you need. We're going to go on our first quest." "But Quinn, don't we need a fifth person?" Vex asked. Due to the way quests were set out, only D, E, and F ranks were able to team up together. From then on, you were only allowed to team up with one rank above and one rank below. There were times when there were special guests that were an exception to this rule, but a normal hunting quest wouldn't be one of them. This meant Quinn wasn't able to invite Sam or Nate along. Bringing an unknown with them would only cause trouble, especially when there was Kaz, the loose cannon. Who would be their fifth member? Episode 559, The Fifth Person. The rooms that were provided by the faction were quite nice inside. They didn't look like the military rooms, as they had a nice personal home touch to them. There were decorations inside, a welcome message, and all sorts. It seemed like a nice place to be. The rooms were given to each of the members, so Quinn and the others were separated. However, if one did have a family, there would be larger rooms on the first floor to occupy. At the same time, everyone else remained on the upper two floors. Everything that was happening, everything that the faction did to keep these people loyal and staying here, Quinn was taking note of it all. It seemed like they had a good system, and he would need to replicate what he did like and what he didn't like into his faction. Sleeping through the night was a little weird for Quinn, but it was something he had to get used to. Even with the rings protecting him from the sun, he felt energized to go and do something when the night sky came out. After sleeping for a few hours and waking up before the sunrise, Quinn decided to use this time to try and see his soul weapon inside him again. He closed his eyes and attempted to shut off his mind while gathering the feeling in his chest. Slowly, something was felt in there, like a little small flame. However, just when it looked like it was about to form into something, he would lose it. Whenever he saw it taking shape, he would think about the shape, thus extinguishing the whole image. The state of mind was more difficult than he thought. Perhaps he would do well to get one of those machines from the military at some point, if so much time had passed, and he was still unable to use his soul weapon. Considering it more, perhaps one person would be able to help, or word it better than Nate. It's not that he didn't trust him, but at times Nate could be, well, a bit of a blockhead. It just so happened that his head was in the shape of a block as well. If worse came to worse, he could ask Paul. Finally, the sun had risen, and the four of them met up outside to head to the main hall in the base together. Before that, all members of the faction had to gather for a meeting in the assembly hall. Blip was in charge of the gathering and stood in the front. Quinn could see 4 rank B travelers in the distance behind him. Nate, Linda, a man, and another female were present. The faction members were told to get in no such order. Still, naturally, it looked like people had chosen to go next to those that were at similar ranking levels to themselves. It made sense, since these people would get to know each other better as they went on quests together. However, Sam had decided to walk over to Quinn and his group to see how they were doing. The meeting didn't last long. It was just a few updates. First off, they reported how many different types of crystals the faction had gathered, sorting them by tiers. Then they went on to any news that was happening in the faction. Some things were positive, such as congratulating couples on the birth of their children or someone's birthday. Then there were a few negative things after that. Finally, Blip would update everyone on the situation on the other planets and factions. Scuffles and small brawls happened between the powerhouses. Most of the fights seemed to be happening between factions more closely related to the Big Three and the military, while factions such as this one are here purely for support. Blip reminded them to still be on guard. At some point, someone will try to make a move, crushing the supports to weaken the top. With that, the meeting was over, and before heading to the main hall to look at quests, Quinn wanted to ask Sam a few questions. "Sam, you don't happen to know a forger by the name of Alex Way, do you?
If not, is there a way you could see if he's at this base? Quinn asked. Sam tried to rack his head while repeating the name to see if it rang a bell. I'm sorry, Quinn. I know a lot of people in this shelter, but I don't know any Alex Way. If you want, I can try asking Blip to look for him. If we search via his name, then we should be able to find his traveler ID and see what planet he was last seen at. That would be great. There was a chance that Alex was still in the military, but he doubted it. The armor seemed to have been forged not too long ago. To get here, it would likely have been traded by someone in the Grey Lash family, since the Crows no longer traded with anyone outside of it. Quinn remembered allowing Alex to recreate a few designs. If he was already selling to people like this, maybe he had sold a few, which meant that Alex owed him money. However, he couldn't have been doing too well. The fact that Sam didn't know him yet was proof of that. Still, if he could meet, it would be a quicker way to earn credits and get the funds needed, then ranking up in a faction he would eventually leave. The four of them ventured into the main quest hall, and it looked like most of the people from the assembly hall had done the same. The quest board was large and went the entire length of the room. Thankfully, it was also split up into different categories based on the rank of the quest. One didn't need to go up to the quest board to receive one. At each of the tables where people could relax and drink, there was a digital hologram that they could use to shift through all the quests and see more details. The quest board itself was more for show. Since most people were sitting down and looking through the hologram, Quinn decided to go up to the quest board, which was just a large digital screen in reality. The sections of rank D, E, and F were grouped together. Quinn discovered that most of the missions weren't tasks at all, but rather information, informing them about possible sites to look for a beast. When they accepted one, they would be aware that a group was heading to that direction. However, a few actual quests were posted by forgers, and some other people looking for them to kill specific beasts, offering credits in return for the crystals. It didn't matter what they picked, since they were just doing it for the points, so Quinn picked up one that informed them of an area to hunt intermediate beasts, named Hypocin, whatever they were. When they attempted to accept the mission, the screen required them to enter the traveler ID of each individual who would accept it. There were several slots, and after completing 4 of them and pressing enter, an error message appeared. 5 members are required to accept the quest. For some reason, he thought he might be able to just bypass it. What happens if we just go with the 4 of us and come back with the crystals? Quinn thought. Then they won't let you leave the shelter, a male voice said. When they turned around, they could see what looked to be a middle-aged man. He was dressed in decent beast gear all over and had a scruffy beard covering his face. Still, somehow the presence this man was giving off was gentle. As he smiled, his eyes did too. The name's Freddy, the man said, shaking Quinn's hand. I assume you guys are new around here. The rule is simple. They ask for 5 people for our safety. Beasts, especially those of the lower levels, are hardly on their own. The last thing the faction wants is people dying, especially in times like these. This sucks, man, Fex said, hoping to let his limbs spread a bit. If you're struggling to find people, I'm happy to join you guys, Freddy suggested. Why? Quinn replied. You don't know us. Why would you help us? At this point, it was safe to say that Quinn was cautious of everybody and their intentions. Growing up the way he did, it was hard for him to believe people were just nice. The only person he had met like that so far was Vorden. You're part of the Crow faction now, right? That means you're family. I care about everyone here, just like my own family. And since you guys are new, you're like my newborns. Oh, I want to be the big sister, Cass shouted out. Done! Freddy pointed at her and gave a wink. Looking at Freddy, Quinn could see he had his tag out on display, and he was a D rank, which meant he was allowed to go with them on the hunt, and it would fill up the last slot. Still, Quinn couldn't shake this strange feeling. Inspect! Episode 560, Fisher Fex. Using the inspection skill on Freddy didn't show anything strange. He had advanced tier equipment all over his body. He had something that nearly everyone in the room apart from them had, so he wasn't hiding anything. Since when did I become like this? He's a middle-aged man, Quinn thought, placing the palm of his hand on his face. If you want to know anything, just ask. I have 1 daughter and 2 boys. My daughter is a little cutie pie who just turned 5, and my wife is someone to die for, Freddy said excitedly. You see, because I have a family, I don't like to go on dangerous quests, so I often go with the newbies because they tend to be on the more cautious side. Also, if they've never gone hunting on this planet before, I can help them, guiding them to good spots and places to stay out of trouble. After all, there might be an area where you pass a bunch of higher-tier beasts on the way, so it's good to have someone experienced like me. As I said, there's nothing strange about it.
This benefits me, doing less risky jobs for my family, and benefits you as well, Freddy said with a gentle smile once again.
Does this guy have a charm effect or something? His smile, it's so golden.
Quinn felt like, after everything he said, he just couldn't turn the man down. Besides, who else was going to join their team? Sure, many people were keeping an eye on them, but it seemed like they were hoping for Quinn's group to split, so they could snatch them up at one at a time rather than have one of them come to their side. Perhaps because of what Freddy had said, it would be a pain to be the one guiding a bunch of newbies.
Okay, Quinn said, and the man's traveler ID was inputted into the quest board.
When they were leaving the shelter, 2 guards with a weird square-shaped gadget requested one of them to place their tag on the device, which created a ding sound, signifying they had accepted a mission. They were eventually permitted to exit the shelter after hearing the ping from each of the tags. Exiting the shelter, Freddy had offered to lead the way. He had a large rucksack on his back and multiple digital maps he would pull out of it, ones that would show their location on the map. It looked like it had been edited with a lot of information. He had marked areas to avoid. The planet's soil was primarily red, and it appeared to be a bit smaller than Earth from the ship. It was one giant clump of land with numerous major rivers running through it, but there didn't appear to be a vast sea, or at the very least, something like Earth's ocean. There were still plenty of forest and mountain areas all over the place, and it looked like they were heading towards one of the more hilly areas. While walking, Freddy gave out as much information as he could. The hypocin are a type of beast that lives along with one of the rivers that go through the hills there. They are aquatic creatures, but they can survive off of the land for a good half an hour before having to go back in. They have relatively large bodies and are slow in movement. However, their large mouths and jaws are deadly. In an instant, they can crush you. The main thing to look out for is a hypolord. It's an advanced tier beast that is sometimes in a pack, but it mostly chooses to stay in the water. As long as you don't attack it directly or enter the water yourself, it will ignore whatever is outside. The best thing to do is lure the hypocin out of the water. Their large bodies make them slow in movement, and that way we won't anger the rest. Freddy, just like he said, was good. He knew all the spots to avoid trouble. The information that Freddy had given to them for free, including the map, would have all cost them credits from a market stall. Yet he had kindly given it for free and wasn't even charging for his service. It also looked like a few other groups were doing the same quest as them, heading off to the same area. But Freddy said there were plenty of beasts, so they had nothing to worry about. The walk seemed like it would take about an hour and a half to get there, so it wasn't too far from the base. Back at the shelter, Quinn had seen a few ships leave and other vehicles that could be requested if one was to go somewhere further. However, the deposit on one of those things was insane. At the moment, Quinn had no chance of renting out one of those. During their walk, Freddy would fill in the quiet times with conversations about his family. He would talk about his kids and loving wife. It seemed like he really cared about them. Hearing all of this started to sadden Quinn. The way he talked, it was the life Quinn never had. By the time the war broke out, his parents had left him, and they had died in the war. He wished that he had a father like Freddy to be there for him. Finally, they had reached one of the hilltops, and down below a forest area could be seen, along with a large river running through the forest at the bottom. It looked like some groups were already there, hunting the beasts away. "Aha, let's do this!" Fex shouted, running ahead of everyone else. With so many groups here, they needed to keep their vampire skills secret, but for Fex, he could freely use his string. Like Freddy had said, the beast had a large body. It was similar to that of a hippo, only more ugly-looking, and they certainly did have a snap in their bite, showing their sharp teeth. With Fex there, the task of hunting the hippocens was a lot easier than they first thought. Because of his string, he could pull the large beast out of the water, and with the 5 of them, it was easy for them to defeat the beast without getting too close to it. Paul still hadn't learned the poison ability. It would take him some time, but he did get to practice with the claws. Things were going so well that they decided to do something to speed up the process. Fex was designated as the fisher. Using his string, he would pull out 2 hypocin at the same time and throw them towards the others. They had split off into pairs. Kaz and Freddy were taking on one, while Paul and Quinn would defeat the other. The other groups who were nearby could see this and couldn't believe their eyes. A group was taking out so many intermediate beasts so quickly. "That person's ability, it's perfect for water-type beasts like these," one of them said. "Yeah, I think most of them are new. Maybe we should try asking him to help us out." After a while, the group had managed to take out 15 hippocin and were now taking a break. Freddy was tired after all. While sitting down, away from the river and mostly under the cover of the tall trees, a few of the other groups had approached them. Why is there always trouble? Can people not just leave us be? Quinn thought. We were wondering if you could help us hunt beasts, the frontman asked, looking at Fex. It's okay if you can't, but it takes a long time to get their attention before we can take them out of the water. If you're too tired, it's okay. Fex turned around and looked at Quinn, wondering what his answer would be. Fex still had plenty of energy, and they were just resting for Freddy's sake. As for Quinn, he was a little stunned. It was twice now that he had expected something terrible to happen, and yet people weren't complete arses the first time he met them. Sure, go ahead, Quinn said. It was always a good idea to have a good relationship with others. Maybe this will help him out in the future. Fex did the same for the other groups as he did for them, and quickly got everyone's attention. Come on, let's get going then, Freddy said, tensing his bicep. We can still hunt without him. Without Fex, it was a little harder. Somehow they were to get the attention of the creatures closest to the water and lure them out. This was when Freddy came up with a suggestion. He looked around him before saying anything. I know a place where we can go, Freddy said. Follow me. By now, Quinn had no doubts about Freddy. He was just too nice to be up to any good. It made no sense, and Quinn was pretty sure, even if he was to try something, the three of them could take him on. Freddy went into the forest and guided them somewhere until they eventually came across a waterfall. Here, the water was more shallow than the river they were just at, and the Hippocene could be seen a lot easier towards the edges. You guys are stronger than you look, so I think we will be fine here, Freddy said with a smile. With the Hippocene approaching the river's edge and the water not being too deep, it was simple for them to collide with the beast. Quinn was curious about Freddy's skills during the battle. He'd been battling with a beast sword and armor the entire time. Not only that, he seemed to be close to Kaz, making sure she didn't get hurt. Whenever it looked like the Hippocene might hurt her, he would swoop in to protect her. It's fatherly instincts, Paul said, looking at the same scene that Quinn looked at. He has a daughter and kids himself, and Kaz looks quite young. It seems like it's natural for Freddy to protect those younger than him. I think the real reason why he approached us might be because of how young you all looked. When he said you were his children, he really meant it. Ever since coming to this shelter, Quinn started to have a change of heart about how the people were. Was it the military that was at fault for everything? Things seemed fine here. However, there was one difference. They weren't at war at the moment, and the threat of the Dalki still existed. Paul and Quinn continued to fight away, and so did Kaz and Freddy. Under the water, a slightly larger Hippocene could be seen coming towards them. Hey, look at that one, it's really fat, Kaz said, laughing, as she rushed over to go hit it on top of its head, hoping to get its attention. No, wait, Freddy shouted out. That's a Hypolord. His cries were too late. When Kaz got close enough, the larger Hypolord had already opened up its mouth, showing its large, sharp teeth. It was wider than the hole in Kaz's body. Damn it, Freddy said. Swap! For 1 second, Kaz could see the large mouth of the beast and its sharp teeth. She prepared her fist. Something like this couldn't kill her. In the next second, she was suddenly back on land, and now instead, she could see Freddy where she was moments ago, in front of her. His body was facing towards her while his body was going into the mouth of the beast. Live, sorry, kids, Freddy said, and the next second, the mouth was closed shut. Blood splattered everywhere, with his leg hanging out from his mouth. No! Quinn shouted in a rage, and activated his shadow in an instant. Episode 561, Turning Point. An advanced tier beast like the Hypolord was no match for Kaz. After all, before vampires could come of age and either evolve into vampire nobles or go through the ceremony, they were told to kill 10 death bats, which were also at the advanced level. There was never a worry in Kaz's mind that she would die. Freddy had taken them to a quiet area where there was no one else around. It was his secret spot, and he didn't seem too strong. If she needed to use something like super strength, they could try to explain it away. Or worse, they could remove his memory. She thought of all these things when she decided to give the big Hypolord a big punch straight through its mouth. However, she didn't expect her body to suddenly be transported, so it was back on land. And in her place, Freddy was there. She could see the look in Freddy's eyes as the Hypolord's mouth shut. He wasn't frightened. He wasn't scared. Instead, he was smiling. Why are you smiling? Your weak body will be crushed. And in less than a second, it was just that. The one thing the Hypo creatures had was a deathly strong and fast jaw. After a single snap, it repeatedly opened and closed its mouth again. Why would someone weaker than me? Why would that idiot do that for me? Although she didn't understand his actions, it seemed like her body was reacting. She could feel a thick lump in her throat. She had only known him for less than a day. What was this strange feeling? Before she knew it, she could see Quinn running out. He had placed his shadow in front of him, allowing him to run out onto the water. His feet would sink into the shadow slowly, but his feet were already lifting before he took the next step. The shadow path eventually reached the Hypolord and surrounded it. Its mouth, which was moving fast, was now moving slowly. This was one of Quinn's new skills, called Shadow Path. From himself, he would throw a path of shadow onto the ground. Whatever set foot on it would be slowed for a short amount of time, and soon the shadow would start to disappear. The only problem was that the shadow path was slow to come out, and it could only move in a straight line once thrown, making it easy for one to avoid, but perfect for slow-moving beasts like this one, who is fast in certain areas. Wasting no time, Quinn hopped onto the Hypolord's back. Using his fist in a claw-like manner, he pounded right through its skull until he reached the brain. He squeezed down, trying to crush it, anything to stop its movements. "Damn it, the others! They're going after him as well!" Paul shouted, as he noticed the 20 or so Hypocin that were left, now weren't by the shore. In its struggle, the Hypolord moved further into the waters, and it looked like his friends were coming to its aid. "Shadow Void!" Soon a large dome-like shadow encased all of them. "Can we go in there? Should we help him?" Paul asked, not having a clue what was going on. Paul hadn't seen Quinn fight properly. He had been busy fighting Leo at the time and didn't know Quinn's strength. However, he did expect Quinn to have some type of power. Otherwise, no one would have listened to his suggestions when saving his life. Paul looked to Kaz for answers, but she seemed to just be standing there, unsure of what to do. Was it an ability? She thought. He said the word swap, moving his positions and mine. "Quinn, don't die! I need you alive!" Paul shouted. Then, a few moments later, the shadow dome came down. The Hypocin were seen floating about in the water, part of their bodies detached. The Lord's mouth had been ripped open, and now, in Quinn's hands, standing on top of his shadow, was a body, a lifeless body, and a tag in his hand. There didn't need to be any questions asked. They were sure of it. Freddy was dead. "Congratulations, you are now level 30. A message popped up with a few others, but Quinn simply ignored the message. He had gained a lot of EXP in killing a new type of beast he had never defeated before, also formed these by the river and by the waterfall. Still, there was nothing to be congratulated about. Quinn went ahead and started to place body parts, building what he could of Freddy back together. Meanwhile, Kaz began to collect crystals from the beasts Quinn had killed. Nobody asked her to. Nobody said anything. Paul went ahead to get Fex from the others. He didn't say much, but just that Quinn needed him. When he came back with Quinn, Fex's mouth was left wide open. He wanted to ask what happened and how it happened, but now was not the right time. With Fex's string, he tied up the body parts, trying to sew what he could together again. "Can I save him?" Quinn asked. "No, Quinn, there is nothing in this world that can bring back the dead," Fex replied. "But he had a family," Quinn started to sob. "His kids were expecting him to come home tonight. He said he planned to give them a nice surprise tonight." Quinn started to raise his voice. "What the hell are they meant to do now? He came with us because he thought it would be safer." So many different emotions were going through Quinn, from anger to sadness, and now he was just tired, as he collapsed on the floor, falling to his knees. "Let's go back, Quinn," Fex said. Fex thought it was best to try and avoid the other groups. Kaz carried all of Freddy's belongings, and Fex was the one who had Freddy tied to his back with a lot of string. The least they could do was bring back his body in one piece. While walking, they could see the shelter in sight. Finally, they were out of the hilly area. "Wait," Kaz said. "This isn't the area Freddy took us through on the way here." Quinn wasn't listening and instead was just walking forward. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a lizard-like creature popped up. A single swing of Quinn's arm and a single line of blood swipe came out. The beast was ripped in half. "Intermediate tier beast killed. 300 EXP gained. 1,700 of 51,200. This was bad, Fex thought. Did Quinn not even care anymore? On the way here, Freddy had taken them the route where no beast would appear. That way they could use all of their strength for hunting the beast. Quinn couldn't believe he had doubted him when all he was trying to do was help them. Would any of this have happened if he had just used his shadow from the beginning? Would any of this have happened if he had used all of his strength? This was what was going through Quinn's mind. "This is what happens in war," Paul said. "People die, Quinn. People who have families. The military had to be tough on those who were weak. We had to be strict, so no infighting would have happened." I know, Quinn shouted. When they returned to the shelter gate, the guard that greeted them took their tags to scan them again. "There should be 5 of you. Where's the 5th one?" he asked. Then Quinn opened up his hand to reveal a bloody tag, and then the guard could see something on one of their backs. The guard swiftly took the tag and inserted it into his machine, where he saw the traveler's ID and the name. "Freddy! Freddy's dead! Go to the base immediately and report all this to Blip." They did as they were told, and they met in the assembly room. Standing there was Nate, Sam, Blip, and Linda, while Freddy's body lay on the ground. Blip looked heartbroken. Paul was the one who had reported the events, as it seemed like Quinn was unable to. "Freddy was a good man. He's been at this base for a long time," Blip said. "Before the Civil War, he was a simple market seller. He sold maps and beast glossaries to travelers. When the Crows were in trouble, he volunteered to become a traveler, helping out the new recruits and not wanting to see anybody get hurt. I knew something like this would happen to you one day. Your heart was too kind for this world, and you were given a curse of inability with it. Although I am angry that a dear friend of mine has passed away, I cannot blame you guys for this. Things happen, and it doesn't seem like there was anything you could have done to prevent it. However, you aren't completely free. I want you to report to his family that he has passed away. Tell his wife and kids to come to meet me." They were dismissed and given the location of Freddy's home. Nate looked at all of them, wondering what happened. "I'm just going to check on them," Nate said as he rushed out of the room. "We haven't had a death in a month, Blip. A month," Linda said. "The others are going to learn of this. Everyone knew Freddy, and it could bring the group's morale down. If you ask me, they're more trouble than they're worth," Linda said. Blip walked over to Freddy, who was hardly recognizable, but there was one thing that had remained on his face. "You see this, Linda?" Blip said. "He's smiling. Do you think Freddy would have just saved anyone's life? May you rest in peace, my good friend." Nate had eventually caught up with Quinn. It wasn't hard since they seemed to be walking incredibly slow. "Hey, Quinn, are you okay?" Nate asked, touching his shoulder and turning him around. Quinn's eyes were fierce, and it startled Nate slightly. He could see his fist was tense too. "It was my fault," Quinn said. "I'm sick of this, sick of it all, and I'm sick of hiding. I won't let that happen again, not in front of my own eyes." Nate could see and feel this shift in Quinn. It was a turning point, perhaps not just for him, but soon for all of the Crows as well. Episode 562, No More Quests. The 4 of them stood outside the apartment block for a while. It didn't take them long to find the place because Freddy and his family were staying in the same building as them. He was only a rank D after all. "Why is Blip making us do this? We hardly know the guy," Feck said. "Wouldn't it be better for them to hear it from someone close to him?" "Because it was our fault," Quinn replied. "We need to do this," Paul said. "It's not just for them, but for us as well. You need to know what it's like when this fate reaches someone." It sounded like Paul had done this a few times, and in truth he had, as a head general, many times. Because of this dreaded feeling that everyone was feeling right now, Paul felt like he would do anything he could to get his soldiers to come back home and see their families. When Quinn walked up to the door, this dreaded scene was playing in his head. He had been in this position before, only it was the other way round. Complete strangers had come to his house, informing him that his parents had died. "He said his daughter was 5, Quinn mulled. He was 10 when he was informed, but his parents left him when he was 5. "Mommy, get the food ready. Dad will be back for dinner any second." A sweet little girl's voice was heard from beyond the door. Those words just crushed them, as if the world wanted them to feel even worse. Quinn knocked on the door. When it was answered, a tired-looking middle-aged woman had answered the door. She had 3 kids to look after, and that would take a toll on anyone. She had plates in her hand as she was getting ready to set the table. "Oh, I don't think I've seen you before," she said, but the look on each one of their faces said it all. She continued to smile just like Freddy, but tears started to roll down her face. "Freddy," Quinn stumbled just by saying his name. He bit his lip and was biting onto it so hard that he had cut himself, and his lip started bleeding, dripping onto the floor. "Maybe we should talk about this away from others," Paul said, coming into the front as Quinn was frozen for words. The kids were told to go to the main living room while the rest of them would talk in the dining room. On their way there, a sweet little girl with 2 pigtails skipped over, tugging on Quinn's trousers. "Here, mister," the girl said, handing him a tissue. "You're bleeding." Quinn accepted the tissue, and with a smile as sweet as her father's, she walked off to play with her 2 older brothers. In the end, Paul was the one who delivered the news. He knew the right way to say it and was honest about it. He told them that they were the last group with him. She was heartbroken and torn apart, but refused to cry out loud out of fear the kids would hear her. "Blip said to meet him when you're ready," Paul said. "We managed to bring back his body so you could send him off." Eventually she regained some of her composure. She turned and looked towards Kaz. "Are you the one he switched places with?" she asked. Kaz nodded. Quinn was surprised by how well behaved she had been. Based on how she acted when she killed those soldiers, he thought she might say something worse or more inappropriate. "When we were fighting together, he kept getting in my way," Kaz said. "Kept telling me that I should rest. A young one like me shouldn't be doing things like this. I should be doing girly things." "Young one. He had a family, so why did he do it? Why did he leave you alone to deal with all this?" Kaz asked. Perhaps Quinn had thought too soon. However, the reaction from Freddy's wife wasn't one of anger. Instead, she just smiled while looking at Kaz. "All I ask of you is that he gave up his life for yours. Please live on for as long as you can." After delivering the news, the others were ready to leave, and Fex started to play around with the two boys, and Kaz played with the little girl. Quinn was still in the kitchen and hadn't said anything yet, while Paul was by the door ready to go. "You can't be older than 20, she said, looking at Quinn, "and yet you had to see a man die in front of your very eyes." "Are you going to tell the kids?" Quinn asked. She nodded. "Good. Tell them the truth. It'll be better that way," Quinn said as he was ready to leave. The others stopped playing with the children and left with Quinn. "Fax half those crystals after we input our points into the system. Sell them, and give half of the credits to their family," Quinn said. "It was my fault Freddy died. That means they're my responsibility now. I'd like to know about whatever troubles they're having, if they have any. Those kids need a better future. Paul, you might be right, but those kids will grow up experiencing the same thing I did, and I don't want that to happen." All of his memories were now surfacing, and he didn't even realize it, but his eyes had begun to fill up. "I'll end the war with the Dalki so they have a better future. I'll stop this civil war so no more people like that have to die." And in his head he'd made one more promise to himself. "And I'll stop the vampires if they ever choose to attack." He was still cautious of Kaz. "Your dream is big and nearly impossible for you to achieve alone," Paul said. "But finally you know what you want. For the first time for me, I see the qualities of a leader." The crystals they had obtained were all entered into the system, and their tags were placed on the machine. After just one quest, they had killed so many beasts, including the advanced beast, that it was enough for both Quinn and Kaz to rank up to rank D, and Paul from F to E. Still, it wasn't enough for Fex to rank up to C. The requirements and points get extremely high for those. The system didn't actually tell them when they were close to ranking up, nor how many points each beast gave them. It was set up this way so people didn't choose to try to fight something beyond their ability level just to rank up. The group had sold all of the crystals, giving them decent funds, which they would save for now. Quinn had plans, but he needed a few things to fall into place before doing anything just yet. As for the advanced crystal, it was the only one that wasn't sold. It was made into a rare headpiece. There weren't many crystals that could be made into headpieces, and it was given to Paul to wear. The front of the helmet design was pretty open. Instead, it had sharp teeth coming towards one's face, but the main features of Paul's face could still be seen. Due to its strange look, nobody else wanted it. The headpiece gave some defense stats while also boosting one's strength by 5, which was great considering Quinn's advanced gauntlets, which was a weapon, increased his power by 10. It was safe to say that sleep was rough for all of them that night. When they woke up, they couldn't rest. Most travelers would probably take a break if something like that happened, especially with completing a quest and their money. However, Quinn and everyone else wanted to get a move on. When they entered the morning assembly hall, it appeared that a few of the other faction members began to give them looks. The word had already gotten out. It turned out that Freddy had helped several people in the faction before. On top of that, Quinn was starting to hear things. "They're bad luck. They're bad for this faction. We haven't had an incident in months." "Poor Freddy. He knew so much. How could he just die like that? His poor family. It would be best to stay away from them." The morning report was the same, delivered by Blip, except this time when delivering the news, he informed everyone of Freddy's tragic death. He didn't give many details about his death, but it wouldn't be difficult for others to figure out what happened. On that day, other groups had seen Freddy with them. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. The assembly ended, and everyone split. Hey, is it just me or is everyone giving us dirty looks? Fex whispered.
Are you an idiot? Kaz said. Can you not hear everyone talking about us?
Of course, Fex could, but he was just being his usual self. Being rank D, not much had changed for them. The highest ranked quest they still had to take was to hunt for intermediate beasts. However, there was a major problem that they needed to solve even before all that. Who the hell is going to be our fifth member this time? Fex asked. As soon as they made eye contact with anyone, they would simply turn their heads away. Episode 563, Shadow On. Everyone seemed to be looking in the direction of the group, but this time was different. It wasn't out of curiosity. Their scornful expression and wrinkled brows said it all. It looks like Freddy was quite popular around here, Quinn mumbled. It's not just that. I think you reminded them all of how dangerous it is. When people are scared, they want to blame something or anything, and right now that anger is towards us. But Quinn, don't hate them for it, Paul said. Quinn didn't hate them for it, but it was putting them in a challenging position. Due to how the system worked, they couldn't take any quests or rank up, and they wouldn't even be allowed to leave the shelter until they took a quest. They were trapped. Hey, I helped you guys out the other day, Fex said, with a smile on his face as he approached another group at a table. Do any of you want to come join us? The group looked at each other, and they all had concerned looks on their faces. Look, we're sorry, bro. You really helped us out big time, but we just think it's bad luck after something like that happens, and so soon as well. Maybe after this has died down, you can join us. Fex then moved on to another table, as that wasn't the only group they had helped that day. You don't understand, the man replied. Freddy helped us all when we first came here. Hunting with him was easier than ever. He knew the techniques and the best places, and it's because of him that no one has died for so long. If he died with you guys, then... It looked like no one was going to pull through for them. That much was clear. What do we do? Kaz asked. You guys do what you want. I'm going to talk to Nate, Quinn said as he walked off, a little frustrated. With nothing to do, Paul decided he would head off to the training room. Following him was Kaz. She still had a mission to do. Although Quinn didn't say anything about him looking after them this time, Fex felt like it was still his responsibility, so he went with them as well. While in the training room, Paul was busy trying to learn the poison ability once more. Kaz just stood there looking at him, not interacting with him or anyone else. Man, vampires are boring, Fex thought. Instead, he chose to close his eyes and meditate while he waited. What did that blockhead say again? To shut off your mind and feel something in your chest? It didn't work the first time when Fex tried to find a soul weapon, but there was no harm in trying again. Whenever they were resting, it looked like Quinn was still trying as well, so maybe there was something. Just maybe, something would be there. How are we meant to take a quest if no one will join us? Can't they make an exception and just let us forego? Quinn said, complaining to Nate. Right now, he, Nate, and Sam were in a small office, a space that was given to Nate to work from once he had been promoted to rank B. In a way, it was frustrating for Nate. He wished he could continue hunting every day. That way, he could still rank up even further to build his legacy. Still, here they were a little short-handed with everything coming down on them from above. Quinn, don't you understand? They set the rules for 5 people for a reason, so that something like what just happened won't happen again, Nate replied. Think about it. Now you want me to ask them if 4 of you can go and 5 of you went and 1 of you died. Everyone right now thinks you're weak. They're probably scared if they do go with you, they'll die too. Weak? You know I'm not weak, Quinn replied. It won't happen again, I promise that. It's not me you need to convince, Quinn, it's them. I don't run this base, and I'm new here as well. It was tense between the two of them, but they both knew they were passionate just because they cared. Nate didn't want this situation for Quinn either, but he didn't know what to do. If I can't complete any quests, then what's the point of me being here? Quinn said. What would happen if I chose to leave? Go hunting somewhere else and join another faction? That's not possible, Quinn, Sam said. They won't let you. The ship that you came on, it's already been impounded. They're keeping an eye on it for now. Quinn wanted to yell out. He had no clue they were doing things like this, and Sam could see by Quinn's reaction that he didn't like this one bit. It's not the Crow's fault, Sam continued to explain. This is all ordered by the Greylash family, just for now during these times. They'll come after you if you break in and try to get your ship. Even Blip has something he fears, and he's a lot more scared of the Greylash family than he is of you. Hearing all of this new information just solidified Quinn's ideals even more. He thought this was the perfect place when he arrived, but it turns out it wasn't the best place for him after all. I do have some good news, Sam interrupted the silence. The forger you asked me to find, is located on another planet called Liptoma. It's one owned by the Greylash family. If you want to go speak to him or see him, you can. There are a few teleporters that you can use, but you will have to pay. When you get there, you're not allowed to leave the shelter. However, you can still buy and purchase things. If you wish to transfer to the faction running that shelter, then that's a whole other thing altogether. Honestly, they won't even look at your request for a transfer at your current rank. You're a nobody that they don't need to listen to. Quinn had heard enough. It wasn't Sam or Nate's fault, but it was clear that they could do nothing to help his situation. Before leaving the room, he said one more thing. "Don't worry, I won't be a nobody for long." Both Nate and Sam looked at each other and were conflicted. They didn't know whether or not to feel excited about what was to come, or worried. Eventually, the news of no one wanting to join the new recruits reached the ears of another high-ranking official, Linda. She predicted this would happen. It wasn't because they were new. It would have happened to anyone who had died while Freddy was in their group. Sooner or later, death was going to happen. It just happened to one of the worst people. Still, Linda couldn't get her mind and obsession off of outing Paul as the Blood Evolver. Honestly, it wasn't important for the Crows, but while doing her day-to-day activities, something about it just bugged her. She needed confirmation that it was really him. Even then, what would that even change? She just didn't understand why someone would hide their abilities. "Susie!" Linda shouted. A petite brunette came rushing in from outside her office. Her foot seemed to collide with something as she did so, causing her to fall slightly before regaining her balance and extending both arms. "Safe," she said with a smile. "I have an important job for you," Linda said. Quinn returned to the quest hall, unsure what to do, hoping to persuade someone by offering them a higher percentage of the credits, or by telling them they could stay near the shelter and simply wait for them. Surely somebody would accept it, right? Everyone looked at Quinn for a brief moment after his return before turning away. This is going to be tough. At that moment, he felt a little tap on his shoulder from behind. When he turned around, he could see a petite brunette behind him. "Hey, I hear you were looking for a new member on your team. Do you mind if I join you?" When Quinn looked at her, images of her covered in blood flashed through his mind. He wanted to refuse. He didn't want another person to die. However, what choice did he have? "Thank you," Quinn said. A quest was selected, another group of intermediate-tier beasts. Quinn didn't want to do the same quest again because he got more experience points from killing new types of beasts he had never killed before. The group was called together, and Susie introduced herself to everyone. For some reason, she seemed to take a big liking to Kaz. "You can call me Big Sister," Kaz said. "All right, Big Sis," Susie replied. Having purchased the required maps and glossary, Paul was in charge of gathering as much information on the beasts as possible. They had finally exited the shelter, and before taking one more step out into the wild, Quinn wanted to do one more thing. "Susie, thank you for doing this. I know you know what happened last time, but I promise you, you will not die." After saying these words, he gave her a sudden hug. Her face started to go red, and the others felt like it was out of character for Quinn. When did he become so smooth? Fex thought. It was the perfect time to hug someone. "Skill activated. Shadow on." Susie's shadow seemed to flicker and move slightly beneath her feet after he let go of her. Nobody is dying this time. Episode 564, Paul's Ability. When it came to guiding them to new regions, Paul was the best person for the task. Although he wasn't as knowledgeable as Freddy and had never been on this planet before, he had previously been required to lead a crew and explore a new planet. On top of this, because of his high rank, they would often be some of the most dangerous planets. But back then he had his full power, while now it was safe to say he was weaker than before. He was unlike the others. They weren't high-level ability users, nor were they greatly skilled at using their abilities. For them, being turned was a boost. For Paul, not being able to learn the same ability was a complete reset. This time they had come across a quiet area. The red soil was only seen in patches, as tall green grass covered most of the land. There were a few trees, but they were far apart. What stood out most, though, was that they could see beasts as soon as they arrived in the area. They were large creatures, as big as an elephant, only they were completely covered in white fur that also covered their eyes. They moved slowly and were eating patches of grass in the soil with their fluffy trunks. Even when they entered their territory, it didn't look like the beasts were reacting to them at all. "Hey, I'm all for killing beasts and stuff," Fex said, "but don't you think this is kind of bad? If they're not trying to kill me, I'm going to have a real big problem taking care of them." Suze started running up to one of the beasts that were busy eating the tall grass. She gave it a big hug and started to shake her head in the fluffy white fur while smiling.
"It's so nice!"
Kaz went up to the beast as well. The beast turned its head while munching on the grass, looking at Kaz for a second before turning away.
"Can I touch it?"
Kaz asked.
"Sure. These are known as pomplis. They're a basic tier beast that is harmless unless you try attacking them. It's rare to find beasts that don't attack on sight. It's a shame they can't be domesticated. They'll fight back as soon as you try forcing them to do something or try to move them," Suze explained. She reached out her hand and was a little scared at first, but the white fur looked so soft that she couldn't resist. As soon as she touched it, the fur felt so soft that she just needed to plant her whole body into it.
"Don't worry, we're not here to kill them," Paul explained. "The intermediate beast we are looking for just happens to be in the same area here. It's linked to the pomplis." Paul pointed to where one of the pomplis was eating. It uprooted the long grass with its strange snout, shoving it into its mouth. Now the red soil beneath the ground could be seen, and it was moving slightly. Something appeared from the ground a few seconds later. It was red with green antennae and the size of a basketball. It ascended into the air and began to flap its bright green wings at incredible speed while floating in the air. It had then fixed his emerald eyes upon the girls. It started flying through the air and headed straight for them. The boys were further away, and Quinn was ready to use his shadow. Images of what happened with Freddy started to come up. However, before the bug could reach them, Fex had thrown out his red string. He pulled on it slightly, slicing the beast. Suze looked at the beast on the floor and could see it was no longer moving.
"That rank D killed an intermediate beast so easily. Who is he?"
The red soil from where the bug beast had come from started to shift and change, only this time the long grass began to grow in the area again until it was back to what it once was.
"I don't know the relation, but the book about the beast just says that in certain areas where the pompli eats, an intermediate insect beast called the kakuin will appear."
There was a family of about 30 or so pomplis. Still, an intermediate tier beast would appear in every patch of grass. Once again the group started to split up to make the hunting easier, only this time Quinn had decided to go with Kaz and Suze. On this trip, Quinn was prepared to use the shadow to make hunting easier. He didn't care anymore, and his main goal was to level up and earn a load of credits. Still, he would hide his blood abilities until necessary. He was sure Kaz would attempt to silence them if anyone was to see them. But these beasts were few, and using the shadow in a situation like this was just pointless. If he didn't have to, what was the point? They focused on the pompli, and when a beast would rise, they would grab it and try to take care of it. One of the bugs had risen from the ground, and Quinn grabbed its head. Activating his gauntlets gave it quite a shock. Like a zapper, he was dealing with them one by one. Kaz, for the first time, had brought out the whip that Quinn had given her, and as soon as one had left the ground, a loud bang was heard, slicing the bug in half. Upon hearing the loud noise, the pompli turned to have a look, but when they saw there was no trouble, they chose to ignore it. Suze didn't even get a chance to use her ability, nor fight any of them. For only a few seconds after they had left the ground, the beasts were defeated. She didn't understand what was going on with these low-ranked travelers. The beasts they were fighting against were intermediate because they were hard to track with her eyes. The beast's movements were fast, but the more troublesome thing was how radically it would change direction in a single moment. It was similar to a fly, yet it seemed to be no trouble at all for any of them. This was due to their special eyes. It was no trouble at all for vampires. The group had defeated around 14 intermediate beasts, and they decided to take a small break as quite some time had passed.
"Wah!"
Suddenly they could hear a moan, and they noticed it was coming from Suze.
"You guys, I haven't been able to take out a single beast. I feel useless," she said.
The others had seen what was happening. Both Quinn and Kaz were taking them out before Suze got the chance. Quinn wanted the EXP and didn't want her to get hurt. As for Kaz, she seemed to be enjoying the whip. "Why don't you swap with me?" Fex said, feeling bad for her. "You can go with Paul." Paul was doing well, but he was the slowest of them all. He wasn't using any range abilities, so he would physically have to try to strike the beast with his clawed gloves. Quinn was hesitant, but as long as he had Shadow on, it should be okay, he thought. "That's fine, just stay within eyesight of each other. Don't wander too far," Quinn said. With the swap done, Suze realized that this was the perfect opportunity to try to see Paul's skills. She had been taken by Linda to see the real abilities of Paul after all. One of the bug beasts had come out of the grass. Paul went for a swipe but missed it as it moved away. Then he swiped again with his other hand, and it looked like it had missed a second time. Suddenly the beast started to move slower. Its flight path wasn't as erratic as before. It almost looked as if the insect was drunk. "It's all yours," Paul said. It was now easy for Suze. The insect was flying slowly and lowering itself. Grabbing her dagger, she jumped up and stabbed it to the ground. That's when she saw there was a strange substance coming out of the insect's mouth. "What did you do?" she asked. "It's my ability," Paul replied. "It's not too strong yet, but these beasts with small bodies are perfect for testing my poison out." It was repetitive and boring for them all, but Quinn liked it this way. It was safe and easy for them to get a lot of crystals, possibly ranking them up to rank C even quicker. Once they were at rank C, they could go on hunts with Sam, and they wouldn't have to worry anymore. For this reason, Quinn decided to stay out as long as possible, but in doing so, he had forgotten about a grave detail. Paul and Suze continued their method, allowing him to get the surprise attack on the beast, while she would finish it off. The next bug came up from the ground, and Paul went in for a strike. Then suddenly, his hand's movement slowed. Slower than he had ever felt it before. His body felt weak, and it was like he could no longer stand on his legs anymore. The beast dodged the attack and charged in, using its small clawed hands and large head to fly into Paul, banging him onto the ground. Then, with its forceps, it was ready to aim for his throat. "No!" Sue shouted, and threw her dagger. She hit the beast dead on, making it fall to the ground. "Are you okay?" she said, rushing over. Paul was covered in sweat and was pale. He didn't look good at all. Turning his head at the commotion, Quinn could see that another bug beast had risen from the ground. It wasn't only fast, but its wings were silent, and it was aiming right for the back of Suze's neck. "I knew something like this would happen. The world has been giving me bad luck lately. So you want to test me, but you won't get your way today," Quinn said. "Shadow on. Shadow control rise." She hadn't spotted the beast creeping forward and attacking because she was too preoccupied with Paul's well-being. But it didn't matter since she was safe. The shadow beneath her feet flared again and rose, halting the beast in midair as it slowed due to the shadow. Episode 565, reporting back. Paul was still sweating heavily, and he felt extremely weak. He had no clue what had brought on the sudden weakness. Could it be something to do with his poison ability? Normally, people with the poison ability should be completely immune to their own poison, so he didn't understand what was going on. Seeing all of this, Suze was far more concerned with the person in front of her than she was with what was going on behind her. That was until she could hear the sound of footsteps. She turned around, expecting to see one of the others there, but instead all she could see was a purple wall of shadow. "What is this?" she thought, afraid that it might be from some high-tier beast, but the shadow soon started to fall to the ground and went right underneath her feet. With the shadow gone, she could see Quinn standing there, holding one of the bugs in his hand. He let go, and the bug dropped to the ground, dead. A piece of shadow underneath Suze had moved over to Quinn's own shadow. "Was that you?" Suze asked. Quinn, on the other hand, ignored her and went to check on Paul. When he checked on him and saw his state, he assumed what it was, and if he was correct, it would happen any second now. "Ugh!" A moan came from behind, and Fex was now on his knees as well. "Suze, go check on Fex for me," Quinn asked, and she nodded, heading over. He had completely forgotten about it as he was too carried away with trying to defeat as many beasts as possible. Still, at the end of the day, they were all vampires. The only reason why they were able to act normally in the sunlight was the rings. Both Fex's and Paul's rings could only block out the sun for so long, unlike Quinn's ring, which he had gotten from Arthur. Kaz seemed unaffected, but he could see a ring on her hand. Being a vampire knight, it was expected of her to have some decent equipment. Opening up his dimensional shadow space, Quinn pulled out 2 umbrellas. It was something Layla had told him to keep on him at all times, and he had plenty of them inside in case they got ruined or destroyed. After all, he never knew what could happen. The redness and the faint feeling Paul had within began to fade once he opened the umbrella and placed it over their heads. "It's the sun. Keep this over you for about an hour, and then it will charge up the ring. Put on the ring when we're back near the base," Quinn said as he went over to where Fex was to do the same. "Do you know what it is?" Suze asked, concerned. "I think they both just overworked themselves and are suffering from a bit of heat stroke," Quinn said with a smile, but it wasn't exactly a hot day. With that, Quinn thought it was time for them to call it a day. He didn't want to play with fate again. Not only did he have 2 weakened men, but Suze had nearly gotten hurt as well. If there was a sign for them to stop, this was it. While heading back, Suze was glad to see that both Fex and Paul were doing better. Quinn was just happy that he had managed to use his powers to save a life for once. He had once used one of his new skills called Shadow On. When he touched someone, Shadow On permitted him to cast a little portion of his shadow onto them. This consumed a fourth of his MC points. Shadow wasn't the only skill that had kept Sue safe. All this did was allow him to take control of Sue's shadow as long as he could make eye contact with her. Shadow On allowed him to form a link. If he didn't have eye contact, he couldn't use his shadow control skill to protect her. The Shadow On skill would break if one would get too far away, causing the slither of shadow that was with her to break off and head back to Quinn.
"Thank you, Quinn," Sue said. "That shadow, it was your ability, right? Thank you for saving me from that bug," she said, and proceeded to give him a big hug.
Now Quinn's face was the one that was blushing. He didn't get much physical interaction with girls. When he hugged her earlier, it seemed easier since it was to protect her.
You're welcome," Quinn said with his hands up.
"Wait till I tell Layla," Fex whispered with a cheeky smile, slightly annoyed that he had gotten 2 hugs now. They continued to walk until they could see the shelter in sight. Putting the umbrellas away, their rings had charged enough for them to be used again.
"Hey, are you not worried she's going to tell everyone about your shadow ability?" Fex whispered.
"No, let them come to me. As things come, I'll deal with them," Quinn replied. "Besides, it looks like not everyone knows each other's ability, so she has no reason to tell anybody about it. She didn't even ask us about our ability like Nate said people would when we went out for quests." There was a specific reason for that, though. Linda had told Suze not to. She wanted Suze to be in the complete dark, so Linda had not told her what their abilities were, only to watch Paul closely and report back what his abilities were. Linda didn't want her to get distracted while looking for anything particular, and thought it would work out better this way. When they returned, with all 5 of them intact, there were a few relieved faces from people in the main quest room. "I guess some of them feared for her life or something," Fex thought. They entered their points into the system and brought back a large haul of 26 intermediate beasts to add to their points. Paul's tag slightly lit up, and the letter had changed from an E to a D. However, it looked like the rest of them, who were now all at D rank, still hadn't gone up to rank C. This included Fex. It had only been 2 days, but the number of intermediate beasts they were killing was around 3 times as much as one would find on a regular quest. They also had points from one advanced tier. They imagined Fex should at least be close now. The group had a few more things to do, such as selling the crystals, as well as looking at certain items to buy. Quinn needed to look at how much it would cost to transport to Alex's city. Here, Suze had split off from them, but not before saying goodbye, and that she would be happy to work with them again. "Such a sweet girl," Fex said. "You could take a lesson from her, Kaz."
"Am I not sweet?"
Kaz thought, looking confused. It wasn't that Fex didn't think she was cute, but more dangerous. She acted cutely and did cute things, but at times she did so while doing the craziest of things. When they were out on the field just now and using her whip, Kaz giggled like a little girl, but at the same time she had been swinging a deadly whip, killing beasts one by one. The 2 pictures contrasted completely. And at the end of the day, they all saw her as the pain they needed to watch. Suze had immediately gone to Linda's office, and she was there to make a report. "What?" Linda shouted. "Are you sure he used the poison ability?"
"I'm positive. I confirmed it a few times, and there's no other way," Suze said, stepping back, afraid Linda might try to hit her. "Did I do something wrong?"
"No, I'm baffled," Linda said, sitting back down in her seat. Linda had seen that the book Paul was trying to learn was the poison book. If he actually had that as an ability, it meant he wasn't lying and couldn't possibly be the Blood Evolver from online. "Maybe I should just ask Nate and Sam why they said the Blood Evolver at the assessment. If I tell them everything I found out, then they have to give me a name." But finding out like that just didn't feel satisfying. She had already dug this deep. Racking her head, she tried to think if there was any other possibility. Then she remembered another person about whom she was suspicious. That was Kaz. She had for some reason got the same time as Paul during the obstacle course. Her ability was regeneration, possibly something they could fake with technology, or maybe had a healer on standby. All these theories were going through her head, but she was now sure that it had to be Kaz. "Did any of the others use anything strange?" Linda asked.
"Let's see. There was Fex with his string, Paul with poison, and Kaz had a whip."
"A whip?" Linda interrupted. "Was there any strange red aura coming from the whip at all?"
"No, she was just using it regularly."
Slumping back in her chair, Linda thought maybe she would have to ask Nate and Sam after all.
Oh, and last there was Quinn with his shadow ability.
Shadow? Episode 566, Cursed Child Return. Suze had left the room when the door closed, leaving Linda with an even greater concern on her mind. She was intrigued after hearing about Quinn's apparent use of a shadow. She gently persuaded Suze to repeat her story to her numerous times until her face was flushed with anger. A shadow ability? Then how did he move so fast in the assessment? She thought. This wasn't her main concern right now, though. It was the ability itself. A shadow ability was something she had never heard of before. That meant it would almost certainly be an original skill. Now her suspicions were through the roof. There was Kaz, who was able to copy her teammate down to the millisecond, and a man who she thought was the Blood Evolver but apparently not, so now there were two originals. The first thing that came to her mind was to do an internet search. She had found something on the Blood Evolver before. Maybe she could find something about the shadow ability. In an instant, there had been a result. The cursed child uses his shadow ability to get to the tournament's final stages, but then drops out. The intermilitary tournament didn't allow for anything to be filmed and shown to the outside world, so all the others could do was read reports on what happened. This cursed child had gotten quite far using the ability of the shadow. This was the first time this ability had become known to the world, and many people seemed to be interested in the power. Someone should know the cursed child's identity if he is so sought for. She looked and looked, but couldn't discover anything. The only thing she discovered was a written instruction, an order from each of the four major families to leave the child alone. Who the hell was this group, and who the hell are you, Quinn? She thought. Her simple curiosity about this group of kids had now become an obsession of hers. How could a single child have enough power to stop the big four factions at the time from identifying him? If someone truly had that much power, they could stop the war in a heartbeat. Trying to find a written report, she eventually found only something that Quinn had said, but it had made no sense to her. This is getting too dangerous. I can't let Suze do the investigating herself anymore, Linda thought. Quinn and his companions were back at the quest board the next day. There was nothing new to report after going to the morning meeting. The current plan for Quinn was to get him and his group to rank C. This way, they could start accepting quests that would allow them to hunt for advanced tier beasts. He had found out how much it cost to use the teleporter to travel to the planet that Alex Way was on, and it wasn't cheap. Still, they had the funds right now to do it, with how many intermediate tier beasts they were killing on each quest. However, Sam had stated that obtaining a transfer for all of them would be impossible. This was why he thought it would be best to become a rank C first before going. Then he could talk to Alex and ask what materials he would need. This way, he could get some items from his shopmate before he went to meet Alex. It was too expensive for Quinn to keep going back and forth, but he needed to build up a good relationship with Alex. He had planned for him to be the first forger in his faction. Even at rank C, though, Quinn very much doubted that Alex would come and run away with him. He needed to prove himself more, so he would build a relationship and get a higher rank. So they saw the quests and looked around the room for Suze. The others' eyes were still telling them that nobody wanted to join them, and not yet anyway. But they didn't seem to be as bad as before. I can't see her anywhere, Feck said after searching the room. Once again, they were stuck in the same position as last time. I can help, a person said, approaching the quest board. It was hard to tell if the person was female or male. They were covered head to toe in black armor, and even their head was covered up like a ninja, only allowing for the eyes to be seen. You need someone, right? I'm looking for a team as well. Let's join together. The person pointed to themselves. The voice was a little low, but it sounded like a kid was trying to pretend to be an adult. Hey, something is going on here, right? Feck said. If my instincts are right, that's a girl. Really? Quinn replied, as if it wasn't obvious enough. Hey, I have an idea, Feck said. You've been suppressing your charm skills, right? Why don't you turn it on and go speak to her? That was right. A long time ago, when Quinn would speak to Layla, it would get her to do crazy things, so he had decided to activate his natural charm. It had been so long that he had forgotten about it. Why not? Quinn thought. Charm is no longer being suppressed. Quinn started to approach the disguised woman. For some reason, when she looked at him, she couldn't help but start to imagine ripping the clothes off of his body. What the hell is going on? Was he always this tasty? She thought, but her will was strong and she wasn't going to say that in front of him. I think it's great. We need someone. Let's go together, Quinn said. Quinn had spoken in a normal voice, but in the woman's mind, it had come out quite soft, hushed, and gentle. Together, she replied. Quinn, turn it off, Fex suddenly said. Huh? Suddenly, Quinn could feel Fex holding his arm. When he looked up, his face was red. It's too much, man. Turn it off. Immediately seeing Fex the way he was, Quinn turned it off there and then. Your charm is being suppressed. Man, I almost forgot you were able to face a leader. I should have guessed you had quite strong charm skills, Fex said, now his face no longer red. Fex didn't like this. Being influenced by Quinn's charm was a sign that his mind was weak. If he had a stronger mind, he would have been able to resist the influence of skill from the leaders. Perhaps the whole vampire incident could have been avoided. Linda no longer had that feeling, and when she looked at Quinn, all she saw was a handsome young man without the urges she had previously felt. Good, let's get a move on, she said. Just to be safe, Quinn used his inspection skills to find out who it was that was joining them. The woman was Linda. She was wearing a different armor set, this one being a mixture of advanced and king-tier level equipment. He was wondering why she had decided to infiltrate her groups, and as for her tag, she was using one that was a grade D. He guessed being the co-founder of the faction had its advantages. There would be people willing to give her a tag she could borrow, and no one would refuse her. Maybe this isn't a bad thing, Quinn thought. There were a few possibilities as to why she was here. The most likely reason was that she had found out something about Quinn's shadow and wanted to see it for herself, but he thought he could use this to his advantage. Linda was strong. In reality, she was a rank B going out on a rank D quest. There was no chance any harm would come to her, so they would be able to fight off beasts without having to worry. Quinn had selected a quest, and they were off. While defeating beasts, Linda would constantly put herself in danger, trying to get Quinn or one of the others to save her. But under Quinn's orders, they chose to leave her, and each time she would get hurt, but minimally due to her strong armor. The beasts were slaughtered, and this went on for days. Linda continued to hunt with the team, and was wondering if this was how they treated all their teammates. If that was the case, it was no wonder Freddy had died. However, the way she was acting, Quinn was sure of it now. Linda was trying to get him to use his ability. Because this was what she wanted, Quinn did everything he could to not show it. Instead, he performed the flash step, using his gauntlets and hammer strike to defeat the beasts. She had seen them fight a number of intermediate beasts over the course of a few days, and she had to admit that each of them was powerful and skilled. Blip was right. Even if this group was suspicious, they had high potential. It didn't take long until they were all upgraded to the Traveler rank of C, including Paul. When Fex had reached a C rank before everyone else, they decided not to put his tag into the machine when assigning points to speed up his process. That way, the extra points went to the others, speeding their ranking up. Linda was at a loss. She couldn't find anything about the group, and they weren't doing anything suspicious. She decided that she would go on one more hunt with them before giving up. That day, something was different. There was an announcement to be made when everyone was called into the assembly hall in the morning. Blip stood in front of everyone and had a grin on his face. We have good news for everyone. There will soon be a posting of 2 large group quests. One of them is for the lower-ranking members. 2 king-tier beasts have been discovered. As for the others, an emperor-tier beast has been found, Blip said. Quinn smiled at the thought. He wasn't going to let anyone else get those king-tier beasts. Episode 567. A Leader is Needed. There was excitement in the air for the whole shelter after the special announcement was made. It turned out that incidents like this didn't happen much. Killing beasts like this would provide them with top-tier equipment and significantly boost the strength of the entire faction. The 2 quests hadn't been put up yet on the quest board, because this would be a group quest rather than an individual team quest. A group quest was where multiple teams would work together to take care of the beast. According to Sam, there were a few different rules for this. Everyone who went on the quest, if successful, would be awarded some type of compensation, mostly credits. The member that killed the beast, delivering the last blow, would be given the beast crystal as a reward. It was then up to them to decide who would receive the said crystal. At times, due to how tough a beast would be to kill, multiple people would attack one at a time. If this was the case, then the leader, who was present, would decide which group he felt contributed the most. This was one of the reasons why it was taking a while. Blip and the faction's leaders were debating the quest's level, as well as who would lead it. While waiting, Sam this time came over to Quinn and the others to join them. Since he was only a rank C like them, he was not invited to these types of meetings like the others. Hey, you don't have to hang out with us because you feel bad, bro, Fex said with a smile. You can join other groups. You know they hate us. The group sat down at their table, as did many of the others as well. Sam looked around before taking a seat.
Actually, I'm not the most popular around here, Sam replied.
What do you mean? Quinn was interested. He had seen the people outside treat Sam quite well. If he was referring to him not being popular, then he meant inside the shelter.
You see, I have quite a low-level ability, Sam said. I was never able to train my wind ability above level 5, but I now have advanced gear all over me, and my cape is now at the king tier level as well. The others think the only reason I am where I am is because of Nate. They think I piggybacked off him and ranked up.
Looking at his face, Quinn could see this perhaps troubled Sam a lot. But it wasn't because of the way people were treating him. No. Quinn had seen this look before. It was Sam who believed the words of the others. Sam felt like he was weak, just like Quinn had once done as well.
In a way, it's true, said Sam. When we defeated a king-tier beast by chance, Nate chose to give the crystal to me. The only reason why I'm allowed to hang around the B ranks and blip is because of Nate's position, so the others don't exactly like me around here.
Hey, join the club, Fex said. Don't worry about that too much, man. We're finally rank Cs as well, which means we can go together. This is why Sam was a bit happy. He'd always been with Nate, and perhaps this would be the first time he could do something independently, a group that wouldn't judge him for his past achievements. Over in the assembly hall, the upper leaders of the Crows were having a discussion. There was Blip, the only A rank in the base, and the founder, Linda. Blip's sister and co-founder, a rank B. Then there were 3 more rank Bs, including Nate, who hadn't been there long. Then there was another rank B female warrior who went by the name Megan. She had light brown hair that was long and curly. It was hard for her to keep it maintained, so it looked as if she had just given up. On her back were 2 small axes. Then there was Mitchell. He also had dirty blonde curly hair, and on his face square-like glasses, with his arms crossed, listening intently. Now that we have decided on the Emperor tier group, I have some plans I want for the ones going for the King tiers, Blip said. Linda, I would like you to secretly go along with the lower ranks on this quest. Protect whoever you must, but I want you to do it secretly.
I'm okay with that, Linda replied. But does this mean you want someone else to be the leader of this?
Yes, that's the idea. We need more people to rank up, more people to be on the same level as us. At the same time, I don't want to invite just anyone into the upper part of the Crows. We need to see leadership skills. 4 of us will be going after the Emperor tier alone. The 2 King tiers, we will only allow rank Ds and Cs to go on this one, while Linda will go with them hidden. If you can, try to stay away from the limelight as long as possible. I don't want the group to get nervous or become overly reliant on knowing you will be there.
Then who is going to lead the other expedition? Megan asked. It would have to be a grade C, correct?
What about Sam? Nate asked. I don't think that's a good idea, Mitchell chimed in. I know he's your friend, and I have to admit he has indeed shown impressive qualities. I would say maybe he is more suitable to be where you are right now, in terms of running the base, Mitchell said, pushing his glasses back onto the bridge of his nose. But there is a problem that you might not know about. Which is? Nate said, with a little anger in his voice, annoyed that his friend was being looked down on. The other travelers, they don't look up to him. They don't respect him. Someone cannot lead a group if they don't respect him. Every decision he makes, there will be those that don't listen to him and try to undermine him. He has a good, clear mind and can make tough decisions, but at the end of the day, he has only been with the Crows for 2 months. The others will not like the fact that he has been made leader.
How about Kong? Megan suggested. If we're going by who has been here the longest, he has also been a rank C for the longest time as well.
Kong, that's not a bad idea, Blip said.
Kong?
Nate said. That guy's a little rough. Are you sure he will be good for these guys? Nate remembered that he had gone questing only a few times with Kong. He was strong and skilled, but he was tough on those that made mistakes and didn't exactly do things his way.
Apart from your biased friend Sam, do you have a better suggestion? Megan asked.
Back in the main quest room, Blip and the others had come out to make an announcement. He had told them all that the Emperor tier beast would be dealt with by the B and A ranks, while Linda would be left behind to look after the base. The reasoning was that they didn't want anyone to die, and it was too risky to take any lower ranks. As for the second request, teams of 5 can go, but they can only consist of rank C and rank D members. As for the one leading the quest, we have decided on Kong. A few cheers and whistles came from the room as they heard the name. When Quinn's group looked over, they could see a large, muscular, bald, dark-skinned brown man with a tribal tattoo over his face. But it didn't look like everyone was happy about the decision, as half the room had remained silent over it. If you wish to register, then please go over to Kong, and we will start the preparations. And then the announcement was made. The 2 quests had popped up on the quest board with the requirements.
While the other groups had gone to Kong to go register their teams, Quinn was still sitting down thinking. There was no rush, and it wasn't like Kong could deny their team from going. They were all rank Cs. What Quinn was thinking about was the reward instead. Because it was a new type of king-tier beast they had never discovered, it meant the crystal would have to be given over to the Grey Lash family. In return, their group would get something else. But Quinn didn't like this, and he felt like the king-tier crystal given back would be something of lower quality. From what Nate had said, sometimes they were just given king-tier weapons that had already been heavily used. On the other hand, at least their team would get points for completing the quest, but would that matter? Their team would also have to get the last kill or contribute the most to the hunt. That's when an idea popped into Quinn's head. Perhaps there is a way for him to get both the king-tier crystals for himself without having to give them over. If this plan worked, then maybe he would also have a chance to grab the Emperor tier as well. "Quinn, I'm not liking that creepy smile on your face right now. Calm it down a touch or two, will ya?" Feck said.
Episode 568, Poor Leadership. Quinn saw the strange-looking ninja who had been joining the group over the past week or two as she looked around the room. Linda was the lady in question, and she looked a little different than normal. She donned standard black clothing over her armor instead of the black armor she had previously worn. This was because she was wearing the same outfit she had worn for the assessment today. A mixture of beast tier and king tier equipment. It looked like she would be coming with the C rank and D ranks for this quest. The crows were not going to take any chances. It was a smart move, and Quinn knew what they were doing. However, what he didn't know was why Linda had been in his group for so long. What was she trying to find out? Looking at her now, Quinn could also see that she had joined a group of 5 where Suze was also a part of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Suze was most likely sent as a spy, and she had reported back to her of his abilities. She must have joined the group at first because she was skeptical of them, especially Paul, who was from the Pure group. Perhaps they were only keeping an eye on him and them for a few days to make sure they weren't all from Pure with ulterior motives, but her curiosity had shifted when Suze reported. Linda joined the team, trying to get herself into troublesome situations to see if Quinn really did have the shadow power. This is what Quinn thought anyway. He didn't know the real reason for her first joining was to find out who the Blood Evolver was. This is going to be quite troublesome, Quinn thought. He had a plan, but it would be difficult with Linda present. Getting to the quest board, Quinn made a mental note of the 2 sites. They appeared to be in the same general vicinity, but distinct areas. Getting from one to the other shouldn't be too hard. This is good. Paul, purchase information on both of these areas, and see if you can get a map for both locations as well. One as detailed as possible. Don't worry about the cost. Note down anything strange as well, Quinn ordered. Paul nodded and headed off. He didn't ask why and had just agreed to do it. Lately, Paul had been more compliant and less snappy with Quinn. Things had changed a bit since that day. Kong was already loading and supplying equipment. The leader had a budget that they might utilize on adventures like these. He'd used it to buy maps, a tracker, and traps. These were the minimum requirements for any high-level beast hunt. While Kaz, Paul, and Fex, the trio, went to gather the extra equipment, Quinn and Sam had gone to register, and Quinn could hear Sam's heartbeat. It was beating louder than usual as they got closer and closer to the table Kong was at. "What's wrong?" Quinn asked. Heck, can you tell?" Sam thought he was doing a good job of hiding his fears, but it turns out not only he was, but Quinn could hear his heartbeat. "Remember what I was talking about? How some people don't exactly like me being here, or the rank I'm at? Well, Kong here is one of the worst offenders of them all." They arrived at the front desk without saying much. "Now, if it isn't little Sammy boy, you do know this is for rank C's and D's only, which means your boyfriend can't tag along with you on this quest," Kong joked, and his teammates behind all laughed as well. Quinn looked at his gear and all of the gear of the other participants. Apart from Linda, all of them wore advanced tier beast gear, which seemed to be the standard. However, Sam was the only one that had a king tier cape. It seems that rank C's had difficulty obtaining better gear after they reached this rank. Quinn's group was still primarily in middle gear. The major reason for this was because they had only recently reached sea level and had yet to go on any quest to take down some advanced tier beasts. "Kong, just register me down, please. I don't want any trouble. We all need to do this for the shelter and the faction," Sam replied. "Yeah, I know. I'm just teasing you a little. I'm saying these things because I care about the faction. Remember your true rank and don't go trying to pull off things you can't do. You'll only get in the way. Nate ain't here to cover for you," Kong replied.
and now he was looking towards Quinn. Sam didn't respond, and his traveler ID had been added to the system. What was the point of responding at all? Sam felt it wouldn't change his opinion of him. The only way to do that was to do so out on the field.
Well, I didn't know you were teaming up with them. Didn't you all just become C ranks?
Kong asked. Aren't D ranks allowed on this quest as well? Quinn replied. I thought they would have at least put a leader with half a brain in charge. Quinn had dealt with enough people who were like him during his time at school. Maybe if he still felt like hiding, he wouldn't have said anything back, but now he was fed up with people like this. Slamming his fists on the table and standing up, Kong went to grab Quinn, but it felt like his hands had just slipped through, grabbing nothing but thin air as Quinn had moved back.
Oh, right, a speed ability user, correct? Kong said. Perfect for running away. I guess you did the same thing when you let Freddy die, right? You just ran away.
Quinn didn't like Kong saying this. He didn't like this one bit. The death of Freddy was still fresh in his mind. Hearing this, the images of his body covered in blood appeared. Then, for some reason, as the anger was boiling inside of him, the picture was switched. Instead of Freddy covered in blood, it was Kong, and standing over him was Quinn, covered in his blood.
I don't care if your team dies, and that includes Sam. I don't see you guys as part of this faction anyway. We were here even before the Civil War started, and those are the people I will protect.
Quinn had noticed a few things between the Crows members while staying here. From the outside, it appeared that everyone was getting along when Quinn first arrived. However, there was a gap. Those who joined the Crows before the Civil War and those who joined afterward were two different groups. The ones that joined after couldn't have been here longer than 2 months, yet some of them were high ranks, solo travelers or travelers from other factions. Due to their high ranks, Blip had treated them quite well. The other half of the Crows' rage stemmed from this desire to strengthen the Crows. They had been loyal to the Crows before all of this, yet because they weren't as skillful and such, they were treated as less important. Quinn understood both sides because of his current situation. What did it feel like to see others advance simply because they were stronger, while newcomers were treated as second-class citizens for no reason? Hey, what's going on here? Are we all good here? Fex said, pulling Quinn back a bit. Quinn, calm. If you get any angrier, your eyes are going to start shooting beams, man, Fex whispered. He didn't mean this literally. He just meant they would start to glow red. Quinn would use his influence skill without really knowing he was using it. The Emperor group is ready to move out. Is it all good on your side? Blip shouted over to Kong. Quickly, Kong put down all of their IDs since Quinn was the last group. All good here, Kong shouted back, and it was time for them to depart. The two groups, although going to the same area, would leave at different times. Blip's Emperor tier group had left first and were already on their way towards a black mountain in the distance. Kong's group was now outside the shelter in their 5-man teams. In total, there were 5 groups of 5, making them a large team of 25. Kong had ordered one of his men to give a map to each of them. High-tier beasts usually had some form of intelligence, and there were 2 things they needed to remember. 1, the beast wouldn't always stay in the same place. They only knew the area, and 2, when the beast was weakened, it would often try to run away to recover. The most important thing was to fire a tracker into the beast as soon as they saw it. Then they would still appear on the map. They would know where it would be even if it ran away or decided to move to a different area. This is where Sam noticed a problem. Kong had given each of his members a trapping device and a tracker to shoot at the beast. Yet the other groups had only been given a map. All right, let's get going if everyone has everything they need. The journey will take approximately 1 hour. We will go at a good pace so we don't tire out. We shouldn't run into as many beasts if you stick with us. When we get to the area, the groups will split up. If you find the beast, you must report its location to us via the transmission device, and one of us will come and fire a tracker into it, Kong said. Remember, the most important thing is to listen. I have more experience than the rest of you. Kong, Sam called out. Shouldn't we all have a tracker device per group? If we encounter the beast first, by the time we report back to you, what if the beast runs away? Kong looked a little annoyed at the question, as if Sam was being an annoyance. First off, this equipment is expensive, and we don't have much of it. If I give these trackers to you guys, you'll go fire them away as soon as you see the beast. If you miss, then what? I trust these guys, and that's why they have been given the trackers. And are you telling me that your group is so weak that you won't be able to hold off 2 king tiers on their own? There was more Sam wanted to say. The tracker device was shot out of a gun-like device. All of Kong's teams were melee users.
it would have been best to give the trackers to either a telekinesis user or a ranged user who would be able to attack them from afar. And was Kong really expecting these guys to hold off king-tier beasts? That's when Sam realized something. These guys had never even fought against king-tier beasts before. It was the first time for everybody here. Only once, by chance, had Sam experienced it himself, along with Nate. The horror and strength. Perhaps Kong wasn't able to imagine the difference in power going from an advanced to a king tier. If he didn't realize this, then perhaps Kong's leadership would be the death of them all. Sam thought. Episode 569, The King Tier Hunt. The large group had yet to leave the shelter's perimeter. Linda, who had been tasked with keeping an eye on these guys, was keeping track of everything that was going on. Sam had made a good point and made a good suggestion. There appeared to be more he wanted to say, because this plan had far more flaws than one, but he remained silent. Even if he had all of the good ideas, he still wasn't fit to be a leader if Sam didn't speak out or act. Linda was considering suggesting something, but based on Kong's current behavior, it appeared that he would not listen to any strangers. However, that's when someone else spoke instead. Kong, just remember, you are the leader now. Every time you make a stupid decision, all of us stupid people's deaths will be in your hands, Quinn said. I know you said you don't care about us, but it looks like you don't care about the others either. Fine, Kong shouted. He took the trackers from his men and decided to hand one out to each team, and without saying another word, they were off. Sam turned to Quinn and had a big smile on his face. Thanks. The truth was, Quinn didn't do it just for Sam, but was doing it because his team needed the tracker. He'd need one for his plan if he wanted to get at least one of the King-tier beast crystals and one of the Emperor tier. Just as Kong said, these trackers were expensive, so much so that Quinn wasn't willing to fork out for one. But he knew that they would purchase them for a quest like this, but he didn't expect Kong to hold them all for himself. They'd made it to a darker part of the globe. From afar, it appeared to be a large black mountain covered in black clouds. Even though it was still midday, this part of the city seemed to be in complete darkness. This was good for them, as they wouldn't have to worry about staying out in the sun for too long like the other week. The mountain was half built into a cliff top. The bottom half of the area was where they currently were. If one were to climb up midway to the top of the mountain, one could reach the cliff top and be in a different area. The crows hadn't been on much of this new land past the cliff top, according to the information Quinn had gathered. The two king tiers were discovered at the bottom of the Black Mountain, in the area they were currently in. The Emperor tier was discovered in this area, halfway up the mountain and onto the new land beyond it. Travelers with a rank B or lower were not allowed to enter their new land for the time being. There was a chance of even stronger beasts where strong beasts lived. The crows were terrified by the fact that an Emperor tier had been spotted right on the border. Okay, everyone, luckily we have got quite a lot of information on these king-tier beasts, Kong started to explain. There has been a lot of work done into looking into this strange Black Mountain area. Around the mountain, there are 5 different areas where the beasts have been seen. Each of these areas is linked to each other in some way. Sometimes you might have to go through another area to get to one, but you can always get to each area wherever you are. Originally, I was going to split us up into 5 areas for 5 groups. We should be able to track down the beasts in no time. Unfortunately, one team is new to all of this and will slow down, Kong said, looking at Quinn and his group. What is wrong with this guy? Feck said. Does he want a piece of stray string to tie him up and for him to be used as bait? I'll do it. Instead, we'll just split into 2 groups, Kong said as he continued to speak. The 2 weakest groups will go with the strongest group. The other group and I can go exploring the other areas as well. Remember, there are 2 king-tier beasts, and they are not always seen together. Features are a large hound-like looking creature with a large snout. It has a thick tail that ends in a ball and razor-sharp spike on its back. Both beasts are identical in appearance, with the exception that one is red and the other is black. We don't know whether one is more powerful than the other. As soon as you see the beast, report it, attempt to fire your tracker onto it, and wait. Linda was pleased that Kong had chosen to not go through with his original plan. If he was going to split up all the groups into small groups of 5, she would have had to step in and say something. There was a reason why this was a group quest and not an individual team's quest. These beasts were powerful. You 2 groups come with me, Kong said, pointing at both Quinn and Linda. She was a little worried about this, but in the end, due to the areas being close to each other, she could always use her ability to quickly go over to the other group. If there were only 2 groups, this would be fine. Still, she was annoyed that Kong thought her group was one of the weaker ones. Was it because they were made up of 4 girls and 1 boy? No, he couldn't be a sexist bastard in this era, especially when his boss, who was a woman, could clobber him in 1 hit. There were 3 options from where they were standing, 1 in the middle and 1 on the left and right. According to the map, they were currently in one of the beast's possible areas. This was a large open area with nothing but plain black solid ground and a few raised areas here and there. Then there were the 3 paths they could choose from, with areas 2 and 3 being the left and right paths, and area 4 being the middle one, and finally, there was area 5, which was at the very back. Here was also where one could scale the mountain to head off into the new area, but the king-tier beast never did for some reason. If the information was correct, perhaps it was afraid of the emperor tier above in the new land. Kong and the other 2 groups had entered area 3. This area was a little harder to navigate. It was quite open again, but there were plenty of trees and tall grass in certain areas. On initial inspection, they couldn't see any beasts in the area. There wouldn't be any low-tier beasts here, since they would have been frightened off by the king tier. However, the area was large enough that they would have to check to see if they could see the beast anyway, possibly sleeping behind a set of trees or behind a large rock. They would also have to check the other areas more than once. There was always a possibility that as a group left one area, the beast happened to come into that one area that was constantly moving. Quinn's group had eventually gone off from the others and were now behind a bunch of trees. "Okay, Fex, it's time for you to do your thing," Quinn said. Taking off his earring, Fex held it in his hand, and a puff of smoke appeared. When it disappeared, a little bull with wings could be seen. "What the hell is that? Is it a beast? Did you tame a beast?" Sam said excitedly. Quinn went off to calm down Sam. By now they knew he could keep a secret. Quinn explained it away using his very own words, by saying it was an intelligent beast they had caught. There was still much they didn't know about beasts, so it wasn't unbelievable, and it was such a rare thing. Sam knew why they would want to keep it a secret. Quinn did pop an eye on Kaz. She didn't exactly look pleased that a human knew about such a thing, but it also didn't seem to bother her to the point where she would speak up about it. "Master, you finally need my strong muscles to help," the bull said with watery, teary eyes. It was Fex's familiar Ham. "I miss you too, Ham, but it looks like I have an important job for you today," Fex said, and Ham's face was now serious as he listened. One of the problems that Quinn was worried about was trying to get both the Emperor tier crystal and the King tier crystal. There was a chance he was being too greedy, so he would play it safe, for now. While he was here getting the King tier crystal, Ham would go off to the other group's location facing the Emperor tier. With fewer of them and a more difficult opponent, it should take them longer to solve their problem. Placing Fex's communication device into Ham's ear, a tiny small circle ball, he was off and away in the sky. Returning to the others, it looked like there was no king-tier beast in their area. "Kong, a black-colored beast was spotted in the second area, but there was no sign of the red one," the other group had reported in. Episode 570, One Crow Down. A small dot in the sky could be seen high in the sky, flying across the mountain. If you have good vision, you might think it's a bat, but if you have even better vision, you'll notice this creature isn't a bat. Instead, it was a flying bull. "I promise I won't disappoint you, Master," Ham said, pumping his stubby fist and huffing his nose so steam could be seen coming out from his 2 large nostrils. "I will find that Emperor tier beast." However, it didn't take long for Ham to find them at all. On the new land, where the cliff connected with the mountain, he could see it all. 4 humans fighting against 1 beast. "Everyone, take out your soul weapons," Blip shouted. "If you lose concentration, your life could be over." Looking at the situation, Blip could tell it was going to be difficult. That was due to the humanoid appearance of the Emperor tier beast in front of them. It resembled a woman, except she was engulfed in flames above her head and for the majority of her body. An Emperor tier alone would have been hard, but a humanoid one was even worse. Beasts came in all shapes and sizes, but humanoid ones had a higher level of intelligence and were usually stronger. On top of all of that, it looked to be one that was in tune with the fire element, meaning it could do some serious damage. Blip was happy that he had chosen to take a small team with him, otherwise many would have died trying to face this thing. "It's charging in, get ready!" Back below on the mountain floor, Kong had just received information that the king-tier beast had been discovered, at least one of them. However, there was even more information that had come through the receiver. Apparently at the moment, it was sleeping on top of a pile of rubble, and it was alone. "What would you like us to do?" the man asked Kong. "Don't attempt to do anything yet. Just wait until we find the other beast. If it starts to move or gets up, then fire the tracker," Kong ordered. Linda approved of this. It was good to be cautious until they discovered the other king-tier beast, especially since it seemed like the two of them were a type of pair. There was a chance that if the other group had engaged and started a fight, the other king-tier beast would have joined up from behind. However, this wasn't the real reason behind Kong's decision. Kong desired his group to have made the greatest contribution to both king-tier beast kills. How was he supposed to do that if the others were already fighting? He was scared that they would have already defeated the beast before he even got there. To put it simply, Kong wanted both of the king-tier beasts for himself. In the end, he even sent one of his men to go ahead of them and join Area 2. The group finally decided to move to Area 4, which was in the center of all the areas. This area was inside a cave with large tunnels on the outside. It had 4 exits in total, allowing you to go to areas 1, 2, 3, and 5. But there was no need to. When they entered, they could see it. The red king-tier beast was sleeping near the back area of the large cave. The cave was dark, but inside it was filled with the blue crystals, which glistened and lit up the whole way. It appeared that the crystals on the walls around the beast were reacting to it as it breathed in and out. The crystals would light up with each inhale and dim with each exhale. "Such power," Paul said. "So much that it's even affecting the beast crystals around it." Kong turned around as he was about to inform them of his plan. At the same time, a bang was heard, and a small triangle-looking device came whizzing past his head. He recognized it instantly. It was one of the tracker devices. When he looked at who had made the shot, it was someone from the group that consisted mainly of girls. The beast's eyes opened instantly to the noises, and when it saw something coming towards it, it leaped back, allowing the tracker to plunge into the cave wall. "You idiot!" Kong shouted. Everyone drew their weapons quickly, preparing for battle. Still, instead of charging towards them, the beast ran away towards Area 5. "Look at what you did!" Kong shouted. "Now the beast has run away and we can't track it. What if it goes from Area 5 back into Area 4? "I'm sorry," the girl said, with her hand shaking, holding the gun. "When I saw the beast, I thought we needed to tag it straight away. That's what we do in our advanced beast hunts." "Now you see, Sam," Kong shouted. "Now you see why I thought it was a bad idea to let these amateurs handle the equipment." The group hadn't moved far from where they had entered, and the beast was sleeping a good 40 or so meters away. Even if the tracker came out fast from the gun, it was at such a great distance that it would never have hit. The girl started to break down in tears from the pressure and fear, and Linda went to console her. Seeing this just angered Kong more. This was a beast hunt. People needed to be strong-headed. Otherwise, why even sign up for the hunt in the first place? Kong went over and grabbed her by the wrist, dragging her, and then throwing her towards the center of the cave. "What are you doing?" Linda shouted. "Shut up! She needs to learn," Kong replied. "Go retrieve the tracker back. We can't go wasting equipment. Then we'll head back to Area 3 and head around to Area 5. There's no point. We all waste our energy going over to the other side." Due to the tunnel they would have to go through, Kong didn't want to go through Area 5 directly from Area 4. There was a downside to Area 4, even though it linked all the other areas with the tunnels, if they met a beast in between. There would be no room for movement, and the others knew this, which was why they didn't question it. The girl took a few steps forward before freezing and turning back. "On my own, what if the beast comes back through the tunnel? I'll die," she said. "Did anyone else fire the tracker?" Kong replied. "All right, I'll go," a sudden voice said, and Quinn walked to the front by the girl's side. "I'll get the damn tracker," Quinn said. "I could tell you were already shaking in your boots the moment you saw that beast." He then turned to the girl and said, "If you want, you can stay here." "No, if you want to waste your time, then go with her," Kong complained. "But she needs to be punished for what she's done." "Kong, will you chill out?" Sam interrupted. "We're on a serious quest where anyone could die, and you're acting like a spoiled brat." Sam couldn't take it anymore, and for the first time he had said what was on his mind. His and its teammates' faces were flushed with rage. Fex sat by Sam's side, twiddling his fingers. "Just try it. Come on, let's see you try," Fex thought, with his finger twitching. While everyone was busy arguing, they failed to notice that Quinn and the girl were already halfway there, but there was someone else running towards them. Linda. She would never have let a member of the faction go out on their own in such a dangerous place. This was the final straw. Once they had returned with the tracker, she would reveal herself and take over. It was too dangerous to leave Kong in charge now. Linda was running after them when she heard the commotion behind her. She had turned her head to see what was going on. It looked like a fight was going to break out.
Should I stop them now?
Everyone stop, Linda said as she turned around. From now on, I will be taking charge. The others were confused for a second, but then a shocked look appeared on their faces.
Huh? I haven't taken my mask off yet. Why are they all so shocked?
Then came the sound of a large, heavy weight crashing to the ground, followed by a loud thud. She could see it when she turned around. The mighty King Tier beast was back. It had come back, and it was in between where Linda and the others were, and where Quinn and the girl were placed. Well, I didn't expect this, but I guess it's time to improvise a little, Quinn thought. The little girl was shivering, scared and terrified. She wasn't going to move. Quinn had to pique the creature's interest. Using all of his speed and activating his boots, Quinn didn't freeze, and instead went to strike the beast's toe with all his strength, not holding back. Its large body mostly blocked what Quinn was doing, but he had performed a quick normal hammer strike. When it landed on one of the beast's toes, it slammed into it so hard that a small crater formed beneath it. The beast howled in pain. That got your attention, right? Come on, Quinn shouted as he ran away from the girls and the others towards the exit. Seeing the girl frozen, using all her speed, Linda went and grabbed the girl, picked her up, and brought her back to the others. Stay at the back. This is not your fight, Linda said. When she turned around, she wished to help Quinn, and when she did, she could see him up against a wall with the beast cornering him. The beast pounced forward, opening its wide mouth, then snapping shut with its large jaws, taking a large chunk of the cave wall with it. Where Quinn once was, there was nothing there anymore. Quinn, you idiot! You saved a life! But what was the point if you died in the process? Linda shouted angrily as she took off her clothes and revealed to everyone who she was. We will avenge our crow member and take down this beast, Linda said. I will be taking charge from here. Episode 571, Return of a Nightmare. Linda jumped into action, taking off her clothes and revealing her beautiful white and gold armor underneath. She was wearing the best gear she owned, and she was ready to go into battle. Her 2 daggers were drawn and held up in front of her. Each team cover an exit. We're not letting this beast escape, Kong shouted. No, Linda shouted back. I'm taking over. No one else is dying while I'm here. It's too risky to have a single team cover an exit. Ranged users, stay in the back. When you see an opportunity, tag it with a tracker. No one else is going to die, and at the same time, we're not going to let this beast get away. What is this crap? Kong thought. They went ahead and made me the leader, and then felt the need to babysit me by sending Linda? They think I can't handle a simple king-tier beast. Out of everyone, with no hesitation at all, Linda was the first one to charge in. Her aim was to gain the king-tier beast's attention. She was confident in her armor and skills to at least hold the beast. While running forward, she started to activate her ability. Her features started to change slightly, giving her a more charming look. Her eyes narrowed, and the grip around her daggers tightened. When she eventually got too close to the beast, it came at her like a bowling ball with a large swing of its tail. She leaped in the air, and the tail had missed. The blow was so strong and fierce that the wind from the swing was felt all the way to the back by the rest of the group. Come on, we can't just sit around, let's go, Fex said, running forward, and with him the group followed. Are they trying to get a jump on the beast and get the last hit? Kong thought. Well, I'm not going to let that happen. Come on, boys, let's go. With a battle cry, they too were now charging in. However, the remainder of Linda's group stood there, frozen in place. In a way, Blip had predicted this, which was why he wanted Linda to go with them. Blip expected that some of them would freeze at the sheer sight of a king-tier beast, but they needed to experience this. If they wanted to improve at some point in the future, this is what they needed to battle with. While running ahead, Fex was looking for Linda. He had seen her avoid the tail, but where was she? Above, above, Sam said. Hovering in the air, she flapped her 2 dark black wings. Right now, she really looked like a human mixed in with a crow. Her speed and movements were faster in the air. As she swept down, the beast tried to claw at her, but she was skilled, twisting and turning to avoid the blows. When going past the beast's neck, she held out her dagger, and a cut was made, piercing the skin. Too shallow, she said, but there was a smile on her face. Her daggers were king-tier level, and the beast was king-tier. Her ability was one that improved her overall skills and body structure, but it wasn't one that could be used to damage the beast alone. If she had anything less than a king-tier weapon on her, it would prove difficult to hurt the beast. Hoping to do some severe damage to the beast, she wanted to aim for the same wound again. Diving in, she avoided most of the attacks that were coming her way once again. Here was the shallow neck wound she had made before. If she could dig in her blade and open up the wound more, then the others could aim for that spot. Just as she was about to reach it, a large black ball appeared from the side and hit the beast in the head. It was a heavy blow, and the beast's head was chucked to the side, causing Linda's strike to miss. At the same time, its large, fat tail was swung outward and had knocked her out of the air. She tumbled across the floor, but quickly got back up. Her Emperor tier chest piece had taken the brunt of the hit. Still, the force was strong, and she had been hurt. Damn it, I was so close! When she looked up, Linda could see that the attack had come from Kong's group. Pass me another black ball, Kong said, and his teammate did just that. The ball was only a little bit bigger than a tennis ball. When hurling it, it came out fast and looked light, but when hitting the beast, one could tell it was heavy because it had knocked the beast back. The ball being used is made from intermediate beast crystals. It was costly for Kong, but it was the best way to use his ability. Depending on how many MC cells he used, he was able to make an object lighter or heavier. At the point of leaving his fingertips, he would be able to transfer this energy to the ball, making it fire like a slingshot. With the weight and speed, it had an even greater effect than a cannonball. He continued to hurl ball after ball, keeping the beast in place. Kong, wait! Linda shouted. She was partially annoyed that it had ruined her chance, and she knew that those balls would do nothing. Another ball was thrown, only this time it had swung its large tail again, and like a bat hitting a baseball, it threw the ball back towards Kong and his group. I'm not letting anyone die! Spreading her wings and shooting off like a rocket, she dived in front of Kong. The black ball had hit her chest pieces, and she had been thrown back into Kong. They were both sent flying back. What are you doing? Kong said as he shoved Linda off of him. Now she was kneeling over, and with a few coughs, blood could be seen coming from her mouth. The chest piece still remained undamaged, but she was hurt internally. If you were hit by that, you would have died, you idiot! Stop getting in my way! Linda shouted back in pain. With her narrow eyes, Kong could tell she was furious. Instead of apologizing, he just kissed his teeth. Fine, I won't get in your way at all. Boys, fall back! At this point, the men who were distracting the beast using their abilities stopped and listened to Kong's orders. Go on, leader. Show us how it's done, Kong said condescendingly. She gritted her teeth. She wanted to punch Kong right there and then. She couldn't believe they had allowed him to become a leader. Yes, she was strong, but she couldn't do this alone. All she wanted was for them to listen to her. Kong, you're finished after this. You're no longer a part of the crows, she yelled. Kong moved away with his group and left Linda out on her own. The beast snarled and started to walk towards Linda. It wasn't running away, and it was barely hurt. Kong was being cocky now, but if she didn't do something, then they would all die. Suddenly a piece of red string started to wrap around the beast's head and pulled it downward. It tried to snap its head, but a flurry of wind had come out, hitting it on the nose, a sensitive spot for the beast. It then tried to lift its claws up to scratch off whatever was around its neck, but at the same time, two people from underneath had attacked each claw. One with the loud bang of a whip, and the other with his own set of claws. This is what you were aiming for, right? Fex shouted, pulling hard on the strings. Then go for it! With its head being constrained and its limbs being kept busy, the neck was left wide open. Fex and the others had come to help. Still, before jumping in, they were observant, unlike Kong and his group. They could see what Linda was trying to do, or at least Sam could. He had advised everyone on the plan. Not wasting time, Linda flapped her wings and flew forward, digging her daggers into the beast's neck and slashing upward. Black blood could now be seen seeping from the wound, but the beast was still strong. The beast pulled Fex up, yanking him from the ground with its power, but Fex's string was strong and remained broken. He allowed him to reposition, landing on the ground and making more string, tying up the beast again. With all of them working together and Sam giving orders, it looked like they were slowly taking the beast down bit by bit, and soon it looked like the beast would be killed. Damn her, I'm out of the crows, Kong shouted in frustration. Does she even know how much I have given up for this group? Holding the black ball in his hand, he looked up at the beast. It was now moving far too radically for him to get a clear hit on it. While Linda remained on the ground, waiting for the perfect opportunity. You can't kick me out, Kong shouted, chucking the black ball, but it wasn't heading for the beast. Instead, it was heading for Linda's back.
Boss!
Sue shouted.
Sam had remained quite far back and was close to Linda. He had been on the outside observing the situation, giving orders and throwing in wind strikes where possible. His wind strikes were a mere tickle to the beast, but there was nothing else he could do. His mind was the only thing he could use to help in the battle. Linda had been too focused, waiting for an opening, and the only one that heard Sue's call was Sam. He turned around and saw the black ball. Sam then hurled in front of it, lifting his cape to cover both him and her. The ball had hit and was strong enough to slide them across the floor, but it eventually fell to the ground with not much damage done to either of them. Luckily, the cape was a gift from Nate and was at the king tier level. Even with the added strength of ability, the intermediate beast ball couldn't do much damage. Bringing the cape down, Linda could see the black ball, and it could have only come from one person. For a brief second, Linda was distracted, but the perfect opportunity seemed to have arrived. The beast had stumbled a lot of blood from the wound. Fax had managed to pull even harder on the string, stumbling, opening it up, and making a clear attacking place. "I have to attack now," Linda said, but before she could take a step forward, a large red line of aura had come out and hit the beast in the exact spot where the wound was. It was powerful and sharp, and chopped through the beast's skin until it had cut halfway through the throat, and eventually the beast had tumbled to the ground and was no longer moving. "What happened?" Linda thought, but then she realized she recognized the red line of aura. She had seen it so many times when watching the video. It looked exactly the same as what the Blood Evolver would use. From seemingly out of nowhere, a figure could be seen, and in his hand was the beast's crystal.
"Thank you for this gift. You have only made my job so much easier,"
a low, deep voice said. Looking in front of them, they saw a figure dressed entirely in black, wearing an Oni-style mask on his face and demon-like eyes on the top of his eyes. If anyone at the second military base were a student, they would have immediately recognized the figure. It was the same person who had wreaked havoc on General Duke. It was the return of the Night Demon. Episode 572, A Mistake and a Quest. "King tier beast killed. Congratulations, you are now level 32. After getting the last hit on the king tier beast, the message was all he needed to confirm the beast was dead. Quinn had already leveled up once from his multiple quests hunting intermediate beasts. The experience requirement kept getting higher, but he would often get bonus EXP for defeating a beast for the first time. Even more, if it was the first time the beast had been killed by anyone. It was the same this time. When using his inspect skill on the beast, Quinn didn't receive an instant level up quest. This meant that even if he killed it, he wouldn't have been granted a level up. The reason why he leveled up was due to the bonus EXP as well as the leftover EXP from the quests before. In a way, the system was telling him that the king tier wasn't as much of a challenge as it was once before. Standing opposite the group of people in the dark black suit that was made by Logan long ago, Quinn held the crystal in his hand. It was held up for everyone to see, and then suddenly it vanished from his hands in front of everyone. "What happened to the king tier crystal? Did he just destroy it?" a person from the crowd asked. "More importantly, what is that? Is it a human or a humanoid beast?" the others said, not wanting to get too close. Quinn was currently disguised as what the people at Base 2 knew as the Night Demon. None of his usual features could be seen, and unless one knew who was behind the mask, they couldn't tell it was him. Quinn wanted to think of a way he could take the crystals without having to give them back to the faction, and what better way than to have them stolen by some stranger who they had never seen before. When the beast came into a dark place like this, it was easy for him to use the shadow cloak to hide his body. Even if Linda could sense the presence, it would be difficult for even Quinn to deal with this many people here. They had a more dangerous matter at hand that would be a big distraction. If his friends were in trouble, he could jump in and help at any moment, but he felt like with Linda there, it wouldn't be needed. He waited for them to weaken the beast and then dealt the finishing blow, gaining the EXP. This was so he could be in top shape to face the other king-tier beast, as well as the emperor-tier beast. After all, there were only so many MC cells, and ki he could produce at the time. He would have to rest and recover. Now he would use Linda's knowledge against her. He knew Linda knew about his shadow powers. As long as he displayed only his vampire powers and wasn't caught, then they wouldn't be able to link the two things together. However, Quinn didn't know that Linda also knew about the blood evolver due to a slip-up from Nate. When she saw the red aura, she knew that this man behind her was the blood evolver, and she already had her suspicions about which group he belonged to. "Where are they? Who's missing?" Linda said as she looked around. She could see Fex, Paul, Sam, and lastly her number one suspect, Kaz. "What? But then who is the blood evolver?" There was one person that wasn't there, and that was Quinn. Even if he hadn't died and faked it, he had the shadow ability. She didn't understand how a person could have two abilities at once. Maybe one would think it would be a soul weapon, but based on what she had seen in the game, that was impossible. The game didn't allow one to use their soul weapons. The man in the black suit and demon eyes started to laugh maniacally in his deep voice, as if he was a madman.
"I have been following this shelter for a while now, biding my time, and now all of you have done the work for me," Quinn said. "It would take far too long for me to search this planet on my own, so I waited in secret day by day until finally you found the crystals I needed."
Fex had to hold in his laughter, but he was struggling quite badly. Quinn was currently delivering the evil monologue that he had suggested. Fex was the person who had helped him write the script. To throw them off course of it being one of the faction members, they wanted Quinn to clarify he wasn't associated with the faction. Even if it wouldn't do anything, it was worth a try. Ultimately, it would be nearly impossible for the faction to prove it was Quinn, even if they suspected him. That was because they would search him for the crystals, and the little display he did earlier was to place his crystal into his system inventory. As long as they remained in there, they would stay hidden. Suddenly, a black ball came flying out, whizzing past Linda's head, and it was aiming straight for Quinn, who was still in the middle of his evil laughter. It seemed like he was getting a bit carried away with his roleplay. Nevertheless, he wasn't unaware of what was happening. Holding out a single hand, the black ball had hit his palm. It was heavier than Quinn had expected, so his arm jerked back slightly, but he had still managed to stop it in place.
"He stopped it with his bare hands,"
Kong said in disbelief, and sweat was running down his forehead. All thoughts of Linda thinking that this might have been Quinn had gone out the window. This person had done something that maybe even she couldn't have done so easily, and the possibility of a student doing this? If it was true, this would have to be one of the world's strongest students, which was an impression she never got when looking at Quinn.
"You are quite annoying, aren't you?"
Quinn shouted while flexing his arm, throwing the black ball as hard as he could. It hit Kong right in the chest and threw him up against the cave wall. His weapon had knocked him out. That felt good, Sam thought as he saw this. Sam knew a little bit about the plan, and after seeing the red aura attack, he knew this was Quinn. He couldn't help but be thankful that Quinn had finally put Kong in his place. He just wished he was the one who had done it. Linda was now considering ways to get out of the cave without endangering the other students' lives. One of her men was injured. Even if she thought they could take on a single person on their own, it wasn't worth risking so many lives for a single king-tier crystal. "Head to the exit, let's get out of here," Linda said, leading the others to the closest tunnel. "You can keep your crystal." Just then, as Linda was moving along with everyone, they all heard a message come through on the receiver. "Emergency! Emergency!" the person on the other end shouted. "The Black Beast is now heading to Area 4. We have no clue what happened. It just suddenly woke up, and now it's taking off." But the message had come too late. The Black Beast had entered the room. It paused when it saw the Red Beast bleeding out on the floor and looked up at the sky, giving an almighty howl. It was clear it was a howl of pain. The beast's rage was directed at the people in front of it, particularly Linda and the rest of the group.
"Damn it, what timing?"
Quinn thought as he started to rush forward. The Black Beast was slightly larger than the red one, and it wasted no time swiping its large tail. Linda chose to not avoid the blow and take it head-on. If she could delay the tail by making it stay in place, it would give the others the chance to move. Using all her strength, she moved forward towards the tail while the rest of the faction members started to move back, hoping to get out of the tunnel entrance. For a brief second, when the tail collided with Linda, it was held in place, but shortly after her arms gave in, and it hit her across the chest piece. She hit the floor several times before coming to a stop. The pain this time was far worse than the beast before. "This one, it's stronger," Linda thought. Then a crack sound was heard. When she looked down, she could see that there was a large crack in her Emperor-tier armor. "That's impossible. This thing is nearly impossible to break. I wouldn't be hurt by a king-tier beast unless—" Quinn, noticing something strange as well, chose to use his inspection skill. "Everyone, run! Get out of here! On the order of the crows, if you do not leave this place, you will be banished from the faction. Linda screamed at the top of her lungs. New quest received. Defeat the Emperor Tier Beast. Reward, instant level up. It's an Emperor Tier Beast!
Episode 573, Everything We Have. When Linda saw her chest piece crack, she knew straight away the mistake they had made. A King Tier Beast couldn't damage Emperor Tier armor. The only thing that could would be Emperor Tier and above. This was what had tipped her off in an instant. The scout team, they must have made a mistake when they had only engaged the red beast. Because they look so similar, they just assumed, Linda thought. I swear when I get back there, will be some heads rolling due to this screw-up. After informing everyone of what was now in front of them, the group listened and left immediately, including those that were over at Area 2. Every time one faced a new tier of beast, there would be a significant increase in power. This wasn't something the C&D ranks could handle. They had seen the strength of a king tier, and without Linda, even that would have been too much for them. So obediently, they had left the cave as ordered. However, there were a few that had chosen to stay behind. Specifically, all of Quinn's group were still there. Fex looked at the beast with excitement, but he couldn't stop his body from shaking. He was getting the same feeling from the beast as he had from the king tier in the past. If Quinn wasn't going, then he wasn't either. Paul knew the strength of an Emperor tier beast. He had faced them before when he had the power. In a way, it showed how far he had fallen, but he also knew that Linda alone wouldn't be able to finish this beast off on her own. If Paul was staying, then Kaz would be too. Wherever he went, she would go. As for Sam, he didn't know why he had chosen to stay behind. Was it because his team was here, or did he think he could do something to help? Unlike Fex, he felt like his legs would buckle any second now, falling to the ground. On top of all this, one member of the Crows was still there, Kong, who was still passed out after being knocked down by the black ball from Quinn. Due to the reward of an instant level up, Quinn knew this would be a tough battle. Whenever this was the case, it meant the system had declared that either one of them could be the winner, which meant Quinn would have to use everything he had, including his shadow. However, he wasn't alone, and the system didn't seem to factor that in. Having recovered, Linda flew up in the air using her wings. Her chest was still hurting, so she wasn't as fast as before. Still, as long as she was at a height, then she would be able to avoid confronting the beast. "What are you guys still doing here? Run!" Linda shouted at the ones below, but they weren't listening. She gritted her teeth and immediately turned on her transmitter. "Blip! Blip! Answer me! We have an emergency! It's one of the king tier beasts, but it's actually an emperor tier beast. Hello? Hello?" "I can hear you, sis," Blip shouted back, but he was huffing and panting. "We're in a tough spot ourselves. Just get out of there." She could leave, but the members of her faction were down below. Even if they weren't with them for long, even if Kong wasn't a life worth saving, she couldn't just leave them. However, she soon realized that even if she wanted to leave, the beast wouldn't let her. The spikes on the beast's back started to vibrate, and then, a few moments later, they started shooting in all directions at the speed of bullets. There were many, and after avoiding the first few, the spikes eventually went through one of Linda's wings. She was doing everything she could to stay airborne, but then another few spikes pierced through, and she could no longer remain in the air, falling to the ground. She was high and in pain. Seeing the ground coming towards her face, all she could do was brace herself. She closed her eyes. "Huh? What's happening?" When she opened them again, all she could see was a dark shadow that her body was slowly sinking through. "Get out," Quinn said. She rolled her body off the shadow to find she had only fallen a few inches from the ground. Quinn had used the shadow to cushion her fall. Once she had rolled off, the shadow had slivered back to where Quinn was and had raised behind his back. Finally, she had put everything together. "Quinn," she said. "I wonder what gave it away," Quinn replied. She didn't know how or why, but for the time being she was grateful. Quinn knew that against a beast with this much power, using his shadow as a shield would be a waste of time. Blocking a blow would take up too many MC points, and then he couldn't use the shadow as a defense. He needed to attack with everything he had from the start. And it looked like the others felt the same way. No longer was Fex nor Kaz holding back, as they all started to perform blood swipes on the creature. It was working and hurting the beast, but it wasn't enough to do any significant damage. Paul had yet to learn a blood swipe and had attempted an attack, but after being knocked away by its tail, he decided not to try again. As for Sam, he remained frozen at the back of the cave. Everyone was attacking the beast, and eventually Sam had plucked up the courage to throw a wind strike of his own. It looked similar to the red strikes that the others were throwing. Although the others were hitting the beast and causing small scratches, Sam was doing absolutely nothing. His ability in this situation was useless. Why did I even stay behind? Sam thought. Eventually, the beast seemed to grow tired of this. Then it started to run around the cave on all fours at great speed. Once it had picked up enough speed, it curled up into a ball shape, with its razor-sharp spikes acting as armor. Like a tire, it plowed across the ground and up the cave walls. Everywhere it went, it destroyed and crushed everything in its path. Finally, it began to roll towards the group. Paul had grabbed both Sam and Linda, pushing them out of the way. Then, using all their strength to make an enormous blood swipe, both Kaz and Fex put together. It had hit and slowed down the beast, but still wasn't enough. They too eventually dived out of the way. Fex, in this instance, knew even his red string would be useless. Then there was the last stand, Quinn. Gathering up the energy in his fist, he started to activate his gauntlets, causing a stream of blue electricity. He had already started the motion for a hammer strike, but he needed to time everything perfectly. He slammed his foot into the ground, and he had it hit so hard it had sunken a few inches into the dirt. "The hammer strike! This is what he used to kill the vampire knight," Kaz said. "But will it be strong enough to deal with this thing?" "No, his movements, they're different," Fex said. Instead of pulling his hand back, he twisted his body to the side, and he bent down slightly, so now his right hand was towards his back foot, nearly touching the floor. Then, when the moment was right, he swung his right hand at the rolling beast as hard as he could. His fist had smashed into the right side of the beast's body, causing it to break out of its rolling position. A loud bang was heard as it impacted and nearly deafened everyone who was there. Infusing his ki and blood, he created a hammer hook. The beast was sent flying off to the left, while Quinn was sent flying back from the impact as well. "Negative 80 HP, 20 of 100 HP, chest piece was broken, defense has been lowered, durability of gauntlets is under 60%, gauntlets will now provide only 30% of stats given." Multiple messages had come up, but the pain was too great to read them. Quinn had nearly been killed from one blow alone. "Blood bank." Restoring his HP and using the shadow, he was able to slow himself down. Then he had a chance to look at the messages. The one he was looking for hadn't come up. The beast was still alive. But his teammates knew this as well, as they all fought the beast with everything they had, not holding back. The beast seemed to be significantly dazed by the blow. It was struggling to stand up on its fours and was tumbling. Blood swipes, fists, and even Linda had come in using her daggers. She fought through the pain as they did everything they could to kill this beast. It started to curl up once again, the same thing it had done when Linda was in the sky. It was as if it was about to self-destruct. "Inspect. Beast is going into berserk mode." But it wasn't that at all. The beast was going into another form. It's the final stand. It would rather die using the crystal inside its body than allow everyone else to live. If this happened, the crystal would disappear as well. Quinn wasn't going to let that happen. Running as fast as he could and throwing out his shadow, Quinn used the rest of his remaining energy to create 2 of his blood scythes. Then, using the last bit of his ki, he activated the blue shock. "Move!" Quinn shouted. They got out of the way, and right on its head, Quinn came hurling the 2 scythes. He swung from over the top of his head, downward as hard as he could. Ah! Like a grim reaper, he sliced the beast's head clean off. Quinn had used so much energy he was exhausted, and it seemed like the rest of the group was as well. Everyone had sat down on the floor for a well-deserved rest. It was a moment of peace and silence. Not one of them spoke to each other and just breathed in and out. The only one that felt like they were able to move was Sam, and this was because he hadn't helped much. "You guys, how strong are you?" Sam thought. Then another thought crossed his mind. "What are you?" Seeing the others resting, Sam decided to go over to where Kong was on the wall. He still hadn't moved, and he wanted to see if he was okay. Yes, he had treated him badly, but he was still another human, someone else who was fighting the war with him at the end of the day. "Hey, you alive?" Sam asked, but when he got closer he could see it. His armor, from the head downward, was covered in blood. "Guys, Kong! Kong!" Sam shouted. "He's dead!" Hearing this, Quinn at first thought it was his fault. Did he use too much strength? "Someone killed him!" Sam shouted. "There's a cut on his neck!" That's when Quinn realized what Sam was trying to say. A cut on the neck? When Quinn had fought back, there was another time he had seen a slit on the neck before.
Kaz! He looked and looked, but couldn't see her. The others were standing now, having made a partial recovery, but he still couldn't spot her. Kick! A sound came out. The sound had come from Linda. She instinctively pressed both of her hands on the wound around her neck and fell to the floor. Standing behind her was Kaz. No one is allowed to know of our existence, Kaz said, and then her head turned to her next target, Sam. Episode 574, A Different Solution. He didn't have to wait for her to move. Quinn could see it in her eyes what Kaz was planning to do. The problem was, his whole body was sore and done for. He couldn't move his muscles no matter how hard he tried. It was a downside to using ki. Quinn's body was fully healed thanks to the blood bank, but the effects of using too much ki lingered. There was nothing he could do but wait for the body to rest. In the future, he would have to consider using it only if necessary in longer fights. Otherwise, he would be in the desperate situation he is in now. Paul, protect Sam! When Quinn ordered, his eyes lit up red. Paul had no choice but to comply, and he was now standing in front of Kaz's path towards Sam. Sam was deeply confused about what was happening. Aren't we all on the same side? Why is she trying to kill me? Surprisingly, Kaz had stopped. Move, she said. However, even if Paul wanted to, he couldn't. He was under Quinn's control, but at the same time he felt it was right. Listen to Quinn, he's your lead. Before he could finish the sentence, Kaz had lifted her leg and kicked him on the side of the head. Paul reacted fast enough to cover up with his arm, but the strength was too much, and his whole body was flung to the ground. Sam, seeing the sudden strength of Kaz, started to back up, and now his back was pressed against the wall. Was she holding back her strength during the fight with the Emperor Tier Beast? Did she know this was going to happen? Quinn thought. Seeing the look on Sam's face, Quinn couldn't take it any more. He clenched his fist and pounded it into the ground. Kaz, he shouted, if you aren't going to listen to me, then I don't need you anymore. The dark thoughts filled his head, and his inner desire was released. Black smoke appeared from his back, and soon, where Sam was, a large figure had appeared from the black mist. The Bone Claw had arrived. Kaz proceeded to try to kick the Bone Claw away, but it matched it with a swing of its arm. It was a battle of strength, but there was a clear winner as Kaz skidded across the floor several feet. Huh? Where is it? Kaz thought, and the next second the Bone Claw was directly behind her, swiping again. A clanging sound was heard, as if the claws of the Bone Claw had struck metal, and Kaz's body was pushed to the ground. Something had been hit, but there was no blood present. It's the First Family's ability, Fex thought. However, it was weaker than Bryce's. Whatever had blocked the attack, it looked like the Bone Claw's sheer power would be able to push through it soon. Kaz was on the floor, yet to recover from the blow. Then, once again, as if the Bone Claw had teleported, it was in front of her and attacked. The clanging sound resurfaced, but this time the attack had succeeded. Its large fingers looked like they were ready to scratch her face off until they were stopped, only a few inches away. A red string could be seen holding back the arm by the elbow, and Fex was doing everything he could to hold the Bone Claw back. Quinn, we can't do this. I know what she's doing is wrong, but it's happened twice now. But think about it. What would happen if a vampire knight was to die? Fex shouted. Hearing these words, Quinn started to think back to his time as Vincent. He had more experience of vampire life back then, and he knew the answer because of this. If he gets rid of Kaz, a vampire knight, then there would be no excuses. If they said the reason why or said it was an accident, they would simply send someone higher to look out for their group. They would send a vampire leader. Maybe that was why Bryce had even sent such a troublesome vampire in the first place. If Kaz died, he could blame their incompetence, sending them back from the mission, or a vampire leader like himself could be used to put them on watch. Whatever the case, he wasn't going to fall for it. Thinking about these things, his original desire to want Kaz dead had disappeared, and at the same time, it looked like the Bone Claw was starting to turn into mist once more. The Bone Claw, it's really linked to my true desires. It wasn't much, but it was a realization that perhaps Quinn could control the Bone Claw in the future. It didn't look like Kaz would attack Sam any time soon. She was afraid Quinn would use his familiar again, even though he couldn't right now, even if he wanted to. Having regained some of his strength, he stood up. Kaz, what are you doing, and after last time? Quinn asked. He wasn't going to let some childish act fool him this time. What do you suggest that we get rid of these people's memories? Kaz replied. There are too many people involved that saw your red aura. We remove their memories and alter them to make them forget. The more specific the memory you want to change, the harder it is, and it's even worse if you want to make up your own story about it. There is the option of just removing the memory completely, which has a higher chance of working, but if we just make them forget, what happens when the others in the faction talk about it? Both of these people have curious minds. She'd even sent someone to look into you. It seemed like Kaz had been playing stupid all along, Quinn thought. She even noticed that Suze was working for Linda. When they start asking about the red aura, they will go searching for why their memories disappeared. That's just how people are. Then what? To remove everyone's memories of this whole event? If one person's memory can't be removed, then we will have to get rid of them anyway. Quinn understood what she meant by curious minds, because Sia's was one of them. When he removed all of her memories, all she did was try to get her memories back, and even now she is like that. Paul had just recovered from the kick from the sidelines, but he had heard everything. It started to make him think. Were the vampires going to even let their people go? He could see how far Kaz was going to go to stop humans from knowing about the existence of vampires. When he thought about the possible options that had just been presented, they were all the same to him. Even if the soldiers were forced to forget, the fact that their memories were erased would trigger an investigation. The vampires weren't so stupid to ignore this, but rather they wouldn't risk it. Are they just using this so I comply, or are they using this just to keep Quinn in check? They know he cares about humans. He needed to think about it. It was something he had to discuss with Quinn when Kaz wasn't there, something that appears to be impossible right now. While in the middle of his thoughts, a few coughs were made from behind. Quinn turned his head and could see Linda on the floor, still holding her wound. Her mouth had filled with blood, and she was deathly pale. Her crow ability allowed her to heal slightly quicker than normal humans. It was the only reason she was still alive today. Still, it wouldn't last that much longer. Walking over to her, Quinn had a determined look in his eyes. The blood filled his nose, and the scent got stronger as he got closer, but he ignored it. "What are you doing?" Kaz asked. "I'm saving her," Quinn said. "Another person is not dying, especially not because of me." "You mean you plan to turn her?" "If I turn her, she becomes one of us. Do you have a problem with them living then?" Quinn asked. Kaz just started to laugh. "You're an idiot. Yeah, sure, that's fine. But is this going to be your answer to everything, Quinn? There are only so many people vampires can turn. Even you must have a limit. Judging by your power, you're very close to it." She was right. So far, Quinn had turned 6 people. If he were to turn these 2, then that would be 8, only leaving him 2 more times he could do the blood ritual. With the way things were going with Kaz around, he'd have to do it again to save lives, while not enraging the vampires. "This can't be the answer to the problem. This is only a temporary solution. And Quinn, when you can't turn any more people, and you have to do what needs to be done, I will be there to do your dirty work. I always am," she said. Quinn knelt by Linda's side. "Blood ritual activated." "That's fine," Quinn thought. "By the time I run out of slots, I will be ready to get rid of you."
Episode 575, The Seventh Blood Ritual. On the new land, a landscape that could be seen once one climbed halfway up the mountain. Blip was seen huffing and panting. He was on his knees, gasping for air, covered with wounds and his wings wholly scorched. In front of him was the long-awaited crystal they had been fighting for. Depending on what type of beast it was, most of their bodies would remain until the land naturally decomposed them, although they seemed to deteriorate quickly once the crystal had been extracted. The beast they had been fighting was an elemental type. Once they were beaten, their bodies would cease to exist, leaving just the crystal in its place, and that crystal was the very thing Blip was looking at now. It should have been a joyous occasion for them all. He should have been smiling. It wasn't every day one would get an Emperor-tier beast crystal. Even though he had only ever faced one before this one, he couldn't celebrate. How could he, when on this mission one of his people had died? Lying on the floor, Mitchell was there, his glasses broken, and an inconsolable sob was coming from Megan. Nate had made it out alive, but he too felt like he couldn't celebrate. This was his first time taking on an Emperor-tier beast, and he didn't wish to do it again any time soon. "The others," Blip said. "I need to know what happened to the others." "Linda was with them, right?" Nate said. "There shouldn't be a problem then." In Nate's head, he was also thinking that because Quinn was there as well, they definitely shouldn't have any problems dealing with 2 king tiers. He would have taken that over 1 emperor tier any day. "No, the other beast. It wasn't a king tier, but an emperor tier as well," Nate replied. "Hello, Linda! Linda, reply!" But there was no answer. Changing the frequency, he started to speak out to all the teams. "Please give an update on the current situation," Blip asked desperately. Nate had never seen him like this. Even when fighting the Emperor Tyr, he seemed calm and uncaring, but now he was more panicked than ever. He was a man who cared about his sister more than anything. "Report coming in," a voice was heard. "The teams are already returning to the shelter as ordered by Linda. She has remained behind with a few of the others. We don't know what happened to her." "You abandoned her?" Blip shouted. He opened his mouth and was ready to curse them all for leaving her behind, but Nate had placed his hand on his shoulder. "Look what happened to us," Nate replied. "They wouldn't have been able to do anything." Hearing something reasonable from someone who was usually very unreasonable allowed Blip to think a lot clearer. In the end, it was the best decision to make to save the maximum number of lives possible. This was a tragic day for them. Blip couldn't imagine how many people they might have lost today. "We have to go help them," Blip said that while standing on his 2 feet. He soldiered on through the pain, even though one of his legs was badly injured. "What? Are you crazy?" Megan shouted. "We barely survived this, and you want us to go fight another Emperor Tier beast?" Once again, she started to break down, staring at Mitchell's body. "Where does it stop?" she cried. "Why can't it go back to how the crows used to be?" Blip had no answer for Megan's cries and just remained silent. He knew what she meant. The Greylash family put a tremendous amount of pressure on their faction to deliver the crystals, threatening and blackmailing them. They were now more reliant than ever on each other for their protection, and they used that to their advantage. It caused a rush in their actions. If they were like the old crows, they wouldn't have tried facing such a beast until they were ready, or maybe they would have even spent more time doing research. A mistake in grading a tier beast wouldn't have happened. No one was at fault. They were all pushed too much to do their jobs. "You guys head back to the base. Take Mitchell's body," Blip said. "You have done enough for today." "Are you going?" Nate asked. "Of course, she's my sister. I need to at least try to save her," Blip replied. "I'm going with you. I have someone I want to see is okay as well." Due to Nate's ability, out of all of them, he had come out of the battle the least damaged. If worse came to worst, and Linda was already dead, then Nate could carry the body out and back to the shelter. He was also now even more worried. If they struggled against an Emperor Tier this much, then what about the others? Even with Quinn, the bloody Volver, he would find it a struggle. "Sam, I hope you weren't one of the ones that stayed behind." Back in Area 4, Quinn had placed a bit of his Sylvia on Linda's wound inside the cave. It helped the healing process a bit, and the cut was quite deep, and he needed to act fast. He drew blood from his hand, and he dropped it into Linda's mouth. "Blood ritual activated." "I don't know how much of this you'll be able to hear, Linda, but I'm saying this now all for yours and Sam's sake," Quinn started to explain. His knees were on top of Linda's hands as her body started to struggle. The turning process was always a tough one, but for her, if she moved about while having a wound this bad, it might kill her before the process was completed. So Quinn applied pressure with both his hands while staying on top of her. "You might be wondering how I have 2 powers, or you might have wondered, and now you have your answer. The truth is, I don't have 2 abilities, and only have one, the shadow ability. As for the red aura, that is something that all of us can do. That's right, I'm making a differentiation between you and us because we are different. Judging from our conversation, you might have heard the word thrown about a few times already, but we are vampires. No, it's not a joke, and some days I really wish it was. We feast on human blood to survive. We see better in the dark, and we are more powerful than your average human. You saw what we could do today, and we're not the only ones out there. We have a set of rules that the vampires must follow, and one of these rules is that no human must know about us. Linda, today if I wished to save your life, I had no choice but to turn you." At this point, Linda was screaming in pain as her body felt like it was on fire. She could feel everything changing inside. Fortunately, the wound on her neck had nearly completely gone. It looked like soon the process would be over. "For you, Sam, you have a choice. I will not force you to become one of us. You heard us talking before, but there is something we can do for you and you only." Quinn paused before giving the option, as memories of doing this once didn't really go down well. "We can remove all of your memories. I don't know how you will act. Maybe you'll try to find out the truth, but you wouldn't have to live your life any longer being human. If we just remove his memories, it's unlikely they will find out, right, Kaz?" Quinn asked, hoping she would agree. He wanted to at least give Sam an option. "I will allow it, but if he finds out again or starts digging around on his own, then I will have to put a stop to it.
Remember, he also has that busybody of a friend of his. Sam thought about it for a while, but instead of thinking of all the negatives, of no longer being human and having to consume blood, Sam could only think of the positives in all of this. Sure, Quinn had only told him briefly what it was like to be a vampire. Maybe Sam didn't understand how the changes would impact his life, but was the one he currently had worth holding on to? Nate, you keep getting further and further ahead of me. Maybe one day you'll be too far for me to reach you, Sam thought. If he didn't do something, then everyone would leave him behind. Quinn, you don't have to worry, Sam replied. I've made up my mind. At that moment, an almighty yell came from underneath Quinn. A surge of power could be felt under his knees. He quickly jumped off and stood back. No, don't tell me she's another banshee. I can't go through with that again, Vex replied. The screaming had ended. It wasn't as loud and piercing as before, which ruled a banshee out of the equation. The question was, what had Linda become? Congratulations. The blood ritual was a success. 7 of 10. Cursed family members created.
Episode 576. Moving on. Seeing the notification screen, Quinn prepared himself for the worst. There was always the chance that someone could be turned into something hostile. If Quinn was correct, he had an idea of what Linda might turn into. There was once a similar situation in the past, one where someone was close to death, Peter. For him, he had turned into a ghoul, needing to feast on the living to evolve and live. On the ground, on the first inspection, she looked no different. Her body was moving fine, but Quinn could hear no heartbeat. You have created a basic Draugr. Draugr, an undead creature that possesses superhuman strength. They contain super healing abilities and have possible evolutions in the future, which will allow them to gain new abilities unique to the Draugr. Its natural nature is snappy as it has a short temper. Its strength is on par with its creator. However, it will not scale as the creator gets stronger. All other stats are half those of the original creator. Must feast on human flesh to evolve and heal, but it is not necessary to consume. If never fed, it will continue to live as long as it remains uninjured. It was as Quinn had guessed. It was another Category B subclass. But he was relieved. He had saved her, and it looked like she wouldn't try to kill everyone on sight. Now off the ground, she placed her hand on her neck. The wound has completely healed. She looked at Quinn for a brief second, and then her other hand started to fiddle somewhere. Before the others knew it, she had grabbed her dagger and leaped towards Kaz. Fex had reacted the quickest, tying his red string around her arms in an attempt to hold her back, but he soon found out that even with the red string, she was too strong. While she carried on moving forward, he was being dragged along the floor with her. Yep, just sit there and watch, guys. It's not like a little help would be appreciated, Fex said, grunting. Still, she was slow, and Fex's string was slowing her down. Quinn had eventually recovered enough to stand in front of her and hold her back. Linda, what's wrong? Are you okay? He asked, thinking if there was anything in the description he had missed. Why did she suddenly try to attack Kaz? Linda screamed in anger. Quinn, I am in your debt. I heard what you said. I know what I have become. I can feel it. I can tell I've changed, but I can't blame you for this. You killed the Emperor Tyr, and then you saved my life. There were no tears or sadness in her voice. Instead, it seemed like there was just pure anger pouring out of her. But she tried to kill me. She slit my throat. How can I stand here when the person who hurt me is right there? How do I explain to my brother what I have become? Well, it's simple, Kaz replied. You don't. Otherwise, I'll do the same thing I did to you, to him. Turning his head around, Quinn was now the one who had snapped. Shut up! Quinn shouted. It was so fierce that Kaz had jumped back and raised her hands. In her head, she had imagined Quinn attacking, but there was no such thing. What the hell was that? Calm down, Linda, Quinn said with his eyes still glowing red, and a strange feeling was felt in her body. She felt compelled to listen and follow. Good. Believe me, Linda, I didn't want any of this to happen. Not again, and I understand how you feel. I really do. Let's just take this one step at a time. Usually Linda would have thought about things and not acted so impulsively as she had done, but there was a wave of strange anger inside her every time she looked at Kaz. Quinn, I'll keep your secret, not just to protect you, but to protect the people I care about as well. But that bitch better watch her back, Linda said, nice and loud so she could hear. Looking at Sam and what had just happened, Quinn himself was having second thoughts about turning him, but he had no choice. Kaz, we'll do the other one back at the base, Quinn wasn't asking, but this time he was telling her. Linda was an emergency. Sam's can wait. And if he tells anyone about this,
What are you going to do then? Kaz asked.
Quinn turned around and looked at her. Well, then you will just have to try to kill me for spilling the secret, won't you? For the first time she had come here, Quinn had caused her to get goosebumps. This feeling of dominance one person had over another was only felt by her by other leaders, which Quinn never gave off before until today. She hoped he was joking about those words, but he was dead serious. It looks like I might have to make an in-person report soon. There were still a few problems they needed to sort out before they could even think about leaving the area, and one of them was on their way. Linda! Linda, can you hear me? Please reply. Are you all okay? Blip asked.
Blip, Linda replied.
She paused for a second, thinking of what to say before she finally replied.
I'm okay. We're just recovering for now.
Hold on. We're coming to Area 4. We'll be there in about half an hour, Blip said, and the transmission ended there.
Quinn, what am I? Am I like you? Linda asked.
We don't really have time to explain. I promise when we can meet up and I can go through it with you all, I will. But there's something more important right now. You might not be able to tell, but when one is turned, they lose their ability. There's a chance that you can still learn your old one. Some abilities are compatible with both humans and vampires. However, you'll have to relearn it from scratch again. For now, it's best if you don't take part in anything that would require you to show your ability. Otherwise, the people at the base will find out. She paused, closed her eyes, and tried to transform, but she felt nothing. Her heart had sunk at that moment. That was one of the more daunting things for her, one of the realizations that she was no longer what she once was. Her family ability, the ability that she and her brother shared, was why they had called the whole faction the Crows in the first place. Still, there was hope she would have the same ability.
That should be fine, Linda replied. After an event like this one, I don't think we will be going on any big expeditions anytime soon. Besides, I mostly do admin work these days anyway.
The next thing they needed to sort out was Kong's body. Quinn went over to it first, and with his finger, he dipped it in and took a few drops of blood, placing it on his mouth.
AB positive blood type consumed. +1 stamina point.
Kong had been killed, and Quinn was unsure of when it had happened, but there was no chance of saving him. Honestly, he was starting to wonder if he even would have. With his slots filling up quickly, he would have to start thinking about those he wished to turn and those he didn't. He wasn't a complete saint that could just go around saving everybody. For Linda, he had still thought things through. She would make a strong ally where they were currently, as co-founder of the faction. She could even help them move around and find out even more information. But for Kong, he wouldn't have been able to provide anything. We need to get rid of the body. Maybe we can just bury it and say it was eaten by a beast or something, Quinn proposed. That's when he noticed that Linda's eyes were being drawn over to the body. It reminded him of Peter again.
I'll do it,
Kaz said, while walking past Linda. She had snatched one of the daggers from her hand, too quick for her to react. Then, standing in front of the body, she started to strike at it. The king tier dagger had sliced through to the bone, and the rest of the body like butter. What Quinn noticed, though, was that even though she was moving so fast, the blade was cutting multiple times. One strike had caused at least 5 to appear on his body. He had seen this happen before as well, with Bryce. The first leader's ability, it's a strange one, he thought. Eventually, the body had been minced up so much that it did look like mincemeat on the floor. Linda, I hate to do this to you, but it will be easier this way, Quinn said, shaking his head. I order you to eat. His eyes glowed red. He had used his influence skills, and at the same time, her being part of the same family, she felt like it was something she had to do. On top of this, her new body had natural urges to go in. But she was more strong-willed than Quinn thought. She didn't complain. She didn't ask what he was doing, but instead, she just did it. Once the body was completely gone, all they could do now was wait for Blip and the others. Status, level 33. 0 of 204,800 EXP needed. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Stamina, 43. Charm, 46. With no equipment on, these were Quinn's current stats. With the 2 level-ups from before, he had put a stat point into strength, making it hit 50, then placed the other 2 into agility. Now that these 2 were at 50, he would focus once again on increasing his charm points to the next level. It seemed like he might be needing it here soon after, if he was to continue to comply. The rewards for killing the King tier and the Emperor tier beast were lacking, and honestly, Quinn was a bit disappointed. Other than the instant level up in EXP, he had received nothing else. However, he couldn't be upset for long,
as right now in his system he contained both the King Tier crystal and the Emperor Tier crystal as well. Currently, the highest level of equipment he had on him was the Advanced Tier gauntlets. A smile appeared on Quinn's face, as he couldn't stop thinking about what equipment he would get from these two crystals. It looked like it was time for him to visit his old forger friend, Alex Way.
Episode 577, Military Base 2 returns. The group had patiently awaited Blip's arrival in Area 4. Linda was still processing what she had just done, so they didn't speak much. She wanted to be disgusted when she thought about it. Instead, she was just reminded of the taste. It felt completely natural, as if someone was remembering their last meal. Finally, when Blip and Nate had arrived, the first thing Blip did was drop to his knees and start to sob uncontrollably. When he had heard there was an Emperor Tier and Linda had stayed to fight it, even though he knew she was safe, he couldn't help but imagine things. Maybe she was missing a limb or two, or an eye had been poked out, but she looked fine.
"Sis, you did a good job," Blip said, giving her a big hug. "Huh, you seem a little cold."
Usually, Linda was a little cold in her attitude and words, but this time he meant literally, as his skin touched hers and he could feel no warmth. "I think I'm just drained," Linda replied. Everyone walked out together and started to head back to the shelter. Each group started to retell what happened. Blip was first, starting with the good news that they were able to obtain the Emperor Tier crystal, but then ending it with a bummer when they were informed that Mitchell was dead. Linda was frustrated at this. She yelled into the sky when she heard the news, and now that it was her turn, she didn't really want to tell her brother what happened. Now that she was thinking about it, there wasn't any good news at all. The King Tier and Emperor Tier crystals were stolen, and a member of their team died. Still, she had to make the report and detail the mysterious man who had stolen the crystals. There was one detail she altered, and that was that the Demon Tier beast had run away, uninjured from the area. Her theory was that it must have only stayed in that area to look after the red one. After seeing it dead, it decided to leave the place. These were all lies, of course.
"Sis, don't be upset," Blip said. "No one could say you did a bad job. If anything, you did a better job than I did. A larger group full of weak and inexperienced individuals took on a King Tier and an Emperor Tier, yet only one person died. I am interested in this strange individual, though. How did he know of our plans or when we would go out on the expedition? Also, was there someone that powerful on the planet this whole time? I can't help but feel the person was originally from our shelter, most likely from the faction. What I'm worried about more is how the Greylash family will react to the news. We have to submit a report, and they will come to the same conclusion. When we get back, search for each of the members in their rooms. They won't like that we're invading their privacy, but I'm sure they will understand once we explain it to them."
"Brother, they're not going to make us go back there, are they, with an Emperor Tier demon on the loose?" Blip paused for a second as he continued to walk. Honestly, he didn't think it was a good idea that they should. There were 2 Emperor Tier beasts on the outskirts of the new land alone. Blip couldn't imagine what there possibly could be even further in the unexplored new land. Their faction was simply too weak for a task like this. If the Greylash family insisted on them going to this new land without sending support, Blip would have to reconsider his relationship with them.
"For now, we will take down any quests that are in that area," Blip replied.
Blip kept his word when he returned to the shelter. They searched everyone, including Quinn, who had gone on the expedition. But of course they found nothing. What could they do without any evidence or suspects? "He's alive!" Some people pointed at Quinn. "When I stayed behind, it looked like he hadn't eaten after all," Linda replied. "He was hidden between a crack in the cave walls and didn't come out until the whole thing was over."
"What a coward! First he runs and gets Freddy killed, then he just hides while everyone is fighting for their lives. For a second, I thought he was kinda cool when he went forward with that girl back there."
They bought Linda's lies relatively easily because they knew it was simple. The man they had seen who hurt Kong and their King Tier was strong and had a strange ability. Quinn was weak and only had a speed ability. No one would ever guess that these two were the same people. There were no points awarded for this quest because no crystals were obtained. The faction did, however, agree on 2 points. Everyone's basic credit fees would still be paid, and they could take a week off if they wanted, just like any other quest. Most people felt this was reasonable. Before, it was the end of the day. Blip had asked for witness accounts of what had happened. He would have people interviewed one by one, as he would need to give a detailed report, and was wondering if he could snuff out the mysterious man. Through his investigations, he had learned what Kong had done. If that man had come back alive, Blip probably would have killed him himself.
It's bad to think about the dead like that. May you rot in... may you rest in peace.
His investigation led to nothing, and he was done with the report. All he could do now was wait and see how the Greylash family would respond. The next day there was a morning meeting as usual, but it was mostly to pay their respects to the two people that had died. Kong and Mitchell. It had been a tough month for them. 3 deaths were so close together. After the meeting was done, everyone split. There weren't many who had chosen to go on a quest today. The morale of the whole base was down, especially since one of the leaders was killed. Inside Nate's room, Sam had been called. "Go on then," Nate said. "Tell me what happened." "I think you already know. The mysterious person was Quinn." Sam also told him that the Emperor Tier Beast was also killed, and how Quinn had taken the 2 crystals. Sam knew this information was safe with Nate. Even though he had joined the faction and was one of the higher members, he hadn't been here long enough to have any loyalty to them. He cared for people and would help them out where need be, but this place was merely a stepping stone for his goals. "So he can really take on an Emperor Tier Beast? He must be getting stronger," Nate said with a smile. Sam was happy that Nate didn't ask for details about the whole thing. Whether or not he had used his red aura abilities or shadow abilities, quite honestly, Sam didn't know how much he was allowed to say. But it looked like Nate just wanted to compare his strength with Quinn's. "Is there something else you want to tell me?" Nate asked. He could tell by the look on Sam's face that there was more. Sam was debating whether or not to tell him the truth of what he had found out. There was no one around them now, and he knew Nate would be understanding of the situation. They were best friends, and he would have liked to have confided in someone. "Nate, I just wanted to say I will catch up with you one day, and that time might come sooner than you think," Sam said. "I look forward to seeing it," Nate replied. With their meeting done, Sam left the room, and when he did, he could see a young-looking girl walking down the hallway. He gulped and realized that maybe he had just saved his and Nate's lives by keeping his mouth shut. "Quinn, I hope you can control her." Today, the group was in a different location as they prepared to send Quinn off. For now, he had managed to convince Kaz to turn Sam a little later, when things had quietened down a bit. That way, they could prepare for whatever he might turn into, and she seemed fine with it now. So Quinn was to head off to a different planet under the Greylash family banner, the reason being to see Alex Way. He needed a few things to talk to him about, and he wanted him to turn the 2 crystals into something amazing. "Vex!" Quinn said before stepping into the teleporter, but he wasn't alone. To watch Quinn while on the other planet. Linda had volunteered to go with him. She had convinced Blip that she wanted to talk to the other faction about a few things, see what their situation was like compared to theirs. In truth, she thought it would be a good opportunity to learn more about herself and just what secrets this world had. I know, I'll watch them," Vex replied. And with that, Quinn was gone. They didn't know how long Quinn would be gone, maybe a few days, but they were without him. Back at one of the training rooms, Blip and Nate were sitting down in their seats. It was a rare occasion, but they were to welcome 3 new people into the faction today. Like Quinn and his group, these 3 would also have to go through the assessments. When they entered, Nate was surprised by how young they looked. Most of the recruits were adults switching sides, but these guys were clearly students, like Nate and Quinn. It was rare because students would often go where their families were or stay with the military, so it was a standout factor. "You guys are students, right?" Nate asked, trying to confirm his suspicions. "Correct, sir," one of the more timid-looking students said. "Don't worry, I'm a second-year student as well, or at least was. I would have just graduated. What about you? What year and what base are you from?" "We're all first-year students who are going into our second year, sir. We are from the 2nd military base." Episode 578, Night Demon's Identity. Before Linda and Quinn had met Alex, Linda was busy taking in the information she had been given. She was starting to think about the Crows and their place in all of this. The Greylash family didn't care about their faction. They simply saw them as a tool to be used. The deaths of their members were just a number. That's when she noticed it. People dressed in strange white robes gathered around the shelter. In an instant, she knew who they were. They were members of the Greylash family. "I wonder what they are doing here. They have only been to the Crow's base once when we were first set up." She was interested, but she was here for Quinn for now. When Alex saw someone approaching, his vendor got excited. He sat straight up and cleared his throat, since it hadn't been used for the whole day. "Welcome, sir." Here I only offer you the best of the best. If you're not interested in any of this standard stuff, I can even personally craft you something. Clicking his fingers, you won't be disappointed. Quinn paused for a bit. He seemed to remember Alex being quite a problematic person, grumpy in a way, but his personality had done a complete 180-degree change. "Hello," Quinn said. "Hello?" Alex replied back. Quinn paused. He was waiting for Alex to recognize him, but there was only silence between the two of them as they locked eyes. "Hey, are you going to purchase anything, or are you just going to waste my time?" Alex yelled. "Scram! Get out of here!" This was more like the Alex he remembered. Hoping to jog his memory, Quinn held out his hands, and the shadow equipped the two gauntlets quickly. Alex's eyes widened as he saw them. Of course he wouldn't forget about working on these. It was the best work he had ever done. He looked up at the person and then realized that he did look similar to him, but at the same time different. "Ah, it is you," he said with a smile. The two of them went behind the vendor, while Linda stood in front, pretending to be a customer. She was interested and listened in on what they had to talk about. She was wondering why this person in particular was so important that he had to come and see him. "I was going to ask for my share of the profits," Quinn said, "but it looks like business isn't exactly going well." "It's this damn Civil War," Alex replied. "The gear you gave me was perfect, and I was able to come up with a few great designs, but they were all at the intermediate level. That wasn't a problem, and I was starting to get a few orders of them online from the other military bases. But now with the war, everyone is looking for advanced tier and higher. I just can't compete with that. It's the same problem as before. Since I'm less experienced and was a student, no one will give me a chance." But Quinn knew it was only a matter of time. Forgers have been highly sought after, especially one of Alex's caliber. Maybe not now, but many people would be after him. Thinking about it, Quinn now also had some advanced tier equipment that he had made from the system. He had done so thanks to Edward bringing the materials, but Quinn didn't want to give them to Alex, not yet. With the way things were, it was better that no one had noticed him. If they had, the families would never let him go. "Do you remember what I said before? You still want to do it?" Quinn asked. Alex hesitated for a moment. He remembered that it was the only thing he looked forward to ever since Quinn had proposed the idea. But with the way things were, how could he make his own forging empire? "I do, and I wish we could still do it," Alex complained. "We can," Quinn replied. Quinn then went on to tell Alex about his plan to form his own faction. Quinn wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do, but it was the only thing he could think of based on his personality from the previous time. "Create a faction in a time like this? That's crazy. You're crazy," Alex said. "But I do like it. This place, I don't understand it, Quinn. They made me go out on a hunt every week, but I'm no fighter. I'm a forger. Every week I think it might be my last." His body was shaking slightly while thinking of the times he barely escaped fate. "Look, it's impossible to leave now, but if you make your faction and find some way to get me out of this place, then it's a deal. I don't want to die just having been a vendor my whole life." Quinn was pleased with the result. With a forger as good as Alex, he did not doubt that his team would be able to grow in strength. Next, from the palm of his hands, 2 crystals appeared. As soon as Alex saw these, he nearly fell back. His heart felt like it was going to escape from his chest. He looked left, right, and left again. "Where did you get these? Did you steal them?" Alex whispered. In a way, Quinn felt like he had stolen one of them, so he chuckled nervously. "Are you up for it?" Quinn asked. "You mean... No, are you kidding?" "Yes!" Alex shouted, and for a second, everyone turned to have a look at what he was so excited about. He took a few deep breaths, bearing in his emotions before speaking again. "Of course I can work on these. I just have one favor," Alex said, rubbing his 2 hands. Quinn handed him a gold money card, expecting this might be a problem. "Here, use it on whatever you need, and any essentials for yourself. I'll come to pick it up with the items." On the few hunts Quinn and the group went on, they killed many beasts. Completing one hunt was like completing 5 in one go, so for now, Quinn had plenty of credits. Now that he had Linda, he even thought he might be able to get a few discounts here and there back at the base. "It will take me 3 days," Alex said. "Do you know what they can be turned into?" Quinn asked. "I don't know. I will have to rent out a forger's room and have a check, but don't worry about it. Let me just take a few measurements of you now, and I promise I'll make the best equipment possible with these crystals." After taking the measurements, Quinn and Linda said their goodbyes and would return in 3 days. Almost instantly, Alex had closed the vendor even though it was the middle of the day and rushed to get to work on the crystals. "What do you want to do now?" Linda asked.
3 days was an awkward amount of time. It didn't warrant the cost of returning to their shelter, and it was a little too long to just stay and do nothing. "If you have nothing to do you mind if we pay the base here a visit?" Linda asked. Quinn saw no problems with this, but he was curious as to why she wanted to. "This base used to be owned by the Eagles, a faction that you could say were rivals with the Crows. It's nice to see how they are handling things compared to us, now that we're on the same side. Besides," Linda's eyes then looked at someone who walked past fully dressed in a white robe, and Quinn noticed it too. "The Greylash family are here, and I wanted to know why." The Greylash family, the ones who first started the war and under whom Quinn is currently working. Honestly, Quinn also wanted to know what their aim in all of this was. There was another way Quinn could achieve his goal quicker, and that was to join with one of the current powerhouses. He didn't like the way the military ran things, so that was out of the question. But who was to say that one of the other big four ideals didn't match up with his own? So far, he hadn't had the best impression of things, based on how the bases were run. "Let's go," Quinn said. They had arrived at the Eagles' base, and after Linda made them aware of who she was, they were allowed in. A man was sent to escort them and was currently leading them to the founder of the Eagles. "You've come at a difficult time, miss, but I suppose it isn't too bad," the escort said, who was an older gentleman with a square hat. "Dennis is currently entertaining the guests from the Greylash family. Apparently they have some news they would like to share with the factions like ourselves." Eventually, they had been led to what looked like one of the Eagles' training rooms. It was mostly bare inside, and looked to be just one large room, but many had gathered, and a crowd had formed. "What's going on?" Linda asked. "The Greylash members who have arrived are having a little sparring match with some of our best members. If you want, I'm sure they wouldn't mind you joining in," the old man asked, "showing us how strong or weak the Crows have become."
Episode 579, The Best Equipment. "So how did we do?" one of the boys asked with a nervous smile. The 3 boys who had come from the second base were less than impressive. They hadn't performed well on any of the assessments at all. Being first-year students, they never went into their second year and had no clue how to use their soul weapon. Unfortunately, it meant every one of them was awarded an F-rank tag. "I was kind of hoping for some good luck after the way things have been going around here," Blip said. "They can't help it. There won't be many willing to leave the military or other places unless it's for certain reasons. All we can do now is welcome them aboard," Nate replied. If the 3 boys had anything going for them, it was at least an interesting tale of how they had gotten there. At first, they had barely managed to escape the attack on the school base, leaving with the military. Unfortunately, the ship they were on was sunk by another family, and they were abducted by a different faction. However, soon that faction was attacked by another family, leaving them abandoned and left behind at an Earth station with no money. That was until one of the recruits offered to pay for the trip to the Crows to look after them. After hearing the story, Blip had a look of worry on his face. "These boys, they have to be cursed. There were 3 places they went to, and each one of them was destroyed. But looking at them, they seemed utterly innocent. They were kids with no families and nowhere to go, just hopping around from place to place." Blip put on a brave smile and welcomed them aboard. "Welcome. Why don't I show you guys around?" It was a quick tour, and all of the explanations were given as usual to them. After everything, they were left in the quest room to try and mix with everyone. After all, they would have to go on a quest at least once a week, and they would need a team for that. The room's atmosphere wasn't the best, to say the least. Everyone was still reeling from recent events and the deaths of the last 2 members. But that didn't stop one of the boys named Tink. If there was one thing he was good at, it was not being able to read the room and blabber with his mouth all day. He decided to sit at one of the tables where a group was drinking their sorrows away. The 2 other boys decided to stay standing, and were also ready to abandon Tink at any point if they chose to get rough with him. "Hey, we're new here," Tink said with a smile. "Kid, now is not the day for me to deal with your happy crap," a man replied. "What happened?" Tink asked. Even though it was only midday, the men had already had a few too many drinks. As a result, they might have been more outspoken than usual. They spilled their hearts out about recent events, what had happened, and the deaths of the others. "Hey, doesn't that sound like him?" one of the boys standing behind said. "Yeah, like too much, right?" the other one replied. The man who had just told his story raised his eyebrows. "Oh, don't worry," Tink replied. "It's just the mysterious man in your story. It sounds a lot like someone we call the Night Demon." Soon, with Tink's big mouth, many people had learned of the Night Demon's description and what he had done at their military base, having beaten one of the generals. They believed it after seeing how easily he had dealt with Kong. People started to try to guess who this person was and got curious. Most likely it would have been another teacher at the base. The only detail they could go by was that it was someone from the 2nd military base. Details about each other, on the other hand, were kept hidden, and only the highest-ranking officers knew where everyone had come from. This was to stop grudges from forming. If one was to learn someone was from Pure, or perhaps another faction before this, it could cause a few heated clashes. Eventually, Fex and the others had entered the quest hall as well, and it didn't take long before their ears picked up the word. "Hey, so do you know anyone from the faction from the 2nd military base? Maybe we can find out who the Night Demon is." What the hell was going on? Fex thought. Fex wasn't at the school at the time the Night Demon came around, but Quinn, when telling stories of what happened at school and with the others, had come to learn about it. Before things got out of hand, Fex needed to meet the source of the rumor and influence their memories. Still, after staying in the quest room for a few more minutes, it seemed like everyone already knew. Usually something like this would go by without anyone caring, but the people wanted something to take their minds off recent events, and the search for the person who had stolen the King Tier crystal was the perfect thing for them. The information had been spread so widely that Blip, who was in his own administrative office, had also come to hear of them. He sat down with his legs crossed on top of the table, had a small little pen in his hand, tapping it against his mouth. "Someone from the 2nd military base. The only other people from there were those kids and that older man. Then a student who was supposedly meant to die comes back, and Linda's sudden interest in going with this student to another planet, even though she never cared for such things before." Blip said she was sure he had figured it out. "It's Quinn." From everything he had heard and from his sister's strange actions, this was the conclusion he had come to. He wondered why his sister was acting a little odd, and now he knew why. The main problem in all of this for him was why did his sister, who shared everything with him, choose to hide it? Going on to his holographic screen, Blip looked at the report he had sent to the Grey Lash family. It stated that he didn't know the identity of this mystery person, but now he did. "Well, technically, when I submitted the report, I didn't know who it was, so I'm not lying." He was starting to wonder if his sister had lied about other things too. What if the Emperor Tier beast was killed as well? In the end, he chose to leave things as they were, a mystery to everyone. If there was one person he trusted, it was his sister Linda. If she didn't want to tell him, then there was a reason why. The exact 2 people Blip was thinking about had arrived at the shelter. The teleporter they had gone through directly linked them to the new area, and the first thing Quinn felt when he arrived was that it was cold. Looking down, his 2 feet seemed to be on top of the ice, and the whole place seemed to be in a mountainous area full of snowy hilltops. As for his new partner Linda, she hardly felt a thing. Her senses weren't completely gone like Peter's. It seemed like every undead was slightly different in that sense, but they were still heavily dulled. Before coming through the teleporter, Linda had already sent them details. While here, they couldn't leave the shelter base anyway without accepting a quest, and it was impossible to do so since they weren't part of the faction. So all they could do was explore the shelters, and that's exactly what the 2 of them were busy doing. While walking around, Linda asked a few questions about herself, and Quinn did his best to answer. Although he had to admit he didn't know much, after all these questions were done, he could see Linda was looking lost. It was common. Nearly every person he had turned at one point was lost. While walking mindlessly around the shelter, Quinn decided to tell her everything so far, his story in all of this. He thought it could bring the 2 of them closer and to a more trusting relationship. He explained that he was human as well, how the vampires lived on another planet, and that he was here on an important mission, even though Kaz was sent to look over him, which is why they were having internal disputes. "That damn girl!" While listening through everything, she felt like it was a crazy ride for a mere student to go through. She thought her life was hectic, but Quinn's had made hers look like a walk in the park. "Are you not worried that I will tell my brother?" Linda said. "I know you won't do that," Quinn replied. "You stayed behind to let everyone leave that cave because you care about their lives. Just like Paul is keeping his mouth sealed because of the people back on the vampire planet, you will too for the crows." He was right, and it looked like Quinn had a lot more insight than she first thought for just a student. "Quinn, what's your endgame in all of this? What are you planning on doing?" Linda asked. "I won't work for the vampires or humans," Quinn replied. "I want to start my own faction. Stop this madness on both sides. To do so, I'll have to climb to the top, have a faction that is larger and more powerful than any of the powerhouses here, as well as being more powerful than any of the other vampires back there. I know it sounds impossible, but a lot of things have sounded impossible to me before, but still." This answer satisfied her. She was happy that at least she wasn't with some sort of maniac who had grand ambitions to rule the world, or to cause mass genocide. At least that's what she hoped. Quinn had finally found it while walking around the shelter's marketplace looking for pieces of equipment bearing Alex Way's name. Surprisingly, he hadn't seen any travelers wearing that name on their gear, and he was beginning to be concerned. That was until he came over to a market stall that was filled with his work. Sitting there behind his booth, Alex had a broad look on his face. "Hello," Quinn said. Episode 580, The Greylash's Strength. Quinn had seen his fair share of sparring matches. In the past, a spar would have meant a light fight between two contestants. The aim was just to showcase individual skills and help each other improve. But in recent times, the word had changed due to healing abilities and medical care only getting better. Nowadays, it's an excuse for two people to get into a full-on fight, stopping just before killing the other person. At school, the students would even organize sparring matches. The air would be charged with excitement and cheers, as would the faces of those in the vicinity. It was as if their gladiator instincts had resurfaced. Quinn, on the other hand, never joined. This time, though, it seemed a little different. As the two of them, as well as the old man, approached, they were directed through the crowd. There were no cheers. Instead, there was just a look of concern on the fraction members' faces. Off to the side, there was already a line of around 5 injured men and women. It seemed like the old man was even a little confused about what was going on. Eventually, they reached the front row. The faction members had naturally formed a square shape around themselves that would act like a ring. The leader of the base, Dennis, looked a bit like a punk rocker, even if he looked to be in his late 40s. He had a denim jacket with several different patches on it, and his hair was golden brown in a mohawk-like shape. "Don't tell me this guy can turn into an eagle," Quinn thought, after picturing the man as a bird, that it was quite easy. Is that why these two factors are rivals? Because they both have a bird-transforming ability? Quinn just started to chuckle at the idea, but quickly stopped himself. The look on the man's face was one of irritation. Even the old man who had brought them over knew not to say anything at the moment. Standing opposite them on the other side were 9 men in white martial arts robes, while the one in the middle had a slightly different design. Instead of a single piece, it was cut into 2, to separate from the pants and the top. The sleeves were also cut differently. In the center, 2 people were fighting, one in the standard white robe, while the other, Quinn could presume, was a member of the faction. It was easier to tell who were members of the public and who were part of the faction at this shelter due to their similar clothes to their leaders. The fight seemed to have been going on for a bit before they came. The Eagle member was injured all over his body. He held his hand, and it was shaking not from fear but something else. "You're finished," the Greylash member said, walking over. Using one hand to support the other, the man threw out a diagonal shape, forming a slash of wind. Still a simple step to the side, and the Greylash member had avoided it. He took one step forward, leaped up in the air, and started to spin it in a spiral-like manner. Electricity formed all over his body and from behind, boosting him forward like a lightning bolt. His head had hit the man right in the stomach, shocking him and causing him to shake on the ground. Once the Greylash man had regained his footing, he stepped on him, running lightning through him again, shaking the person on the floor. "That's enough!" Dennis shouted. "You win!" "Very well," the man in the center of the other members said. He clicked his fingers, and the other man had stopped, lifting his foot off his opponent. "We will rest for now, and we can resume tomorrow. Make sure you bring your very best." There wasn't much said after that, and the man was gone. The crowd started to disperse, but not without them talking about what had just happened. "Sir, what happened? Wasn't it meant to just be a simple spar?" the old man asked. Dennis recognized Linda and realized it wasn't the best place to talk, so he invited the two of them and the old man to his office. When they were finally there, he could speak more openly. "Linda, I know we had our differences, but after seeing them, I thought you should hear this as well." Linda felt a little strange. They were rivals in the sense of competition, not rivals that would fight with each other. Still, because of this rivalry, they weren't exactly friendly to each other, and it was the first time she could see him being nice. "They said they are currently doing a routine checkup, trying to see the strength of all the factions under their banner. It seemed like something was happening soon, but I quickly realized that it was all a lie. They didn't want to see our strengths. They wanted to show off theirs. Lately, they have been putting more pressure on us, and more men are dying out on the field in these hunts. I have been less than polite in my reports. They told them to do it themselves and send their men if they thought it was that easy. It seems like they really did send their men. Almost instantly, they mentioned a sparring match. You saw the result. One person of theirs had beaten 5 of our best in a row." The Eagles were a medium-sized faction similar to the Crows, if what he said was true,
then their group would also suffer the same fate. Dennis tensed his fist. I've decided. Tomorrow I'm going to be fighting personally. I need to show them the strength of the factions. I always thought the only reason they haven't borderline slaves is because they were afraid of our power. I'm not sure how true that is anymore, but if I don't show we do hold some strength, they'll continue to push us around. Linda, being a co-founder of the Crows herself, understood how Dennis must have felt. It wasn't just the fact that they were stronger, but there was no respect at all. In that one little fight they could see it. No respect for the lives of those outside of the Greylash family. Linda, while you are here, can I ask you a favor? Dennis said. I would have never thought in a million years I would be asking you this, but tomorrow will you fight alongside me? What? Linda asked, confused. It's clear that none of the members, apart from me, can hurt those guys, and the one in charge hasn't even shown his strength yet. I was thinking maybe we could pretend you were a member of the Eagles, win a few fights to show that we aren't that weak. Would they not know? I'm a co-founder of the Crows. They would recognize me if I helped you out, she replied. Linda, these people didn't even know who I was. They didn't care as long as the faction is doing their job. They don't remember our faces, names, or anything. That's how arrogant they are. I'm sure after this planet, they will move on to the next. Linda thought about it for a while. She agreed that the Greylash family's treatment was getting worse by the day. Maybe Dennis was right. If they realized how weak the factions were, their attitude might change. She wanted to say yes, but her new body was stopping her. She no longer had her ability, and she hadn't learned everything about herself. Super healing, super strength, maybe these things could be explained away by her equipment. But what if she went too far and killed a member of the Greylash family? I'm sorry, but I can't. We just recently fought with an Emperor-tier beast, and I'm still recovering, Linda said, as an excuse. There was a bit of sadness in Dennis's eyes. He must have seen more than they did to put him in this type of position. He knew she was lying. He had asked her to fight tomorrow, not today. With the healing abilities they had, she would be fit and ready to fight within a day, but he couldn't blame her. At the end of the day, she was part of another faction. I'll fight, Quinn said. Dennis lifted his head and looked at the young man who was standing beside Linda. In all honesty, he had completely ignored this person and was only focusing on Linda. Are you strong? Dennis asked. I would like to think so. Besides, I'm stuck here at the moment for 3 days. It would be nice to cure my boredom. First, Quinn thought it would be nice to fight with the Greylash family, first to test their strength. He was up against theirs. Maybe one day they would be an enemy, maybe one day an ally, and he needed to see where he stood on their power scale. The second reason was that he didn't like the smug look on their faces. It reminded him of Duke. They walked around as if they owned the place, and continued to attack the man on the floor after he was already beaten. It reminded him of his bullies, a time he wanted to forget. Linda had no clue what Quinn was doing. If he was going to fight, would he show his shadow abilities, blood abilities, or just fight claiming to have super speed? Seeing that one fight alone, she knew Quinn wouldn't be able to win just using his speed. Is the kid mad, or does he have some claims to back himself up? Dennis asked. Linda looked at Quinn one last time, and could just see a smile on his face. The boy was hard to read. He's strong, Linda said. Don't disappoint me, boy, Dennis said as he walked off. At the same time, Quinn and Linda had agreed to stay at the base for 2 nights, while waiting for the equipment to be finished. He had agreed to take part in tomorrow's sparring match. During the night, Quinn didn't sleep like normal. Instead, he used his shadow cloak to sneak out. Then, on the victim's return, he would sneak into certain people's rooms and use his influence skill. After a whole night of taking droplets of blood from different people, Quinn had increased his stats. Strength 52, agility 52, stamina 46, charm 50. To gain one stat, he would have to take droplets from 3 different people when taking blood. Quinn only took blood from those who were not members of the faction, so as not to raise suspicion. People who weren't fighters in the first place. He felt bad, but he wasn't harming them in any way. They wouldn't even remember the minor annoyance he'd caused. Finally, the next day had arrived, and Quinn was ready to proceed with his fight. Episode 581, The Man with a Heart. When they walked into the training room, there appeared to be more people than there had been the day before. A few members of the Eagles were on quests. Some people simply chose not to watch the sparring yesterday because they were uninterested. Even so, the news of what had happened the day before had changed their minds, and the training room was busier than ever. The Greylash family's 10 men stood proud and smug as ever. They had their arms folded and didn't seem to want to move.
Wow, they seem to be more like robots than the military, Quinn thought. Dennis wore his beast gear instead of his denim jacket this time, which appeared to be dyed mostly gold in color, making it look tacky and cheap. Quinn couldn't see it working out well on the battlefield. But using his inspection skill, he saw that it was also of good quality, all of it at the king tier level, just a little behind Blip and Linda's gear. It proved how precious the Emperor tier crystal he got was. At first glance, one would probably think the Greylash members weren't wearing any beast armor, but that wasn't true at all. Their martial arts robes were placed loosely over them. Using the inspection skill on them, Quinn was a little surprised. Apart from the leader, everyone had advanced level gear on, while the leader had king tier level equipment. The reason for Quinn's surprise was that he thought they would be at a higher level. The Greylash family had all these factions working for them and giving them crystals. Yet these people were using equipment at the same level. It meant either one of two things. Either they never took this seriously and brought in substandard equipment in their eyes, or even in the Greylash family, these people were considered the bottom of the barrel. Quinn was more inclined to go with the second option. The same person from the Greylash family who fought yesterday stood forward first. Dennis, seeing this, was a bit impatient, and he looked at Linda and the young man. He noticed that Quinn was wearing nothing but boots and gauntlets as his beast gear. He felt like an idiot for putting his trust in a stranger. He wished Linda had chosen a fight, but he couldn't force her. Because of this, he stepped forward, and Dennis was willing to take them all on. "Oh," the leader at the front said. "Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I guess the only decent one there would be the leader, after all, or maybe not even half decent." The words were spoken, and Quinn just didn't understand. These people were helping you. What was the point of putting them down like this? Wouldn't a friendly relationship with these people work out better? Dennis didn't reply, and instead he assumed a fighting position. "Very well," the leader of the Greylash family said. The fight had begun, and Dennis began to transform almost immediately. His hands began to morph into strange claws, and huge giant wings appeared on his back, nearly filling the entire space. No longer did Quinn think Dennis's armor looked tacky. With the golden armor, it suited him perfectly. The Greylash member wasted no time in performing the same move as last time. He took a step forward, and he leapt up, spiraling his body forward, but the next second he was landing flat on his back. He'd hit what appeared to be a concrete wall, but all he could see when he looked up were the large wings that covered his entire body. The audience felt the wind from the power as they quickly opened them, and some in the front row had to use their strength to stay upright. Before the man could even get up, Dennis had dug his claw into his shoulder, and immediately it started to soak red. It had gone through his robes and whatever shoulder pads he was wearing underneath. "Do you know that an eagle's grip is 10 times stronger than a human's?" Dennis said. The man was panicking, and he started to fire bolt after bolt. Little whines of pain were seen on Dennis's face, but he wasn't going to let go. With his other free hand, he dug that one into the other shoulder as well. "This is payback." Swinging his head back and then forward, he banged his large head right across the man's face. Blood splurged everywhere as his eyes went white. Quickly he let go of the man, allowing him to fall to the floor, knocked out. "What the? Does that man have an iron head or something? That surely would have hurt both of them," Quinn said. "Dennis is a strong person," Linda replied. "While the crows have Blip and me, in the eagles there was only ever him." Lifting his hand in a fist towards the sky, Dennis declared victory. It looked a little cheesy, but the eagles were loving it, as they broke out in cheer for their boss. It was a nice atmosphere, Quinn thought. Next, the leader himself seemed to step into the ring. His face was unworried, and he looked calm. 2 other members of the Greylashes came and took their man to the side. "Our men will heal him," Dennis said, "and it looks like they will be healing you next." A slight smile appears on the leader's face. "I'm glad you could at least beat him. He was the weakest of the students I brought with me today." "Students?" The people in the crowd began to whisper in shock. It looked like Quinn's guess was right. To the Greylash family, these people were still learning, still amateurs, which was why they never gave them good equipment in the first place. A lot of the people in the crowd thought they had sent some of their elites, which was why they didn't stand a chance. But there was just that much of a difference in power, compared to the top families and them. Quinn didn't know if what he said about being his weakest student was true or not, but he could just find that out himself. "There's no point in wasting any more time, right?" the leader said. "I can tell you are decently strong, probably as skillful as my best student, but we didn't come here to give you hope. We came here to crush you." As lightning pulsated through the palm of his hand, the man said,
The only rule that was set up before the fight was that there was no use of soul weapons. If either of them used their soul weapons, then there was a good chance one could have died by accident. The fight had started, and in the leader's hand, it seemed like he had solidified the lightning going around it to the point where he had made a physical lightning bolt. Seeing this, Dennis decided to curl up and cover himself with the wings, but as it left the leader's hand, in an instant, it had dug into one of the wings. The pain wasn't great, but it was stuck in place. His wing was paralyzed. While distracted for a brief second, the leader had used the same spiraling move to shorten the distance between the two. Both of the leader's hands were coated in a solid form of light, making them look like large blades. He struck, and Dennis moved his head to avoid the blow, but then from the lightning-formed hand blade, sparks shot off and struck the head. It hurt, but it wasn't enough to knock Dennis out. Gritting his teeth, he tried to grab onto the leader, but the leader quickly avoided them all. The two of them would avoid each other's blows, but each time Dennis did, he would still get hurt. Slowly he was being worn down. The movements between the two were drastically different. When Dennis threw out his punches and kicks, they were like a street fighter. It was rough with no precision and sloppy, but there was one thing Quinn couldn't deny. The man had heart. He had been badly beaten, yet he continued fighting just as hard as he had been doing from the start. Then, for the first time, something had changed. Dennis had taken a blow directly from the blade. He screamed in pain as he felt all his cells being hit with great power. "Why are you even still fighting?" the leader said. But Dennis didn't say anything and just had a smile on his face. Before the leader noticed, Dennis's large wings had encased them both, giving him nowhere to run. The claws dug into both of the leader's shoulders. "I'm taking you down with me," Dennis said. Refusing to let go, he flew in the air with the leader. The whole time, the leader was using all of his abilities to shock Dennis. The pain was felt, but he was never going to let go. "What do you plan to do, you idiot?" the leader said. Then, at great speed, bringing the leader's body closer. They both fell like torpedoes towards the floor. "Everyone clear the area," the old man said. Bang! The two of them were slammed into the floor together, throwing up pieces of the training room floor. The dust from underneath the tiles was thrown up. As the dust started to settle, they could see the shadow of a single man. Unfortunately, the man still standing was the leader. His shoulders were bloodied, but somehow he had managed to get out of Dennis's hold, while Dennis lay still on the floor. The leader hated to admit it, but the fight was a lot harder than he fought. "Well, your best man has been defeated, and all of us here are still standing strong," he said. A few moments later, Dennis had woken up and regained consciousness. His face said it all. He was devastated by the loss. He walked over to his men, who continued to treat him while the leader looked in his direction. "Is there anyone else who wishes to fight? It will be an interesting report for us to make. That out of an entire faction, the leader was able to beat a single student. Is there really no one else?" That's when he looked towards Linda, his last hope. They didn't need to win, but just to prove them that they weren't weak. That's when he noticed something else. The young man who always stood by Linda's side was no longer there. "I'll fight," Quinn said. His tag could be seen clearly on display. He was a C rank, and the others were confused about why this young man was so confident. Episode 582, Punches and Kicks. The leader was injured quite a bit from the fight with Dennis. He was putting on a brave face to make it seem like the fight was more one-sided than they thought to his students and the others. He had also used up nearly all of his MC points, so he was in no condition to fight further. After defeating the leader of the faction, he believed no one else would volunteer to come forward. He was also sure they had used their best men earlier. Maybe there was one or two out on a hunt, but he still had 8 other students that were strong and ready to fight. When he saw Quinn walk out to the front, he felt strange seeing how confident he was. But that all went away as soon as he saw the C-rank tag. "You're just a young fool, aren't you? After your leader beat one of our students, you think you can defeat another. Lemon, go ahead and teach this fool," the leader said, taking a step back, and one of the students rushed to the center of the ring. The ring and the crowd of people had to move slightly to a different area before the fight could start. The reason for this was that the floor was destroyed in the previous battle. While they were busy moving, the others were trying to figure out who the young man was. "I've never seen him before. Is he part of the Eagles?" one asked. "I think I saw him come in with Linda." "Oh, so it means he's from the Crows, but he is only a C rank. Surely it would have been better if Linda had fought." Right now, Quinn had his gauntlets on, but even after seeing this, Dennis didn't have much hope. It meant he was a close-range fighter, and it looked as if the lightning user was both great at close combat fighting and mid-range fighting.
Having seen the Grey Lashes fight yesterday, Quinn was trying to figure out the best way to deal with them. He could always use his shadow, but the lightning was fast. On top of that, Quinn didn't know if, during the Civil War, the other families would care about him being protected by Vorden's family or not. They complied before because Vorden belonged to an original family that was probably under the Big Four. But Vorden never mentioned that the Blades were under the Grey Lashes, so Quinn could assume that due to the Civil War they no longer cared, and would have a great interest in the shadow again. So if he could, he would avoid using it, but honestly, Quinn didn't feel like he would need to. "What are you going to do, Quinn?" Linda thought. "Now, don't let me down, boy," Dennis said from the side. The fight had begun, and just like every other fight, the lightning user started with a step and spiral spin towards them. "Don't you guys ever do something different?" Quinn said. This was an easy skill for him to avoid. As it came towards him, Quinn flash-stepped behind his opponent, and he completely missed. The man turned around and could see Quinn throwing out a fist towards his face. He lifted his arms to protect himself, but suddenly a heavy pain was felt in his gut. "The punch, it's so strong," the student thought, even though he was wearing advanced tier armor. His arms had dropped from his face from the pain. He didn't have time to prepare an attack, as Quinn was already throwing out another punch fast. Once again, he could see the punch going for his stomach. He covered up, reacting quickly enough. However, once again a heavy punch was felt around his face, a hook to the side of his temple. "What the hell are you doing, Lemon?" the leader shouted. Quinn smiled as he continued. He pulled back his strength, not causing suspicion, and if he could win this way, then why not make the whole Greylash family look like fools? Right now, Quinn was performing the Phantom Punch over and over. His charm stat had now reached 50 points. He was sure this would be enough for people like them to be fooled. It was perfect. The more skilled they were, the faster they would react. But for the Phantom Punch, that was better, and it allowed Quinn to get a clean hit every time. After giving a few punches, Quinn decided to end it with a kick so fast and strong that even though it was successfully blocked, his opponent was knocked out. 500 EXP gained. The EXP was a nice bonus to see as well. "What happened? Was it a fluke?" the old man said, who was by Dennis's side. To everyone watching, it felt that way. There was no flashy display of powers, no movements too fast that they couldn't see. The only impressive thing was the flash step used initially, but they could still predict or see where he would be. Yet somehow, the Greylash family member lost to punches and kicks. "Quinn, it seems I have underestimated you," Linda thought. A boy with a foolish dream, a dream to change the world. She thought it was impossible, but for a brief second, she believed it. "Was the leader lying? Maybe the student Dennis beat was their strongest student," someone from the audience said. "Maybe the Greylashes did this just to scare us." The rumors were starting to spread, and the leader didn't like this. "Panda, go out there and do whatever you can to get rid of him. I don't even want him to be able to lift a finger once you're done with him," the leader whispered to his top student. Panda went out there and got into a fighting position. Usually there would be a little rest between fights, but they ignored this common courtesy since Quinn wasn't hurt. Quinn was fine with it. The fight had begun once again. This time Panda didn't move for some reason. "Skill Daze activated. Daze was a success." He was frozen, unable to do anything. Even if he wanted to move, something wasn't letting him. Then, when the fist could be seen coming towards his head, he could finally move, but just like before, it didn't hit his head, and instead hit him in the stomach. "What the hell is wrong with everyone today?" the leader shouted. "Sir, could it possibly be an ability? Perhaps an illusion of some kind that we can't see but the opponent can?" one of his students suggested. Based on what they were seeing, that would make sense, but it would have to be a pretty strong illusion to be able to fool his men, he thought. Trying to finish off the fight quickly, Quinn threw out a kick. The student had lifted his hand to block the kick to the head, but it had come from the other side, and he was slammed to the ground hard. "Get up!" the leader shouted, his hand shaking in anger. But Panda remained on the floor. "New skill accrued, Phantom Kick." Quinn thought about it, but if he could do a Phantom Punch, why couldn't he do the same with the kicks? Testing it at this very moment, it seems like the kick has worked. The opponent was knocked out, and the room was filled with silence. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad, because it just didn't feel satisfying to them, but it was satisfying to Quinn. "That's enough," the leader said. "It appears we are all tired, and there was one skillful person in the Eagles after all. How about tomorrow I and you have a match?" The leader was too injured today to have a fight, which is why he had suggested tomorrow, but he needed to teach this cocky brat a lesson. No thanks, Quinn replied. If Dennis can't beat you, then I definitely can't. He's the strongest person we have. If it's any of your students, I will be happy to take them on at any time, though. Besides, I have my appointment tomorrow. The leader was beyond frustrated. He hadn't expected an answer like that. He was sure the cocky brat would have agreed. If things were left like this, then their impression of the Grey Lashes would have been diminished. Everything he had done was for nothing, but he couldn't do anything. Without saying anything else, the Grey Lash family decided to leave it there and head back to their rooms. Try to find out everything you can about that person, the leader asked one of his students. Quinn and Linda stayed one more night, and Dennis couldn't express his thanks enough. He was happy to see the smug look on the leader's face be wiped off, but he was now afraid that all the blame would be put on the young lad, especially when they found out he wasn't part of the Eagles, but the Crows instead. Let me deal with that problem, Quinn said. I owe you one, Dennis replied. If you ever need anything from the Eagles, come straight to me, and I will personally help you out. The next day it was finally time. It was the third day, and Quinn couldn't wait to see what equipment he would get from the King Tier and Emperor Tier crystals. Episode 583, 2 Active Skills. It looked as if the Grey Lash family were planning to stay in this shelter for a while, and there were quite a few of them. While walking around the shelter, if he was to include the ones staying at the base, Quinn could spot around 50 or so of them. Quinn thought it was far too much just to see how a faction was doing. Maybe something else was up that they were not telling the factions about. Nonetheless, he could deal with that problem when it became one. He was sure they would move over to the planet where the Crows were on as well, soon. The good news was that he was perhaps strong enough to plan an escape if need be, especially with Linda by his side. The Crows would hesitate to act. Right now, the two of them were walking from the base over to the marketplace to meet Alex, but they were accompanied by a few uninvited guests. We're being followed, you know, Linda said, and honestly she was surprised at how quickly she had picked them up. Yeah, I know, it's fine. Probably because of what I did yesterday. I wouldn't worry about it unless they tried to cause some trouble. They'll soon find out that I don't even belong to this faction anyway. The people from the Grey Lash continued to follow the two from a safe distance. However, they weren't dressed in their usual white robes and instead tried to blend in by wearing more normal traveler's gear. After talking to those who had lost the fight against the strange young man, the leader wanted to know more about his ability. Not just that, but he was hoping at some point they could pay them both back with a bit of humiliation. Finally, they had arrived at the vendor where they had met Alex. He quickly waved them over and had a huge smile on his face, which Quinn could only take as a sign. He had a closed sign on his stall. On the top of everything out on the table was a blanket to add to the mystery. Quinn wanted to just rip the blanket off and see what was underneath. He felt like a kid waiting to open his Christmas presents. However, he knew it would be better to have Alex reveal everything to him. It was hard work, honestly, Alex said. I think I should start with some bad news first. Alex handed back the money card and then bowed his head. I'm sorry, but I spent all the money you had on the card. You did what? Quinn couldn't help but shout. There was a lot of money Quinn had saved up there. Once he had left the Crows, he was aiming to buy a teleporter so he could travel easily from the main ship to other planets. But with this hiccup, his plans were ruined. I'm sorry, but the materials needed were more expensive than I thought, and to craft something like this, I had to pay for the best forge room, Alex said desperately. Look, don't worry, most of the money was spent on you. I saw your tacky gear. The truth was I had finished with the crystals earlier, so I went to buy more to make you a full set of equipment. After hearing this, Quinn really couldn't be upset anymore. It was true that he was mostly wearing intermediate gear, and his chest piece was broken, whereas nearly all travelers wore advanced gear. He had bought a few pieces of equipment for the others, but he hadn't bought anything for himself. After Quinn's last reaction, Alex was now rubbing his head even more nervously, because there was more to come. Actually, that isn't the end of it. You see, the King Tier and Emperor Tier crystals were quite similar, and there was only one decent thing that could be made from them, so I had to mix the two crystals while using the leftovers to make something else. This didn't anger Quinn as much. It was upsetting to hear, but by now, he trusted Alex's judgment when it came to forging things. It made sense, considering it took 3 advanced crystals to make his gauntlets. With only 1 King Tier and 1 Emperor Tier, he was worried if anything could even be made from them at all. First, let's get all the basic stuff out of the way, Alex said. He revealed all of the advanced gear he had made for him. Advanced tier boots, legs, and shoulders. There were things one could get like accessories and beast clothing, but Alex had said he had already spent all the money. The boots were an overall improvement, giving him a +8 in agility as well as better defense. There was a major change, though. It no longer had the active skill Windwalk, and instead had one called Anti-Gravity. It would allow the users to walk up walls and stay upside down, while their feet would stick to surfaces like a spider. The extra stats were good, and for a sneaking situation, he could imagine they would be better, but there were many times where the extra speed Windwalk gave him helped him. Wait, it's not really a problem, is it? I have Shadow Equip, Quinn thought. As long as the items were in his dimensional space, he could change into whatever set he wanted. So if he needed to switch boots, he could do it in an instant. This gave him an idea for the future. Sometimes specific armor sets are tailored to one design. Some focused on power, others on speed, and there were even resistance sets. Using shadow equipment at any time, Quinn could switch between his armor sets to face his openers. The major problem with all of this was getting those armor sets in the first place. It was proving difficult just to get one full set of king-tier equipment. Quinn couldn't imagine how many beasts Linda, Blip, and Dennis would have had to fight to get their sets. All of Alex's other gifts lacked an active skill and only improved basic defense. Finally, it was time for the major reveal, but Quinn could already guess what it was, because Alex hadn't given him an advanced tier piece for it. When removing part of the blanket, Quinn could see it, mainly a red chest piece with large-scale pieces, while the area just above the collarbone down to the shoulders was black, with a few wave spikes coming off of it. It was fierce and scary-looking, and Quinn liked it. He liked it a lot. Putting it on, Quinn noticed it was a great fit. He needed one after his last chest piece was destroyed. Now Quinn was just hoping for some good news from his inspection skills. King-tier chest piece, all stats +10, defense 30. So far so good. It was a huge improvement from his last one, giving all his stats a boost by 10 points. It improved his strength as much as the advanced tier gauntlets. Now he understood why Linda, who was wearing an Emperor tier chest piece, kept up with him speed-wise. If he was to put all her equipment together, she would have quite an impressive number. Finally, Quinn wanted to know the most important part, whether or not it had an active skill. Active skill, rebound damage. Small spikes appear from the piece in all directions. For 5 seconds, 30% of the damage that is done to the user will be reflected to all attackers. Being hit while using the skill will greatly lower the durability. Skill cooldown 30 minutes. The skill sounded great, especially if Quinn had a high defense. On top of this, if he was to be surrounded, it was a good way to trick people into hurting themselves. It would be a good time to test a few things, but the good news didn't stop there. The king-tier armor didn't just have one active skill, but it looked like it had two. Active skill, Splinter, an optional skill that can be used at the end of Rebond. Once 5 seconds has passed, the user can release the spikes that have been created in all directions. If a skill is used, rebound cooldown time will be doubled. It was an active skill that could be used at the end of the last one. Quinn liked the sound of both of these, and it looked like they gave pretty good defense as well. Considering how it was a large chest piece that had been made, Quinn was guessing this was the main item Alex had made. Still, by mixing the king-tier and emperor-tier items, he couldn't be upset about a good king-tier item. "Ready for the last one?" Alex asked. Quinn nodded. Removing the blanket as a whole, the last item was a small one, and it was one he didn't expect. The last thing that was left on the table was a small red and black mask, one similar to his own. He didn't know why Alex chose to do something like this. He understood why it needed to be an accessory and smaller if he couldn't make a weapon, but why even bother with the mask? Inspect. Emperor tier mask. Episode 584, Emperor tier equipment. Quinn couldn't help but notice how similar the mask's design was to the one Logan had made for him when he first saw it. The main difference was that it was mostly red with a hint of black, as opposed to the old one, which was the other way around. Picking it up, Quinn decided to inspect it a bit more. The large, tusk-like fangs on either side made it look like the bottom half of a Japanese oni mask. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Quinn thought. You're thinking how I know, aren't you? Alex said. That you were the night demon back at second base? It looked like Quinn's thoughts were right. Alex had purposely designed the mask after the night demon he saw at the base. When you met with me, I tried looking into you, learning about you, and I found out about you being the cursed child, of course, which was how you were choosing to protect me with your name. But when Duke was doing his display, I kept an eye on you, saw you run off, and saw you come back. It could only be you, right? Of course, I can't be 100% sure, but even if I'm not, it's a pretty cool-looking mask, right? Quinn remained silent.
He didn't know whether to out himself or not, or just let Alex believe what he wanted to think.
It's okay, you don't have to say anything, but from now on I'm just going to talk out loud and address it to the Night Demon. You can choose to listen or not, Alex said. Thank you. The Night Demon doesn't know how much he changed at school, but even I was one of the people affected. I wasn't known for being the best forger or fighter, so I was stuck in the middle, and those guys that worked for Duke were even stealing credits from me. It made it hard for me to buy materials to show my skills and potential, and he, the Night Demon, had changed all of that. Everything that happened at that school. It doesn't matter if he did what he did for selfish reasons. I just want them to know that they changed the lives of many that day, and one of them is standing right here. Quinn couldn't help but feel proud after hearing those words. He only did what he did as a form of personal revenge to start with, and then slowly his mindset changed to wanting to change the world from the way it was. Several times along the way, he wondered if he could make a difference, or if what he was doing was right or wrong. Quinn needed to hear from someone else that he was doing the right thing, and that it had changed their lives to keep going. "Let's have a look at this mask, shall we?" Quinn said with a smile. "Emperor Tier Mask. Effect when worn. The user can choose any stats it wishes and increase it by 5%. Only one stat may be selected at a time. There is a 5-second delay between switches, but the user may switch the boost to any stat they wish." The mask itself didn't have any standard points or defensive points. Still, it was only considered an accessory at the end of the day, rather than a piece of armor. And with that, it was quite impressive, and the best thing about it was that it was a percentage increase, which meant it would scale as Quinn grew as well. But that wasn't the end of it, for the mask seemed to have an active skill. Active skill, Adrenaline Boost. When adrenaline points have reached 100, the points can be used to activate the mask's skill. For 1 hour, a single stat can be boosted by 15%. Once the stat has been selected, adrenaline points will drop to 0. The user cannot switch between boosting stats while in adrenaline mode. Adrenaline will not be restored while using the active skill. Quinn's thoughts were more along these lines when he heard the name Emperor Tier Equipment. It definitely deserved its name. 15% was quite a significant increase. It was no wonder Linda could match up to his speed and strength when using her equipment. Now, thinking about such things, Quinn was starting to wonder what Demon Tier equipment would do. It was certainly better than any ability. The only thing Quinn was unsure about was the adrenaline bar the mask talked off. Equipping it onto his face, he could now see under it his HP, MC, and now there was also an adrenaline bar. The question was how one would fill it up and how long would it take. The description didn't really help. It just said during a fight it would naturally fill up, but depending on how easy or hard it was to fill up the bar, it would decide how good this mask was. After learning of everything, he couldn't help but thank Alex once again for this. "You did a really good job," Quinn said. "Let me return the favor to you. You said you wanted to get off this place and stop hunting. Then come with me." "Huh?" Alex said, confused by the proposal. "I mean, yeah, of course. You're not talking about now, are you?" "Yeah, I am," Quinn said. "There's no other reason for me to stay here, so why don't you come with me? A certain leader of this place owes me a favor, and I was thinking of using it. I'm sure the crows won't mind an extra member, right?" Quinn said, looking back at Linda. "Are you serious? Of course I'll come. Let me just get my things," Alex said, feeling more excited than ever. Linda looked at him, wondering if Quinn had planned everything out, or if things were just going his way for him. Nevertheless, this was going to be a little headache she would have to explain to Blip when they got back. The first thing they did was head to the apartment Alex was staying at. He had quite a few things, like blueprint designs and equipment. Surely it would take a few hours to pack things, but there was a shortcut for Quinn. Everything was placed in his dimensional void, and when they arrived at the crow's base, they could take it out again. At that moment, Quinn had also placed the mask and the chest piece in the dimensional spaces, away from the eyes of their pursuers. The mask wasn't exactly something he wanted to wear around all the time, especially due to how similar it looked to his old one. He couldn't be wearing it any time soon around the crows. Finally, with everything ready, the three of them headed back to the Eagle's base one last time to pull in the favor that Quinn had earned only yesterday. However, on their way there, Quinn noticed that the two people who were following him were now following them closer than ever. "Hey, are those guys following us?" Alex whispered. It seemed they were now being so obvious about it that even Alex had caught on. "Let's just carry on," Quinn said, leading the way. He started to change course, and they were no longer heading for the base like they originally were. Instead, Quinn began to head to a quieter part of the shelter. Then he started to enter a darker place until they were in what could only be described as an alleyway. "So, you knew we were following you. one of the men said. Not that it matters, because we were going to meet you like this anyway. There was one Greylash member on one side of the alleyway and one on the other. The Greylash family would like to personally thank you for teaching our students the other day a lesson. Would you mind showing us adults one or two things as well? The Greylash family, Quinn? What the hell did you do to annoy them? Alex said. Have things gotten so bad that when someone is doing a crime or something bad, they can just announce their name like that? Is it because you know nobody is going to complain or touch you guys? Quinn said. These two members were a little different from the students that were at the Eagle's base. The leader there was still stronger than these two, but they seemed to be a slight upgrade from the students Quinn had faced earlier. Linda, why don't you take on the one behind us, and don't hold back. Test your new body, Quinn said. Linda nodded. She was getting annoyed with these guys, and it looked like they were going to beat them up anyway. No matter what family they belonged to, Linda wasn't the type of person that would just allow that to happen. Looks like it's experiment day, and you guys are the perfect ones to experiment on. With his hand behind, Quinn grabbed the mask from his dimensional space and proceeded to put it on. And right in front of him, this person would be the perfect dummy to test out his new equipment, and maybe he could find out what adrenaline really was. Episode 585, The Untouchable. The Greylash members had no clue who they were going against. They only knew about Quinn based on how he had performed at the Eagle's base. As for Linda, she was an unknown variable, but the leader had come to a simple conclusion. If she hadn't joined in yesterday's fight after what had happened to the Eagle's boss, then she was simply a nobody. But that was a mistake and a half. The Greylash family member struck lightning out towards her chest, aiming for the heart-like area. It was a unique technique they would use. It would paralyze the heart, temporarily stopping all movements if aimed at the right place. The leader hadn't used it against Dennis because he knew it would be useless based on the armor he was wearing. And unfortunately for the Greylash family member, it was the same thing here. The spark was less than a tickle to Linda, and she wasn't quite sure if it was her Emperor Tier chest piece or her dulled new body. She moved in fast and was able to catch up with the Greylash family member. She didn't get any extra speed from turning, but it wasn't needed either. She was already fast, thanks to all her beast gear. The man this time had quickly pulled out a beast armor shield at the advanced level. He held on tighter and infused his lightning abilities into it. If an opponent were to attack and hit the shield, not only would it block the attack, but it would hurt the person hitting it as well. Seeing this didn't slow Linda down, and not holding back just like Quinn had said, she used all her strength to deliver a devastating punch. There was no resistance, no give at all, as the shield cracked into 100 pieces. The man was sent flying out of the alleyway and onto the street. He would be lucky if he was still alive. Man, talk about super strength, Quinn thought, looking at such a thing. He knew the man wasn't dead, but Quinn had gained a nice bit of EXP thanks to Linda's defeating her opponent so quickly. As for Quinn, he was busy avoiding the punches thrown by the man in front of him. Right now, he had his advanced tier boots on, giving him extra agility points. At the same time, he had set the mask on his face to increase his agility even further. His reason for not attacking was to see if the adrenaline bar would increase without Quinn doing much, but it seemed like it did nothing after a while. Quinn finally threw a hit while also using the phantom punch, holding back his strength. It had hit the man exactly as before, and for the first time, it had increased. 5 of 100 adrenaline points. Quinn decided to do the same again, but this time he added a little more strength to the hit. 15 of 100. What is with this kid? Is he hitting me 2 places at once? The man thought. He then thought back to what the leader had said, and that he might have been using an illusion ability. The man was arrogant, thinking he would never be affected, but it looked like he was. Using his lightning to speed up his movements, he blocked the punches coming from both places this time, concentrating as hard as he could. But it didn't matter. For the third hit, Quinn had decided to use even more strength than the last one, sending him hurling to the floor. 25 of 100. He had gotten some results from his experiment. He received 5 adrenaline points for a normal hit and 10 for a strong hit. A strong hit was anything above 60% of his power. He wasn't wearing the gauntlets, so he wasn't doing nearly as much damage as he normally would. Even if he increased his strength further to 80%, as he had done with the last hit, it looked like the system would still only give him 10 adrenaline points. I'm sorry, not so sorry about this, Quinn said as he looked at the man on the floor. In rapid succession, Quinn threw a flurry of weak punches at the man. Finally, he had reached 100 adrenaline points. The only unfortunate thing was that the Greylash member was already knocked out. Still, Quinn activated the skills, and he placed them into his agility. That's when he noticed that the 15% increase was based on his base stat points and didn't include his points with his equipment and armor. Still, it was powerful, and Quinn could feel the difference. For a second, Quinn looked at the two Greylash family members, thinking about what to do with them, but he felt it was best to just leave them. There was no need to anger them further. Leaving the two of them passed out, the three decided to head to the base as initially planned, and they arrived in Richard's room to make the request. "So, you want to take this little forger back to the crows with you, huh?" Dennis said, rubbing his slightly scruffy beard. "Well, I did say I would do you a favor, but do you really want to use it up like this? I mean, according to our files, this guy is still an F rank." It seemed Dennis was someone who only had an appreciation for people who were good with their fists, a straightforward man. "I'm sure," Quinn said. "All right, I can put in the transfer request as long as Linda approves it. It should all be okay," Dennis said with a thumbs up. Everything was going smoothly until a certain man barged in through the door. "What the hell did you do to my two men?" the leader asked. His face was red with anger, and his fist was shaking. "It was self-defense. You were the one who ordered them to attack us, didn't you?" Quinn said. "They just wanted to take you in to see me. I wanted to know whether or not we could have our sparring match from earlier. According to them, you suddenly attacked them out of nowhere." The leader knew this wasn't true, but if it was his word against this, then who would anyone believe? They were the Greylash family at the top of the food chain. "It is my word against theirs, since there is no one to prove anything. What can you do?" Quinn said. The leader looked at the three of them. From the reports, he knew the three were traveling together before the two were attacked. Out of the three of them, he saw the weakest-looking person. If he could threaten him to testify against them, then there was no stopping what he could do to these guys. You saw him attack them, didn't you?" the leader said as he went to grab Alex. But before he could even reach him, a shadow appeared from underneath Alex's feet, stopping the hand. Quinn quickly pulled Alex behind him. Quinn didn't want the leader to gain an advantage by grabbing one of his men or possibly using Alex as a hostage. Back in the alleyway, Quinn had used his shadow-on skill on him to protect him at all times, just in case there were more or Alex was in danger. Then, when he saw the hand come out, he activated the shadow to protect Alex without thinking. Protecting those close to him was not a lot more important than keeping a secret. "This is the shadow, the one the leader told us to stay away from. Even during the Civil War, he made it a point that if anyone was to see a user with the shadow, we should leave him alone." Not wanting to get on his own leader's bad side, the leader immediately changed his attitude. He quickly got to his knees and started bowing down to Quinn, begging for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, you're right. It was my fault. I'm sorry. If there's anything you need, please." Everyone in the room was confused by the sudden actions, and that included Quinn. "Please, just don't report this to the Greylash head. I'll do anything," he said. "Boy, who the hell are you?" Dennis asked. And Alex and the others were starting to think the same thing. This time it wasn't through any of Quinn's actions, and he wanted to ask the leader himself what was going on, but before he could, bang! The entire base vibrated as they all heard a massive explosion outside, but it wasn't just one. Following the first explosion, several more were heard. "What the hell is going on?" Dennis exclaimed. They dashed out of the room and into the hallway, where they could see the Eagle members all panicking. They kept running until they reached the open air. In the sky, they could see several different ships firing lasers at the shelter, destroying building after building, people crying and screaming, panicking. Then out from one of the larger ships, people could be seen coming out of them. "They're here, and so soon," the leader said. From one of the spaceships, the Greylash family members around the shelter started to engage with them. A force battle between fire and lightning had started. One of the big three, the Sunshield family, was attacking. Episode 586, The Sunshield's Attack. Explosions, screams, and vibrations continued to be heard throughout the shelter as the chaos continued. The sound of 2,000 people running around, screaming in confusion. Most of the damage that was being done to the place was done by the spaceships. They would fire off energy blasts. These energy blasts worked on the same concept as Logan's suit. It would completely disintegrate crystals using their energy to fire off lasers. Anything above an intermediate crystal being used would be costly and hard to come by, and if a traveler was hit by such a thing, they could deal with it using their ability or would have armor good enough to block it. Still, it was good enough to hurt those that were non-fighters, as well as the buildings and structures that had been put in place. Those who weren't dealt with by the spaceships were dealt with by others. They could finally see who was behind everything. A team of around 20 dropped down from one of the larger ships, wearing a dark red armor led by a platoon leader. There was no hesitation in their actions as they started to use their fire abilities to burn down everything in their path. 5 members of the Grey Lash family tried to engage with them. A fierce battle was beginning to take place, but the enemy had numbers on their side. In total, there were 50 or so Grey Lash members. However, it looked as if the Sunshield family had brought double. There were 5 large spaceships in the shelter, and extending from each of them was a team of 20, led by a single platoon leader. They were organized and effective while the Grey Lashes were spread thin, and their leader was in the center of it all by Quinn's side and the others. "They brought more people than we thought they would," the leader said, "and they came far earlier than we thought." "You knew about this?" Dennis shouted, grabbing the leader by the collar. "Why didn't you say anything? We could have prepared something or warned the people at least." "Now isn't the time to be fighting. We have to try and get as many people out of here as possible," Linda said. Running out of the base, the old man who had first escorted them had arrived. "Boss, Dennis," he said, "all the spaceships that were in the hold have been destroyed. The whole place is on fire. Our ships that were surveying the planets, we could no longer get into contact with any of them." It was clear they already had information about the shelter's layout, how many men they had, and more. The Eagles totaled around 300 members, most of those being F to D rank travelers. With 100 Sun Shield elites as strong as the Grey Lash family, no matter what they tried, deep down, Dennis knew this was a fight they couldn't win. They were prepared and too organized while they knew nothing. "Tell everyone to head to the teleporting station, and tell the members of the Eagles to protect that place with their lives. Whatever planet they hop to, it doesn't matter. We only have those under the protection of the Grey Lash family anyway. The main goal is to save as many people as possible." One of the ships could be seen hovering just above the base at the time. For a few seconds, it hovered in front of them, and then light could be seen gathering in front of its 2 blasters. Quickly transforming and opening up his large wings, Dennis encased them all as the blast hit them. The beam had hit, destroying a part of the base behind them. Debris fell on top and dust rose. Then, lifting open his wings, rubble was thrown into the air, and everyone was safe without a scratch on them thanks to Dennis. But the base behind them was reduced to mostly rubble. The ship was a little distance away in the air. It was hard for them to reach with their attacks. Only Dennis could fly over, but he was afraid that if he did, then the others would be unprotected from the blasts. The old man wasn't much of a fighter, along with the forger. The lightning user's attack would never reach that far either. That's when Quinn stepped out in front of them all. He started to think of words in his head, activating his system skills one by one. "Shadow equip." A shadow formed around Quinn's body, putting on the newly formed gear that had been given to him by Alex. The mask surrounded his face. "Strength 52. His original strength was over 50, but thanks to the mask he acquired, a 5% increase brought him to 55. Then the advanced tier gauntlets around him gave him an extra 10, and finally his new king tier chest piece gave him an extra 4 extra stat points. Strength 72. A few odd bits of armor here and there also gave him extra points, and all in all, his strength had significantly increased compared to what it was before. The ship started to charge up its weapons once more as the light particles could be seen, but Quinn wasn't going to let it attack again. He too had a far-range attack. People's lives were in danger, including the lives of his friends and comrades behind him, and there was an enemy in front of him. He crouched down slightly and gathered ki in his leg before throwing 2 kicks as quickly as he could. Blood crescent kick. The kicks were performed so fast that the others could barely see them, and out from his legs, 2 large lines of red curved blades came out. It didn't take long for them to reach the ship, and when they did, the attack hit it like an axe. It sliced through the ship, and pieces started to fall to the ground. As it crashed, an explosion occurred, and the system message opened up, confirming there were 2 people on board who had died. He had gained EXP from them. Perhaps the old Quinn would have felt sorry for them, but Paul's words rang through his head. This was war, and if he wanted to change the world, he needed to be prepared to do at least this much. Just seconds ago, they had attempted to end his and others' lives with no hesitation, so why should he worry about theirs? "So strong," Alex said, watching Quinn's back. And all of them standing there could agree. "Is this why our boss didn't want us to touch him? Is this the power of the blades?" "Let's go," Quinn said. The group started to run through the shelters, gathering as many people as they could on their way. Unfortunately, in this type of situation, if there were any that were injured or unable to move, they would have to be left behind, including those in the Grey Lash family. They were able to run through the shelter without much difficulty because they engaged with the majority of the Sun Shield members. Their primary concern was dealing with the small airships that were shooting at them from all directions. Dennis flew high into the sky with his large wings, signaling to all Eagle members and citizens where they should go. There was fighting going on at the teleporting station, which he could see. They needed to hurry before the attackers destroyed that as well. While running to the teleporters, blasts from ships would strike close to them. On the way, Quinn would use his shadow to block these attacks from hitting the people, and then, using his blood skills, he would attack them from a long distance. He had destroyed ship after ship, and he wasn't slowing down at all. If it weren't for him, many of them would have died already. Seeing everything Quinn was doing, Dennis owed this strange young man he had only just met nearly everything. Finally, they had reached their destination, and the strongest members of the Eagles were dealing with a squad of 20 members of the Sunshield family. They had managed to kill a couple, but the deaths on their side were many. It was hard to stand there and just watch, as the heat emanating from their abilities was too much. "Boss! Boss!" a lot of the Eagles cried out when they heard his name. In an instant, he had engaged in battle, evening out the sides, hitting the men and protecting them. "Quinn, Linda, I know this is a lot for me to ask, but make sure those people get somewhere safe," Dennis shouted. They didn't need to be asked. They were already planning it. While the fighting was happening outside, the others had managed to get indoors. Most of the teleporters had already been destroyed, burnt, or hit by the destroyed building's rubble. It looked like there was only one left working. It was no wonder those outside were fighting for their lives. It was their only way out. The people that had gathered with them went through the portal quickly as Quinn and the others hurried them in. "You guys should go as well," the old man said. "But everyone else, Dennis?" Linda replied. "This is our faction, not yours, and who knows? They might have also attacked the crows at the same time. This portal doesn't lead to your planet, but you will be able to get back to yours with no trouble as long as they haven't attacked other places." Linda didn't want to leave, but he was right. Her mind wandered to the crows, her brother, and her family. It was the same for Quinn. Fex was at the other base with those who were important to him. There appeared to be only a small handful of people left when they looked around. "We'll go after these go in," Linda said, and Quinn didn't disagree. However, another explosion came from outside, one bigger than the others. One side of the wall had been destroyed, hurling parts of rubble and brick at them. Quinn had managed to protect himself and Alex, and Linda was able to stand her ground. "Hey, old man, wake up," the Grey Lash leader said. When the others came over, they could see it was pointless. Half his body from the waist down had been ripped off. In all honesty, Quinn looked at him, and he probably could have saved him, now like he did Linda, by turning him, but he had no desire to. Just like Kaz and the others had said, turning everyone he could was not the solution to save everybody. They looked up at the teleporter, only to see the last one left had been destroyed. Dennis was hurled through the broken wall at that precise moment, hurt and burned in several places. Outside, all the men had died, and 10 Sunshield family members walked in. Episode 587, Don't Attack the Blade Family. The building the group was standing in could hardly be called a building anymore. If one were to look at it, one would never guess it was originally 2 floors. Most of the walls had crumbled, and the roof had been completely blown away, allowing sunlight to pour down on them. The wall had vanished completely on one side. They could see 10 Sunshield family members approaching them when they looked out from where the wall used to be. Half of their squad had been defeated, but as for the Eagle members that were protecting the place, all of them had died, and even Dennis looked beat. Linda helped him get to his feet as his wings started to retract into himself. He had fought with all he had using his soul weapon and managed to defeat many, but the soul weapon had used up all of his MC points. At this point, other than the physical strength and equipment he had on him, he was out of the fight. The others stood up waiting for an attack, while Alex remained by the old man's side. He was still on his last breath, and at least Alex could be there for him when he passed on. There wasn't much he could do to aid in the fight in the first place. "My apartment," the old man said. "Inside, there is a portable—" But before he could finish, the old man was no longer. However, both Quinn, who could hear him from a distance, and Alex knew what he was trying to say. There was something in the old man's apartment, a portable teleporter, and maybe their only hope of getting out of here. But now standing in their way were 10 men. The Grey Lash leader looked at Dennis. He was beaten, and then there were only Quinn and Linda left to fight. This fight was over. One of the Sunshields dashed forward towards Dennis, hoping to finish him off. Still out of his side, he could see someone moving towards him. He drew out his blades and activated his ability to coat them in fire, swinging them towards the man. However, a strange shadow had encased the fire, stopping it, and the next thing he knew, he was sent flying with a punch that contained all of Quinn's power. The fire ability was unique compared to the other elements. Water, earth, and lightning could all be formed naturally, and they seemed to appear out of thin air at times. Their fire ability, on the other hand, came from within them, as if their bodies were made of fire. This meant nearly all fire users were close-range fighters, as they couldn't shoot out fireballs and things like that. Seeing their member not get up from the floor, the Sunshield family members had paused. "That's right, the young shadow boy. If we got those orders, I'm sure they did too," the Greylash leader said as he ran out in front of Quinn. "Stop," the Greylash family leader said. "As you can see, this boy wields the shadow power. I'm sure of it. If the Greylash family got orders to not harm him, then the Sunshields did too." Quinn could hear everything that was being said, and now he was even more confused. He had someone order them not to touch him, but why would they do that? Was it something to do with the vampires? Honestly, Quinn was just happy that the Sunshields were hesitating for some reason. When Quinn used his inspection skill on the man in front, the instant level up quest had appeared. It meant this person was strong. Not only that, but Quinn had already used a considerable amount of his MC points, blocking the shots from the spaceships and protecting the people. If there was a tough battle ahead of him, he wouldn't be able to hold back, and even if they did win, there were 4 more squads like this one. Fighting was a foolish option to choose. The best choice was to run. "Ah, yes," the Sunshield squad leader said. "The order from the Blades is to not touch the Shadow Boy, right? Well, of course we did, but are you Greylashes genuinely idiots? Why would we follow that now? The war has already begun, and if we're going to get rid of you, we'll have to get rid of them as well. Besides, it's clear by this boy's ability that he isn't one of the Blades himself. He is only under their protection. If we get rid of him here, how long until they find out? How would they even find out?" The man started to chuckle. A certain word in particular had stuck out to Quinn. The Blades. Did this have something to do with them? The Blades were Vorden's family name, but things weren't making a lot of sense. Why would the Big Three not attack him because of them? Wasn't Vorden's family just an original family? But Quinn didn't have much time to think, as the Sunshield family's arms and legs covered themselves in fire, ready for a fight. Quinn quickly placed his hand on the floor. "Shadow travel." From his fingertips, the floor and area around them started to be covered in a shadow until it had finally reached all members of Quinn's group. They felt themselves sinking in. Suddenly, they were all in his dark space, and when they looked up, they could see the building they were in just seconds ago. Back on the surface, the dark shadow circle remained, and it started to move along the floor, moving through everything. The Sunshields, seeing this, tried to attack it, but Quinn had dodged and moved. This was another one of the new shadow skills Quinn had learned. Arthur had used it to transport them to the 14th castle once. However, Quinn quickly realized that shadow travel took up his MC points. If he was to use it for a howl, then he wouldn't be able to use it for a fight. Maybe for someone like Arthur, who had a large amount of MC, it was fine, but it would be a struggle for Quinn, especially depending on how many people were in it as well. "Quinn, you saved us," Alex said, but Quinn's face was sweating as he was struggling to keep it up. Dennis, tell us where the old man's apartment is, quick." With Dennis guiding the way, Quinn was able to control the shadow and started to head in the right direction. Above, the others could see the fight in many parts still going on. Most of the citizens either escaped or were dead. There were now only a few of the Eagles as well as the Greylash people fighting. Finally, they had arrived at the apartment building, which was partially destroyed but was in good condition compared to the rest of the shelter. It was like what Dennis had thought. They had information on all the important locations. They knew which areas to attack first, which is why this normal apartment building was mostly unharmed. Breaking down the door and entering the room, it didn't take them long to find the portable teleporter the old man was talking about. It was placed on the ground and opened up. Where it went, who knew, but at least supposedly it would be safer than where they were. "Wait," Alex said. "Do any of us have the explosion thingy? Do you know what they used to destroy the teleporter once we went through? If not, won't they just find us wherever we are? They'll know we escaped." It was true, but they couldn't imagine them going through the teleporter to attack another planet again, would they? Still, it would cause unnecessary harm to whatever planet they were going to. "Don't you guys worry about that," Dennis said, standing up straight. "I'm staying behind anyway. There are still some members of the Eagles left here. I need to protect them." "I know how you feel, but you can't defeat all of the members on your own. You can't even transform at the moment. You would just be... Live to fight another day," Linda said. But Dennis shook his head. "I've already decided." A loud bang was heard again. The whole building started to vibrate.
and it wasn't long until they heard another. Looking out of the window, the Grey Lash leader could see that they were using the ships to destroy building after building. A team would search for it beforehand, and then it would be blown to pieces. He looked outside, and then he looked at all the others behind him. They were all standing by the teleporter ready to go in. He walked over slowly to them, with his head down, and then, stomping his foot on the ground and making a fist of lightning, he punched Dennis right in the stomach. The force was strong, and sent him across and into the teleporter. "All of you go," the Grey Lash leader said. "That idiot would have never left if I hadn't done that. You have people to protect, and I have my people here too." Unlike Dennis, the others didn't have much attachment and started to go through the teleporter one by one until Quinn was left. As he partially stepped through the teleporter, he turned to say thank you, but the Grey Lash leader said one last thing. "Boy," the leader said, "if you know the Blades well enough, then maybe you can find them and stop this war." These were the last words Quinn heard before he teleported to a new land. Episode 588, The Lone Worker. Out somewhere in an unknown area, in uncharted territory, a top-of-the-line spaceship could be seen floating in place. One would think there would be a top-level, highly coordinated crew on board, but left to protect the large ship that could house around 2,000 or so soldiers was a single man, or a single young adult called Peter. It had been a while now since the others had left him to take care of the ship, and he could safely say there were no problems, at least with the ship itself, for there was no one large problem with it. It was the fact that he was bored. There were a few reasons why Peter had been selected as the perfect candidate. The main reason was that he never needed to sleep. If there was ever an enemy coming at any time of the day, he would be able to tell. His ability to absorb and repay knowledge quickly was another point. Everything when Logan needed to tell him about the controls of the ship. It had sunken in and only needed to be said once. He had received no contact on the ship from any of his teammates. That included Quinn, but he wasn't too worried. At one point, Peter could feel himself getting stronger, which meant Quinn was getting stronger as well. However, there was one thing that Peter could do to pass the time while on the ship, and that was to play the VR game, Power Fighters. There was a gaming room on board the ship that had a few VR capsules for them to play in. At first, Peter had steered away from playing the game, taking his duty seriously. But during his time on the ship, he didn't see anything happening. Not a single interesting thing occurred. It turns out that space is pretty boring once you get past all the pretty sights, especially the part they were in right now. The large ship was partly still in the Milky Way solar system, and they were far out of the path that one would have to take to head to the warp stations. The warp stations were practically large teleporters that humans used to move their ships. There were 4 in total, spread far apart from each other, each owned by the big family and the military, with True Dream sharing one of them. This was because the beast planets weren't located in the same solar system as the one on Earth. Although the warp station was no longer heavily manned or controlled by the military or families like it used to be, just like the Earth stations. This large and powerful-looking ship would have attracted a lot of attention, which was why they had chosen to use the smaller ships to arrive at the Crow's base. So the area that the large ship and Peter were in was a dead space located in the Grey Lash family area, but there were no planets nearby or anything. In the end, he gave in to his temptation and started to play the VR game once more. He wasn't just planning on playing the game, but also improving his skills. He realized that when he went to the vampire world, he couldn't rely on his strength and healing ability. There were plenty of vampires who already had that. The place where he lacked was fighting skills. But there was no Edward to teach him here, so the only thing he could do was watch the skills people used in the game and try to imitate them. When he looked around, he quickly realized what was wrong. He would only be able to face opponents ranked F to D if he didn't have a Traveler ID. Regardless, he would play the game. His opponents were less than impressive. Most of them were slow and didn't really help Peter learn anything. Still, it was the only thing he could do. His 1 hour soon became 2, which soon became 3, and among the low ranks he was making a name for himself again. Zombie P, he just beats up everyone with his fists. The game says he doesn't even have any beast armor attachments. How is he so strong? Strength ability, maybe? Nah, I've seen his username before when I was in the military. This guy can heal really fast. That's why he's called Zombie P. A few opponents had injured him and had gotten to witness this, but they still couldn't figure out how he was beating people so easily. With each match he played, he would get an invitation asking him to join their faction. He would ignore it and continue to play the game. This time, though, when Peter logged out from the game and headed to the main command center, he could see one of the screens flashing red. Damn, did something happen while I was playing the game? He rushed over to what looked like a radar screen. The sensors on the ship had picked up something. Display image, Peter said. The center section of the glass screen that would usually show the outside space changed, showing an image of a small ship that was approaching them. Now this is a little more interesting. Quinn did say if I couldn't deal with it, then I shouldn't, but this should be enough, right? The controller Logan had given him was more like a touchscreen tablet with tabs. Each one, when clicked on and selected, would control a different part of the ship. Searching with his eyes, he finally saw it, the tab for the ship's weapons. Inside the small spaceship, there were military personnel, a team of 4 to be exact. Originally, 2 ships were tailing the larger ship when it had left for the Earth. At first, they had both left to report, but the commander asked for one of them to stay and keep an eye, but to leave immediately if they saw any other ships approaching the larger one. Oscar, the Supreme Commander, was afraid that the ship now belonged to the Grey Lashes and that the whole thing was a trap if the military tried to get it back. After watching for a long time, they saw no one approach it and only a small ship left towards the warp station. So much time had passed by and there was nothing. In the end, the ship decided to tempt fate. They made the ships, so they knew the raiders' range. The soldiers' hearts were beating fast, and when they finally entered the area, there was no reaction. They breathed a sigh of relief. They tried making contact with the large ship, as the commander asked, but there was no answer or anything. It was all too strange, so they decided to investigate. Halfway on their way, that was when they realized their mistake. The ship had made its first movements. Out from the bottom, a circle head had come out, and with it for cannons. Now that the ship had been seen, Peter couldn't let them get away. The particles surrounded the cannon, and the small ship tried to move away, but it was too late. As the bright white beam left the cannons, the attack was too wide for them to avoid. It had hit the ship, destroying most of it and everything that was inside. Error! Error! Please refill the cannon with advanced tier crystals, the spaceship spoke. Right now they didn't have any advanced tier crystals. The only ones that were on board were bags and bags of the small blue ones that were used to maintain the ship. Once a week, a bag of the crystals had to be dumped into a special area shown by Logan. Peter started to scratch his head now, wondering if blasting them was such a good idea. It looked like if more trouble was to come, then Peter could no longer use the cannon, which would bring them more trouble. Hopefully the others will have returned by then, Peter thought. His routine was once again boring, and he had expected something to happen quite soon after destroying the ships, but still there was nothing. Peter paused for a second. Fighting these types of people was wasting his time, and the last time he had entered the ship nearly suffered an attack. So before entering, he went back and returned with some beast gear. It was a pair of basic tier tonfa. A tonfa was a device similar to a baton, a blunt object, but there would be a side handle, allowing a part of it to be used as a support. Rather than swinging around like a baton, it felt more natural in one's hands. These were gifts from Logan. There were many weapons Logan had tried a while ago when he first worked with Peter in the game, and this item had suited him greatly. If he could get skilled at using these, and then make a beast weapon, it would increase his power. Just as Peter was about to get in, a message was received on the ship. For the first time in the game's history, Peter was going to have human interaction. Play message! Hey Peter, it's Logan. I've sorted out what I wanted to sort out on my end, so I've started digging into the Bree family. It looks like there may soon be a chance for us all to meet again. Something big is going to happen, and soon, Logan said. Episode 589, An Unknown Family. On planet Jokingly, it was just another midday. Nothing unusual had happened. The faction stationed there was going about their business as usual, with people coming and going and completing quests. The faction would then receive the rewards. Inside their main base in the teleporter room, they weren't expecting any visitors today. Because of the high tension that was going on, if one were to use a teleporter to travel to another planet, they would first inform someone beforehand, even if they were in the same family. It was also so the Grey Lash could keep track of numbers and who was where. That's why when a portal rift suddenly opened inside their portal room, all the guards that were there that day were on high alert. They saw a man come flying out of the portal and land on the ground seconds after it was opened. 4 men immediately went to surround him, while the other 6 carried on waiting by the teleporter in case there were others to come through as well. The man looks injured, one of them said. There are burn marks all over him.
The man made a few groans but didn't say much else, and when he finally passed out, 3 more people came through the teleporter shortly after him. When Quinn saw the guards, he immediately raised his hands. He didn't want to get into a fight right now, so he used his inspection skills to make sure they weren't from the Greylash or Sunshield families, which was a relief. It looks like this place at least hasn't been attacked, Quinn thought. They were safe, for now. The group was taken away for questioning and then told to stay at the base while being looked over. In the meantime, they would try to confirm if what they had said was true or not. They didn't lie about what happened. They had no reason to, and they were sure it would get whoever was in charge's attention. It had been a tense few moments, but nothing compared to what they'd all been through. However, as soon as Dennis regained consciousness, their treatment seemed to change. Dennis recognized the planet they were on and the faction known as the Underdogs. This was all because of the old man, who used to be a member of this faction before joining the Eagles. Their relationship was close. After hearing what Dennis had to say and confirming that they could indeed no longer get in contact or connect with the systems at their faction, he had to believe what they were saying was true. All they needed to do now was wait for confirmation from the Greylash family. The man in charge of the Underdogs, named Korg, was the leader and a compassionate man. He said they could stay at this shelter for as long as they wished, or use the teleporters to return to the Crows. Their story was devastating to hear, and he could tell they had been through a lot. Through it all, before leaving the base, Dennis had made one request. Korg, if you could do me a favor in your report, could you perhaps not tell them we survived? The Greylashes. I want to see what they are going to do about this first, before deciding everything. As a leader, Korg understood what he was trying to do. When they left the base, they entered the shelter, and this one, in particular, was set out and designed differently from the ones they had been to before. The shops and houses were appropriately built instead of temporary, having personal designs for each place. Potted plants were seen placed outside homes and stone walkways. If anything, it didn't feel like a temporary shelter, or a shelter at all, but looked more like an old equine city. This was because this was classified as a Tier 1 shelter. It was one of the bigger factions under the Greylash family. They could tell immediately due to the number of Greylashes inside the facility. They had even built a base that was placed near the main faction base. A big faction meant they obtained a lot of resources from a place like this, so it needed protection. The group eventually decided to head to a coffee shop and sat outside on a nice day. They needed to talk before deciding what to do next. As they sipped their drinks, they looked at the peaceful buildings and the people's smiling faces. Dennis continued to shake his head. They're all gone, aren't they? All of them. We will pay them back, Linda said. For now, we have to figure out what we're going to do. According to Korg, they had directly received a large influx of people from the Greylash family, nothing compared to the small number of men that were sent to the Eagles. It seemed that somehow they knew that the Sunshield family was planning an attack. But they chose to send the most men to the most important places. However, it appeared that the Eagles were the only base that had been attacked so far, as Korg was able to communicate with every other base, except theirs. I think the Greylashes have given up on the smaller-sized factions, Alex finally said. If you think about it, they can't spread themselves too thin, otherwise it leaves their home planet vulnerable to attack. You can see how many men were sent here, and how many were at the Eagles. You heard what the Greylash squad leader said. He never expected them to come so soon. Maybe they were meant to just scout out the place, and then head back home. If they knew an attack would happen and they were planning to stop it, they would have sent more people. Even now, after an attack, they haven't chosen to inform the other factions to keep their guard up, and it doesn't appear that any Greylash members have been sent to the Crow's place either. It's as if they have decided that these planets are already at a loss, and for the time being, they will happily accept the benefits, but not the responsibility and risk their own people's lives. This whole situation is a load of crap. A lot of them thought of this possibility, but hearing Alex say it out loud brought it home for them. That's probably why they have been pushing all the medium factions to gather crystals harder. If we get them all before the Sunshields even attack, then what does it matter? Hearing all of this, Quinn thought it was finally time. The Sunshield family will come and attack the Crows. If they started with the Eagles, they will continue with the others. The Greylashes won't help, so I see no reason why you should ally yourselves with them anymore. This offer is to the both of you and all the Crows, Quinn said, looking at Linda. In a way, Linda had no choice but to agree to what he was about to suggest, but he wanted Blip and the others on his side as well. On the surface, you appear to still be working with the Crows, but you will no longer be with them. You'll be with me instead. Look, I don't know who you are, and I owe you a lot, Dennis said. I agree we're on our own, but if the sun shields come to attack and we can't fend them off, then where do we go? We were only able to go here because we are with the Grey Lashes under their banner. All of the planets are owned by one of the big three, and the Earth is mostly covered by the military. There are some undiscovered places, but if we stay there, we will be in the middle of a war zone constantly. Linda, do you remember Paul? Quinn said. Paul is under me, and he used to be the head general of Military Base 2. We, stole one of the large ships that can house around 2,000 people. For now, this is enough to accommodate all of the Crow members. It's a temporary solution, but good enough while we build our power. Dennis, you aren't the only faction that feels distant with the head families. There are a lot of you, and I have more people on my side in more places than you think. What I suggest is that we prepare for the Sunshield family coming to the Crow's base. We set up teleporters between the large spaceship and the home planet. When they come, the civilians can move over, and we will have our last stand without worrying about them. Usually Dennis would say someone so young-looking was crazy to even suggest such things, but there was something strange about him. The Greylash Squad family leader's attitude changed after learning of his ability. The Sunshield seemed to have known him as well. Then they learned that he has an ex-second general under him. Last of all his powers, Dennis could admit he was strangely strong. I already said I owe you, Dennis replied. Even if your crazy plan doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. I just want you to give me a chance to give payback to the Sunshield family, and I can't really forgive the Greylashes either for not letting us know beforehand. That was one person on board and a strong ally to the team. Then Quinn looked toward Linda for an answer as well. I agree with what you said, but we will have to convince Blip. I don't think it will be a problem. Of late, he has been complaining about the Greylashes more and more, and if he learns of everything that happened, it shouldn't be too difficult. I trust you, Quinn said. The near-death experience had brought these people closer together. If the Crows agreed to join and they could stop the planet from being taken over, they would have a beast planet to hunt on and be able to use the ship as a base of operations. The faction was slowly coming together. But more than anything, there was one critical thought on Quinn's mind. It was the Greylash squad leader's last words. Was it true that the Blade family could stop this, and was it the same Blade that Vorden belonged to? Quinn had questions, and he was hoping he could find answers. Have any of you ever heard of the Blade family? Quinn asked. They thought about it for a while, but it didn't ring any bells for anyone. Apart from what those two were saying before, I've never heard of them, Dennis replied. It seemed like Quinn would soon need to contact Vorden. Episode 590, Once a Month. Back at the Crow shelter, people were still feeling the effects of the big hunt, but they knew they would need to get back to their usual routine soon. There were, however, still effects due to what had happened. People were now taking fewer risks in their quests, taking lower-level ones less frequently. It was a grim reminder to the travelers that in the end, they valued their lives more than any ranking system or rewards from the Greylash family. Blip, their leader, understood this more than anyone. Behind the scenes, the Greylash family was actually getting frustrated with him. Suddenly, the number of crystals he was delivering to them plummeted after the event. They seemed to be pressuring him every day and were uncaring about his people. Did you not just hear me? A man died. It's normal for production to go down after such a thing, Blip said with frustration in his voice. Right now, he was on a video call with one of the Greylash members. Blip, if you can't get us those crystals, then we have no resources to fight the families that come after us, and that includes your base. We're a big team in all this, and if your faction isn't doing its part, that means others will have to make up for it. We can't have that. If there is no improvement soon, we are going to have to drop you from the team. And if you're not on our team, it means you're on a different team. I hope you understand. The video call had ended, and Blip slammed his fist on the desk. He was always calm when dealing with things. He knew getting angry wouldn't help, but every time he saw how heartless the Greylashes were being, he couldn't help himself. Linda, come back soon, or I might say something I regret. While Quinn was away, the others decided to not do any quests until he had come back. It wasn't that they couldn't. Many of them now trusted them after such an attack, and there were always new guys they could use. But they had their things to do. With the new recruits being from Base 2, Fex was trying to get a moment when they were alone. When they were, he would use his influence skills to make them forget Paul's appearance. Paul was walking around the base hooded, but there was no doubt they would recognize him if the students saw him. As for Paul, during his time, he continued to learn the level 3 poison ability and had even purchased the 4 and 5 books to slowly increase his power. Kaz was in her apartment. It was the first time she had been away from Paul. She could trust him for a short time while not going on quests for him, to not reveal himself, and with Quinn not around, she thought it was a perfect time. The perfect time to do her monthly report. She had just taken out the teleporter she had brought with her. It was square in design, and it was a special one that only vampires had access to at the moment. She pressed some dials on the front display. "Please set return code," the machine said. She entered the code, 982667. "Return code set." Pressing a few more buttons, a new message was heard. "Please input your destination code." To do this, she would have to contact the 8th leader, Jill, who would set a code on her end with another teleporter. With the vampire teleporters, they could at any time go to each setup teleporter as long as they knew the code. The vampires had even set up a backdoor code that allowed them to travel to the Earth station, and this is what Fex had used to arrive on Earth. However, these codes would often change, making it harder for people to figure out. With the portal she was using now, the return code had been set, so when she was on the other side, all she would need to do was find a teleporter and input the return code. When she was back, she would clear the machine's code. Only in emergencies or when they knew they would not return would they destroy the teleporter. After receiving the code from Jill, she stepped in, and she was curtly in the king's throne room. Jill had already prepared everything, and seeing the king, she knelt. "You may raise your head," the king said. Compared to the last time she had seen him, he looked worse than before. His skin and pale face weren't the only problems, but it looked like he was also losing weight for the first time. No one knew how long he had, but if he didn't go into eternal slumber soon, there was a high chance that he could probably die. "Please give your report," Dwight said, one of the king's royal knights who stood by his side. Kaz went on to explain the situation on Earth. At the moment, their team was the only eyes and ears the vampires had, or at least the only ones they allowed for the moment. She told them the state of the humans, how they were at war, and what Quinn and the others had done so far, joining a faction under one of the big families. However, she didn't go into specifics, not talking about the men she had killed and why, and what actions they had to take to prevent such a thing. The simple reason was that she wasn't asked. She was asked if any of the humans had compromised them, to which she replied that they had not. If they asked if they had any problems, she would also say no because everything seemed fine to her. "And how has Paul been? Do you think he will be trouble for us?" Dwight asked. "He hasn't tried to speak to anyone. He seems a little frustrated at his situation," Kaz said. Then she started to think back to how Paul had treated her so far. In particular, she remembered Paul trying to give her lectures from time to time, mostly telling her human views. Then unexpected words came out of her mouth. "He is a good man. I believe he is truly doing this, so his people don't get hurt." It was a compliment, a first for them. The only time they would hear Kaz say nice things about people when she was talking about her leader, Bryce. "Has there been any news about our vampires that have gone missing?" She shook her head. "At this time, I haven't been able to locate or identify any of the previous agents, and I have no idea why they vanished. However, communication is limited between those factions now. It seems like many died at the start of the war. Currently it has calmed down a little." Kaz was dismissed and free to leave, and so she stepped through the teleporter. The king and his men were wondering just what was going on. A civil war would make sense for some of their agents to die, but all of them? Until they knew or could find out why, they were hesitant to send more men, and they could only rely on Quinn and the others. When Kaz returned through the teleporter, she entered her room again, but instead of taking the teleporter down, she knelt over and entered a new code before stepping in again. This time, when she went through the teleporter, she arrived directly at the first castle where Bryce was sitting down on his throne, waiting for her. She had given the same details as she had given the king, only missing out on Paul's kind part. Hearing this, he concluded that Paul wouldn't try anything. What he didn't like, personally, was how much power Quinn was seemingly getting. Hearing about killing an Emperor-tier beast was quite an accomplishment. He was young and would soon only grow. He feared that maybe someday Quinn would use this power against the vampires. "Maybe I need more eyes down there myself. That way they can keep an eye on everyone." The king had decided not to send any more vampires, but he thought it was foolish to trust all the information coming from a team composed mostly of past humans and a new leader. The king was too cautious and too trusting, so in his place, Bryce would act for him. Bryce said, "When you return, don't reset your code." After a couple of days had passed, Quinn and the others had finally returned, and with them, they had brought back 2 new people. One of them they recognized well. seeing their happy and smiling faces and how they said nothing but positive things about Dennis. It looked like the Grey Lashes chose to inform no one of what had happened. Before coming back to the Crows, Quinn had made it clear to all of them, no matter what, Kaz was not to find out what he had done on the Eagle's planet, and she was not on their side. Episode 591, The Collaboration. Upon returning to the shelter, both Linda and Dennis were left to do the talking. Quinn left it up to them to try and convince Blip of their plans. They knew him best, and Quinn felt like his presence wasn't helpful at times like this, especially since most people, when looking at him, only saw him as someone young and naive. Their minds usually changed only when they saw him in action, and Blip hadn't done so. However, if he was to hear what happened from two high-ranking people whom he trusted, it was more likely he would be convinced. They were in his office and told him everything. Linda recounted only parts of what had happened to the Eagles and how they were attacked. She didn't want Dennis to relive that painful experience again. When she was done, Dennis was the one who had told him of the plan that Quinn had come up with, and the resources he had to do such a thing. They both had nothing but praises for him. On top of this, Linda also had to explain Quinn's credibility, about the large ship, and how he had defeated the Emperor and King Tier Beast, and how he was the Night Demon, which didn't come as a surprise due to Blip already knowing full well about it. Still, Blip was absolutely stunned after hearing everything about the Eagles, but he couldn't imagine Dennis lying to him, and the pained look on his face said it all, how true all of this was. "Those Grey Lashes! They haven't even informed us or warned us," Blip said, frustrated. "If the Sun Shields have already attacked one of the medium bases, they won't just be attacking one, they will probably come after us at some point." "That's why I think it's best if we go through this, detach ourselves from the Grey Lashes," Linda said. "Honestly, I don't know how long we can be protected by Quinn. He's just a kid at the end of the day, but if you saw how those people reacted when they saw his power, it was different. Even the Sunshield family was almost scared to act. I don't trust him 100%, but I trust him more than any of the others out there." Although Linda didn't know why the big three were scared of him, she thought it might have something to do with the vampires that she was now a part of. Maybe they secretly ran the whole thing behind the scenes, and that's why they were scared of him. Still, she had told Blip pretty much everything that had happened, but she still hadn't told him about herself. She wasn't allowed to, but even if she was, it was something she wouldn't have been able to bring herself to tell her brother just yet. "Okay," Blip said, "but there are a few things I would like to suggest. First, the others won't just accept Quinn as the leader. I would do everything as planned without telling the people. There is no need to cause a panic, but we tell the faction members to prepare themselves. When the attack happens, we will move everyone to the large ship Quinn has prepared, and we will inform them that it was due to him. They are more likely to listen to him if they feel indebted to him. This will hopefully get more people to stay as well. We won't be able to keep everyone. Second, even with this, there will still be people who won't agree with it. I suggest we form a seat of leaders. Me, Dennis, and Quinn, with each of us having an equal say in what to do. That should stop any restless crows from acting out." A smile appeared on both Dennis and Linda's faces. It didn't seem like it was too hard to convince Blip after all. That was because they were unaware of the many confrontations that he was having with the Grey Lashes behind the scenes. Now, with all this sorted, he couldn't wait for his next call. When they were no longer a part of the Grey Lashes, he could finally say what had been on his mind for the longest time. While Quinn was waiting to hear Blip's thoughts, he busied himself by introducing Alex to the whole group. He informed them that he was a forger and would be joining the team. The first person he was introduced to was Sam. "Quinn went all this way just to get a forger. He looks young. Am I missing something? He looks so ordinary." "Hey, you just thought something bad about me, didn't you?" Alex said. Sam was startled. It was true, but he just didn't know how to reply. He was staring at the floor as he was trying to come up with the words. "I've seen those big eyes before. Everyone looks at me like that, but just you wait. When I create some killer equipment for you, you'll change your mind. And you know what? I'm charging you full price," Alex said, before moving on to the next person. All Sam could do was sigh. He hated confrontation, and he couldn't fight back because it was true. "Hey, you're wearing the chest piece I created," Alex said when he came across Fex. "You're the one who made this?" Fex said with his eyes open. "I can see you and I are going to get along well. Anyone with such a good eye is cool with me," Alex said with a thumbs up. The interaction with Kaz was quite short. As usual, she put on a cute smile and proceeded to shake Alex's hand. In doing so, Alex's face went bright red, and he thought one thing: cute. Is this the person Quinn said is extremely dangerous and will kill us if she finds out about the skill he used? For some reason, beyond the innocent look on her face, he just couldn't see it, but he would be sure to keep his word. Finally, he was introduced to Paul, and of everyone, this was the biggest shock of all. The two of them shook hands. "It's nice to welcome you to the team," Paul said. "Yes, sir," Alex automatically responded. He felt like he was still in military school when he saw Paul. Paul shook his head. "You don't answer me now. He's your leader." It was really true, after all. It was amazing enough to learn that Quinn was the night demon who had beaten Duke, but to also somehow get the head general under his wing was amazing. He just couldn't imagine the events that could make that possible. Of course, Alex knew nothing about Quinn being a vampire. With the introductions done, the others asked whether or not they would be going on a quest now that he was back, but Quinn had other things he wanted to do. The attack from the Sun Shields was coming, and with Kaz on his back, there was a major problem. Quinn wouldn't be able to use his vampire powers, limiting his potential. The Tenth's people were his main concern right now. He was confident that he could stand up to her, silence her, or force her to do something. But what would happen if they discovered Quinn had broken the rules? What would happen to Leo and Aaron, as well as the people? While living his life as Vincent, his body had already gone through the pain of abandoning them once, and for some reason, Vincent's duty felt like it had become his. He couldn't just leave the vampires on their own. He couldn't just break ties with the vampires just yet, until he knew what to do with them. On top of this, Quinn also wished to go back to the chamber and speak with Vincent when he had reached level 40, completing his quest. Because of all these things, he chose not to break the rules, angering the council further, perhaps even being banished from the place. At some point in time, Quinn's own goals and Vincent's goals were now in his head all along. However, this meant he wouldn't be able to beat the Sun Shields, or at least it wouldn't be an easy fight. He had the help of the others with him, but they wouldn't be able to use the full extent of their powers either, so Quinn needed something more. He would be able to use his shadow ability, but there was one more thing he had yet to finish learning. That was his soul weapon. Quinn was determined to finish learning his soul weapon before the attack. Episode 592, Three Flames. The new venture and collaboration between the Crow and the Cursed family was a success. Quinn had been informed about Blip's agreeing to his plan. He never liked working for the Grey Lashes, and he felt like, in their hands, more people would soon meet their ends anyway. He would much rather his people be in control of their destiny, but they just honestly didn't have the power to do it. Blip was just hoping that this collaboration wouldn't end up like some of the previous ones that nearly got them all wiped out in an instant. Either way, they did nothing. They would get attacked by the Sun Shields anyway. Inside Blip's office, Quinn's group, Blip, and his B-ranks, including Nate, were in a meeting. It was the first meeting they would have as collaborative partners. Blip had decided to inform Megan of the plans, since she had great support within the Crows as well, and she had been with them for a long time. They had set up a table in one of the empty training rooms and told the others that they couldn't use it for now. The first part of the meeting was mentioning what happened while Linda and Quinn were away, and just who and why Dennis was involved in all of this. Quinn had yet to even tell his friends and teammates what had happened, so this had come as a sudden surprise to them as well. "And that is why we will be collaborating from now on. The decision has been made," Blip said. Nate and Sam had smiles on their faces. They thought maybe they would have to get involved at some point to help Quinn with his plan of creating his own faction, but it seemed like he was doing everything himself already. "Megan, I want you to inform the faction members of a possible attack. Just break it down for them slowly. I don't want anyone panicking, and I don't want this getting out to their families. If it does, we can't help it, but I trust you can figure out a way to sort this out." She nodded in response as his words strengthened her resolve. Megan didn't complain at all about the collab. This was because she knew how much pressure Paul was being put under. She blamed Mitchell's death on the Greylash family as well. "Nate, since you are the best when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, I want you to start training the Crows in this. For now, quests will be limited to low-rated ones, unless a special request is made. The Sunshield family are masters of hand-to-hand combat. Even if our members use weapons, it will be good to know how to react to certain things. Sam, I want you to use that big brain of yours to come up with an effective escape plan for the others. I will give you the funds needed to purchase and set up the teleporter linking the large ship back to the Crow's place. Quinn said he will send some people to fly out with you to head back to the ship." No one had complaints about this either, as Sam had proved himself many times that he had the best brains out of everyone here for situations like this. "Are there any more concerns?" Blip asked. Quinn was the first to speak. I was wondering if we could use some of the crow's funds to purchase a few things. Nate previously mentioned that there was a machine that the military used to help with learning the soul weapon. If we could get one, it would help me and the others greatly. On top of this, Alex can create beast gear for your people, better than what they currently have, but we don't have the equipment to do it. There were still a lot of items in Quinn's shop at the advanced level, items that gave better stats than those that were for sale in the Crow's shelter. If Alex could mass-produce these for the Crows, it would give their team that little bit of extra strength. For now, I have decided to give the Grey Lashes the minimal amount of crystals we can. 1, this will annoy them, which is a win in my book, Blip replied. And 2, we can use the rest of the crystals for ourselves. Whatever we have in storage, feel free to make use of it. However, as for your first request, purchasing teleporters in the first place is expensive. We will be using most of our funds on that. I'm afraid we won't have much to purchase the machine you're talking about. It's costly as well. Quinn wasn't too confident that without the machine, he would learn to use the soul weapon within time. These days, because he felt rushed to learn it, his mind was unfocused and he wasn't making any progress at all. Would you be able to purchase the blueprints for the machine? Alex asked. The others looked at him strangely at the table, as if he did something wrong. Did I say something strange? Alex replied. No, Linda replied. But can you really make the machine if you only have the blueprint? I thought only top-level forgers could do that. As long as I have a blueprint, I can do anything, Alex replied. Quinn was right. Alex was special, and it was worth everything to bring him over to his side. Blueprints for such things were usually very expensive. It was a forger's secret, and they would only sell it to a large group for a good price. It meant someone could then mass-produce the work as long as they had a forger skilled enough to do so. But for things such as training equipment and so on, they weren't so expensive. Everyone busily continued doing their things. After purchasing the teleporters needed, Sam had gone with Fex out into space to head back to the large ship. There they would set up the teleporter and meet back with Peter. Quinn continued to practice separating his mind and chest, but it seemed like the last hurdle was just too complicated for him. But at last, the machine had been completed by Alex after 5 days of hard work. The machine had been set up in the plane training room right at the back, and now Quinn could finally use it. Watching over him were both Nate and Sam. The machine puts your mind in a sleep-like state and allows you to see just what is in your heart, Nate started to explain. Because you can connect with your heart a little already, it means you can skip a few steps. From there, you should be able to see what is in your soul. Then all you need to do is bring yourself into the picture with your soul. Finally, it will show you what your soul weapon is or will be, an enhancement or a weapon type. In the machine, you will be able to do it easily, but you need to remember the feeling you experienced. Even if you can connect with your soul weapon in the machine, it doesn't mean you can when you are out. Everyone is different. Some people can do it straight away after making a connection, but some still take a few months. We don't have a few months, Quinn said, as he went over to the machine. The machine was an expandable chair, like the one you would use when you go to the dentist. Above the chair there was a strange-looking helmet that would be placed on your head. Once one was seated, a few straps would come out from under the chair and tie the person in. Quinn did all this before going into the machine, and when it was activated, a few magnetic pulses could be felt on his back. He could feel them syncing with his heartbeat, going in and out. He didn't know how long he had been listening to the pulses, but soon his mind was shut off, and he could see within himself. It looks like he was in a clear white room, and in front of him he could see a strange yellow-looking flame. Is that my soul weapon? Quinn thought. It has yet to take any form or shape. The feeling from the yellow flame in the center was similar to his ki, a nice warm feeling. Quinn, however, noticed something else when he got closer. He could see 2 more flames to the side of the large yellow flame. When he used his blood powers, the energy emanating from it was red. It was a flame that symbolized his vampire abilities. Then there was one purple-colored one on his left side. It twisted and moved, and Quinn had a good idea of what it was. It was his shadow ability. The soul weapon was something that developed in a person from a young age and was ready once they reached the age of 17. The shape, as well as what it could do, would be influenced by one's personality and abilities. But for Quinn, he didn't have an ability until he was 16. He had turned into a vampire and then learned of the shadow later. Was this why he could see 3 flames? Is this why he couldn't connect with his soul weapon before? When he had this thought, he suddenly saw the 3 flames moving together, and when they touched, he felt a powerful energy. The 3 flames were fusing. The flame would pulse out, a line of yellow surging through Quinn, then a line of red, and finally a line of purple. For a time these pulses continued, pushing Quinn away, but he did his best to get closer and closer. Then finally it had stopped. There was now only a single flame. With his hand, Quinn reached out to it and touched it. An image appeared in his head. When he exited the machine, his eyes opened, and the helmet and straps were removed. Quinn touched his heart for a few moments and was breathing heavily. He hadn't felt like this in a long time since becoming a vampire and having a large amount of stamina, but the image was still fresh in his mind. When he closed his eyes, he quickly tried to remember the feeling, and the flame that was there before was still there now. "You did it, didn't you?" Nate said with a big smile. "You finally unlocked your soul weapon. Well, how about me and you finally have that fight we've been waiting for?" Episode 593, Item Soul or Enhancement. Quinn couldn't stop smiling. He finally did it. He really did have a soul weapon. At one point he had a deep fear that his soul weapon wasn't able to form due to the changes in his body and the strange ability, but instead it seemed like the last process had just finished a few moments ago while in the machine. It was no wonder he could never picture or go to the last steps on his own. It was because the soul weapon was still incomplete. He just needed a little more time before it was over. Still, the images in his head were just simple flashes, so he didn't have a clear idea yet of what it would look like. "Why don't we all just calm down for a bit?" Sam said, as he pulled Nate back. "I mean, let's be reasonable. Quinn just found out what his soul weapon is. If you two were to fight now before Quinn even learned about it, then it would be useless and not really fair, right?" As usual, when his friend got a little hot-headed, Sam needed to be the one to pull him back a little. Folding his arms in frustration, Nate had to admit it made sense. It would just be taking advantage of someone who didn't know how to use their soul weapon. In all honesty, it could become a dangerous thing if one didn't know how to use it properly. "That's true," Nate replied. "Well, maybe you can just give us some information then, and we can help you out with it. First of all, is it an enhancement type or an item type?" "Is there one better than the other?" Quinn asked. "Not really. The only thing I would say is that the enhancement type is easier for one to use off the bat, and seems to be the more common of the two. The enhancement type of soul weapon is pretty basic, and it's up to the user how to creatively use it." Nate closed his eyes for a few seconds, then noticed that his right hand had a gleam to it, as if it had been coated with something. It was his harding ability. Then his fingertips began to change slightly, appearing to be made of silver. "Let's use mine as an example. My soul weapon is an enhancement type." Clearing his throat, he looked over to Sam, who gave out a big sigh, knowing he wanted him to be his guinea pig. "My soul weapon is called Hardened Touch." As he slowly grasped Sam's arm, the silver color from his fingertips began to spread over his arm, covering the entire elbow. Even after letting go, the silver metal could still be seen. Usually the hardening ability is only able to be used on your own body. My Hardened Touch lets me harden anything I touch. Rocks, beast weapons, beasts themselves, and that includes joints. Hold them for long enough and I can harden their entire bodies like a statue. On the surface, it seems like a pretty useless skill, but the hardening makes the body heavier, and only I can get rid of it. Plus, with my martial arts background, I'm used to getting close to my opponents in the first place. When Nate seemed to stop using his ability, the metal casing over Sam's arm started to disappear as well. Seeing all of this, Quinn decided to use his inspection skills, now that he had finally received his soul weapon. The leveling up quest didn't appear for the first time since he used it on Nate. This implied that he was now too powerful with a soul weapon. Quinn was certain that he would find the fight difficult. It was as if the system was based on who would win, and if it came down to a 50-50 chance, or if the odds were not in Quinn's favor, he would be given an instant level-up quest. But in any fight, even if one person had a 10% chance of winning on paper, it didn't mean that person was going to lose, or the other one was going to win. "What's the problem?" Sam asked, as he could see Quinn in deep thought. "Has your soul weapon not given you a clear image yet?" Quinn was a little hesitant before he finally decided to give his answer. "It's not that. It's just that I'm a little unsure about what type my soul weapon is." The reason for Quinn saying that is that when he had unlocked his soul weapon, most wouldn't know whether they could use it straight away or not, but Quinn did, without attempting to bring it out. This was because it had become a type of skill he could use once he learned it. Just like with the blood crescent kick, he would no longer need to think about how to use it, but instead just activate the skill through his system to get it to work. However, Quinn would try to avoid this, as he wanted to figure out things himself, and would only use the system for a quick switch when needed. When the skill was unlocked, it created its tab, and underneath that tab, it had two options for the soul weapon: enhancement type and the item type. However, the enhancement type was grayed out. Quinn didn't know if this meant he could, without knowing it, select the item type during the soul-searching process, or if it meant that there was some way for him to unlock the other kind, but he just hadn't found the answer or way yet. "There is an easy way to find out," Nate said. "Show us. Don't worry, you don't have to fight anyone. I promise I won't try to attack you." "Maybe." He did not see any harm in doing so, and it was a step he would have to take sooner or later anyway. Quinn stood alone, away from the others, in the center of the training room. Since he could only use the item type of soul weapon, he thought it would be best to start with that. "Soul weapon activated. Item type selected." Quinn could only feel one thing when the soul weapon was activated, and that was pain. Blip was busy walking around the base, making sure everyone was getting along with their preparations. He also wanted to know if there was anything they needed help with, or anything else needed. He had just finished delivering all the extra beast crystals to Alex, so he could create better equipment for their members. While there, Alex informed him that he had finished making the soul weapon machine for Quinn. Because of this, Blip decided he would pop by to see how they were doing. Both Dennis and Linda were singing praises about his strength, yet he still didn't have a soul weapon. Usually that would put one at a great disadvantage. If he was so strong without one, Blip wanted to see what he was like with one. When he entered the training room, the first thing he could see was Quinn standing in the center, and underneath him, a pool of blood. "What happened?" Blip shouted as he rushed over, and then stopped as he took in Quinn's appearance for a few seconds. The other two looked unharmed, and had no scuffs or scratches on them, but Quinn stood there with his eyes lifeless. His hands and arms had been cut, and they weren't shallow wounds. From the palm of his hand to his forearm, deep cuts could be seen, so much that part of the flesh, fat and muscle were all there. The wound was strange, as it looked like that of a snake, wrapping around the forearms. He was still dripping even now from the wounds and blood, adding to the pool below him. "It was his soul weapon! His soul weapon did this!" Sam shouted. At that moment, Quinn collapsed to the floor. "Why aren't my wounds healing?" Quinn thought. "Blood bank empty." None of the others had ever heard of such a thing, a soul weapon that causes so much pain to its user. It was for this reason that Blip believed there had to be more to the story than him attempting to use his soul weapon. When Sam looked at him, it looked like Quinn was trying to speak as he looked in his direction. Then something hit him. The problem was that Quinn was a vampire, and he had just lost a lot of blood. The problem was Sam didn't know what to do, but he knew someone who might. "I'll go get Fex," Sam said, rushing off. "Fex? Wouldn't calling a doctor better?" Nate shouted, but Sam had already left. "I'll go call the doctor. You stay with him," Blip said as he too rushed away. Nate looked at Quinn, and he just started to chuckle. "Don't worry, my man. You're strong. You won't die. Maybe Sam was right, and we should have tried figuring out your soul weapon a little bit at a time. I know this probably isn't something I should be saying right now, especially since you look like crap, but for a few seconds while using your soul weapon, you look pretty badass to me." Quinn looked up at Nate and gave a little smile before completely passing out. Episode 594, Reason of Attack? Sam was in a panic about what to do after seeing Quinn lose that much blood. He wondered if something strange might happen because of his unique body, or if he would just die. He knew vampires were reliant on blood, and even though he was still human at the moment, he couldn't just give some sort of his own in front of Nate and Blip. "Come on, where is he? Where is he?" And that's when Sam finally remembered. Fex was currently at the ship docks waiting for him. Today they were meant to go out and head to the large spaceship. After finding Fex and explaining what happened, Fex rushed off to where Quinn was, and they were the first ones back. Sam used some excuse to get Nate and him to both leave, and when they did, he started to pour blood into Quinn's mouth from his blood flask. He started to respond a bit better, and now the wounds around his arms were starting to heal. "What the hell did this to you, Quinn?" Fex thought, while looking at the wounds. He had seen nothing like it before. "Thanks," Quinn replied, regaining his energy. "Well, with this much blood loss, it's a good thing you didn't become a crazy bloodsucker. I don't think any of us could have stopped you then," Fex said. Fex didn't know how right he was. Quinn was only 5 HP points away from turning into that thing. The soul weapon had not only taken his blood, but used up the emergency 200 milliliters as well. It was a reminder that sometimes he needed to be cautious about things. There was still more he needed to learn about his soul weapon before he could use it properly out on the battlefield. In the end, everything was okay, and Blip was informed that there would be no need for a doctor. Unfortunately, everyone was busy with the duties they had been given, including Fex and Sam, who had to rush off. But they couldn't leave Quinn in a room to recover, and not with someone who didn't know his secret. So they only had a few choices, and finally, the person selected was Linda. "Stupid brat," Linda thought, looking at Quinn sleeping away in his bed. "You're trying too hard and too fast to do everything on your own." But it wasn't a bad quality for someone to have. "One day you're going to make a girl very happy." Back on Earth, the original Civil War situation had died down slightly. It had been nearly 5 months since it broke out. All those that wished to go off and join other shelters under different families had done so. Apart from True Dream and the military that was, these two large powerhouses were the only ones stationed on Earth. The other three had their areas within the Beast's solar system and had set up base somewhere there. It would allow them to easily go to Beast planets and collect resources, allowing them to get more powerful equipment. It wasn't that they didn't have their territories on Earth, but having a planet under their control sounded better. It also allowed them to keep the secrets of their abilities if need be. The places that were owned by the big three on Earth, the citizens, equipment, and everything in those cities were no longer there. So it was safe to say that for the military, their base and stronghold was Earth. The downside to this was that if they wanted to head to the Beast planets, or plan an attack of any sort, they would have to go through the space teleporters. The element of surprise wasn't there, and they would have to mobilize a large unit to defend themselves. Still, they had the use of the teleporters back on Earth to mobilize ground units. This allowed them to hunt for crystals and more on the planets they currently had. This was just a big hamper on their space exploration abilities. There was one thing in the pipeline that was meant to turn the tide in their favor. They had made 8 prototype spaceships. They had state-of-the-art weapons on board, with equipment inside that could be used for any expedition or exploration of a new planet. At the same time, they were using an altered version of Glathrium. This version had a mixed new design, allowing it to be light and slightly stronger, surviving any trouble it might come across. That's why the Supreme Commander became concerned when one of these prototype ships left Earth without his permission. It had entered the Greylash region of the current solar system and remained stationary there. Oscar had just received word that the scout ship that had been assigned to it had been lost. This proved that it wasn't a friend who was in charge. "Sir, would you like us to send a team to try to retrieve the ship?" one of the head generals asked, who was in the office with the Supreme Commander Oscar. "We also just got a report that another ship has gone through the space station and is now also heading towards Betha." Betha was the prototype name for the large spaceship, and it had stuck with everyone, so they continued to refer to the large spaceship as such. Oscar wondered why the ship hadn't moved. It was strange. If the Greylash family had stolen the ship, they would have noticed what potential it had. Usually a group would have moved it, not kept it stationed next to their home planet. That way they could protect it, replicate it somehow, or use it for research. But they were doing none of these things. It just stayed there, floating in place, not traveling to any of the other areas. There was only one thing Oscar was clear about. It was a ship that wasn't on their side. Otherwise, it would never have destroyed these scouts without saying anything. So it was a problem for them, whether a big or small problem, he didn't know. He looked at the digital hologram screen in front of him, where there seemed to be a couple of reports. He looked at both reports as if there was a tough decision to be made. "We will have to just leave it be for now," Oscar said. "We need to start preparing everyone for the more important task at hand. I'm sure all the other powers have noticed as well." In the smaller spaceship, 3 men were making their way to Bertha. Sam, who had been tasked with setting up the teleporters there, Fex, who was acting as a type of guard, and finally a pilot from the Crows, since no one could trust either one of them to fly the thing safely. Using the masks made by Logan, Quinn had contacted Peter, telling him briefly that Fex would be coming, letting him do most of the explaining when they got there. Sam was a little nervous. He wondered if there was such a ship that could be used as a base. But when they finally arrived and he could see the ship, all of his doubts disappeared. The spaceship from the outside looked terrific, and he had never seen such a powerful thing before. Just how did Quinn even get his hands on something like this?" Sam said with his mouth left wide open. "If you think this is impressive, wait until you see the inside," Fex replied. "It seems like the military really went all out on something like this. I wonder how many they have," Rick said. Rick was the pilot accompanying them.
He had a pair of goggles on top of his head that he claimed allowed him to focus better and seemed to always be chewing on something. But he was a nice guy. Finally, they had arrived and landed on the ship, and Peter was there to greet them. "It's been a long time," Sam said. Peter was polite to Sam, but it was hard for the two to get along really well. When Peter looked at Sam, it reminded him a lot of his old self. "Hey, Fex, once you set up this teleporter, switch with me, okay?" Peter asked. These were the first words he said to him. "Huh? But I'm part of the faction. There are still more things I need to do," Fex complained. "Do you know how boring it is here? Quinn said we could switch from time to time. Besides, you're setting up teleporters so you can leave the place, right?" "Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that now," Fex replied. There were plenty of empty rooms on the spaceship that just went unused, so they decided to convert one of them into their future portal room. This would be the first portal that would take them to and from the Crow's planet. Unlike the vampire portals, only one destination could be set on them. While it was being set up, Fex filled them in on the details of everything that had happened so far, and through every word, Peter nodded along. "I understand," Peter said. "So you've come back because you needed more power. You needed me to help since you're too weak. I think that's even more reason why the two of us should swap." Fex was getting a little frustrated, as it seemed like Peter wouldn't let this swapping thing go. "Fine!" Fex was about to shout something, but they were interrupted by a sudden alarm. It wasn't a glaring red alert alarm, but instead sounded like a phone call. "Incoming call from Logan Green." "Accept call, room 3, Peter said, and suddenly a screen appeared floating inside the room they were in. It was large, and Logan's face could be seen. "Oh, I didn't expect there to be others with you," Logan said. This was the second time Logan had contacted Peter. The first time was to inform him about something else, but Logan said to keep that to himself, as it wasn't urgent at that time. "Well, let me run you down on a few things. Remember what I told you last time, Peter? It seems like it might be true, and slowly all the families are preparing to move, but I have even bigger news to share with you. I see Fex is with you, and you're setting up a teleporter. When you head back and meet Quinn, I want you to tell him what I'm about to tell you. I think I found it. I found the real reason why the Dalkies are attacking Earth," Logan said.
Episode 595, A Red Light.
"The real reason why the Dalki are attacking Earth?" Sam repeated, and he wasn't the only one that had heard it. Rick, the pilot, did too. "There's some sensitive matters in what I'm about to tell you, so I would suggest that we talk about this in a more secluded area," Logan said. Although Fex and Peter had no clue what they were talking about, Sam did understand. "Hey, why don't you two head to the command center and get me those files I asked for earlier?" Sam said with a wink. The two of them had blank looks on their faces, as if they couldn't understand what they were talking about, and it finally took Sam a little head nudge for them to understand. Logan didn't want Rick listening in on them, and Logan had yet to know that Sam was going to eventually be turned by Quinn as well. The two of them left and headed to the central command room, leaving Rick and Sam to finish setting up the teleporter. There were quite a few complicated types of machinery involved that would need to be set up, so that the correct two teleporters are connected to each other. They had time to do everything properly, because if they didn't, then it could be like the Red Portal Planet teleporters, where people would be chucked within 1 kilometer of each other. If that were to happen, maybe there would even be some people transported outside of the ship. Although you could say the two of them were more than distracted. Who wouldn't be after what they had just heard? The reason the news in the past gave for the Dalki attacking Earth was always so primitive. They saw a land that wasn't theirs, and they wanted to conquer it. Now, out of nowhere, from someone they barely knew, they were hearing that someone had found out the real reason for the Dalki attack. This group that Sam was about to join, how much did they know that the rest of the world kept a secret from them? Both Fex and Peter had sat down in the command center of the ship, and now they were listening intently to every word Logan had to say. When Logan had split off from Quinn and the others, he had decided that he would go visit his parents. There were a lot of questions he had for them that were on his mind, especially the fact that there was a base on the vampire homeworld that allowed him to access their systems. Not only that, but he was 90% sure that they were creating the Dalki in there. It was too much of a mystery to try to figure out when his own family was involved. He never saw his parents as evil, and he never had a bad upbringing. They gave him whatever he wanted when he needed it. So he thought he would have no problems with just asking them outright when he would see them. The problem was that he was trying to figure out where they would be right now.
The Green family was rich. Not just rich, but mega rich. There were so many systems that they had created that were used in the technology spread around the world today. Whereas Richard Eno was known for his physical inventions, the Greens were more known for their systems. Of course, this was more possible due to their ability. It gave them an advantage when you could communicate with the system directly. But herein lies the problem. With so much money, the Greens practically owned land everywhere. They had a place on Earth, as well as a piece of land on every main planet owned by the Big Four. So if he wanted to find his parents, he had to think like his parents. If he was them and a war was to break out, where would they go? It didn't take him long to figure out the answer to that either. They would have ignored everything going on around them and continued with their research, so wherever they were working last, they would have remained, and that was a place located within the Bree family. When Logan went to purchase his ticket, he received a card. It didn't matter what ticket he bought because he would be altering it with his ability anyway. The Green family had requested their special cards to be made, which would allow them to travel to any of their own homes. There's a special back door for them. It was convenient for them when they were working or needed to get somewhere, and it was especially convenient for him right now. The teleporters from their homes were linked to all the Earth stations around the universe, and this family was the only exception to that. But it wasn't as if this fact was known in the first place. The codes were only known to them, and the only people that could alter the tickets in the first place were the Green family. This was because they were the ones who had created the ticketing systems for the Earth station in the first place, so why couldn't they add extra privileges just for them? After entering the teleporter, Logan was transported to a planet owned by the Bree family. He had landed directly in front of his large white mansion. A large wall surrounded the place, and on top of the wall were several turrets that would shoot out energy crystals at anyone who tried to get close from the outside. Right now, Logan stood on the pathway leading to his house. It was hard to call it a house, as the building looked more like just one large science lab. Approaching the building, Logan finally arrived, and he had frozen at the door before entering. It had been a year since he last saw them, and even then they were a little too busy to talk to him. He felt a little sick thinking about talking to his parents. Yes, they never treated him badly, but at the same time, they didn't talk to him much either. Maybe it wasn't going to be as easy as he thought after all. Whatever he asked for, he got, but the only thing he never got was to spend time with them. This led him to play with the machinery that he loved. Still, the fact that he was about to talk about such an important matter, he plucked up the courage and placed his hand on the door. "Welcome, Master Green." As he came in, the lights in the whole place started to turn on a boot-up. Most of the place was covered in white. It didn't have a homey feeling, but he was used to it. "Ash, would you please contact my parents and tell them I'm home?" Logan said. By Logan's side, a floating ball appeared out of nowhere. When it spoke, a blue light on its face moved in time with the sound. "Connecting. Connecting. Your parents were unable to be located, Master." "That's strange. Did I guess wrong?" Logan thought. He was sure they would be here, and as long as they were on this planet somewhere, Ash, his little robot AI assistant, would have been able to connect to them. "Try contacting all of the households for me." The blue light on the robot started to ping across from one side to the other while it was loading. "There is no answer, Master." Using his internal system, Ash was able to connect to the households. Each of the houses ran off the same system that Ash did. While on this planet, Logan would also be able to connect them directly as long as they had some type of cellular device with them, which they always did. This was so they could send information while out on the field back to the house. This meant that currently Logan's parents weren't on this planet like he thought, and they weren't at home on any of the other planets either. All he could do now was wait until they returned and try to contact them every once in a while. Or he could also personally head to his teleporter and head back to the Earth station, visiting each of his homes one by one. But that seemed unnecessary, and while in the Bree family area, he wanted to find out more information about what they were up to, helping Quinn in any way he could. My parents aren't here. Why would I need them?" Logan suddenly thought. Rather than just standing around and doing nothing, the least he could do was to gather information from the research lab here. Maybe he could dig up some old files. He walked around the place for a little while, trying to get his bearings. It was large, and it was the first time he had been in this particular building. Most of his life he had spent on the one on Earth. However, each place's design was always nearly identical, with only a slight few changes here and there. That was why it didn't take him too long to find the research room. While he was walking everywhere, the round robot ball followed him. When he got to the door, it ran a quick scan to let him in. Although it wasn't a science lab, it was more of a tech lab. The door slid open and Logan stepped inside. He was greeted with wiring, gadgets, and large computers all over the place in different areas. But then his eyes were drawn to something else in the center of the room. On the floor, 2 people were lying still in white lab coats. Around their chest area, a small little hole could be seen that looked like a burn. "Mom! Dad!" Logan said. Suddenly, the blue light on the robot behind him started to turn red. Episode 596, An Unexpected Visit. The 2 bodies remained motionless on the ground. Logan expected them to get up at any moment, but they remained motionless. His mind had just gone blank. He couldn't think because the cogwheels in his head suddenly stopped turning, and his head remained locked looking at them. His eyes were burning, and a lump in his throat was felt. Through his teary eyes, he wasn't even sure if it was them. His body naturally moved closer and closer to them, and then, without a doubt, he had confirmed it. Those were the faces of his mom and dad. He dropped to the floor. They weren't breathing, and judging by the slightly pungent smell, they had been dead for a while. But that's when he realized it couldn't have been for too long. No, their bodies still looked too good for that. There was a small burn mark, a hole looking like a cigarette burn where their heart would be. Due to the weapons Logan used and some of them he programmed, he could tell they came from a crystal laser. "Why would anyone even want to kill you?" Logan said. A message was sent to his head, just as he was about to inspect his mother's and father's bodies to see if there was anything else he could find. He was in command of one of the spiders. When he entered the room and saw the dead bodies, his mind was still there. He'd thrown the spiders down to see if the killer or anyone else was present. Honestly, it had become a habit as well. It was only when he actually saw the bodies that his mind was frozen. One of the little spiders had a clear view of Logan and was sending him direct information about the robot hovering in the air behind him. Looking at one of the metal terminals in the room, Logan could see that the robot's blue light had switched to red. It was a software procedure that they would put in their items, such as this one, a sign to tell when the system had been hacked. The Greens weren't foolish enough to think their systems were unhackable. There could always be someone out there with a similar ability, and there was always True Dream as well. On top of this, maybe even a family member would have deserted them to start a rival company of sorts. However, this was unlikely. For some reason, the Greens always had one child, and if it were a female marrying into another family, it would be on the condition of keeping the Green family name. Logan could see it all. The robot was swaying from side to side, and the red light was getting stronger. Did it already use a lot of the beast core energy inside it to fire the attacks against my parents? Logan thought after seeing this. It had to be that, and it would take some time before it could happen again. Logan waited patiently for the red light to become strong enough, and then he saw the particles begin to form at precisely the right time. He ducked out of the way, but the beam continued forward, burning another hole in his mother's body. "Ash, you bastard!" Logan shouted, as the spiders around him were already forming a suit. Out of anger, Logan had created an energy blade of his own and tried to slice the ball out of the air. His swing was wild, and the robot ball had moved out of the way, avoiding the attack. When this happened, Logan was pleased that the robot had avoided his strike. His body was taken over by rage. What he wanted to do was not to destroy the robot, but to capture it. Then maybe he could find the answers to who had done this, as well as possibly find out if the robot was the one that killed them. The red light on Ash had dulled, and it looked like Logan's guess was right. It was running out of energy. When a beast crystal was used, it would produce a certain amount of energy, but that energy could be recharged. That was unless you were to use the beast crystal in a pure form or source of power, just like Logan did in his attacks, and it was the same for the robot here. The robot was high up in the air, floating as if taunting him that Logan could never reach him. He looked at his parents on the floor one more time. They were never fighters. The Green family never really thought of using their abilities that way. They just loved creating items and doing research. Logan was the odd one in his family, creating certain suits and such. Meeting Quinn and the others advanced this idea of needing to create stronger weapons. "This is the one place where I'm probably stronger than anywhere else," Logan said. The room was full of machinery, wires hanging from above, and robots on certain tables, half-built. Drones that hadn't been deployed all over the place. The fact that only this ball was malfunctioning and not any of the other equipment was trying to kill him meant only this one had been infected. The AI system Ash itself hadn't. Placing both hands on the ground, Logan started to communicate with everything inside that room. He could feel the energy of all the machines, and everything was speaking to him. All of the information was being processed, and if one was to look into his eyes, one could see a slightly green hue. "Catch that ball," he ordered. All the equipment started to move, even those that were half-built, and started to head up towards the ball. From there, it didn't take long for Logan to get his hands on the ball. 8 drones had surrounded it tightly, and a claw-like object that looked like a snake from a rover was grabbing hold of it from behind. The ball was brought over to Logan, and he placed his hand on it. He was expecting to communicate with it, to be able to talk to it, but just like the equipment back at the lab in the vampire world, he was unable to. Using a few tools, the ball's energy source was taken out, and it was no longer a threat. Logan was tired, and all the machines went back to their rightful places. He hadn't used that many MC cells in a long time, and it wasn't a rate he could keep up with. After some rest and sleep, and some time for his MC points to recover, Logan got control of one of the rovers in the house. The rover's bottom half was like that of a vehicle, which made it so it could travel fast and go over any terrain, while its top half had a body like a human. The first order of business was to let his parents rest peacefully. There were many different rooms in the house which would be used for different types of experiments. Sometimes when they created certain things for the military, they would need to be tested. One of these rooms had a glass door from one side you could see through, and the temperature could be adjusted from the other side to extreme, either extremely hot or cold. In this case, Logan had set the room to cold and left his parents to freeze in there for now. He wished to bury them, but he wanted to do so on Earth. He had spent most of the time with his parents. "Ash, are you there? Are you still working?" Logan said. "Yes, master," Ash replied. "Why didn't you get rid of the anomaly?" "There was no anomaly detected, master." "You stupid, stupid, stupid," Logan continued to say, as he knelt in front of his parents' bodies, motionless. He hadn't spent much time with them, so why was there such a sharp, stinging pain in his heart now that they were gone? Logan regained his composure after staring at the ground for who knows how long. The room's lights were turned off. When leaving the place, he made a promise to himself. He was filled with rage and didn't know who to blame. Until he found out who killed them and took them out himself, he wouldn't return to this room. The rover had searched both his parents to see if there was anything on him, but there was not, so the only places he thought he might have got answers were here in the research room or with the robot. Due to his ability not working, he would have to use his manual skills to try to extract the information. But Logan did not rely on just his abilities in the first place. There was a reason why his parents would always call him the little tinkerer. More determined, he had finally extracted some video footage from the robot's perspective of what happened. It was like he thought the robot had indeed been the one to kill them. The footage on the robot could only record what happened in the last 2 weeks. His parents had been dead in the lab for a week, skimming from the bagging. It showed his parents coming and going with nothing out of the ordinary occurring. Then there were the moments of his parents' death. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual, but he had watched the video several times, repeatedly, to see if there was anything he could notice. That's when he saw the moments before their death. Both his parents glanced at each other. They had a look on their faces, and that's when they died. "They knew they were going to die," Logan said, "but why?" "Ding dong, ding dong." "Sir, there seem to be visitors outside the mansion. Would you like to let them in?" "Show feed." A video screen had popped up, showing a group of people standing outside of the wall. Still, it wasn't just any group of people. Standing in the center was someone many people would have recognized. They were the people in charge of one of the most powerful powerhouses at the time. It was Mona, the leader of the Bree family and one of the big three. What is she doing here? Episode 597, Top Project. Logan had just gone through a lot, not only physically but emotionally as well. He did get some rest and sleep before working on the robot ball, but his mind still wasn't all there. So many things were popping in his head that it was hard for him to focus. Why did the robot go rogue? Who did it? Who killed his parents? And lastly, he kept thinking of all the good times he had spent with them. There was one thing Logan thought he could do with the robot. When Quinn had seen the teleporter in his room, he had told him that the system had informed him that it was created by Richard Eno. If only he could get Quinn to look at the robot. Maybe he would have an idea if someone had tampered with the robot. It was a long shot, but that's all he had. Now, to top everything that had happened so far, one of the big three was at the door. Even for someone like Logan, this was a big deal. He knew his family dealt with them from time to time, but never him. He was still a kid. However, it wasn't just a big three member, but the leader herself was now standing outside his door, and he had no clue why. Was it them? That was Logan's first thought. Thinking about it, it was unlikely. There wouldn't have been many people in the world that would have been able to mod something like that. Not that the Greens couldn't do anything about it. However, it didn't mean they didn't have a connection. Placing his hand on his head, it was starting to throb with pain. If he carried on like this, Logan was going to accuse everyone of killing his parents. "Hello, this is Master Green," Logan said, trying to be as formal as possible. A sound was projected outside the walls of the mansion. Master Green, Mona thought. It was the first time she had ever heard of Master Green, suggesting he was their son. Mona was wearing her black outfit as usual, which revealed a little bit too much cleavage at the top. On her head, her pointy hat that she never left without making her look like a witch. There were 2 men and 2 women behind her, but Logan couldn't spot any beasts on the camera. He knew what their ability was, and without beasts, they were at a considerable disadvantage. Still, they would undoubtedly be wearing the top-of-the-line beast gear, even if her clothes looked a little too revealing. "Young master, are your parents not in?" Mona asked. "Today is the set meeting time, and this is the first time they have not answered." Of course, Logan was cautious, but he was interested in finding out why his parents were meeting up with the Breeze. They were powerful enough to just attack the mansion if they wanted to get something. So it could mean only one thing. The Breeze had asked the Green family to create something for them. This was the usual case when a meeting like this occurred. It would make no sense for the killer to come back now, knowing the owners had died. Logan being here was unexpected by the killer. "My parents are—" Logan was about to say it, but decided he would keep this card hidden until he knew what they wanted. "Come in, please. We can discuss things in person," Logan said. The doors had opened wide, and Logan quickly ordered some of the drones and rovers to move into the main living room. At the same time, Logan himself wore one of his thin, nearly skin-tight suits that were meant for speed but also covered his face. He was unknown to them, and he had no clue why they were here. When Mona and the others entered the room, a drone was there to escort them. "Please follow the drone," Ash said. They did as told and thought everything was a little strange. "What happened to that little floating ball that usually greeted us?" one of the girls said, and Mona was thinking the same thing. When they entered the room, they could see the strange, short boy, dressed up in a weird suit. It even covered his head, and a single oval piece of glass was used, not allowing her or the others to see any details of the boy's face. "What is the meaning of this? Why are all these things here?" one of the men said in anger. It was strange, and a meeting had never proceeded like this before. "It's okay, Tony," Mona said. "There's no need to get your pants in a twist. The little boy is just worried about it all," she said with a smile, as she walked without hesitation and sat on the sofa opposite where Logan was sitting. There were 2 white sofas and a glass table in between the 2. Hovering over Logan's shoulders were 2 drones. He didn't want to be this cautious, but he felt he had to be. "Well, if your parents trusted you with this, then I assume I should trust you with this as well. How is the project coming along? Have there been any results?" Mona asked. There was silence between the 2. Logan thought maybe he could talk his way out of this, but he was never the best person to make conversation with. Suddenly, one of the rovers moved over with a tray. "Sandwich?" Logan said, pointing to the rover. "Is this a joke?" the man shouted, and in an instant, Mona placed her hand against his chest. "I'm not going to tell you again. Calm down." The man looked a little nervous, but he gave in, and out of anger he took one of the sandwiches and started to eat it. "This is pretty good," the man said with his mouth full. "Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about," Logan replied, not being able to think of anything else. "Then, is it okay if we talk to your parents, or return at a time when they are here?" Mona asked.
If Logan wanted to find out what was happening right now, he needed to know what he was looking for, and it didn't look like they would leave without getting what they came for. Whatever they had asked his parents to do for them, it was important enough that Mona had come down herself. "From this day on, unfortunately, you won't ever be able to see my parents again." "What do you mean by that?" For some reason she could feel it. The sound in Logan's voice, it was one of sadness. Something has happened. "My parents are dead. From now on, anything to do with the Greens will be dealt with by me." Now she knew why the kid was tense, why the strange-looking suits were in the room, and why there were so many robots and drones. He was frightened of them. If he was acting like this, then he didn't have any idea who the killer was. "How old are you?" Mona asked. 17. Thinking about it, it was nearly time for Logan's birthday. Being born after September, he was always one of the older kids in the year, even though he looked like he should have been in 2 grades below them. "Well, Mr. Green, I am sorry for your loss," Mona said with a gentle smile. "I guess we will be dealing with you from now on. First, let me say, I don't know who killed your parents. Judging by the way you're acting now, they were murdered, correct? We had a good relationship with both of them, enough so that I have even decided to come down here in person. Whatever you require of us, we will assist you in any way we can, to demonstrate proof of our previous relationship, as well as the new one we are forging together now. But you see, your parents were doing an important task for us. Until this task is completed, our hands will be busy, unless you are willing to help us with this." Mona's speech was soft and gentle. She had a way with words that would make most people want to help her just to make her happy. It seems like she didn't just have a strong effect on beasts, but humans as well. For Logan, these charms didn't work. He was strictly about business and wanted to find out what had killed his parents. Maybe this project they were working on for the Bree family was what had them killed. "I don't know of any of the details of this project, but if it was something they could do, then I guarantee I can do it as well. Any leftover research I should be able to access," Logan replied. "Very well. I shall tell you the details and let us know if you can continue working on it or not," Mona replied. "Your parents were working on a device that would allow one to explore the planet in its entirety without the need to send any people out to explore. The main purpose of this item was to check what beasts lived in the areas. This would help out the family greatly in searching for higher-tier beasts. They said they could, but the search would be too broad. In the end, I stated what my true desire was to them, and I will tell you now as well. They were creating a device that would be able to locate a demon-tier beast." Episode 598, The Green's Burden. Hearing what his parents were up to for the Bree family, it was clear that they were doing something that warranted their deaths. Almost every powerhouse would want to get their hands on a device that could locate a demon-tier beast. However, something like that would only be useful if it was complete. It still didn't explain any of the other questions Logan had. If Logan was to give this technology to the Bree family, then they would gain an advantage over the others. He looked at those in front of him for a while, trying to think of a response. "I can help you with your goal," Logan replied, and almost instantly a smile appeared on Mona's face. "But there are a few things I would like from you." "We already agreed to a payment with your parents," the angry man said. "The funds have already been sent, and we agreed to harbor you here." Logan couldn't help but chuckle. "Does it look like we are short of money? My parents would never have helped you guys out because of credits. They long ago didn't know what to do with the money they had. If they helped you, they did it out of their interests." Mona knew Logan was right. She found it strange that the Greens had said yes when they could have gone to any other family. Maybe even stay out of this whole war thing altogether. "Please, state what you want," Mona replied. "I want you to help me find who killed my parents. Not after I complete your request, but now. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to find them," Logan requested. "And my second request, I want you to give me any information you have related to Richard Eno. When he was last seen, what he last worked on, anything at all about him." There was a reason why Logan wanted to find Richard Eno. He had a hunch that he was behind his parents' killing. According to Quinn, the teleporter linking to the vampire world belonged to him, and the lab they arrived at had to be his. The only thing Logan wasn't able to use his abilities on was items created by Richard Eno. Maybe Richard was a vampire, and his parents had worked with them. Maybe his parents knew too much, and he had silenced them. Whatever it was, he needed to find out.
Mona was a bit confused by the last request, but many people were looking for Ino, and it made sense if the Green family had been as well.
I think your requests are very reasonable. We will come back every week to check up on you to see if you have any more information.
With all of that, the group left without causing any trouble, and Logan could finally get out of his suit. He let out a big sigh before lying down on his sofa. He was beaten, but things were starting to look a little better. After a good night's rest, Logan woke up, and it turned out he had slept for nearly a whole day and a half. He was simply so tired without even realizing it, but now he was more energized than ever, and he now knew which direction to go in. Heading back to the lab, it looked spotless compared to before. The robots and cleaning machines did a good job taking care of everything, and the room looked as good as new. The lab was a single large room with several different areas, all with different projects their family would work on. When the Greens got a new idea, they would stop what they were working currently on and decide to work on something else. They did not want to lose their spark of inspiration. This, of course, left them with many unfinished projects, and right now those were what Logan had to sort through. But there was one thing that linked them all: the AI system Ash. Above, in the center of the room, was a large ball-like circle object. Half of its body was built into the second floor, and the other half stuck out from above, with several wires sticking from it. This was Green's server. It controlled the system in all their houses, as well as logged every bit of information about projects they were working on. And currently the only way one could gain access to it was with the ability of the Greens. There was no terminal, no input interface to talk with it. One could only communicate and access information by touch, making it pretty useless to anyone other than the Greens. Even if someone was to break into their houses and find it, the only thing they could do was destroy it. In the first place, Ash was only acting as a large server, storing information and completing commands. It didn't have direct access to the machines around them. They would just pass information to the server. His parents were very adamant about not connecting everything to a single hive mind. Perhaps when they were younger, they watched too many movies about an AI system going rogue and turning all the machines against them. Lifting himself, he touched both hands on the large circular ball on an elevated platform and began his search. The information was flowing through his mind. He asked if there was anything his parents were working on that was similar to what the Bree family asked for. Bingo! It didn't take long for Logan to find it at all. Accessing more information, he found something unexpected. The device itself had been completed long ago, but he was sure the Brees said they hadn't gotten it yet. Searching deeper, he found his parents had already tested it on a few planets. Then he saw it, a planet's name and the destination. There was already a demon-level beast that had been discovered. Why, if my parents had already found a demon-tier beast, and the item was already complete, why did they choose not to give it over to Mona? After looking at a few details of the demon beast itself, a little note had been added next to it. Is this the one the Dalki are looking for? After searching for a while longer, there was nothing else he could find, and he was back on the ground once again. It was clear what the note was trying to suggest. The Dalki were also looking for a demon-tier beast, but not just any demon-tier beast, but one in particular. Why would the Dalki be looking for a demon-tier beast? The real question was, how did his parents know all this? Everything he had found out just gave Logan more information to think about, and he was wishing they would have just told him everything. But why the need for so many secrets? But he understood. He was young, and these secrets would have been a huge burden to carry for anyone. With the item already completed, Logan didn't need to do much. As the days passed instead, he tried to see if there was anything else he could find. He looked at other projects that could link back to this one, or the death of his parents, but he found nothing. The Bree family had delivered on their promise. They had sent him files of possible suspects, people who would be angry with the Green family. They also sent him everything they knew about Richard Eno. The things that interested Logan most were the places he had last been seen. The problem was that they were scattered everywhere. Some planets belonged to each of the different families. On his own, this wasn't something he could do. Richard might have been working with one of these powerhouses. If they found out he was snooping around, he could very well be going after his life, assuming he was the killer. As more time passed, the Bree family was getting more and more frustrated. Eventually, Mona herself would no longer arrive, leaving him to deal with the group's anger. He couldn't delay much longer. Besides, they had kept their end of the deal. Logan wished to be a man of his word. A deal was a deal. That was how his parents were, and he wanted to be the same way as well, so he would eventually give them the item. But he wasn't so sure about having one family having a huge advantage, and that's when Logan thought of something. There had already been the discovery of one demon-tier beast. What if he was to spread this information? Then, all of the families would have equal ground once again. Not only that, but Richard Eno would appear, where a clash between all of the powerhouses came together to take care of the demon beast. Deciding to go through with it, Logan called up Peter, informing him that soon maybe all of the powerhouses would move, and warning Quinn about it. He would still give the item over to the Breeze, but the others would know where the demon tier was as well. The days passed as usual, and Logan reasoned that it was perhaps time for him to spread the word about the demon tier, but then something strange occurred. "Congratulations, Master Logan Green," Ash said. "You are now 18. The lights flashed multiple colors for a few seconds before returning to normal. Logan didn't care for birthdays. He thought it was quite a pointless ritual. Everyone aged and got 1 year older. Why the need to celebrate it every year? "Your parents have left you a video message," Ash said, and the video started playing without even asking if he wanted to see it or not. There he could see it, his mom and dad alive and well on the screen, sitting down in a pitch-black room with a light on them. "Logan, if you're watching this," both of his parents then started to get watery-eyed, "it means we are dead. We wanted to tell you everything in person when you turned 18, but it looks like it's not possible, and now the burden of the Green family is passed down to you." Episode 599, Eno and Green Deal. A video message appeared at an inconvenient time and is only now being shown. It had to meet a set of criteria to be displayed. It would appear in front of Logan if he met all of these requirements, just as it did now. His parents had probably programmed something like this into Ash. The first condition would be for Logan to be in one of the Green households where Ash can be operated. The second condition is for Logan to be 18 years of age, and finally, the third one is for his parents to be confirmed dead. "Logan, we want to let you know that if we have left this world, we did so trying to save it," his father said. "It was a choice that we made. This is part 1 of the video. If you are seeing this now in one of our households, please head to the simulation room. There we will explain everything." "Logan, we love you," his mother said, before sniffling again, and the video call ended. "I always hated birthdays," Logan said, walking towards the simulation room. The burden of the Green family kept repeating in his head, but he had prepared himself for some nasty truths. Logan had already been involved in this, and had learned a lot on his own, which his parents were probably unaware of. To his parents, he was just enjoying normal school life, when in reality, he was discovering the truths of this world. The only thing that settled his heart a little were the words his dad spoke. If they had died, it was in trying to do a good thing. There were many clues, such as pointing to his parents creating the Dalki and saying they didn't want it to be true. The Greens ran the lab where Borden was created, and they were aware that the Dalki were looking for something. There were indications that this was the case. The simulation room was a large blue screen room, with grid lines running throughout it. It would be able to simulate real-world environments as if one were in it. It was augmented reality, but it didn't take off in the world since virtual reality became far more developed. It was old technology, to say the least. Before entering the room, he took one deep breath and walked in. The room suddenly went black, and the screen in front of him appeared again with his two parents. They both looked far less emotional this time, and they looked to have been filmed at different times compared to the last video. His dad started the narration, and as he talked, the room around him would change to show the environment they were in. "Today, you, a member of the Green family, shall be updated on our history," his father said. "For generations, our family has decided to keep a log, a record of sorts of our doings during our time period. See how much the world has changed, and never forget our past. The information is uploaded into Ash, and from there, a simulation is made. Now you are the one to whom this duty has been passed on. Once a year, you too will upload your information into Ash." Due to the Green's ability, they were able to connect their minds with Ash, the AI system. Because of this, it could load images and memories that one saw and store them. Then, based on what the Green member wanted to show and leave behind, it would make a simulation showing the next in line. This was what Logan was experiencing currently. At first, it showed him the Earth. At a time when it was divided into nations and people spoke several different languages, abilities weren't known to the whole world at this point, but they existed through originals. Then it showed a man who looked somewhat like Logan's father, but he was not. It clearly didn't fit the time period. In the simulation, it would have to be his great-grandfather, or maybe even a few more generations before that based on what he saw. The Green family started as normal humans just like everyone else. They had no ability, but always dabbled in technology, and the man you are currently watching was named Logan, his father said. Was I named after him? Logan thought. Logan, in his time, was someone who was called a game creator. He managed to create his empire, selling the best console and PC games to people at the time, a way for them to entertain themselves from their boredom. Although the Green gaming empire didn't last long because there was heavy competition. Eventually, their inspiration was lost. The people wanted new ideas, a new experience, and not the same thing that they had been playing for years on end. When Logan was struggling with what to do, a stranger had approached him. He threw out a game in front of his desk, asking, "Are you the one who created this game?" Of course, Logan was. It was his first solo project, and he remembered it well. The man referred to himself as Roman. Roman had promised him that if he helped him create something, he would give him something in return, something beyond his imagination. At first, Logan didn't believe it, of course, but after Roman had shown him a few things, he was hooked. Maybe this was what he needed to revive himself and the company. Roman had introduced the Greens into the world of abilities. That was when Logan was hooked. Like a drug, he would do anything to get a taste of this power, and a deal was made. Logan would help him with whatever he needed. A deal was made between the two families that day, and Logan had been given the ability we have today. Hearing this surprised Logan significantly. His family had always claimed to be originals, learning the ability on their own accord and passing it down, but his parents were saying this wasn't true at all. The most surprising thing of all was the words that were carefully selected. He wasn't taught the ability, but was given the ability. Did this mean there was an ability user who could create abilities? Or was it someone like True Dream who could steal and give it to someone else? The deal that was made would last an entire lifetime for the Green family. If anyone approached them, claiming to be from the Eno family, they would help them without any questions asked. They were to tell their children, and so on of this debt, and that was when the Green Log was created. Eno! The man who Logan thought had killed his parents was related to them after all, but never the one he had suspected. Their power, the Greens' power, everything they achieved today was because of this Eno family. Were Roman and Richard Eno related? And this video was telling him that if Richard Eno of today asked for his help, he needed to comply. How could he help his possible parents' killer? After accepting the deal using the ability, Logan was able to create innovative games once again and develop new technology, and the Green family had grown from there. Roman, in return, would ask him to help with a personal project. Using the newfound ability, he was asked to create an AI gaming system that would learn based on the user's situation, adapt on the go. The two of them worked together and eventually created it. Roman took it, and Logan never asked what it would be used for. After that, a few more generations of the Green family were shown. Not much happened apart from a member of the Eno would come to check up on them each time, asking for favors here and there. Most of it was with help to use their finances, buying a house, helping with the security identity and such. The one thing Logan noticed was that even though the man's name would change, his appearance never did. Not in the slightest, apart from the hairstyle and clothing. At this point, with the knowledge Logan knew, he was pretty sure it was the same person from the beginning, and there was only one race that Logan knew of that could live for so long, a vampire. He started to wonder if this Roman fellow was even the current Richard Eno of today, and he would soon find out if he was not. As time went on, the Green family started to steer away from games and started creating government projects and science projects. As the use of technology became more reliant, Green's ability became more useful. They were able to analyze samples of genetics and understand them with ease from the computer. But that only made the Green family bigger than before. Eventually, the log had reached the point where he was seeing his parents' lives. The Dalkey War had still not started at this time, and his parents were high school sweethearts. They were both relatively young, and just like the generations before them, and Eno appeared on their doorstep one day. Only this time, the man looked different. He had come claiming to be an Ino, yet didn't look the same as the ones before. Of course, his parents thought nothing of it. It was normal for siblings and family to look similar but not the same. However, this time the request was different from before as well. "I want you to help me find a man called Vincent Eno," he said. Episode 600. Find Eno. It was the first time an Eno was looking for another while watching the log. With the knowledge that Logan was aware of his situation, he attempted to piece things together. Was the Eno a vampire family? For some reason they were looking for each other, either the first man or someone different. Logan didn't know much about the vampires. At the time he wasn't too interested in it and would let Quinn deal with that stuff, but maybe the two of them would soon need to have a talk to figure this out. It was for this very reason that Logan had no clue about the Eno family and their relation to Quinn. His parents had gone through all of the Eno names that the Greens had dealt with, but Vincent wasn't one of them. When the man asked them to describe this Eno, he had a disappointed look on his face. After that, the man left for a while, and the Greens continued their life as usual, never learning of this Eno's name. Their research continued, and they had no idea that one day the same man would kidnap and abduct them. When they awoke, they found themselves in a world they had never visited before, a place where the sun never shines. Both of Logan's parents protested against the strange Eno, asking him what he wanted, and saying that their family promised to help Enos in any way they could. There was no need to go this far. The man gave a dark smile back and simply said, "You're helping me with what I want right now." Through the simulation, Logan could see where they had gone to. It was the vampire world where Quinn and the others were. He couldn't imagine the fear his parents must have had. At this point, humans hadn't colonized other planets yet. And now they were in a whole new world, forced to be here. It looked like the man had some type of goal with them being here. Whenever they would ask, he would simply say, "I'm looking for Vincent, and you two will help me find him." But whatever he thought would happen never happened. The two of them would have thought the man was crazy, but they could tell he was quite sane during their captivity. He had done his research and had asked for both of them to help with another project he was working on. Here, his two parents found out everything. The original Eno they had met was a vampire. Indeed, the Green family had been meeting the same man again and again. It was a hard tale to swallow, but not too hard after he had shown them a few things. He explained that his research was to complete something that Vincent could never do, and the two of them were going to help him do it. From here, they learned many things. It looked as if the man was trying to create some type of blood substitute. Knowing this, they thought that the man in front of them might not have been too bad after all. If he was trying to create blood substitutes, it meant he wished for the vampires to no longer have to rely on humans. With that in mind, the Greens willingly worked harder than ever. Slowly, they learned of the worlds outside of Earth and the things they referred to as beasts. Cloning a human body always fails. The body couldn't sustain the cells, and they would deteriorate too quickly. They would see a baby grow up in front of their very eyes before shriveling up and turning to dust. It was a hard pill for them to swallow, but that was when they realized they were playing with human lives. Even if they were just clones, their parents would tell themselves it was for the sake of humanity. The mixture of beast and man was able to sustain the cells for longer, but it would only last a little longer than before. The strange Eno couldn't stay at the lab that had been created forever, as he would have to go back to wherever he needed from time to time. One day he arrived back with a big grin on his face. "They have it. I think this is the one. They finally slew a beast strong enough to sustain it." They never got to see the beast directly, as the man said if they did, they could die from just looking at it. Even though it was dead, it had great power. But when looking at it through the computer system, both of Logan's parents noticed that the crystal inside its body was different from most. While inside the body, it looked almost cracked, as if broken off rather than smooth like the other crystals. Upon learning from the man what happened, the beast looked something similar to a two-headed dragon. Yet it could morph and change its form, changing its body. It had split in two, and while they had defeated one, the other had gone away. The beasts at the higher tier could do some strange things, and it was theorized that it was due to the strong beast crystal in their bodies. But if what they were saying was true, then the beast they had killed was only half of the beast. This was why the crystal also seemed to be radiating with energy, as if it was still alive. In the end, using the blood of the new beast, they had finally done it. They had created a blood substitute for the vampires, but not just any, one that would even power the vampires with their strange energy. The man was more pleased than ever with the results. However, there were a few errors with what they had created. The Dalki had a limited lifespan, and they were unable to reproduce. They were defective and incomplete. Beasts could live for thousands and thousands of years just like vampires, so what had gone wrong? The only thing the Greens could conclude was that it was due to the beast that was being used being incomplete. If they had the other half, they could make the perfect clone. The Greens made the man aware of this, but he said it didn't matter. As long as he still had the dragon beast here, he could make more as the others died. He truly thanked both of them from the bottom of his heart for helping him complete something like this. The man was over the moon, and he was happy to let them go. In truth, the Greens never asked to leave, thinking that they were doing something that would help humanity. "When we return, do you still want us to find this Vincent for you?" Logan's father asked. "Why the need? I have surpassed him, although I would love to show him the creation I made," the man said. Leaving there, they thought it would be the end of it all. The Greens would continue living, creating their inventions, and helping the human race advance and raise a family. That's why one could imagine the shock and look on their faces when the Dalki that they had helped create came to attack Earth. His parents were stunned and unsure of what to do, who to tell their strange story to, and worst of all, how to fix everything. Then an Eno appeared on their doorstep once again. This time it was the one they had seen in their logs throughout history. "My name is Richard Eno, and I need your help." Just like before, Richard had asked for funds, and using that he had spread technology to the world, spread knowledge of beast weapons, and more to help the humans fight back. Abilities have become the norm. There was a stale period in the war when the two of them had a child, who they named after one of their ancestors, hoping he would achieve great things. The time for war had come to a stop, but it was clear the Dalki had attacked for some reason, in search of something. Richard had come from time to time, but he too was at a loss. The three of them talked and found out what had happened. Richard was a vampire that had chosen to leave their homeland long ago, so he had no clue what these creatures were or why they had the same technology as the vampires. That's when the Greens revealed it all to him. After that day, they never saw him again. He didn't say anything, but just left. Still, they would hear about him from time to time on the news. The Greens tried to figure out how to deal with the Dalki, as well as why they had attacked, to right their wrongs. They had come to one conclusion based on their patterns of reaction to the news. They were looking for the other dragon. They were not sure whether the strange Eno was still working with them or would help them, but it was the only thing they could think of. After that, there was no more of the log to show, since it was a yearly update. That led them to the point they are currently at. It seemed they never expected a civil war to suddenly break out, and when the breeze wanted them to look for a demon-tier beast, they snapped at the opportunity. They had found one on a different planet in the Beast Planet's solar system, but were unsure whether or not it was the one the Dalki were looking for. It didn't show far enough to see if their lives were in any sort of danger, but carrying such a heavy burden, if anyone was to know the truth, there would be many that would possibly try to kill them or keep the truth hidden for their gains. The log had ended, and so did the video, but right after another video had popped up. His father appeared on the screen alone. "Logan, this message is to appear at the end of the log if we have met our ends. If we are dead, then I want you to do something. Find Richard Eno. He will protect you." Logan thought that this person up to this point had caused his parents' death. His father wanted to find him and ask for his protection. Logan fell to his knees, and his hands were pulling out his hair. The whole thing was crazy, and now he didn't know what to believe or whom to trust. In his lost mind, he thought of one person. "Quinn, please help me. What do I do?" Logan said.